And welcome to Ironman Coeur d'Alene. This is part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. I'm Michael Lovato. Today, I'm joined by the wonderful Meredith Kessler. VinFast is the exclusive electric vehicle partner of Ironman and the Ironman 70.3 Series in USA, Europe, and Asia. VinFast also naming partner of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, the title partner of events including the VinFast Ironman World Championship Nice and Kona. This VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship and Ironman VinFast 70.3 Vietnam. Today, Coeur d'Alene is celebrating 20 years, folks. 20 years. This is located, Meredith, up in the northwestern part of Idaho, and it is truly an iconic race. Honestly, I love this race. You love this race. A beautiful setting, and we're looking at wonderful pictures here now live of Lake Coeur d'Alene. Meredith, so excited to watch this race with you. How you seeing this race come out?
I am so pumped to be here. So glad to get to spend the next X amount of hours with you, Michael. And we are going to have a great time. I mean, look at this beautiful scenery we have here. There's nothing better than Lake Coeur d'Alene. Everyone's going to have a great race.
I think you're exactly right. There is really very little better here than this venue. And today, over 1,300 athletes have registered. We're representing 28 countries, 220 tri-clubs, and 537 tri-club athletes. Gosh, it's really incredible. And we're also racing for a ton of VinFast Ironman World Championship Nice qualifying slots, 3 pro male slots, and 65 age group women. What about the age group men? And on the women's side, going to Kona, VinFast Ironman World Championship slots on offer, 3 for the pro women, and 115 for the age group women. So really championship slots on offer today through and through, Meredith. What an exciting time.
So exciting. You know what? There's only a few more races left for the cutoff, right? So people got to try to get it early, recover, and get ready for Kona. So we're going to see some good Kona cues today.
That's right. And really great timing, I think, to race into June and then be ready for an October or a September championship race, kind of can peak and then come down, recover, and get through the summer and build up again. But I tell you what, some exciting stuff. This course, if you've never done it before, Meredith, one of the best, still very challenging, but just zoom on in. Here we're in Idaho, all the way up in the little panhandle there, Coeur d'Alene. We're here on Lake Coeur d'Alene, and this is it. That's the transition. But this beach, Meredith, take us through the swim.
You got it. So this swim is wonderful in that you just do 2 loops. Now, here's the thing, though. After that first loop, you got to get out of the water, run a little bit alongside the beach. That's the little hiccup there if you don't control your heart rate, right? It can be very stressful getting out of the water and running. It can kind of literally take your breath away. So because I remember doing this. I've done this race many times, and I'm always like, stay calm, it'll settle. It's not even that long that you're on the beach, but then you get back in and you do another loop, and it becomes just very chill, and you know you're almost done after that second loop.
Once out onto the full gas bike course, 2-loop course starts with pretty flat. You go out, we just saw that fly through. You go a lot of climbing, actually 7,000 plus feet of climbing before you hit this 3-lap Hoka run course. And I tell you what, Meredith, super spectator friendly. Couple hills you got to roll up and over, but it's surprisingly kind of mild, meaning you can go super fast if you've got the engine or the desire to do so. But 3 laps, it brings you down the finish line past this incredible triathlon Ironman community, Sherman Avenue. Boom, you finish right there in front of throngs of adoring fans.
I love it. People are out there ready to cheer you in to the finish line.
That's right. And I tell you what, we talked about this already as you look here at the start of our Roca swim. 2 laps, like you said, in beautiful, beautiful water. Yes. 66 degrees. We've seen that about 10 Fahrenheit lower in the past, haven't we?
Yes, and that can take your breath away also. But 66 with a wetsuit, you're golden. You're not going to overheat. You'll be a little chilly at first, but I'm sure everyone's getting a great warm-up in and going in a little sweaty and ready to fire. A
little sweaty. That's what I like to talk about here early in the broadcast. We've seen temperatures here, Meredith, in Coeur d'Alene rise well above 100 Fahrenheit, well into those tasty 40-degree plus temperatures, but not today. So we mentioned these stats as you're noticing there. 1,300 athletes registered, 220 tri-clubs. But then what about that? 3 pro women and 3 pro men going to their respective VinFast Ironman World Championship races this year. Again, to those that are living under a rock, you don't know this, but the men racing in Nice, the
Yes.
women racing in Kona, what a special treat to highlight each gender there on their day. And then all those age group slots. Meredith, 65 age group men and 115 age group women getting their chance at glory this year.
Right, and it'll be a different switch up. I mean, you do Nice this year if you're a gentleman, and then next year you have an opportunity to go to Kona. It's going to be a new fun change where everyone will settle and thrive in either venue.
Let's have a look here at the pro men that have already snagged their spots. Sam Appleton from Australia, Daniel Bakkegaard. We've got all these. Like, who do I highlight? Canadian Cody Beals. Oh, wait, did I almost overlook Norwegian Christian Blumenfeld? But look through this as I talk about a few of these that I'm excited to see. Obviously, the defending world champ, Gustav Eden from Norway, and Jan Frodeno, Magnus Ditlev. Some of these highlights that we see from Europe coming in here to crush some skulls. I also would watch out for Joe Skipper, a perennial top 10, incredibly fast representing Great Britain. Watch out for him, I think, in Kona. We're going to see him tickle the top of that podium.
Right, and you'll notice Matthew McQuart, who's racing today, the new rookie pro who just recently got third in Texas, and he is already qualified for Kona.
What a great spot.
Right?
Last year's second place, Sam Laidlow, or third place. So he's up there. Now, here's the thing. We've got from all angles people coming in here. How important is it for someone today to get a spot, and also like Justin Metzler, right?
Right.
And then also the folks that have already qualified, are you racing with a little lighter weight in your shoulders?
Right. You're doing both. You're just trying to get the Kona checklist, and then you can settle into the rest of the year.
How about these women? We have a lot of incredible women that have qualified for their race in October on the Big Island. I see your name over there on the right side. Meredith Kessler snagged the spot, so that's exciting. We'll come back to that here a little bit later, but let's just look through. As you see, I'm seeing some highlights, obviously, right off the bat here with some of our American athletes, Josh McCauley, you, Taylor Knibb qualified. How exciting is that?
Very.
Danielle Lewis as well. And this we come over here, Sarah True. I'm highlighting some of the American athletes. Then I'll just settle here. Our defending champ, Chelsea Sodaro, going back, try and make it a repeat. Laura Philipp from Germany. That's not an American athlete. You got to watch out for her, though.
You got to watch out. And not to mention all the ones upcoming that still are racing for the slot. It's going to be a great day in Kona again, too.
It would be remiss to not say Daniela Reef's name here, four-time winner of the race. Watch out for her, because also we've seen a renewal in her Ironman energy. I mean, she had a little tiny dip for her, but exciting stuff. So we said it before, 3 slots on offer for the men, 3 slots on offer for the women to get to those VinFast Ironman World Championships. But in addition to that, we have $100,000 prize purse just for today's race. So that means that each men and women's fields get to fight it out for $50,000 US, a pretty good prize purse. Winning is obviously the biggest ticket there. You want to take home that prize check. But Meredith, what do you think? Like when you come here, you're going for the win? You're going for the Kona slot? What's the big thing? Or just do your best? How's that work for you?
Oh man, it changes each time. Like obviously, as most people say, the biggest challenge is getting to the start line. Happy, healthy, and with your chi intact. If you've almost felt like you've already won if you get to that point, because that's the hardest part, right? But right now, by the way, the athletes are in the worst part. It's like because the cannon hasn't gone off, they're just kind of waiting. Their wetsuits are probably on. They're nervous, energies everywhere. But once the cannon goes off, they're just going to do their thing. And I think what's happening is they're here for they might be here to qualify for Kona. They might be here for the money. It's just they just want to do their best at this point, and the hardest part's over, getting to that start line in one piece.
There you go. And this already becomes my favorite broadcast ever, because we've only been in a few minutes and we're already talking about the chi.
I love it. You know it.
So we're going to come back to some Kung Fu Panda references as well in a minute. But stay with us, because today we are covering the 20th year version, the 20-year version of this Ironman Coeur d'Alene. We'll be right back.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
As I said, you are here at IRONMAN Coeur, which is amazingly part of the VinFast IRONMAN North American Series, and we are looking at live shots here down on that beautiful beach here. This venue really just, I have to say, kind of created for IRONMAN, and you can say that park that's right there behind where all the festivities, all the events take place, transition is set there, and then you have this wonderful swim. I mean, a crystal clear water, as you said earlier, 66 degrees Fahrenheit, about 19 Celsius. That water temperature, it's really not too cold, but you're not going to overheat. I mean, just a beautiful, beautiful venue. And then also Coeur d'Alene just steeped in tradition, racing here back in the early 80s. There was Olympic distance races here. It's just become a triathlon town. So I couldn't say enough nice things about it. It really is a highlight. But Meredith, if you were to kind of look at this race and say, what's just the top 2 or 3 defining features, best parts of it, what would you say?
Sure. 100% the run in that, my goodness, the community comes out, the host community, who really invites that race into their town year after year, right? 20 years of this. They've had 2 decades of this to bring them in, and just going down that final stretch, there's so many people out at all the restaurants and the coffee cafes, and they really genuinely care. They want you to do well. And I just remember going through the neighborhoods, and people have their, sprinklers out, and they're just, giving, the little kids are encouraging, and everything's awesome.
And just taking a look here as well, we've got 5 highlighted athletes, all in colored caps, all from the USA. Sam Long, Justin Metzer. We're going to get to jump down and talk to Sam Long. We got an interview with this man, the American from Boulder.
Defending champ in 2021. It's really great to be back. I feel I've gone on a big personal journey to get back here. That was actually the last time I was really, really strong at an Ironman, and then I kind of went down this roller coaster of not being so strong and a lot of low points at the full distance. And so I'm hoping to complete the journey, right? To have gone to the low points and be back at the high points. And of course, the goal is to win, or maybe not even the goal, but it would be great to win, as everyone would always say. But I'm more just focused on myself today and focused on putting the little pieces together. And I think if I put the little pieces together, that'll make the whole puzzle. So yeah, I mean, I think I have good chances, and mostly I'm just really excited to be here, win, lose, 14 hours, 15 hours. It's going to be great. I think the biggest difference between half Ironman and full Ironman is the approach you have to go in mentally. Like, I'm known for racing super aggressive at the 70.3, grabbing the race by the hands and taking charge. And I think I have to be more patient in the full Ironman. I think that's the biggest thing, and that opportunities will present itself. But I've lost a lot of Ironmans because of my lack of patience. So patience is a big mantra for me today.
Good luck. Anything else you want to add?
No, just it's so great to be here, and thanks to all the fans, and yo, yo, yo. Hey, cheers, guys.
Great stuff. Sam Long, born and raised in Boulder, Colorado, trained here for years, and then zipped on down to Tucson to make home there. But I think you'd still call it kind of a split home. Let's look at these women. Some of our highlights, not as American dominant for sure, but Haley Chura representing USA, Jen Annett from Canada, Ai Ueda from Japan, Mel McQuaid out of Canada, and Jody Robertson from the USA. Those are just 5 of our highlights, Meredith, but a notable field. I mean, when you're looking at that, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing some great racing there. I'm seeing what I love as an older veteran on the circuit still. I'm seeing older athletes in that little section of 5. So I'm really excited about that. They're getting warmed up and they're ready to race. And I think it's going to be such a great day for both sides of both men and women's fields.
Yeah, let's jump in and chat with Haley Chura, now surprisingly a veteran, but Haley Chura, a local favorite in some regard.
Yeah, the weather is definitely a lot more favorable this year. I don't think we're going to see the temperatures we saw in 2021, and I'm pretty thankful for that. But it's still going to be challenging. Ironman is always challenging, and I'm coming from Bozeman, Montana, where we had a pretty cold winter and spring, and so I am going to be managing the heat. I think even if it's in the 80s, that's pretty warm for me, but I know how to manage the heat. I think I showed that in 2021 when it was 103, And I mean, I definitely use those aid stations. I think that's what makes this possible. So thank you to the volunteers at the aid stations. Thank you to everyone who comes out with a hose and a sprinkler, and everyone who cheers too, because that's what keeps us going when the conditions get tough.
Great. Anything else you want to add about the race today, and any advice you'd give anyone else who's first time racing Coeur d'Alene?
Yeah, for the first timers, I would just say I'm so proud of you. I mean, that's something I say to myself just for getting on the start line. It's scary. It's scary to be on the start line, but it's living, right? And it makes you feel alive. And I would say the sense of accomplishment that you get when you finish an Ironman is unlike anything else I've ever experienced. And it's so worth it. So if you have those down moments, know it can get better. And that finish line moment is like, it's really worth it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And that is Haley Chura out of the United States, a wonderful kind of ambassador for the sport. She's well-liked. Used to live in Georgia, raced down there, was a big Southeast favorite, and then, of course, now lives in Montana. But she's won 2 Ironmans, Meredith, and 5 70.3s. I think it's time that we see her win another Ironman. Be, rooting for her as much as we can. We're kind of unbiased up here in the commentary booth, but certainly someone that I think we're going to enjoy watching, be at the front of the race for a while. Now we're here back on the shores, and you said it earlier. This is that time when you're just, let's get it going, right? The nerves are just bubbling up.
They just are like antsy to get the party started, like, let's just go. This is like the night before too. It's like, there's just this anticipation. You've worked so hard to get there. And so they're just ready to get this thing going.
Ready to get the show on the road. We're looking at Matt Russell, longtime American Ironman athlete, done a ton, has won 2. We're going to come back and watch these guys dive in to the Roca swim course. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Once again, you're looking at beautiful Lake Coeur d'Alene, watching some of these professional men and women warm up. We are moments away. I'll say, actually, we're 6 minutes away. So we talked about how the height of nerves for all the athletes is coming to us now, somewhere in between the last 10, 15 minutes and right before the gun goes off. I think for me as an athlete, when I hit the water, a lot of the nerves would wash away because you're kind of sort of metaphorically cleaning yourself, ready to go. I mean, I think that's something, but until that gun goes off, you're still just high heart rate, right? Sweaty palms, whatever. Isn't that right?
Yes. I mean, I have a weird superstition that I actually don't get in the water until I have to, and I don't use the word have to a lot, but there's something about once I get in there, I'm warmed up and stuff, but some people have a different strategy. Look, a lot of people are warming up in there, a couple, get their heart rate in the water. I'm just I go from 0 to hero pretty much.
0. Well, there you go. With your swimming background, I would have done the same. For me, I had to warm up for about 75 minutes to get myself just to not blow up. But coming here, we talked about some of these highlight athletes. I want to look through the field a little bit while we have a second and say, hey, there's a couple other athletes that we saw. Have to kind of confirm whether or not they start, but the likes of Igor Amarelli from Brazil, a 2-time Ironman winner. What about Trip Hipple from the USA, a guy that's sort of been coming on strong the last 3 to 5 years? I'd also watch out for Pedro Gomez from Portugal, who's won as well a couple Ironmans. These guys are going to come in here, I think, and really make it a well-rounded race outside of those top 5 we talked about.
Yes. I mean, I'm always rooting for the dark horse. Come on. Look at even Matthew McQuart. No one knew who he was in Texas, and he, did basically a sprint finish in that race. And so one of these gentlemen that we don't even really get the form they're in right now, they could do that as well.
That's right. Absolutely. I mean, we have seen as well Adam Fay out of USA. He's already gone sub 8. He did that in Ironman Cozumel a couple years ago on a pretty quick day. But nonetheless, if you've gone sub 8, you've got to realize that you've got the tools. So an athlete like that come in with some confidence. Hey, haven't been talked about. But every, Meredith, talk about this. Every athlete has a breakthrough in them.
Yes.
So if that's going from 9 hours to 8:30 or 8:30 to 8 or 8 to sub 8, there's something in there where all of a sudden you have that leap. It could happen today.
100%. And I appreciate progression, like meaning you just don't go out and do a 7-hour Ironman. You might start at a 9, and then like you said, 8:30, 8. And that breakthrough is possible for anyone. And as you know more than anyone, Ironman's a long day. So much can happen. The highs are high and the lows are goth, right? So, and someone could be having a stellar day and the next minute they're feeling terrible. So, and vice versa. So you just never know what can happen until you're in it.
That's right, until you're in it. And we talked about this briefly as well. If you have any sort of weakness or insecurity or any sort of blemish on your record, when you get into an Ironman, it really exposes that. So be it a self-confidence thing, be it an actual physical injury or an ailment. So Ironman has a way of tearing that down, which is, I think, why it's so exciting is it's not a given. You can't just put the training in and show up and have the result called in. There's a lot that has to happen on the day.
Absolutely. I mean, as we know, preparation builds comfort and confidence. You can be as prepared as can be, but also if your head doesn't match your legs, it's going to be a rough go for you out there, right? So you mentally have to prepare yourself too for the long day. And so that's what all these athletes are thinking about right now. They've probably visualized this moment. All right, I'm going to get in the water. I'm going to start this bad boy. So it's a long day out there. So much can happen, and all your inefficiencies rather, can come to light super easily, especially in an Ironman. You can't get away with them as much.
There you go. Well said. We say it as though we've experienced it personally. Perhaps we have.
Perhaps I've walked a few, done the walk of shame many times.
Perhaps there have been tears.
Yes,
there have been tears.
Tears under our sunglasses. Yeah, no big deal.
There you go. Talking about a few other these athletes as we look here, we got Chris Leiferman that we mentioned. We also just saw early shots of Justin Metzler from Boulder, Colorado, USA, warming up. A man who's been in the sport for a long time. The significant other of Jeannie Metzler, power couple here in the triathlon sport. But guess what? We're excited to sort of pause here, take a listen to the national anthem of the United States kicking off this race. As soon as I see and hear that, I'm going to pass on over to those individuals. What a great moment here as the sun just peeking through those trees. Meredith, beautiful time.
Perfect time.
Still a little bit here with our pre-race vibes, some of that amp you up music. I do recall being at a race one time. Can't remember if I raced it or talked about it, but it was they had Enya on, and I thought, this is
bring Enya on.
Bring it on. It sort of starts real slow. Here we go.
And I can't wait to watch her sing. This is my favorite part of the race, actually.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the
Thank you, Carly Ramsey. Pros, we got 3.5 minutes, so we're going to get you in the water this morning.
Absolutely wonderful. And you were able to hear our on-the-ground announcer saying 3.5 minutes away from the professional men, kicking it off here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Back in 2003, we discovered this race, the Ironman community did, and we have embraced it ever since. Today, a part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. This is a highlight on the North American calendar, and what a great time to be racing. You have all the great fitness from a spring of training. You have all the fans and spectators and volunteers from all around this part of the Pacific Northwest. They come in. Meredith, this race, really a highlight, and it shows with this great men's and women's field who are queued up here alongside all those age groupers.
Oh, I'm giddy for them. Just hearing the national anthem and like the calmness before the storm. They're ready. They're like, let's go. And they're about to get in such beautiful, clean water, do a couple laps, get out and go run 112, ride 112 miles and a casual marathon. No bigs.
No big deal. 140.6 total miles. These guys, it's a drop in the bucket, I tell you what, but still got to execute. So
that's right.
Here's the story. We are now looking at the watch, and it is local time, 5:57, almost 5:58, kicking off right at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock. They will dive into the 2-lap Roca swim course. When you see them dive in, you will know that they are just beginning the first strokes of a journey of 1,000 steps or more.
Yep, or more.
10,000.
Yeah, maybe
15,000?
30. I don't know. Yeah. And like you see, they have to run in here the water, and then they'll get out again halfway through. And so they just have to be mindful and super cognizant of like not spiking their heart rate. And this is coming from the person who just said I'd go from 0 to hero. But I mean, truly, like that's like I would be maintaining also calmness and not go like full gas to the first like 100 meters, kind of find your way. But this is right now, they're like usually when I'm standing there, I'm looking back at the clock and I'm like, all right, 30, I can see the clock. They're starting in, X amount of time, and let's just go. We have everybody in different caps too that we can see, some highlighted athletes. So we'll be able to talk about all these people during this, Michael.
You got it. And just to kind of call attention to that, in pink, it's Sam Long. In green, Justin Metzler. Orange is Matthew Marquardt. And then in purple, at Chris Leiferman. And then rocking the yellow would be Matt Russell. Other athletes, of course, there in the blue cap for our professional men's field. But, folks, we are now seconds away from kicking off this race, and you're going to get very fired up when you see the way these athletes high-step it into that 66-degree water, starting out the Roca swim course, 2 laps around this beautiful lake. The men, I said seconds away, they need to be telling those men, face forward and get ready. Nothing worse than that cannon firing, and you're looking the other way.
Yes, and I'm noticing, I love how I was just saying to you at the break there, Michael, that some athletes wear their, goggles under their cap, some are over. You are an under cap goggle wearer. I'm an over cap goggle wearer. You got to find what works for you, right?
100%. It's so interesting how many people choose different tactics, but we are 5 seconds away, folks. Get with me here as we kick off the 2023 Ironman Coeur d'Alene. They are off and running. On the sidebar here, you can see Sam Long in bib number 1, Justin Metzler 2, Matthew Marquardt bib 3, Adam Fay in number 5, Chris Leiferman 6, Matt Russell 8, Dylan Gillespie, Igor Amarelli, and Trip Hipple rounding out some of those highlighted professional men. The exciting thing here is we don't really have one of these swimmers that absolutely gets away and just gaps the field. Does it keep it kind of tightly packed today, Meredith?
Right. Yes. You don't have, someone that's going to get 200 meters within the first little couple minutes of the race. Even right now, you can see, again, I know it's only been a hot second, but no one's like taking the lead, right? Everyone's just kind of staying in a group. And the more you stay in the group and save your energy, especially for when you have to get out of the water, the better.
That's right. We've got 2 distinct groups kind of forming here, but no one has broken away. You got a little arrowhead-ish on the left side of your screen there and a little single line on the right. Now we flip-flop that. We're following behind here, and you can kind of see blue caps, green cap right in there mixed up, and that was Justin Metzler. He's probably, in my mind, one of the stronger swimmers.
Agreed.
He's usually someone that will latch on to those kind of ultra elite swimmers and hang in the draft. Today, he may be setting some of that pace, especially on lap 2.
He might be our person that's going to do that and try to get away. And I've swam with Justin once out here in Boulder when I actually couldn't breathe. He was like fantastic swimming, so I have no doubt. And I had mentioned to you that Matthew McQuart, he is a good swimmer. Like this guy, like he's right in there with it too. So I know during this time too, I'm just trying to like catch some feet but not touch them. No, we do not touch the feet out there, but I'm trying to catch some feet. As much energy as you can save in the swim, the better.
There you go. And now those two groups have pulled together. We have two at the front. It's two abreast, kind of all the way back in the little gap, and then it strings out. I think you're going to see a couple people spit out the back, but we're going to have a nice group of 6 or 8 people, I think, rounding at least the first couple turns here. This is a rectangle, so if you're looking at that buoy, kind of wondering what's going on, remember we have sight buoys on the way out, and then 2 key turns that you must go around the buoys, and then on the way back, it's going to be the same. It's a little bit of the same, right? You come straight in, you look for that Roca arch, come out, hit the shore, call that an Aussie exit as they enter again and head back out for another 1.2 miles.
Well, and it looks like they're doing what I love to do. They are swimming the buoy line. I'm a buoy line swimmer, mostly because I don't want to get lost out there. So I just swim the line, even if my hand hits the buoy every time I pass a sighting buoy, but they're all doing it. They're swimming the buoy line, which is pretty easier to do rather in this kind of course because it's so crystal clear. I mean, shoot, you could lose your goggles and be okay.
And be okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good point. One of the most beautiful lakes that we do swim in. So you're right, they're heading straight down about 800 meters before they make that turn. So keeping each of those yellow buoys on the left shoulder, and then they're going to make a hard left turn around a big red buoy, and then a quick zip over before another left turn around that second turn buoy, and then straight back in. Typically orange or yellow buoys on the way back in. Ironman does a great job, kind of uniform, kind of every 100 meters you got a sight buoy. They are textbook here, though, Meredith. We've got them just plugging along.
Along.
And pushing well.
And pushing well. Well, and I know I always try to count the buoys. Like, all right, there's 8 buoys on the way out, and then I get in there and I forget.
Well, the worst is if you're trying to count them and then you don't count the first. So then you're like, wait a second, I count the second one as number 1, then you're off, and then a little while later you completely lose your numbers.
Right.
But hey, you tried.
It's stressful out there. What's funny is people always ask, what's your favorite of the 3? And I'm like, well, I love to swim, but it's also the one I want to be over with the fastest, Because you never know it's like the unknown in the water and all the things. And so, but yeah, I mean, look at this. I feel like that is 2 good people leading out in front there. And look at their breath. One's taking a stroke, breath every stroke. I'm an every stroke breather.
Yes.
What about you?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Just maybe in training, try and breathe a little bit more bilaterally. But in an open water swim, it's as much oxygen as you can get.
Right.
You were looking at the orange cap there of Matthew Marquardt.
Yes.
He's the guy that you said he's a great swimmer. As we come up here, 27 seconds away, 28 seconds away from the professional women doing their thing here, where they dive into the 2-lap Roca swim course. Great field here. No question that we expect to see Haley Chura in the orange cap get out and get away. We don't know if someone will be able to hang on her feet. Often there will be, again, like we talked about, sort of a sleeper or an unknown maybe that we don't realize. But watch this, folks, as that cannon is going to fire. There it is. Small but mighty, and when that thing goes, it is time for Ironman Coeur d'Alene. The professional women, they are off and running. Well, let's just say this: they're off and swimming.
Yes,
and, we've seen Haley. She's known to swim with anyone. What do you say? Today's no exception?
No exception. I mean, Haley is a phenomenal swimmer. Swims for the Dynamo team, did it out in Atlanta. Like, she has great swim mentors in her world, and she's a great swim mentor, And she swims. She truly can swim with the likes of a Lauren Brandon, even get close to Lucy Charles. I mean, she's fantastic, and I will call it even right now, unless I'm completely missing something, that she will have a pretty sizable lead coming out of this swim.
There you go. I think you're right. And we have to remember, too, that despite her sort of fame as one of the best swimmers in the sport, she did take that break, run the marathon Olympic trials. So becoming also an elite-level runner. Not, of course, qualifying for the Olympics, but nonetheless making that standard is impressive. So a great swimmer, a great runner, and then guess what? She rides the bike pretty darn fast as well.
Absolutely. And I asked her recently, where and when basically Haley personally do you really thrive? And she said she's often really best when things are a little unexpected or extreme. And she said, and she needs this in Ironman, we all do, that her ability to problem solve in the moment is one of her best traits.
What a great trait, too,
Right?
because it really is. I think Ironman is about that problem solving. Very rare would be a day that you get in and have no problems. What do we got here? So Haley Cheer at the bottom right of your screen in orange, cranking it. She's gapped that follower, but who's off to screen left there?
Is that Mel McQuaid in the
Purple?
In the purple? Yeah,
it looks-
Mel, you know, she's been doing this a long time, and I already see her starting to veer over. Maybe she wanted some open water in this moment. I love open water. I'm always like, why are we hitting each other? We have this whole lake.
Yeah, there's a large body of water here. So Mel McQuaid out of Canada, interestingly enough, she was a world champion at the Xterra, the off-road triathlon, pretty much 2 decades ago. So early 2000s, she was dominant on that scene. And to be completely fair, a pretty poor swimmer, but no longer that swimmer. She has become a great swimmer, got really into the long distance on-road triathlon. I don't think Mel would mind me saying that, but when she was in that first kind of part, she was such an incredible mountain biker. She was just, that was how she won a race. But now a very well-rounded, experienced athlete. And I think so. Look, it worked. She went out far, far right for her, and she got a really good bit of clean water, and now she is pulled into a solid second position with that other swimmer just not being able to keep contact.
No, I mean, I'll be able to talk about Mel McQuaid a long time. I've been racing with her for 15 years. You know, she's 50. I'm almost 45. We have like a lot in common. Well, I'm sorry. We have a lot in common in that we've been around the block in Ironman. She's a way better technical rider. She has a lot more experience in, mountain biking. I've never ridden with a person that is so graceful and technical on the bike as she is, and I love watching it. I mean, she's earned 5 world titles before, and she just 23 world championships. Her goals, and she's told me this many times because I've had the pleasure of commentating a couple races that she's been in, is her main goals at 50 is to win an Ironman, qualify for Kona, and go a sub-9. She just wants one of those goals. That's it's so good even at that age to be able to say, these are my goals. And I have zero doubt she is going to do it. She is.
Yeah, she's determined. I mean, you don't reach world championship status. You don't get her accolades without some determination and a good approach. I'll say as well, when you look at this, 3 slots on offer. I think today she grabs one of those slots for Kona.
Yes, and by the way, her best event hasn't even started yet, which is the 112 miles. She will crush this course on the bike, and it's like everyone else, she just needs to manage the drama on the bike in terms of hydration, nutrition, and if she does that and can pull together a solid marathon, her goals will be accomplished today, at least one of them.
That's right. Yeah. So we talk about setting the goal of qualifying for Kona. That one could also very easily go along with winning an Ironman. So you look at Jen Ann, another Canadian. She's ITU long distance world champ as well. Has that those flags, those colors, the rainbow colors in her kit as well. But you look at the competition; it's there, but it's not unreasonable to say she could win this race. I tell you what, all these unanswered questions still yet to be seen. Stay with us because we'll be right back.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
Metzler,
Ain't nobody.
And we're back in here, diving into these close-up shots from the boat here of the professional men. In blue, you've got one of our professionals leading out, and second right behind was Justin Metzler in green. And then we're trying to say, with the light behind, we do believe that Sam Long, but it certainly looks like that could be Sam Long there. It actually, you know what I think it is? I think that's orange, and I think that is our guy, Matt Marquardt. So let's just hang in there and see, because it looked a little bit more orange than pink just at the last second there, Meredith. But here's the story. We get this amazing gift at the Roca swim course here in Coeur d'Alene. They come out of the water, so we'll get a split. We'll get eyes on the actual swimmers. We'll get confirmation of who's who. Remember, all of the professionals in blue, minus those highlighted athletes that we referenced earlier. There's some more blue. Still waiting to find the purple cap of Chris Leiferman. He called himself a non-swimmer. To his discredit, I think he can swim quite well. He's just not a front pack swimmer. So watch out for him later on the bike and run, where he excels.
And you know what I'm seeing too, which is a crack up, because this usually a lot of the caps are kind of bubbling up on the men. They must have put too much conditioner on their hair, because us women, we know, who might have longer hair, I know I do not put conditioner on my hair the morning. I always shower morning of the race, but it's only shampoo only. Else my cap might find out. They didn't get that memo, Michael. And
I'll tell you what, Meredith, now you're bringing back some old memories, because back in the day I had a mane of hair that was that had to be tamed to go in my cap. But I stopped. I wouldn't even wash my hair conditioner the day before.
Oh yeah,
anything that adds that extra sheen or slickness to your hair.
No,
now
thanks.
that let's come back to a little bit more of this cosmetology, a little bit more of the intricacies, the unspoken things, because it's really important. It actually is a good tip.
It is.
Hey,
it is.
Who knew?
I mean, you can swim without a cap. That's no problem. But, I mean, you kind of want it on, especially at 66 in there. You want to keep those ears warm.
That's right. I tell you what, there's so many different ways of looking at it here, but what you see now is a great shot. Sun on the other side, blue cap, green cap, orange cap. So sure enough, we've got our swim leader with an incredible open water stroke there. Justin Metzler right behind, just loping along. Really quick turnover for those long arms. And then, of course, Marquardt. But I tell you what, we are excited here to be bringing you this action. Let's get close up in here as we look, try and get an eye. Sorry, as I pause, I'm actually trying to get a look at the number there. Thought I saw it 9, but let's get you guys
has a great stroke,
the digit here. It could be Dylan Gillespie here if it was a number 9.
And he's got some people right on his feet. He's got Metzler on his feet, and it looks like he has Matthew on his feet there, and doing a great job of getting in the pocket.
Absolutely, and we have to say that we are excited to be here for the Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together. And of course, it's brought to you by Roca. Find faster with Roca. A little bunched up there, watching a couple of these waves come through. There's one swimmer trailing off the back. The question will be if that blue cap swimmer is able to accelerate, Meredith, when they hit solid ground, run through and get on those feet, because to be that close is a little bit painful.
Oh, it's painful. And I wonder if Justin is being courteous and not like, fiddling with his feet there. Because here's the deal. He's doing such a great job of sighting for everybody. Like, these guys don't even really have to think. Now, I say that, and I say, you still got to look where you're going. But I noticed the gentleman in the blue cap is really, really mindful of, like, the sighting and picking his head up out of the water and making sure he's following the buoy line, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Metzler here on camera in green is following the bubbles pretty intently, and then Marquardt there also popping up and making sure he's the one you said losing that swim cap. But I tell you what, this is another thing that I think is sort of maybe, I don't know, under recognized, is that even in 66-degree water, some people will have quite a high sweat rate, get quite warm, and sometimes when that cap accidentally flies off, it actually is nice. It cools you down a bit, keeps the all that sort of heat that's trapped in with the cap on your head. It releases, it allows you to cool a bit. So not always a bad thing. No. I'm not saying that you want it to happen, because of course you're supposed to keep your equipment with you. You're supposed to swim with that cap, but if it falls off, sometimes little freshness.
Well, no, and Matthew does have a little bit longer hair. I compare it to my son. My son, who's 5, needs to wear a cap in swimming because his hair like frolics out the bottom of the cap. And he's like, Mom, you know what? I think I am faster with the cap. I'm like, You are, honey.
I love a good
let's slap
frolic
it back
there.
on. A good frolic. It's always good.
So overhead shots here, beautiful Coeur d'Alene, Lake Coeur d'Alene here in the Roca Swim Course. We are nearing kind of the last quarter of this first lap. So I'll let you guys run the math there. But it's an exciting race here where when they come out, they're going to have not only age group athletes screaming and cheering for them as they run right back out to swim the second lap, but also all of the fans here in Coeur d'Alene that love this race. They come out and they line the course. You mentioned it on the run. Certainly one of the highlights is all those people in their yards and the communities and out by the golf course, everywhere throughout cheering for these athletes. But I tell you what, right here, this is early days. And you know what? It's not calm, completely calm. There's a breeze on the water.
No, and I see a little chop, and you never know, is that from like boats out there? Is that just the wind coming in a little bit and picking up? But they do look like there's a little bit of chop. But look at that flow, and they're all right in a row. It looks like Justin's really in the pocket there, and he's like, all right. He's probably thinking, is this good for me? And if the answer is yes, which it looks like it is, he doesn't look out of breath. He's just staying with him. Same with Matthew there behind Justin.
Yes, absolutely. And when you kind of take a perspective of an athlete, when you're in that water and it feels too easy, it's very deceiving, because often you think, well, it's too easy. Do I need to pull around? Maybe we're not going fast enough. As soon as you try that, often you're slapped in the face with, oh, no. This is quite hard. This is perfect. I'll stay in the draft. It's going to cost way too much energy to try and come around. When you have kind of the chance to hit solid ground, you may want to swap the lead if the other person, if they're truly equal swimmers. You may swap the lead. Sometimes that leader will do that. But I don't know about you. Don't you think just being out front, you kind of want to be out front?
You do. And then you get stressed if someone, you want to do the work, but then you're like, I'm also a fan of teamwork, even though in the individual sport. But it's like, hey, bro, I'm leading this. Can you take a little pull for a little bit? Because you can draft in the swim. All right. Once you get on the bike, hey, you guys got to stay 12 meters. But I mean, really, you have the opportunity to do so. So I'm a big fan of sharing some roles and not making one person do the work. Now that said, I've been in Justin's shoes before and been like, I can't get up there. Like I physically can't. This is all I have.
Help.
Help is right. Help. My heart rate's like,
Exactly. So as we look here, and we're going to be sure to identify as soon as we come out of the water who our lead swimmer is in blue. Folks at home, no doubt you recognize your person, and we apologize for not being able to call that out, but without the number, we're flying a little bit blind. But looking here from above at those three, they have definitely gapped swimmer number 4, whereas a couple of, minutes ago, it looked like there was a chance that swimmer was going to get sort of drawn in at the halfway point, but I don't see that happening. Then another significant gap to one swimmer. So questions abound here. My hunch is that somewhere in that water, Chris Leiferman and Sam Long, two powerful American athletes, are swimming together. Those athletes just battled it out 2 weeks ago, Ironman 70.3 Boulder. Sam Long took the title there, and Chris Leiferman had that third spot. So they're both off of that sort of, confidence-inspiring performance. But I think each one would tell you, hey, that was a 70.3. Different ball game. In this day and age, that's a sprint. You can just go flat out. This one, you have to have that patience. You have to have that game plan. And, of course, that problem solving.
Well, right. And 70.3, like, you don't even need a watch, right? You just, like, go for broke, right? It's just like, and there is, and I always say that, like, oh, half Ironman, you can do a couple a month. But Ironman, you have to respect the distance 100%, and there is a huge difference between a half and a full.
Massive. And I think you'll see this, and we kind of look at the greater lens of the sport. I mean, some things that are happening this weekend. We had Cam Wurf race in Austria a week ago, and he decided he's going to race Ironman Nice today because why not? When you have that proximity and you live there and you just drive up, he said. But that is hard. So there's certainly a guy like him has this massive capacity to absorb the training and racing. But it does tend to kind of catch up to you.
It does, and I actually saw that about Cam Worf, and I was like, you know what? You might even feel better the second time.
Maybe so.
There you go.
Might not feel better tomorrow,
Yeah,
but
the
I
next
certainly
day.
think he could have a little bit of a run at it.
Yes, absolutely. And look at Haley's stroke. I mean, she's got it dialed, right? 11-2, her arms go in the right way. She's just doing her thing, what she does best. Wetsuit swim always helps. I mean, even the really great swimmers like Haley.
Okay, tell me a little bit about what you just said there, because you said 11-2. Did I get that right?
11-2. Oh, sorry. That's
Share
my
with us.
constant. Okay, let me just announce, Michael. I have the worst stroke on the planet, and so when I'm in, all I think about is 11-2, like meaning think of a clock, right?
Yeah.
Place your arm at the 11 and at the 2, and like go outside and don't curve your arms in, because I have a
Perfect.
terrible pull stroke, but it can work in open water because it's so crappy.
That's great. So you're saying if your
Yep.
head's kind of lined up with 12,
Yep.
you're putting one arm in at 11, one at 2.
Yep.
And then what else you say? Arms are going in the right. You got about 15 seconds laid
Yes,
on us.
no, I'm just saying that like I go faster when I concentrate on 11 and 2. If I don't concentrate on it, I start curving inward, and then I go slower.
Okay, we're going to come back
Yeah.
to that here in just a
Okay.
second.
You bet.
It reminds me of when I learned how to drive, you had to have your hands at 10 and 2, right, on that
Yeah.
steering wheel. But stay
100.
with us. We'll be back in Coeur d'Alene for the rest of this Roca swim course here in beautiful northern Idaho.
And boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
And you are staring down the barrel of the professional men's race here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene. We've got 3 men that have broken away. They're coming in, about to hit solid ground. I would encourage you all to do as I'm about to do, which is open that Ironman app on your handheld mobile device. This will give you the ability to figure out who it is if you don't know, sort of like Meredith and I, who are sitting here saying, hey, we're flying a little blind, but eventually we're going to see this name and we're going to share it with you as we watch. We know that Justin Metzler is 2nd position, and we also know that Matthew Marquardt is our 3rd position there for the end of 1.2 and 1.9 kilometers, 1.2 miles. So, folks, it's going to be on the shore here in a second. Meredith, what are you thinking? I've got my app open, ready to see.
Oh, I love it. This is the time I wish I was like a drone on top of them, like a bird, just like staring down, so I could just like be in there with them. And here they go. They're getting out of the water. See, it's not even that far that they're out of the water, but man, their heart rate probably spiked even for that 3 seconds.
And it was Dylan Gillespie, to be certain.
Yes.
Justin Metzler, 2nd position. And, of course, that 3rd position in the orange cap, diving in, Matthew Marquardt. All 3 men have their swim caps on. And, thankfully, we did actually see that number 9 just barely on his cap. So that was lucky. As we wait about 15 seconds here, we're going to see that 4th place swimmer and be able to identify who that is.
Yes, and I want to talk about this Matthew McQuarrie, a fellow Ohioan. He's in med school at the James at Ohio State. And, I mean, he's hanging off the back there with 2 incredible swimmers and athletes. And I just love that he's in the mix for this. And I went to him and I wanted to ask him a couple questions. You know, he's new to this. This is like his pro life. And I did ask, hey, Matthew, what is your pain point as a new job as a professional triathlete? And he's like, you know what? I'm too new to this to have any pain points. It's also fun for him, he said. There's extra work, of course, but he hasn't minded it too much. And so I enjoyed hearing that. And he said, all these new sponsors, they're super supportive of me. And he goes, I need to learn how to be good on social media.
Oh, but don't we all? But hey,
Don't we
great
all?
stuff. What a superstar. And I think if you're interested in seeing more about him, I would point you over to Facebook and YouTube. You can check our awesome Race Week series of Fighting Chance and catch up with Matthew Marquardt. But I just want to say this, Isaac Diaz, he was the fourth one to come through on that swim, the American, and he rolled through not too far back. And then Jameson Plews from Canada was that fifth-place swimmer. But speaking of Canada and speaking of beautiful Ironman races, I want to ask you to join us on August 27th at Ironman Canada Penticton, also part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. You can experience all that British Columbia has to offer on an iconic course, beautiful landscapes, and one of the world's premier triathlon communities. Enjoy a swim that's voted third best in North America in the Okanagan. There you will be racing your bike through that beautiful valley. Penticton community was going to cheer you on all the way to the finish line. You got to go to ironman.com/IMNorthAmerica. That's it. Penticton, Canada, Meredith, you know it.
Oh, that's a great race and forever holds a special place in my heart, right? Not only is it awesome wine country, I will say, it was my first Ironman win in 2010, and I will hold on to that one forever.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, good memory there just a couple years ago. So, you know, but we look back and say, hey, you're still racing. You're going to go into Mont Tremblant later and take down a title there is what I predict. You heard it here first.
Why don't I try? Try just, you know, that's what I do right now. I just try, Michael.
Just try with a Y or with an I. Very good. So back to our leader in the women's race, about to close out her first lap of the Roca Swim course here in Lake Coeur d'Alene. Haley Chura, you talked about Team Dynamo and that those Georgia roots used to race in the bright orange and, green and yellow of that team, a great triathlon team. So a nod to her past. Now a Montana resident and still doing what she does best, which is just swim away from other athletes.
Like a boss. And you know about Haley, she's also a coach, and she said, you know what, I'm just happy to be here. I have athletes racing. And I asked her too, I mean, Haley, you've been doing this, you've been in the game a long time. Like, seriously, is there something so obvious to you personally that you need to improve on as, you know, an athlete, a human, whatever it is? And he said, Haley said rather, I'm continuously working, she said, on my self-confidence as both an athlete and a human. And I just want to say right now, she's looking pretty confident to me right now, way ahead of everybody else.
There you go. What's a funny thing, self-confidence, it ebbs and flows, even for these top, two-time Ironman winner, five-time Ironman 70.3 winner, that confidence. If you're doing something great, confidence goes up. If you happen to stumble, confidence, you have to work to keep it up. But that's still an interesting sort of stat that you said that she, at this level, works on that. So we're watching her come out. And I want to say this. We were spot on, Meredith, when we said that Sam Long and Chris Leiferman both came out of the water together.
Nice.
Ending their first lap. They were 25:49, so they were rolling through pretty good company there, because those two will be a powerful duo on the bike if they stick together. We also had Adam Fay come through there. And now, watch this, a great shot. You can kind of calculate which hand there is at 11 and which one is at 2. It's great.
And she's got it dialed. And what I wanted to speak of about, self-confidence too, is that you know how when you have like a web workout, web means like, why even bother, right? So you can have a lot of these web workouts coming in and you can lose this self-confidence. But then you have great workouts and you're like, all right, my confidence is back. And honestly, that's day by day. One day is web, the next day you feel great. So that's Ironman training and racing.
See, this is where I always say, if you have a selective memory versus a short memory. So in this sport, the ones that have the short memory, they only remember the workout they just finished.
Right.
Where if you have a selective memory, workout or race, you go back and you remember the best, heroic, impressive session. Selective memory, far better than a short memory here. But watch this. Haley Chura out of the water, completing lap 1 of 2, and she's under the Roca Arch, back in. This is how you do it, folks.
Yes.
Exit to perfection. What do you think?
Oh, that was great. And she didn't even look back, She just probably is doing her thing. She's like, one stroke, kick, kick, kick. And good for her. She actually kicks, unlike me, and anything. So well done, Haley. But yeah, she's just doing her thing. She's probably, she has the potential to lead this race wire to wire. So she probably is out to try to do just that.
for her halfway split, 24:38, which puts her the 5th overall, just behind Igor Amarelli. We mentioned him. He was that two-time Ironman winner out of Brazil, a superstar down in South America, and he comes up here, races quite a bit. But Igor was the 4th place professional male. Haley Chura, her time registers 5th. But I will say this. I bet you at least $1.50 that Haley would have been right on Dylan Gillespie, Metzler, and Mark Quart's feet had she been in that wave.
100%. 100. Remember back in the days when we did all start together?
Yes.
Right? It was chaos. But yeah, now there's women swimmers that would be up there. You know, like I said, Lauren Brandon, Haley, obviously Lucy Charles, and more. They'd be up and they'd seek advantage from that, understandably, because they're on the feet of a little bit faster swimmers. So Haley's holding her own pretty well, I'd say.
Well, I tell you what, if I don't often do this, but to make it about me, I've been dropped.
I like it.
I've been dropped by some of the best women swimmers in the sport. By some of those.
Yes.
No, but it really is. I think when you look back to history, there was a time when it was a mass start, all the professional men and the women and the age groupers all together in Kona in particular off that pier, and then there was a time certainly you had about a 10-meter head start for the pros.
Yes.
But I think that the cool thing is not only does it really separate. And give everyone their clean race? But the other cool thing is that you can really measure and see exactly how good these athletes are standalone. It is remarkable. We're going to come back and talk more about this as we watch these swimmers here. This is the chase pack of our professional women coming in to finish their first lap of 2. Stay with us. We will be right back.
Poolgaz is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
You are watching Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Qatar Airways, going places together.
You know what I see, Michael, is that Haley, after lap 1, has over a 3-minute lead to Mel McQuaid, Britt Vach, and Iuta. So that is an amazing, that's on lap 1, right?
That's a remarkable, and so you would probably speculate too that lap 2, when everybody tires, Haley's going to tire a little less. It could be a 6-7 minute lead by the time she hits solid ground. Is that the end of the day? No. That can be erased in no time. But it's a great start for Haley Chura, who comes here. She said with the pressure, I mean, she won a race last year, Ironman Mont Tremblant. So it hasn't been that long since she won an Ironman, but it's been a while since she crushed it here. She said 2014 she won Ironman 70.3 Coeur d'Alene. So for Haley to come in here, become a front runner, get out front and really push it, it's going to be great.
It's going to be awesome. And now here's 2 more women getting out, making their way back in, making sure their heart rate doesn't spike too much. And then they're like, oh, they're probably just like relieved, you know, have a sense of relief once they get back in.
For sure. And we saw Jody Robertson, definitely a highlight for today's overall. But certainly we have to watch out for her to come in and rock and roll. She's got such a crazy good run that we're going to watch out for her. Also, together with her was Ashley DeLosa, another American athlete there. So they were under 30 minutes for the split, but your stat was a good one. 3 minutes and 13 seconds from Chura to Mel McQuaid, but watch out. Race is on.
The race is on, and I'm telling you, if it's only quote-unquote 6-7 minutes in front of Mel McQuaid, I have faith in her bike so much that she's going to make up a lot of that time.
Yeah, that's it. All right. Well, I like it. I mean, you said it. She's so sort of efficient and beautiful and smooth on the bike. Obviously her comfort zone there. And I think that's one of those things that, to be frank, as you get to 50, the bike is something that you can maintain at a level that is very close to or better than when you were 40 or 45. I mean, you see this.
The less risk of injury too, because you don't have all the pounding that running has.
Certainly, we see that with our amazing, often co-host Dee Griesbauer when she's in the 50s. She gets on the bike. I mean, she's riding Ironman Ironman Cozumel. She rode faster than she did when she was there the previous time because it's just it's the work, it's the endurance, it's the boost, the tenacity is still there. That experience helps. So a lot of reasons at a later age you can still be excellent on the bike.
I could give you a whole soliloquy on Dee and how amazing that is. You're so right. And good luck, Dee racing Tremblant 70.3 today.
I think it'd be nice if you would actually give us that, if you'd soliloquize. But that's good.
I just am so impressed by the likes of Dee and Mel McQuaid. Like exactly what you said. They've only gotten better as time has gone on, especially on that bike leg. And their swim, Mel McQuaid, this is the fastest I've ever seen her swim.
There you go. Yeah, I talked to Andy Potts a while back after he had had a really impressive race, and he's 46, going on just turned 47, I think. But he's in the booth, he's doing announcing, he's doing some commentary. He's also still racing at top level. And one of the things that he said a big difference for him in the last 10 years is that there's been a more pragmatic approach to the bike in the pro pack. You can speak to this, still racing in there and battling it, but he says it's a lot less go 90%, 95% for an hour or two, and then hang on. It's more practical where you're doing the opposite. You're going after it at a watt, average that you can sustain, and then increasing it. He said that really enables you to ride and run faster. What do you think?
Right. Well, nowadays the new black is negative splitting, right? Something I could never do, and I still can't do it, but I try, right? And negative, like if somebody negative splits these swim lap, that's amazing. And if you're faster the second half of your marathon in an Ironman, kudos to you.
Totally. And I think that what's funny, because I think also the sort of the knowledge that passed down from the 80s to the 90s to the early 2000s, it was always, hey, you really can't negative split. It was sort of like, hey, you can only go this percentage on the bike. You can only run this. So you're going to positive split. And I think now with not just the training methodology and the science and all of the hands-on observation of these athletes, but also I think just we're realizing let's break that glass ceiling. Let's not listen to what they said. Go a little faster. Go for the negative split, swim, bike, and run.
Well, and I've watched a lot of athletes start out the marathon, for example, so slow, like getting their walking some aid station, and then still running a 2:37.
Incredible.
Right?
Yeah.
And that means they did some definite negative splitting that second half. And I've seen it even racing recently. I've seen people in the 70.3 be better the second half of that, which is very impressive, especially in a 70.3 distance to do that. So that's the new wave.
That's the new wave. You heard it here, right here, live from Meredith Kessler. Also, having completed 80 Ironmans, she knows what she's talking about.
I have a screw loose is what it is,
every time you do one, does the screw get tighter or looser?
Yeah, well, every time I do one, I say, I'm never doing this again. It's just too hard. And then, like most of us, the next day I'm like, well, I can do it. And you know what it is for Ironman racing, as you well know too, it's the thrill of accomplishing something you didn't think you could. I can't tell you how many pockets of this, and many are going to experience this today. You're in this dark goth well of doom, and you're thinking, I'm not going to be able to get out of this. I can't do this. I can't do this. And then when you do, and when you finish what you started, there really is very minimal feelings that are better.
That's great. It's funny because just when you said that, I think if you're talking about, you just proved that you're just like everyone else. You've done a lot of Ironmans. You've won a lot of Ironmans. You're incredibly successful and long history in the sport. However, you're just like us in that when you cross, you say, never again. At least for a second. I mean, you have to feel that because that means, hey, you've done an Ironman. And then you once that wears off, of course, hey, it's a great challenge. Let's try it again.
Right. And you wake up the next day and you feel like whether it was a 14-hour day, 17-hour day, or a 7-hour day, you feel like you accomplished something great because it's so hard. And yeah, I may have done all these Ironmans, again, screw loose. Everyone, they don't get easier either. They're going to be hard forever. I'm always like, why wasn't this made 100 miles? Because the last 12 miles is just savage, right? So it's like, yeah, I mean, every single one. I'll do it when I do Tremblant in August. I will say I'm never doing this again. And my mom's all happy. She's like, all right, yeah, let's stick to halves, Meredith. She's like, I can handle those more, less, you know? And then I'm like, Mom, I'm doing one in a couple weeks. And again, this is, you know, I'm 45. I'm like, my mom still worries about me, you know?
Oh, yeah, till the end. Oh, that's the way it's supposed to be. You get that.
I love it.
Yes. Yes, for sure. So here we are back watching these fellas, and we've got, of course, Dylan Gillespie in the front with a very beautiful, strong, smooth stroke there, leading the crew here. The crew being Justin Metzler and third place American Matthew Marquardt. These guys rolling through, about to stop the clock here. As you look back, they were just under 24 minutes through the halfway, so we should expect them to be just over probably 48 minutes for the finish time. They're at 41. So
that's a quick swim.
Coming in quick.
And then the stress becomes, they're probably starting to envision, what the heck am I going to do in transition? What do I need? Oh, don't forget my helmet. You know, there's stress. Like, it's so stressful in those, 30 seconds to 3 minutes or whatever it is. So they're starting right now, mark my words, to think about that.
I'm going to call something out of the record books here. Back in 2003, the first ever race, the guy that set the course record.
Yes.
Yep, 45-23.
Oh, my gosh.
Matt Dixon. That's right.
Of course it was Matt Dixon.
There you go. Yeah, he's known as a coach, but he was once
I remember that. That's right. He will always live up to that.
Always, for sure. Stay with us, and we'll watch the conclusion of this Roca swim course in just a minute. And you are watching the Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America series, brought to you by Roca. Find faster with Roca. And by Qatar Airways, going places together. As you zoom in here, you can see the likes of Haley Chura swimming away from everyone. She had 3 minutes plus, 3 minutes 12 on Mel McQuaid at the end of lap 1 here in the Roca swim course. And we're expecting that to be 6, even 7 minutes in front of the chasers by the time she completes this entire 3.8 mile swim. But we mentioned that, and you brought this up, Meredith. We had Jen Annett, a super cyclist, a great racer all around, losing a lot of time to the swim, but still not running the flag up. You're not too worried about her, right?
Well, here's the deal. She might have a 12, 13, 14-minute deficit, which you say double digits like that, and you're like, what? That's a lot. But someone like Jen can power through a bike course like this. I mean, she puts it in the big ring, gets an arrow, and she can go.
Okay, well, that's what we expect to see. Also, we wanted to kind of call attention to the fact that Jody Robertson, who we called out as having a pink cap, we believe they've swapped that out, and it's actually Holly Smith there. So look for that change. Holly Smith, one of two. Well, we'll call her Doc Holly, right? So she's a doctor.
Out here.
She says, "Oh, I got more time now to be a pro triathlete because I'm doing telemedicine." So it speaks a little bit to the breadth of knowledge and the capacity there. You can be a doctor and a pro triathlete. Pretty impressive.
Just like Matthew. I mean, they have it dialed. This is probably a walk in the park for them compared to what their other job is,
The other
you
job.
know?
Yeah.
So
Day
I'm
job.
impressed.
Me too, and I'm also impressed with how smooth Haley Chura looks. You can get right here down on the water and see it's not smooth and flat and perfect. It's not waves and choppy and terrible, but a little texture on the water there, certainly putting a little resistance in her face. Does that change how you do the race? Is your tactics any different when it's a little lumpy like that?
Well, you know what? For me, because of my terrible stroke, the choppier the better. But for Haley, she can go in either. Like, it could be smooth as glass or choppy, and she's just cruising along. She's the one making it look easy. And the thing about Haley, which I love, because I've talked to her about this before, is, you know, she says she really doesn't have, as a veteran, right? She says, and understandably, she doesn't feel like she has any unfinished business in triathlon. She's been super pumped with her career, and she says she's done so much more than she ever expected. The one thing she said, and I really hope she gets it today, is she would really love to qualify for Kona because she wants to be a part of the, you know, the women's Kona happenings in October. So I'm really rooting for her. I really hope she gets what she wants and deserves in that regard.
Absolutely. Hey, how fun would that be to get in there and see her up with Lauren Brandon, Lucy Charles leading out, being the first athletes, period, to come out of the water there of Kailua Bay. So exciting stuff this year. A lot of folks discussing it, but regardless of how you feel, you have to be excited about the highlight that we're going to be able to put on the women, as we did last year where they had their own day, but, well, truly no men. So that one still had some fellas in the back the bus, but we're going to have a day to watch these women, celebrate these women and the incredible performances. And I think it's going to be crazy just to see all the women coming in fit, healthy. I mean, we always lose a couple here to something, you know, some sort of injury coming in or some sort of sickness. But in the end, we're going to have most everyone coming to that race and doing battle. It's always such an exciting time of year.
It really is. You come in as fit as you, it's a fitness you want to hold on to forever, but it's nearly impossible to do that. But everyone always compare it to Rinny. She always knew how to get into the finest shape leading into that race, and like all the other women on the start list. And that's how it's going to be more than ever. Like I say that more than ever this year.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of Marinda Carfrey, someone that we get to have in here in studio now, which is fun since she retired. Also announced recently she's expecting a third child, so she's going to have her hands triply full there with husband Tio still out on the circuit racing. But great stuff and great reference. I mean, this is a woman that still holds the course record on the run there. So how good is that?
It's so good. And she honestly started the wave of running. Oh, I'll just run a casual 249, 250, 251. I mean, that is so, just even saying it. And now people like Kat Matthews, Chelsea Sodaro, they make that look easy. Oh, I'll just go off after 112 miles and, you know, a 2.4 mile swim, and I'll just do a casual 250 marathon. It's so impressive. I'm still a squirrel trying to get a nut just to break 3, you know?
I'm still thinking about Tamara Jewett, what a 113 in Oceanside. You're thinking, well, that wasn't a time that the men could touch a couple of years ago. Okay, decade. Okay, 15 years. Still, it's incredible. And yes, very kudos. And I love it when you see these athletes just continue to push that bar, because then you know what you can do.
And then you know what you can do. And here we go. He is out of the water, and Justin's right behind, and Matthew got a little, and here he comes. And so those 3 are out.
Dylan Gillespie, 48.32 from the United States. Bib number 9 in the blue cap. Right behind him, Justin Metzler only lost 3 seconds. Metzler, of course, in that cap. And we want to also call attention here to these swim splits presented by the Wahoo Element Rival. This is the first man out of the water, 48.32 for 2.4 miles, 3.8 kilometers. So great stuff for Dylan Gillespie. He's going to take that with him and ride a high confidence, wave of high confidence there through as he tackles the full gas bike course. But this again, so yes, we're in the overhead shots. You can't quite see it, but that just adds to the beauty of this wonderful transition in those trees, shaded on grass. Really one of the best venues, one of the best transitions in our racing community.
And the fact that everything's right there. You know, you don't have to do anything but just get to your bike. The grass is key, because I'm like a baby deer when I'm running on anything but grass or a mat. So my feet are sensitive. Other people make it look a lot easy, you know, more easy than me, that's for sure. But there he goes. You know, if I were Dylan, see, he's got a great transition. I would stay with those guys as long as possible and feed off them on this ride in the beginning.
100%. This is so cool because we've got sort of a nice mixture here, not no massive veteran. We've got Justin Metzler, who really has a lot of experience, has come on very strong, but still not delivered an Ironman win. He has 170.3 victory. He's someone that has had kind of, here he is on camera in yellow. He's raced with a lot of promise. He's come into his own in a lot, but he still hasn't punched out Ironman win after Ironman win. Then we've got Marquardt. This is an athlete that had that exciting finish in Texas where he came third place with a 2:43 run. So he's practicing, he's studying medicine, he's racing, training well enough to get in here. He said his kind of dream is to race against these guys. He's doing it.
He's doing it. He's looked up to these guys for a long time, and now he's, again, casually in med school, and then literally near in the front of a high caliber race in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
And as we come back here to the water's edge, conclusion of the Roca swim for yet another athlete, this being Igor Amarelli, a two-time Ironman winner out of Brazil. So watching him hit solid ground. And now in red, that was Matthew Marquardt. In the yellow jersey, we've got Justin Metzler. And make no mistake about it, Metzler will have the plan to get in the front of this race, set the tone, dictate the pace, and get away. I think he's going to be dragging Marquardt with him or have company of Marquardt throughout. We'll see how long Gillespie's up there. But I think that Metzler is still young and determined and also sort of head full of steam where he wants to get in there and set the pace as they roll out of town.
100%. And they're all faffing with their shoes right now, but then so that's when it gets stressful, right? Like, okay, let's get this sorted. And now it looks like they're all sorted, and now they can, roll into the groove of this 112-mile beautiful bike ride.
Beautiful bike course here, and we're right here together with our swim leader, first out of the water, Dylan Gillespie. Give him a lot of camera time here. He's probably got fans and family members strewn about Sherman Avenue and beyond, yelling for him. The cool thing is they roll out on this full gas bike course. They head out of town. They do a short loop before coming back and doing the bigger loop. So it's a really nice way to get extra action in front of your hometown crowd here. So you go out along Coeur d'Alene Lake Drive, and you do a turnaround there before you head out and do the long out and back, which has the bulk of the climbing of this course. Fifth out of the water, James Hayes, USA. So he hit solid ground. As we come back, that's purple.
Yes.
Chris Leiferman, you can see him on the right. Sam Long on the left in the pink cap. They've been together the whole time now. Sam Long pushing ahead like two horses inching down the finish stretch. Leiferman taking second position as they battle it out together. But two very notable and obvious to spot strokes, even if they didn't have the swim caps, at least for me. Sam Long, fresh off his victory, Ironman 70.3 Boulder. Chris Leiferman, fresh off becoming a dad for the second time on Wednesday.
Amazing.
And a third place at Boulder 70.3. Big month for these two men.
Big month. And you know what? They're probably giddy right now that they're swimming together. They're going to be a couple minutes behind those top three guys, but they're giddy because they know they'll ride well together to catch the front.
Oh, you said it. These two men, I think, a little bit of a rivalry because they both kind of spend a lot of time. Chris still lives in Boulder, just outside of town. Sam Long, he's still a Boulder guy, right? Even if he's residing in Tucson, this is still his. Those are his training grounds. He and Chris share together. So a little bit of a rivalry, but there's camaraderie here. They both want to chase down the win. They both want to chase down Justin Metzler. A lot of dynamics there for these. I say three men. Chris has the 4 Ironman titles to his credit. Massive. He owns that over the others. But Meredith, Ironman doesn't care about resume so much. It cares about today.
I know, but you know what I love? You said the best word that I love is the camaraderie, and just being such an individual sport, as we always say, I do love it when people lift one another, and I feel like Sam and Chris will be able to do that, together and kind of lift each other to get to that front pack.
So 4 minutes, 52 seconds and 4 minutes, 55 seconds. Those are the deficits that Sam Long and Chris Leiferman are facing out of the water. Now, a whole different story is how they start the bike, because you can make up time. You saw Sam Long do an incredibly quick transition. Leiferman still has his feet in the wetsuit. Sam Long making quick work. Impressive, because now, look, you're seeing a little bit of that contact snapped apart. Leiferman's still getting his feet out of the wetsuit.
So, and that could not be great for Chris in this moment, but he's probably like, oh no, I missed him. I missed him. And so he'll have to probably push it that first, bit to catch back up with Sam.
Haley Chura in front of 4 professional men. She made up that 5-minute gap and then some, but on solid ground. What a show, and zero surprises here today as we watch the American woman hit solid ground in 50 minutes and 14 seconds. Wow. And as
impressive.
I said, no
That's
surprise
a fast
though, right?
Swim. No surprise. No, and just a casual 50-minute swim, swimming. I mean, that's almost as fast as the front pack of those guys. So I'm impressed, per usual.
And there you go, the fastest swim of the day, presented by the Wahoo Element Rival, 50.14. That is 50 minutes and 14 seconds for Haley Chura. Still, I have to give a nod to 2003, where Monica Byrne, then Monica Kaplan, took out the fastest swim of the day in 48.08.
Oh, my.
Someone who probably could still, I'll be honest with you, she could probably still dive in and swim about that same time. An incredible swimmer, also out of Boulder, Colorado.
Right.
But just looking back at the history, 2003, 20 years ago, the Ironman community first stumbled upon this incredible venue, and we're still seeing these awesome performances through and through. Here we are with Haley in City Park rolling towards her bike.
And she probably knows she has a lead, so she's still going to be hurried to get out because, we're always very cognizant of, we just have to go the fastest we can right now. And so she wants to maintain that lead and hit her wire-to-wire performance that I really think she's capable of having today.
For sure. And here's another thing that I truly enjoy is the bright kit. Haley Chura helps us out. Not only can we recognize all those great colors, but also, man, how fun is that? It's kind of, I feel like in some way I'm back in 1988 or 89 because those colors are popping 80s style, but
She's
beautiful.
got the neon. The neon is the new trend here, and it matches her bike. So we can't miss Haley out there.
No, thank you, Haley. And also rocking bib number 30. She's tucked some gear into her kit. I think if we get close up, are those just like little pink hot dogs on her helmet? What were those?
I don't know.
Sprinkles?
Yeah, little sprinkles, confetti. She's sprinkling it out there. So I can't wait to see how she rides today, and knowing she has a huge lead, and we'll see what that split is here. Not for a few minutes, probably.
Not for a few minutes, but the long jog here to the mountain line. Remember, folks, as you just kind of touch in on some of these rules, super important that once you have that bike, you have to have your helmet clipped on. That is legal once the bike's off the rack, you're riding. And then, of course, you can't get on the bike until you cross that mountain line. And I'm going to say, Haley, this is a really slow transition. I'm going to call you out for that. A little practice, but hey, you know what? She cranked it in 50 minutes, so I'll give you a little leeway, but I got to work on that zippy dip.
Time. It kind of looked like a little incline there to get on, and what probably went through her mind is she didn't want her chain to drop. Yeah, well, that wouldn't be good.
Well, there you go. See, Meredith always giving a little grace and seeing the optimism there for these. I'm just going to call her out and say that transition really stinks. But no, here's the story. She's getting her shoes in and she's moving along. I feel like part of my job is here. I get paid. I think I get paid anyway to be critical and to call everything out. But great stuff. After that, it's the smallest piece that I'll be able to call her out. She's going to probably have a beautiful bike ride, beautiful run throughout. So Haley Chura fans, just know I'm standing with you. Don't get too mad when I throw all that hate at that slow transition.
No, if it were me too, you'd be like, oh my gosh, I would expect you to be like, Meredith, you're having a freaking tea party out there.
Yes.
So I think she just was caught off guard, and I know when I get out of the water, I'm all like discombobulated and such, and so let's just say there's no flying mounts for me.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, the flying mount is a thing of beauty.
And there wasn't for Haley, right?
Yes. Haley Chura, she's probably saying, Lovato, shut up. I didn't need any flying mount or speed. Did you see my swim? I'm 6 minutes ahead of everyone. To that point, I don't think
they're still not coming through. Yeah, right? So she's probably a little bit more than that. And so she knew she had time to just, have a little slowness there.
There you go. On the left side of your screen, you've got Big Mets Tribe pushing a great position at the front of the race here, riding along Lake Coeur d'Alene Boulevard. Flat for the moment, but there are 2 little hills he's going to have to roll over, 5 to 6% gradient over each of those hills. So they're decent hills. You go up, down before you roll right into the far turn where special needs will be hosted later. That is a spot where you do a U-turn and head back. The the coolest thing about this course from an athlete perspective is you get to do this initial out and back. You get to see where the other competitors are. So Justin will get to have his own split and assessment of where Sam Long and Chris Leiferman are.
Yep.
He'll get to see that. He'll also see, have I dropped Marquardt? Is he with me? And then on top of that, you get that initial assessment of the competition, but you head back into town where you get to see the loved ones, the family, the coach, the friends, everyone cheering for you. Actually, this just in, he's now self-coached. So for years under Julie Dibbins, he's now gone on his own. He's trying to head the ship there, and it's obviously he's a student of the sport, so I have no doubt he'll be able to carry on quite well as a self-coached athlete, but coming off the tutelage of the great Julie Dibbins.
Absolutely, and coaching his wife, Jeannie. I think he's done a pretty great job at that too. So maybe it's just in his, repertoire to be this amazing coach, and if he can do it himself, even better. And I remember watching him last, when was it? When he got second, right, in Coeur d'Alene on that very, very hot day. And so we know he has a really good marathon in him also.
2 years ago, I think you're right. That was when Sam won, and I think we had Lionel Sanders in there at the front for a long time before he absolutely imploded on a heat-induced GI distress.
Yes, but he finished what he started, and I loved that.
He did, and the thing is, if you're not having a heat-induced GI distress meltdown, you're not trying hard enough. I mean, at some point you have to go through that, and I give all the credit to Lionel for. I mean, he still fights it out. It's impressive. It's amazing.
I always say if we don't fail, if we don't lose, what's going to drive us to be better? And, I have had so much of that. I'm sure you did.
Totally.
We all did.
100%.
If you don't, it's like, how?
Yeah, and I think the best way, too, you do this, and this is a metaphor for the greater part of life, is failure is not failure unless you fail to learn. If you don't gain knowledge, I mean, you have to stumble, not just to appreciate the great stuff, but to get there. I mean, we don't learn by how many times did you win a race, have a great day, and then you come away saying I can do better. It's like you tend to learn less from those performances, where if you allow yourself a failure or a stumble can really hurt you. I mean, teach you. Teach you.
No, absolutely. And you can't let that failure get to your heart, as we know. And I'm pumped because Mel McQuaid, P.S., is only 5:42 behind Haley Chura.
There you go. Well, she closed the gap on that second.
Yes, and look, she's she has a fast transition as well. So that pack of three is only less than 6 minutes down. And now Mel is giddy because the bike is where she thrives.
There you go. Well, out of the swim, Haley Chura, Mel McQuaid, Ai Ueda from Japan, and of course, we've got Britt Vaught. She's come through in fourth place, a name we haven't spoken enough about, but certainly someone that can be on that podium, at least threatening some women later on. Getting right into the nitty-gritty here, we're with Haley Chura. We talked about the beautiful kit, the colors, and how great she looks. She's used to being up front, setting her own tempo, her own pace. Arrow position looks pretty darn good, very forward, very open with the hip angle. I think she looks great. What do you think?
I always do. The thing is, she's probably she knows, and she would say, this of the three, this is her not as vibrant as the other two. So this is, if she gets caught, would be the leg that she gets caught on. Not saying she's not an exceptional cyclist, but others might be they might have a faster bike slip. But what do we always say? You can't win with the swim, but you can lose. And the thing is, she will have that lead on the swim to kind of buffer that 6 minutes of people riding maybe 6 minutes faster.
You bet. As we watch Haley Chura zigzag her way out through town, she left downtown, through some town, and now at this point, you're going to zigzag out to Lake Coeur d'Alene Boulevard. She's going to take a right turn up here and then roll out for that long out and back along the lake that we saw Justin Metzler powering through moments ago. And this looks like Jody Robertson coming out of the water. Purple cap, superstar, someone that we have to watch out for as well. I believe, actually, we said that she was in pink, and then she did end up in pink. So maybe I'm going to have to touch base. Purple cap.
Purple cap. She's a music teacher for 3rd and 4th graders. So this is why she races a lot in the summer, because she's off on the summers, which I appreciate that she works full time and still races. And she's been in the game a long time too. So she I would consider a veteran here, and she knows what to do in an Ironman distance.
That she does, and I did not know that about her. What a fun occupation to have there. What a brilliant age, and what a great thing to be sharing, teaching kids music. Amazing.
Well, and I said music. It's actually band, which is crazy. She
Even
teaches elementary band grades 3 to 5. And you know what? I did ask her, and she always has good tidbits because she said, you know, about her students. She always says to fall in love with the process, and the results will follow, and to show up and keep trying. And she is going to do just that today.
There you go. Wow, I love that. And coming right back here to Haley Chura, who's at the front of this VinFast bike course, pushing extremely well. This is that point where you've been out there long enough that you have to understand where you settle into your pace. No more urgency, no more sort of I don't know, kind of nerves. You're in the element. You're 5 miles in. You've got to be kind of finding your power.
Right.
I think, at least from my standpoint.
Right. And I'm just looking at Jody, and I'm like, good on you, girlfriend, because she opts to put her kit on, like, you know, with over the wetsuit, whereas I just wear full sleeves in the wetsuit, but it must cause her some restriction in the swim, so she doesn't want to do that. So she just took, you know, probably 10 seconds to put it on, and that works for her.
It sure does. You're looking at number 42, Sarah Karpinski there from the USA coming out with her. Actually, that's 41, so that is Ashley DeLosa, just next to her, chit-chatting, having some words there with Jody Robertson.
Lifting.
Yeah?
Yes, lifting each other. Like, let's go. Just a casual 112 miles. We got this.
Tucking a Gatorade bottle there into the kit. I think we see more and more of that, where folks are making use of either the front or the back of their kit to store stuff. Obviously, the front you got easy access to, as Jody Robertson is off and onto the VinFast bike course. Great stuff.
And you'll notice she pulled, I like this, she did socks. She took a minute to put socks, where most don't. But now when she gets off the bike, she doesn't have to worry about putting them on for the run. And that's where she's going to be fast.
There you go. She's going to be extremely fast on that part right there. And I will say, as we kind of come in here and we look at Haley Chura and we start talking about socks, I never feel like it's too early to talk about socks.
Never.
The strategy there, I mean, a lot of folks too, they say, well, hey, I train in socks on the bike, so I want to race with socks. But I think there's still a contingent, at least back in the day, there's a lot of people that trained with no socks. I mean, certainly from a fashion standpoint, no socks, but whatever you do, be it socks or sockless, you've got to train that way at least enough to be comfortable that it's going to give you the right results.
And so that your toes don't fall off, that also, right? But yeah, it's funny when we were just talking about maybe that 20 seconds you choose to take in transition, is it worth it to like not be able to ride with the group? And so you kind of have to, I know personally, I decide in the moment, I always socks on the run or else my feet are not in a great place. But on the bike, that's where I make the decision in the moment. And that looks like Jen. Is that Jen?
Yeah, that's
Jen
Sarah Karpinski.
Okay, Jen is
no, 40, that's Danielle Fateau from Canada.
Okay.
Amazing little dance move there to get that kit on.
She had a great transition, way faster than many of us can do. So good on her.
There you go. Back here along Lake Coeur d'Alene Boulevard, Haley Chura, the race leader, has been the race leader from stroke one of our Roca swim course, now cranking it out 1 hour and 3 into this race. I expect that she's going to stay at the front for a long, long time. Kind of bets are out there. You said, hey, Mel McQuaid's going to charge the front. Jen Annett eventually also going to probably charge to the front. That's her right there in the green cap. So we're waiting for her to come out of the water. Still, she's going to have quite a deficit, but we know she's capable of making that time up.
Absolutely, she is. Even if it's whatever, like I said, 12, 13, 14 minutes, she knows what to do. And I've seen her ride really, really, really fast. So I think she knows how to do that here.
Well, you were spot on. 13 minutes and 34 seconds is the deficit that she has behind Haley. So still, if you look up the road, she's only about 5 minutes behind Jody Robertson's group, but notable, almost 14 minutes down out of the water. But we do know swim, bike, and run. The swim has the smallest portion of time spent. So you've got a long, long bike of 112 miles. Also that marathon, that one, 13 minutes can disappear right there.
No big deal. Yeah, exactly. Right now they're thinking, wow, we're only in the first opening miles of this. So as you know, you can't think about how much further you have, or else your day might not go as well. So they're just minute by minute, mile by mile, 1K by K, however you measure distance, but they're just in it. And now this is the hardest part. This, like I said, this is when you wish it was over at 100 miles. Those last 12.
You're thinking, why couldn't it have been that round Hawaii bike ride? Why couldn't that have been 100-mile instead of 112?
Absolutely. Andy Potts always said that too, so he's of my wavelength.
There you go. There you go. That's right. So, and here we are back into transition, watching some of our athletes make quick work of it. We understand that Jen Annett was in the green cap.
Yes.
Maybe this is her second cap that she had underneath. Currently in 8th place.
She's got a fiery kit on too, so we'll be able to see her. And she knows she probably maybe got a split 13 minutes down, and she's thinking, all right, I've got some work to do, but I can do that work.
There you go. Popping the helmet on, getting ready, visor in place, taking her time, but still fast, making sure everything is right. Oops, a little bit of a technical snafu. Helmet straps tucked in there. This, again, to your point, it's better to have it exactly as you want it than have to fuss with it for 112 miles and worry about it. So
yes, and you can't take your bike off the rack until that helmet is securely fastened. I have served. That's one of my penalties.
Oh,
so,
that's one, yeah. There.
And I still remember it, Michael.
You'll never forget.
No.
As you come back here with Haley Chura, she's standing up. We mentioned the 2 hills. This is one of these 5 to 6% grade hills that you have to climb. This is the first one. As you roll up over this, she's taking the opportunity to sit up, get a little food on board, fiddle with what she has tucked down into her race kit. You're going to see her bomb down the other side to the out and back section. But we're going to stay here. Actually, we're not. We're going to go away for a quick break. You stay with us, and we'll come back to this beautiful bike course in just a minute. And here we are back in Coeur d'Alene watching bib number 3, Matthew Marquardt. He was 3rd place, Ironman Texas, and he looked powerful, a compact form. This man closed out the race in the Woodlands with a 2:43 run. We'll see what he's got in the legs today, but so far so good. Here we're taking a nice look at these transition times presented by Morton. We've got Matthew Marquardt, the fastest, 1:51 for T1. Dylan Gillespie, second fastest, 1:54. Justin Metzler in 2:07. So the man on camera takes that initial bragging rights. The Morton transition 1 time, 1:51.
Good on him, and look at him. I mean, he is built, and he wouldn't mind me saying this, like a football player. Like, he has some strong legs, and he is powerful, and he can parlay that into this incredible ride he's going to do.
Which kind of football? Like football Americano or
football like,
international?
Yeah. Football, like, he just looks like he's super strong in it. He just got good muscle, overall body composition.
I'll say it for you.
Yeah.
He's got great legs. You're totally right.
He does.
I don't mind
Let's
saying it. There you go.
I mean, let's just be honest. And, he talks a lot about sleep, too. And, I mean, again, he gets a lot. He said that's how he recovers so fast and everything. So, as a doctor that he's going to be and in med school, he knows what to do. He knows the science behind it already, and he's new to the sport.
And I'm thinking better sleep now, because from everything I understand, residency and being a doctor, he's going to lose a little sleep. That's step late, but bank it now, because that goes a long ways. But it's exciting. It's fun to see someone that's new to the sport, so good, so kind of grounded as well. I mean, for him to come in and talk in some of his previous interviews about, hey, I'm battling guys like Sam Long, also a youngster, but with notable fame through the sport and notable accolades already. But Matthew Marquardt, he's come through mile 10, and this is gosh, really just early stages. You can see he's on the return trip right now to Coeur d'Alene, to town. And this is that part we mentioned earlier where you can look over across the road, see how far back Sam Long is, how far back Chris Leiferman is, see if they're catching you. You can sometimes rely on those splits from the ground, but obviously your own splits, if you take the time, are accurate and reliable.
Well, right. And there we have the green machine coming back, Haley Chura. What I love about Haley, too, is as a coach, because I ask her, what do you want to do when you are done with the sport? Where do you see yourself? And she said, and I found this really fun because she wants to be a coach, right? She is a coach now, but she wants to take that to a next level. But she really wants to take the time to coach college, like NCAA women's triathlon, and given she lives in Montana and she lives in a college town, they don't have a triathlon team, but she was really hopeful they might consider adding one in the future. And man, would she be the perfect coach for that.
Wow, I tell you what, I didn't know that, but it's exciting stuff there. She'd be an incredible mentor, so many great lessons to give and pass on and experience to share. So that's cool to know. As Haley Chura powers through the early stages, she's on the outbound. You can tell by the fact that the bike path is just there adjacent. But once again, let's have a look at these transition 1 times. Compliments of Morton Aiueda. She had the first one representing Japan, 2:02. Congratulations. Then Mel McQuaid, second fastest transition 1, 2:10 with Haley Chura in 2:20. All of those women cranking it through transition. You saw what they did, and despite what I said about you, Haley, you're third best in transition, so well done.
Well, I was just thinking she probably got over the line.
Oh, yeah, that was outside. Thank you for, thanks. Okay.
So you were right.
Validation.
You had it. That was good.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should do another race within the race, and that's how long do you take from getting on the bike to shoes on and buckled? It'd be a very difficult split to
It should be like 20
snag.
meters from the actual transition.
Right.
Then it might be different, right?
Then there's a story to be told. But here we are, and this is a great shot, folks. If you have not put this race on your calendar, please do so, because to race, to spectate, or to volunteer this event is going to be rewarding. In fact, our crew, our Team BCC crew, the folks that are here often in studio producing these races and getting this broadcast out to the world, they're racing. So a little nod to that crew, Dave Downey, Marcus Thomas, Dylan Camacho. These guys from our studio, from our team, are on the race course today. But right now what you're seeing is Sam Long. You can see super low tire pressure on that front wheel. You could see it low. We had word from the spotters that he is having issues with that. That is something that, if I don't remember poorly, 2 years ago we had some issue there as well, and they got a quick change out. If I remember correctly, to go back, comb through the records, through the results. But nonetheless, Sam Long on the bike here having maybe a little bit of a snafu there where some tire pressure leaking out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because sometimes you can't control that. I'm sure his tires were perfectly filled when he left it to go to the swim. So it's just, that is where, I don't believe in luck. We create our own luck, but I do in circumstances like this. This is unlucky.
Oh, it's unlucky. Yeah. And as we'd say, at least he's not contending with any hot conditions yet. Presented by Roca, the race weather today in Coeur d'Alene, 58 degrees right at 7:16 a.m. 58 degrees is also 14 Celsius. Overcast skies. Overcast clouds is a word I didn't ever put together, but feels about like 57. Humidity is relatively high there at 77. Wind is negligible, so 3 kilometers per hour from the east-northeast. This translates to me to pretty great race weather. If you're 58, even if there's a slight chill on you for this first 10 or 15 miles, you're going to be glad. Keeps the engine cool.
Absolutely. I mean, 58, and I've been seeing some sun, so maybe the sun's going away, underneath some clouds, and then they're really in for a perfect weather day, right?
Yes, and you can see there, here's Leiferman there in this duo, second position into the air bars. He wouldn't know quite yet that Sam Long has had any sort of tire pressure issues, if that's slowing him down. Chris kind of fiddling with his drinking straw, getting it straight. But this is a man, as we talked about before, he's won 4 Ironmans. Each of those Ironman victories has come off of a devastating bike run combo. His swim is definitely strong. He's not an abysmal swimmer, but he's someone that comes from behind and really crushes, but notably quick bikes and runs, including when he won Ironman Louisville for his victory. He won Ironman Mont Tremblant for his first victory, second victory, Louisville. But he did this off of some really great run splits.
And you know, he did it when also, and I was telling you earlier before we were on the broadcast, is that he and Sam, honestly, when you're out there racing, they lift even the women's field. I remember Chris saying, you know, being in a race with him, "Come, good job, Meredith." Like, it takes breath and effort to do that, and I really admired that he does that for other people.
And you said he did that when he won Ironman Florida. So he's winning, and obviously that's a great, you know, a lot of times there's too much focus. I have to correct, too. He did win Boulder in 18 before he won Louisville, but that was another one that showed, hey, you know what? He won in extremely hot conditions. Ironman Boulder that year, 100 degrees, and really just crushing it. But this is obviously a man who has the experience. We're zooming in again on Sam Long's tire, and you can see that it's low. But I tell you what, I've mentioned 4 Ironmans, each of which won by Chris Leiferman, but you may be looking for a new Ironman for yourself. And I tell you what, we got some great offers for you here. The Tempe and Greater Phoenix area is referred to as the Valley of the Sun. Well, Ironman Arizona is part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, and it's said to be in the Valley of the PR, where your personal record and personal getaway intersect. This is an iconic destination which delivers an unforgettable racing experience featuring urban charm and scenic desert vistas. Join us on November 19th. Register now. Go to ironman.com/IMNorthAmerica.
I love that race. It's the best first first Ironman race, just because that community too. They come out for it, and every aid station is full of energy. I do. I love that race so much.
It's a great race, easy to get to, easy to be, a great big city environment, but also still you get a little bit of, you kind of get out of town. You get somehow, like, how am I in this massive metropolitan area? You get out of town, a great swim, spectator friendly, and it's kind of end of the year party, so people love that too.
It is, and if you maybe didn't have a great Kona, it's the perfect race to do a couple weeks after that, and it's just, you go into Scottsdale, you get some good restaurants there. I really enjoy Ironman Arizona. The only time I didn't do it actually was when I had, because I'd done it since its genesis, was when I birthed my son, Mac.
There you go.
I was from the hospital bed like, hey, I wish I was there. But this is cool, too.
This is all right. This will do. Hey, I tell you what, that race, too, they've moved it the first 3 years, as you know, back in April. So it was real hot, real windy. Brutal conditions, really, and then they moved it to November, where it's got really pretty pleasant, fast conditions. Some might say, like you said, PR territory, great stuff. So put it on the calendar. Back here now, we're looking at a flip-flop of the order. So you do now have in first place in red Matthew Marquardt, then Justin Metzler, and then Dylan Gillespie. I think what I had sort of said, well, Metzler's going to want to set the tone. He's also a savvy, he's a very thoughtful racer, someone that studies the sport, and he knows that if the watts are looking good in second position, he's not going to have to throw the ego around, get competitive too early, and he'll let someone take the lead for him. So this trio is definitely in a good position, still 3+ minutes ahead of Leiferman and Long at last check.
Agree, and I'm impressed. Dylan is sitting in a great position there. Everyone's legal, more than 12 meters back, and it'll be great to get the bike splits coming in, because as you see, like Sam and Chris have already moved into 4th and 5th, and they are on the hunt.
They are, and again, they will feel a tiny bit of urgency, because even if you're in that spot where you're saying to yourself, "Hey, we're favorites, we're strong, we can do our time," you still want to get to the front, because I think if you burn a few matches to get up there early, everyone's together, and now start to get tactical. I think the big sort of question mark for Long and Leiferman is Marquardt. He's so new, but he did so well in that first go down in Texas that they're thinking, hey, this guy could pull. If he pulls off that low 240s, he's a true contender.
Right, and Matthew's probably sitting up there like, oh, holy smokes, I'm in the front of this race. What am I doing? I mean, this is new to him. Like, no, not what am I doing, but okay, he's a good go with the flow person, and that's what I said when I asked him about things. He's like, he just feels that whenever he can get into a flow state, that's when he thrives. He thinks he thrives in situations where he's juggling a lot, and he certainly is juggling a lot. And now he's at the front of this race, and probably on Monday, he has to write a paper for some like very smart research that doctors talk about and do. It'd be amazing in my book.
Something like that. Yeah, I know. Oh man, that's crazy. Yes. So looking back to here, we're coming back through, sort of dropping back here, and we're on Dylan Gillespie there, number 9. Taking in a little early fuel. And to orient folks on this bike course, you're back in town. So what they're going to do is a series of right and left turns, and then they sort of settle in, and they're going to head out of town. And once they head out of town, they're going to make essentially what amounts to a big left turn, where you start to do the hard part of this course, the true climbing. Yes, you said it well. What goes up must come down. Right. So there's a lot of uphill on the way out and a lot of fast downhill on the way back. Gearing, essential. Aerodynamics, also essential. Pacing, very different with the out and back nature here. Stay with us, because we'll be right back to watch more exciting race action in Coeur d'Alene.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Back on course here in Coeur d'Alene, you've got Matthew Marquardt up front in red with Justin Metzler just behind, probably about 20 meters back there. You can see him chasing. This is where they cross, where Lake Coeur d'Alene and the river intersect. So they're crossing this bridge off to the right there. To the west is the river, takes you out to Spokane, Washington. And off to the left, that's the beautiful Lake Coeur d'Alene. But these folks are crossing over this bridge. Back in the first year, Meredith, they would cross over here and take a hard right. You remember that in 03, take a right, go up out to Washington. Now, climb some more, and you're going to head right out. But I want to say this. You guys are watching Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by Martin. Get used to it. And by Gatorade Endurance. Formulated for farther.
I love it. And he is just cruising along. And you know what? He's really is sitting farther back. He could be even a little closer. So he's being smart and just biding his time. And like you said, he's very strategic. And so maybe he'll make his move, or maybe, like, as you see, the guys are kind of catching, right? Sam and Chris are really catching. They're already only 3 minutes back, and that could have changed here in the last couple minutes that I haven't talked about them. So, you know, maybe we're going to be in a situation where we have all these guys riding together, and so time will tell. Probably so. I think that's likely. And I think when you look at Justin Metzler peeking over the shoulder, it's probably what you're starting to do. You're starting to have a look and say, where are those guys coming through? It's no secret that Sam Long struggles with the patience game. In other words, he wants to get to the front right away. But the tire pressure thing, who knows? So, look, we're watching the newbie. We're watching Matthew Marquardt. He's about to get passed by Justin Metzler. You might be wondering what's going on in his head. Well, lucky for us, we got to catch up with him before the race. Let's hear a little bit more from Matthew Marquardt.
I don't know what you're like in the hills.
I don't either.
First year pro, what else do you have going on in your life?
This is definitely not my main focus. I'm a medical student at Ohio State. I've started on what's called a research year, where I'm spending a full year focused on head and neck cancer research. So in particular, what that means is we use 3D printed models of people's heads to create tangible 3D model of their jaw or their hip or wherever it is that they have a cancer. And then we give that to the surgeon so that they can use that to plan before they go into the operating room or during the surgery, make sure that they're getting the full tumor out and everything. So that's what I'm doing for this year. I'm super excited about it. So that's the main thing that takes up the majority of my time. And then I fit in triathlon training and racing whenever I can.
Who are you most excited to race against?
I'm most excited to race against everyone. I mean, I'm still like super new, and any opportunity I think race any pro is very exciting to me, especially if it means they can push me. I mean, obviously Sam Long as the biggest name coming into the race is one that I'm definitely looking at and excited to kind of race because we have very different strengths and weaknesses. I think it will just make for a very interesting race regardless of what happens. I kind of have had the mentality of like, I want to focus on the things that I can focus on, and then whatever result comes out of that is the result that comes out of it. And so if that's a win, that would obviously be phenomenal and really cool. But that's not really the main focus. The focus is to like execute the things that I can execute and control the things that I can control. And if that happens, and if that means that I get dead last, but I still controlled everything that I could control, then like that's the best result that we got for the day, and you have to be happy with that.
I tell you what, Matthew Marquardt, he's got a good head on his shoulders, good perspective, obviously a smart, well-spoken kid who's racing his way through some high-level learning on one side and sort of the same thing on the other, right? I mean, he's learning the sport. He's adapting. Early success can be a double-edged sword, right? You believe in yourself early, come off of Texas with a lot of confidence and belief, but you're that sophomore, right? You're that wise fool. Well, how much do I think I know and how much do I need to know? So interesting to see as we watch him here in this really second go here. He's let Justin get up front.
No, I know. And what I love is he's kind of funny too. He is funny too. I mean, when I ask him, what do you need to improve on, do you think, as, this newer pro athlete or as a human? And he made a joke like, oh, of course not. I'm perfect. And he was like, I'm just kidding. He has like most of us, he says he overcommits, right? He needs to improve upon not overcommitting himself. He says, he takes on a lot. He, does a lot of cancer fundraising. We have a big ride in Pelotonia in Ohio. He's the lead captain of that, and he just does, has all these commitments that he does, and yet still makes time to be leading a big Ironman in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. So. Impressive.
He's juggling it all. Impressive stuff. And we're watching now Chris Leiferman in front of Sam Long. So they've swapped the lead a couple times here. But we mentioned this earlier. These two got to check each other out pretty closely 2 weeks ago in Boulder, where Chris took second. Chris was able to crank out a very impressive 156 bike split and a 112 run. That was good enough for third. Really good performance. And then you say, well, how on earth was anyone faster than that? Well, Sam Long came in there, and he was actually able to do a 153 bike split with a 111 run. So really notable. Different distance, different race, but still, they got to see that. They got to shake it out together. Now, I think these two really stand to be, especially Sam, use this opportunity to rein it in.
Yes.
Be patient, because Chris, he's going to be a little bit more seasoned, and he has those 4 wins at this distance. So he can sit there and say, you know what, I'm going to follow Leiferman. We're together. We can be enemies a little bit on the run, but let's be a little bit more allies here on the bike.
And they're doing just that. And, Sam's always good at being honest and saying it how it is. And he says, because I'm like, dude, what motivates you the most right now? And it's truly like he's motivated by what he says, the little details. He says he's loving living in this like present moment, and he's still trying to improve his swim stroke or focusing on aerodynamics on the bike, like little details like that. But he says, as a self-coached athlete himself, he says that the results have been coming from this, and he has the results to show it and back that up, does he?
Isn't that beautiful right there, that scenery, that backdrop, all those tall pine trees in this part of the world? Gorgeous scenery if you're looking around. And you might note, folks, the whole left side of the highway, the whole what is southbound side of the highway closed. So cyclists going out on this section of road, and then they're going to come back on the right side. Northbound traffic, it'll be then. And I call it southbound. They're going southbound, but they're on the northbound side of the road. So great to have that closure where traffic is on the other side of the road. As we come in here, hey, she's still fixing her shoes.
She's fixing them. You know what? She's like, I got a downhill, so I'll just take it. Well, sometimes they can flap around, right? And so she's probably just using that little descent there to get it right. You have a long way to go, Haley, so you might as well do that now.
I like it. You might as well be comfortable. And she's rolling through town here down Sherman Avenue. She's going to have that opportunity to take a couple right and left turns, and then she's going to get aid station before she heads out on that section we just left. Long and Liferman, the long outbound section of climbing and descending. But Haley Chura, she's also in that zone where she will have seen and gets to see the chasers. She saw them as she was on the Lake Coeur d'Alene Boulevard. But watch this as she handles her way through town. Everybody loves a leader, though, right, Meredith? And they're all screaming for her right now.
So much fun. And, she's being smart, saving her legs, not pedaling too much. And I'm a big fan of that. When you have a descent, you can, I only super tuck in Zwift, but, you can kind of super tuck and just kind of save those legs a little bit, get your heart rate back, and then find your groove again. So she's probably like, all right, I'm going to take some energy from this town here before I go out on the big loop.
There you go. That's well said, and I think just sort of managing energy, right? Output and intake throughout is kind of a key component here, and just a little coast is a smart move. Have a look at that over there on the side. We're not seeing through mile 14 really notable change at all from Liferman Long to Marquardt and Metzler, and Gillespie. Really, 3:45. They were about that at the 7-mile mark. So that shows that everybody's kind of hitting those watts instead of the sort of urgent chasing.
Right, and this is Jody Robertson, who has already, gotten up to 4th place, and that's impressive. I mean, she's 9 minutes back, but she is a cyclist. She is really good on the bike, and she is going to show that here. I mean, she's already made up a lot of time. I mean, she's sitting in 4th, and she's only a couple minutes back from the chase pack, and Mel has gone up to maybe less than 5 minutes down, so it's going to be a great bike. I mean, we're still early stages.
And I'll make this observation as well. When I said Metzler, Gillespie, and Marquardt had kept the gap, they actually extended about 10 to 20 seconds on Liferman and Long.
Yes.
So I would say all 5 of those athletes racing very sensibly early stages. Nobody is going crazy.
Right.
Nobody is trying to eliminate or erase the gap.
Right.
They're all just approaching it from what is, I think, a sensible race your own race, so to speak, for now. And you mentioned this, the negative split. How valuable to be able to ride the second loop faster than the first loop.
Oh my gosh, I personally can't fathom doing it, but I'm so in awe of those who do it that can, someone like Lionel, he's good like that. He chills out, and then he goes. And he's I think, a good negative splitter. He might disagree with me, but I feel like that's what he does, and that's what these guys might very well do. Maybe Sam has that on his race plan. Maybe Matthew has that because that was his goal. I just want to follow my race plan. Maybe that was part of his. Just like, I'm going to go faster the second half, and I'm impressed because if you still have the energy to go faster the second half, good on you.
And a whole string of 3rd places at these Ironmans for Jody Robertson. Lake Placid last year, 3rd place. 2019, Mont Tremblant, 3rd place. And, of course, the Ironman 70.3, Mont Tremblant, 3rd place. So she's used to the podium, but I think nothing would be better for her or sweeter to be able to use that wicked run and run her way onto the top step of the podium.
And she's a sub-3 marathon runner, so if she puts herself in that position, she will. And that's what I love about Jody. And I've had the privilege of racing with her a long time. But she said, with her pain points, right? She said she loves being in control. She needs to be better. She said to be more flexible under pretty much all circumstances. So she said it's even now taking her a lot of time and some work for her to realize, that controlling the situation often means being flexible. That's Ironman racing, as we know, right? You need to learn to be very intentional with your thoughts and, you know, in order to, persevere.
Yes. Oh, so hard when you have to understand when to let go of control and then take control. It's not easy for the lot that is kind of dialed and likes control. But Jody Robertson, how fun. Good observation. I love the conversations you've had with these athletes and super useful to share. What are you seeing from a standpoint of her aerodynamics, her position, the bike? How does she look to you, just generally speaking?
Well, I think she's looking good in terms of, I noticed she has 3 bottles too, so she's prepared. It probably makes her bike a little heavier, but like she needs, like me, she needs the straw in her face pretty much to hydrate. So she probably thought of that going into it. Like, I might as well stay hydrated. Maybe she won't need an aid station, and that'll save her a little time too.
Perhaps you are right, and we're watching her come through a couple of these technical-ish sections, the turns throughout town as we watch and we kind of shift gears. Stay with us. We will be right back for more exciting action.
Gas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Welcome back here to beautiful Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and we're watching Haley Chura. Been a long-time leader. Expect to see her at the front of the race for quite a bit longer, not losing time here, notable time anyway. An hour and 36 minutes into this race, the women are, and the men just 5 minutes more to their credit here. But we're watching a beautiful, smooth form here of Haley Chura, American athlete, a 2-time Ironman winner, trying to make it 3 today.
And I think she has a good chance of that.
Beautiful weather there, brought to you by Roca today on race day. Ironman Coeur d'Alene and beautiful northern Idaho, seeing 59 degrees at the moment, Fahrenheit, 15 Celsius, still overcast clouds, and it does feel like 58. So, you know, beautiful, really. It's kind of perfect weather as we watch these athletes just rip it through town, navigating those turns with ease.
Yeah, they make it look easy. I'm like, you know, a little schoolgirl trying to just like get around there without crashing. So everyone that I've seen make that turn, they did so gracefully and in control and no shaking and nervousness. So I'm taking notes.
And we keep zooming in there on Sam Long's front wheel, and the tire looks to be low, but far be it for me to completely, I mean, we've already speculated, but to really be able to assess that is outside my scope, because I think in this day and age, tire pressure is a lot lower. I mean, I sort of chuckle about how it used to be a 19-millimeter tire at about 150 to 160 PSI. Now we're half that with double the width. So things change, and people have what they have. So especially on a little bit chip seal or rougher section road, perhaps you've got that lower.
Yeah, maybe he's at 60 PSI and he'll be all right. You just never know. We always were getting to, like you said, 100, 120, 130, and now 90 will be okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And
big
hopefully
changes.
whatever he's navigating through right now, and maybe he'll get to a point where he'll have to stop and slap some CO2, pit stop, whatever he uses to get it back to
top
what
that
it
off,
needs to be,
Not too worried about that right now as he's rolling through town. Through the first part of this course with Chris Leiferman. It's a nice little look there, though, at that pitch of the road, the angle. This is what we're talking about here. This is why there's climbing in Coeur d'Alene. Beautiful backdrop and a nice gradient uphill. So when you look at that 7,000 plus feet of climbing, this is where you get it.
Well, and I was thinking about that 7,000. That's a good clip, and I like how Sam's getting out of the saddle now early in the game, just to like take the pressure off the back. This is when I like pick a number. Usually it's LeBron, so 23. I'm like LeBron James fan, so I'm like I do 23 pedal strokes out of the saddle, 23 down, and just to give me something to do as I'm climbing a hill like this, right?
Just to not to argue against that, but that's actually Michael Jordan's number. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, true. Both of them. You're right. You are right. Yes.
We get into the debate of the greatest or the greatest. No, that's fun stuff. Basketball fans will bring you into the loop here, but into the fold. But yeah, so no, good. That's a really good tactic. So you count it out. You say, I'm going to do this for that amount of time and something else.
Yes.
Really brilliant. I think that works. When you come back to it's step by step, you know, and it's a long day. But what a good tactic to share with our viewers.
Just to save your neck, your back. I mean, I'm sure that if they were to do this climb, right, it's long and it's not necessarily super steep, but it's gradual. So if you can, and right, I gear harder, right? When I go, I know I'm going to go out of the saddle and do those counts, and when I come back down, I gear lighter. That seems to work for me in climbing this area.
100%.
And there we go.
Couple of words there. Chris is able to speak with Sam, and again, these guys know each other well. Spent a lot of time, each of them in a lot of time Boulder, Colorado, but nonetheless, there's often a chit chat as they go by, and at this speed, which is a little lower, you can actually understand what you're saying to one another.
Them. Yeah, maybe they're saying, hey, how about 10-minute pulls, right? Yeah, 10-minute pulls at a good distance of 12+ meters, and maybe they're feeding off each other to try to catch that front group.
Yep, and interesting enough, you've got Chris looking back. Most of the competition this race for those two men is up the road, but never know what you're looking for in the back. But you might be wondering here, as you look at this, how we got here. We're going to share that with you in a minute. As Sam Long powers down the road chasing this man, Justin Metzler, who's one of three up the front on the men's race, Marquardt, Metzler and Gillespie, but this is just part two we got here by way of the Roca Swim course, and we're going to have a look back about earlier today, 6 a.m. to be precise. We dove into the 66-degree waters. You and I got to sit here and not get splashed or even a drop of water on us, but these men dove in at 6 a.m. to start a 2-lap Roca Swim course. Right away, we noticed that these men were pretty well packed together. On the women's race, 5 minutes later, Haley Chura got away almost instantaneously, had a big gap despite the efforts of Mel McQuaid and company to stay with her. As they powered away, you're looking at a nice shot there of Haley getting away. The men, it was 3, led by Dylan Gillespie, followed by Justin Metzler, and trailed out by Matthew Marquardt. Those 3 men kept that, and they managed to stay together for the whole swim. And there, the lone figure of Haley Chura doing what she's very used to, swimming away from the women's pack. Mel McQuaid right there in that group, and Ai Ueda jumping in. Those 3 lost almost 6 minutes by the time we hit solid ground. But here was the conclusion of the men's race while we watched Gillespie, Metzler, and Marquardt come into T1 together. A nice 3-minute, 45-second or so gap over the chasers, Leiferman, Long, and company. We do mix in Igor Amarelli into that as well, where he did have that point. And Meredith, it was a long, long transition, almost 2 minutes before they got on the bike where we are now.
And here we are getting a, see, he can super tuck and just, just kind of get in the wind, save his legs down this descent, right? What goes up must come down, and I would totally save it and just get an arrow, and he knows he needs to save his legs for the rest of this day.
Yeah, every little bit of rest would help when you're talking about 140.6 miles or long, long day of racing. And so this picture breakup shows you exactly how far out into the countryside these athletes go as the signals tends to drop a bit. But coming back to us here with Justin Metzler, back to pedaling. That's going to be different for everyone, but there's a point when you get to a speed, right, where it's diminishing returns. You don't pedal anymore. This actually, the road looks like it's ticked up a bit.
Right.
But where do you find that? Do you kind of rest whenever you can on a downhill? Do you pedal to a certain cadence, or when do you generally stop?
Well, I'm a gear masher, which isn't a good thing. So, like, anytime I can save the legs, I will try to do, just because I know the second half for me is not a negative slip situation. So I admire that they're just saving their legs on this, and And who knows? Maybe Justin will break away. Maybe someone will try to break away. Time will tell, right?
Time will tell. And when you try to break away, does it coincide with a time when you have the legs?
Right.
We just don't know. But you're watching this. Metzler in front, Marquardt in second, and Gillespie in third. Marquardt, you might be saying, who's that? That name doesn't ring a bell. Well, I'll tell you what, he got third place at Ironman Texas a little while back. And I'd say to you, please join us in the Lone Star State in April of 2024, where the Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas, which is part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, will be home to the North American Championship race. Voted best overall race in 2022, as well as best finish line and best post-race experience. This swim is point-to-point. Chase your personal best as you ride on closed toll roads and enjoy one of the spirited runs in North America, passing through the iconic Hippie Hollow. Registration is now open, so sign up today at ironman.com/IM North America.
Ooh, Texas, right? That's a good one. And that's where, yes, like you said, Matthew came in third, and there was only seconds between Rudy and all the others that were in that top three. And I am so pumped to see his marathon, and if he can run that 2:43 again today.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, it is kind of what it takes these days.
Right.
Metzler, he's done a 2:42, if I remember correctly, Ironman Florida.
Right.
We got 2:43 for Marquardt. Chris has gone sub 2:40. Ironman Louisville, there was a shortened swim, or actually no swim in that one. It was freezing cold rain as well back in 2018. So these men have all run dangerous times, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen today.
Right. And I'm impressed with this trio that's staying, several minutes still ahead of the chasers in Sam Long and Chris Leiferman. So they're just going to keep clipping away at it. And like I said, I wonder if they're going to, is Justin looking back thinking he's maybe going to try to drop them? I don't know.
Yeah. So coming back, because I wanted to get the exact digit, 2:38 was the time that Chris ran on Ironman Louisville for that victory, his third Ironman victory. It was a quick swim. They did about 1,000 that year, but it was cold rain. Still cranked out a great time. But the stats are fun, and we apply them here to sort of help us predict, knowing full well that as we said, the past doesn't matter that much. It's what you deliver on the day, but certainly you could have a little bit more belief in your ability to go after a certain pace once you've done it before.
Absolutely. And you know what? Justin here is just going to keep ticking away at it. And he knows, that's the thing, he knows what to do. I've seen him run his way to, maybe not having the best bike he's ever had, and then running his way to second, case in point here on the very hot day in Coeur d'Alene 2 years ago. He had a phenomenal race. So we know he's a good racer in kind of all conditions, which I would like to be that versatile. That's great. That's really, really great.
That is great. That is impressive. And I think if we look back, kind of trying to find the fastest run, Sam Long also in Florida, taking third to Chris Leiferman that year. He ran 2:45. So a lot of good running. And Sam Long, I think, will tell you he hasn't quite hit his absolute stride at the Ironman distance. He did tell us that in his interview. He saw that on A Fighting Chance. But nonetheless, his run 70.3 speed, 111s and 110s, tells us that he definitely should be in that low 240s or sub 240 territory. Coming back to another incredible runner, Jody Robertson. She looks great, just chewing away minute after minute of the lead that she lost on the swim, that she gave away. But she looks great, don't you think?
She looks great, and she is buying her time right now. She has a nice, smooth cadence and is trying to get back up there. I mean, she has definitely gone down on time. Like now she's well under 9 minutes. I know in the high 8s, but she'll get there bit by bit, and that's what I love seeing. And that's what I said with her preparation. She's like, that's where I thrive, Meredith. I thrive in serious preparation, and I'm prepared for this one. And as we always say, preparation breeds comfort and confidence. And hopefully she has that confidence today going into this. I'm pumped to see what she can do and finish on the day.
There you go. Same. And I think this is kind of interesting just to bring up. You see something that you never used to see before is notable gear tucked into the jersey. And I think they're saying, hey, some aerodynamics, maybe it fills that empty space.
Yes.
Maybe it actually is more aerodynamic where there certainly has been a time where they said that needs to be extremely clean. What are your thoughts on that if you've put any time into looking at that?
Well, it's funny, I do not do it on the bike like this. So like we said a little bit ago, she had 3 bottles, but she actually has 4 because I think that's a bottle in there. So that's interesting. So, and again, I'm not knocking what she's doing. I just need to be as light as I can out there.
I like it.
I probably wouldn't do that, but that's just where I'm comfortable. Like she even has a back bottle. I could never have a back bottle. I watch training partners like reach back and they do it so gracefully, and I just like can't reach back. So she obviously can, and she's comfortable. My mechanical stuff is there. But anyway, she has it. She must, where I do put it, into like my sports bra, if you will, is on the run. Because then I can be hands-free.
There you go.
It's all about
right.
hands-free.
Hands-free. Yeah, okay, good stuff. And I think it's something that we're going to see kind of explored more and more as we come back to Haley Chura sitting up out of the saddle, smoothly pedaling at a nice high cadence up one of multiple climbs here in Coeur d'Alene. And I tell you what, we are excited to see how this plays out. I know you are as well. So please do stay with us because we have a lot of action. We're 2 hours, almost 2 hours into Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Stay with us here. We will be right back after this, a quick break.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
So here we are back again with both of our top Americans out of Boulder, Colorado here, Chris Leiferman and Sam Long. We've been zooming in on their tires, and we do have this display here that Chris's rear tire is running low on air. Sam Long's appears to be the front wheel. So this could explain, obviously, what we talked about was why has this lead not changed? Why has this deficit, I should say, not changed? Because these two men, I have no doubt with their cycling ability, would like to get up to the front of the road. They're going to maximize time. So if each of these men has a slow leak or has lost air, the question is, do they attempt to change that? And I Meredith, I just have to say, I made a question about this, and one of our beautiful tech team support crew people just confirmed. Back in 2021, we were talking about Sam Long had a slow leak coming back into town on lap 2. And there was a lot of talk. He was neck and neck with Lionel Sanders. He was riding this low pressure, and it was this big note of concern 2 years ago, and he rode it all the way in, didn't do anything to change it. So similar things. He must be thinking, hey, so what's up with Coeur d'Alene and my tire luck? But both of these men have a question. Do I lose more time by riding the wheel on low pressure or stopping and inflating and hoping it holds at a more ideal pressure?
And again, I don't know if they both know that they have tire issues, but man, if they could just get together and like, hey, bro, do you want to stop for like a hot second? Let's just fill our tires, okay? And then get back on and go and catch. And so I would be pumped if I saw them literally coordinate that and do that. I mean, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing illegal about that. Hey, you want to stop real quick? Let's fill our tires. And then we'll like make some catching. And because right now it's so hard. Like, listen, Sam's partner, Lara, is about to have a baby here in this summer. Chris' wife just had their second child a couple days ago. Like, they're like, so much sacrifice, again, don't love that word, but goes into this. And to just have it come down to like tire pressure, you're like, all right, we got to make things happen here.
Egads, well said, man. I tell you what, But folks, you're looking to sign up for a race. I know you are watching this right now, but if you know about this program, the Flex 90 program allows athletes to register. Athletes who register in the first 90 days, it's open. They have the flexibility to defer if it's an Ironman registration. They can transfer or receive a partial refund if you're no longer able to participate. And you can enact these benefits up to 45 days before the race. If your plans change, your race can too. So the Flex 90 program, again, you've got to sign up in that first 90 days that the race is available, but it gives you great flexibility, incentive, so get after it.
Love it.
So here we are with Chris Leiferman in front of Sam Long, who are both behind Marquardt and Metzler, as well as Gillespie. So these guys are way back, but they're plugging along, 3:45, 4 minutes back. But this duo doesn't seem too worried. They're not as worried as we are, apparently, right now about their tires.
I'm stressed for them. I'm totally stressed for them, but at the same time, they're like ducks right now. They're like smooth on the surface, and they're probably, pedaling a little heavily under the water, and so to speak. But I mean, they'll get there, and they'll have to make a decision sooner or later.
There you go. We're with Ai Ueda from Japan. She is currently in third place, up out of the saddle, dancing on the pedals there. She crests one of these hills. Actually, that's the bridge across the lake and the river as she's coming up earlier stages here. Third place on the day, behind Chura McQuaid, and it's still in front of Jody Robertson. So interesting to see, and an athlete that we've watched a little bit on the shorter course on the 70.3. But we're excited to see how she does here today in Coeur d'Alene.
She's little but mighty, right?
Yeah.
She's little but mighty. She's powering up that hill like a little mountain goat doing it, and I love seeing it. And, I got the pleasure of getting to race with her in New Zealand earlier this year, and, you have to hustle because she can run.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well said. That was she took 5th place earlier this year in New Zealand. That was one of her 4 Ironman finishes. So she's done Texas, Ireland, Arizona, and New Zealand. 5th place just earlier this year. A great athlete, and you're exactly right. She did close that one out with a 3:08. So the athlete from Japan, keep an eye on her. Not necessarily a sleeper, but definitely under the radar.
Right. But she's sitting in third right now, right? So that's a great position for her to be in. And so we hope that, and she knows she can run. 3:08 was early in the year, right? And in New Zealand, maybe she's thinking, all right, I'm going to go for that 250, right?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And I think why not? It is something that, as we talked about before, once you start to see these times and these barriers change, it wasn't all that long ago when really not many women could go under 3 hours, and now, you're well under 250, for a lot of these races in the right climate. So watching her go here, Ai Ueda, she looks great on the bike, smooth. Now, you said it, small frame, powerful figure.
And you know what? I'm so impressed. Like, this is an Olympic distance human, right? That can just casually go then to the full distance. I mean, and I obviously I don't know that because I'm the opposite. I've done 2 Olympics in my life. Like, I don't even know that distance. I did the 2 I did. I had like 700 calories, and like the people I raced against had nothing. I was like, guys, where's your food?
That's right. What are you doing?
They were like, what are you doing? You don't need anything in a 2-hour whatever race. And I said, oh, okay. But yeah, she's just very versatile. I love that word today. It's just like she is, to be able to do this distance and be such a champion in the ITU, that type of Olympic distance is pretty amazing.
Correct. Yeah. Well, it's funny. I think back to some of the early days, early 2000s, the first ever Olympics for the sport of triathlon, and Joanna Zeiger, American athlete, took 4th place. Not only did you make me chuckle, she wore a fanny pack or a waist pouch, you would say, if you're in that race. But she also was still going top 10 in Kona. So each of those years in 99 and 2000, she was hitting top 10s in Kona, 6th place. So great stuff. But we're here with Sam Long, the man born and raised in Boulder, Colorado, training out of Tucson now. And he told us a little bit about how he was approaching this race. Let's hear from Sam Long earlier this week. Take a listen.
I say I'm going to be patient, but one thing to say it and it's another thing to do it. The slate is clean. 70.3 and Ironman are different. I'm actually not coming off 3 wins at Ironman, so I view it as a completely different thing. That way my mind is free of expectations and free of pressure. And as far as being the defending champ, I've erased that from my mind as well. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't view myself as the favorite for this race, so I'm going in as an underdog in my mind. After Ironman Arizona, right, a big faltering step last year. I have room to grow in Ironman. It's still a development stage for me in the full distance, and so therefore I'm not going into a full distance race like, oh, I need to win or I need to crush it. Like, I'm really just looking forward to have a step forward in the right direction. And I realized my fat burning is awful, right? And so I think I was looking at Ironmans like, I'll be as strong as whatever my strengths are, but in an Ironman you're only as strong as your weakest link, as your weakest physiological component, and that's my fat burning. And so I was just burning way too much carbs, and I was running out of glycogen by the end of the bike, if not by a few miles into the run. And so I've kind of revamped that and revamped my training and revamped my process to be more efficient at that. And so I went to the lab to confirm that, and I've gotten the results, and things are looking good. Or, yeah, they're at least looking much, much better than it was. I want to be good at the things that are difficult to me, right? I should just say, oh, I'm only going to pursue 70.3 and focus on that because I know I'm consistent. I line up on an Ironman start list and I don't know how it's going to go. Like, none of these last 3 70.3s, like, I haven't been scared on the start line. But like this one, I'm scared of the distance. I have respect for the day that's going to unfold. That's kind of respect that scares me too, but yeah.
Respect the distance. Yes, and he does just that, and he's scared of it. We all are scared of it. I'm still scared of it.
If you don't have a little fear, you're not paying attention.
That's right.
But don't let that fear slow you. Let it fuel you. So great stuff. We're with Sam Long. You heard the words there, and I have to say I really like that interview. I like one thing I really like. I'm not on a winning streak.
Right.
You're on a winning streak for 370.3s. Okay, if we're at the half right now, fine. But he's not. It's not the same. It indicates a good growth period because.
Right.
You watch this, like a guy like Lionel Sanders, very few Ironman wins, very many 70.3 wins. You can easily go down that track if you start to think your successes or start to kind of race them the same.
Right.
That low tire pressure, but that's a good example too. He's composed. So
he is composed.
He's not freaking out.
No, and even his partner Lara said that. And even we've watched him mature just as a human, as an athlete, and have this aura of calmness. And he's in that. He is sitting in that calmness right now because he's basically riding on the rim.
Yeah, right? I mean that's low, absolutely.
Right.
Notably low. And so I think the question is, and we did see this a couple years ago where he chose to ride it out, and that was the right decision that year. But really what you kind of want to know is, does it make better sense at some point to just take all in if you've got as long as there's sealant and you've got easy access to your inflatable. I mean, I don't know, maybe you guys don't carry that stuff, but if you have the ability to slow down quickly, jump off the bike, hit some air, you shouldn't, momentum notwithstanding, you shouldn't lose more than 90 seconds. And at the most, I mean, you 60.
At the most. Well, and that's for Sam Long, who's like a mechanic.
Yeah.
Even for me, I'm terrible mechanically, but I can slap some pit stop in there.
Correct.
I can even do that in maybe 45 seconds.
Correct.
So he will be a lot faster in that. Of course, I'm sitting here worried. I don't want him to crash because it's too low, especially going down. So he's thinking about it. I'm certain he's thinking about it, and he just needs to make that decision. Do I want to lose, a minute? And maybe he sees Chris pull over and do the same. So we just want the safety out there. So he'll make that decision. He's smart, he's calm right now, and he'll figure this out.
He'll figure it out. I know, that's right. And so will Chris. I think that those guys. What's interesting is these guys up the road, Justin Metzler, no idea what's going on, but doesn't matter because in the end you've got to kind of do your race.
Right.
You've got to just get after it, and I think that's what we're seeing here now.
And I love looking at Ironman racers like Justin. He barely looks like he's breathing and hurting, but yet he's going so many watts right now. And so, like, people would dream to go as hard as he's going and as amazing as he's doing right now, but he's making it look so smooth, keeping his breath down, you know, not huffing and puffing, not moving on his aero bars. I mean, really, that's fantastic.
It is fantastic. And now you've got the tech support, neutral tech support, very close to Sam, and they're exchanging words. The moto rider is looking down, telling him what he's got. And I think he's pointing up the road and saying, I might need something. He's pointed to Chris, and now we're going to watch the same neutral support. No, he's riding up the road, so maybe to find a spot to stop, get ready for that maybe exchange of wheels, which I wouldn't do. I would still probably go with
sealant.
What you're talking about, sealant.
Whether they're clincher or tubular. And maybe it's his opportunity to be like, okay, you ready for that, Chris? How are your tires? All right, let's do it together.
I mean, honestly, I like what you said there is why don't they say, hey, bro, let's do this together? Because there is 100% there's going to be strength in those two being together. Emotional strength, you know, everything. And so I think that that is something that we should definitely examine. It'd be fun to hear what words are coming across there from Sam Long at the moment.
Right. Once again, I want to be that drone flying over them, like me, physically be a drone, getting to hear all this like a little, you know, elf on their shoulder.
There you go. Yeah, that would be fun. Super fun. So.
And now Justin's out of the saddle, so they're on a climb. And, you know, like you said, they don't have any idea what's going on right behind them. And I haven't seen Justin look back once, so.
Yeah. Wow. Now he's up out of the saddle. He's got a bit of a gap here to Marquardt. Leiferman looked over the shoulders. He sees tech support on the side. He's out of the saddle. He says something to Sam. You could see kind of but does he stop? I think no. He continues on. Yes, indeed.
Sam's
Chris
stopping.
Leiferman is on. Sam Long on the side of the road, off the bike and ready. He's got to pump out. And so rather than mess around with the CO2, he's going to hit him up with some air, get to the exact pressure he wants. But again, that's a smart move because we know that with the CO2s and the inflators, it's more of a random. He can say exactly what he wants, and Sam's able to stretch and have the confidence that this is going to be better for me in the long run. It's closed up, and he's checking to see. So they're basically grabbing, obviously, a puncture there. So they've seen where the sealant is exiting, and they're getting to that spot right now. So that didn't go as smoothly quite as you want, but this mechanic knows exactly what to do. Shake the wheel and get the sealant so it will cover that and keep that. Now they go back to pumping it. This is as dramatic as we get. A quick pit stop here like NASCAR racing. Sam Long definitely got the heart rate up when he realized it didn't seal.
I mean, I'm stressed for them in the best way. Like this tech is doing such a great job. Sam's calm. I'm loving it all. I mean, this is every racer would get this luxury of having this neutral, like you said, tech support out there. So, I saw it just came out some sealant. Some sealant came out. So.
And again, this is what they're doing a great job because a little diligence here means you won't have to do this again. You can see it. You see it spray out. So this is a part where it's a big enough cut, and you can see that. It might actually, and you can see the cut now. But you might actually even say at this point, at what point do we decide to swap the wheel?
Okay,
he's going for it.
All right.
And also a good decision because like you've already committed to this stop. You're back on the road. Why at this point I'm just realizing I should have started my watch to time that. But a good call because if it goes down, then you swap the wheel. Now he still has what fits perfectly with his brakes, with his and what he's used to.
My heart rate might be higher than his right now, just because I feel for him. It's just so unlucky, but now he will ride faster, right, than having a very, very low tire pressure.
It was a good call, and here's the thing, too. You know, you said this. You're worried about him cornering. He's still got all the very fast downhill into town.
Correct.
He's still got all of the right, left turns through town. To have to run the risk or have to go slow through there, he's going to make up that time. It certainly will hurt when the next split pops up. But now he can ride with a little bit more abandon and say, let's get after this. Sam Long, a great call, and what you love to see here with our neutral support from Ironman, knowing what to do and doing it with precision. So great stuff.
Yes, that guy gets an A+ for that work, and now he can switch out the wheel if it happens again.
There you go. And we're still not sure because our crew has been chit-chatting with Sam, and Sam indicated what was going on. Chris Leiferman mum's the word. We'll know more. Stay with us.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
And we are here with Haley Chura. There's one thing we know for absolute certain. She's got full tire pressure in both wheels. When we can, you and I are sitting here having small aneurysms, small heart attacks while we watch. But the composure of Sam Long to do the right thing there, I think, incredible. The composure of this woman, too, because this is something you know a little bit about. Racing from the front, great swim, great bike, great run. How hard is it to shoulder that burden at the front of a race like this, Meredith? What's your perspective?
Well, it's kind of like, you know, she's the carrot, right? She's who everyone's chasing. And I even see Mel McQuaid's gained some time, a minute and a half here in these first 24 miles. But, like, it's hard. It is harder when you're out front. Like someone like Lauren Brandon and Lucy Charles, they're used to being out front there for so long. And it's just a matter of if they are wire to wire or when and if they even get caught. And so she's probably just trying to, you know, I don't know if I can't tell if she has her computer on or if she's like trying, you know, Ironman racing, we talked about in 70.3, you kind of just go for broke. And in Ironman racing, if you're at 70.3 watts, that you probably want to like monitor that and get back down to like a little bit more Ironman-y kind of like watt level. So maybe she's just trying to do her day, do her watts. If that shimmies her into, you know, T2 with a couple minutes lead, she did what she came out to do.
There you go. Okay, well said. Yeah, I think it's to be the chaser versus the chasee. I guess a lot of that comes down to what you're used to. So here we are with Ai Ueda. She's rolling along, has been passed by Mel McQuaid, but she's still holding on nicely in third. So Chura, McQuaid, Ueda, and Robertson pushing along in that top 4 for the women's race. But check this out. Our race weather presented by Roka. As of 8:13 a.m. local time, here about 2 minutes ago, it was 63 degrees, bright, clear skies. That's 17 Celsius for the rest of the world. Feels like 66. Feels like 62. Humidity levels dropping ever so slightly. But look at that. The wind, negligible, east-northeast at 2 kilometers an hour. It's negligible if you're sitting in the commentary booth. It's probably appreciable if you're on the bike. But it's still great. I mean, great weather.
Right. Honestly, perfect weather. Let's just be honest. You're in your 60s and the wind is minimal and you're not too hot, not too cold. That's a great day.
Yeah, it could already be 30 Celsius. It could be 85 degrees and climbing. We know this race at the end of June in Coeur d'Alene, they used to say, the local said, summer starts at the 4th of July, right? So sometimes summer comes a week early, which is now, and sometimes summer starts then. And I guess I say that because we have seen over the last 20 years either oppressive heat or perfect weather, and we're having perfect today.
Yes, I mean, that 100 plus a couple years ago, that was a lot, right? That was a lot. But 80, getting up to the high of 80, the amateur racers will have it a little hotter that second, you know, the 3 p.m. on, and a lot of the times in Coeur d'Alene, it does get warmer as right in the early evening hours. So the pros though should finish right when it gets too hot.
This is a long stretch, but this would I be correct in saying this was either your first or second pro race as an Ironman? Somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there. Yeah, I did it as an age grouper a bunch, and then it was interesting. You had to get redemption because I DNF St. George and Coeur d'Alene 6 weeks later, and then the following year came back to try to win both. It's like we do that as Ironman athletes, like redemption. You're only as good as your last race, right? And that's what they say. But I just loved it so much. It was like painful to have these be two of my 5 DNFs, right?
Shame. Yeah, well, bringing up some old history here as we come back to the current first place last year, Ironman Mont Tremblant up in Quebec, and then first place in Bariloche down in South America. How cool is that? Ironman 70.3 Bariloche, and then she won Ironman 70.3 Waco. So great results there for Haley. She's trying to get her 3rd Ironman title here today. and she looks to be on pace for it. Mel McQuaid has chiseled it down to 4:20 at the last time split. Also, take a peek, Jen Annett, she is erasing the deficit, but not by a lot.
And same goes for Jody Robertson. I have a feeling she'll catch eye here in in the next upcoming miles. And so, right, by the way, they still have got a long way to go. So I have a feeling Mel specifically is going to keep chipping away at that, and this is where she shines. So that's how I know she's going to keep going on for it.
That's right. And we're talking about a lot of these races as though you're super familiar with them. Some of you have done these races, but some of you are still looking for something else to come up. Well, I tell you what, on August 27th, you can experience stunning British Columbia at Ironman Canada Penticton. It's part of the VinFast Ironman North America series. Enjoy a swim course that was voted third best in North America. On the bike course, you'll take a stunning view of the Okanagan Valley, and you can register today at ironman.com/IMNorthAmerica. That's a race, Meredith, that I worked about 5 times and got to experience it from the ground, and really one of the most historic and beautiful areas. I never raced it, but it's still a favorite. It's just a beautiful community, a lot like Coeur d'Alene in the venue and the terrain.
I love Penticton so much. I'm so glad it's back.
Yes.
And August will be a great time of year in Penticton, British Columbia. I mean, it's fantastic. So I know a lot of people will go there. Just the scenery, the rolling hills, and the doesn't hurt that it's in wine country also. So it was a win-win for my husband and I, especially when we lived out in California. We could get there a little bit quickly, but it's worth the journey wherever you're coming from.
You get those fresh peaches that time of year. You get that wine. You also get to climb Richter Pass, one of the toughest climbs, and Yellow Lake, and one loop. There's not a lot of one loop courses out there still, which offers its own challenge, but it's a wonderful course that you should definitely go. I could talk about that race all day long. It's a great spot. But right here, how about this? Talk about this beautiful course. Ironman Coeur d'Alene, been a favorite since 2003 for a lot of athletes. Great timing here, end of June. Haley Chura said, hey, I didn't think I was done with Kona, but now that we have our own day, our own race, I'm back. I want to go.
No, and she wants to get there, and she will have a great day there. She does very well in the heat, too. And we know, like I said, she can run those low 3s or break 3 hours, and I love that. And what I also love is getting to see Mel McQuaid, 50 years old, young, crushing this bike course. And, she has a whole, Mel Rad Racing, and just brings a lot of positivity to her athletes and onto the race course. And I love that about her.
Oh, she's such a hoot. She's very real. She's always been someone that'll speak her mind.
Yes.
Which is I think unique and also fun, but a great Canadian, humble as well as most are. Look at all those thirds. Oh, third and a second. So last year at Ironman Wisconsin, she took third place. This is something worth noting, though. Now we've finally had our first shakeup. There's a couple cool things. Sam Long took a stop. And he's still at the same deficit, 344. He was 345 before the stop. Okay, so that's cool. He did not lose. He lost 3 seconds.
Okay.
He was riding faster. But so point is, that was a smart move. But you could speculate he would be with Chris Leiferman, who is now 209 down.
Right.
So the move was made. And I think that, it's an interesting little shakeup here. You kind of speculate, was Leiferman just riding with Sam, or did they push it and then Sam took that time out? Either way, I love the dynamics, and this is racing. Remember we talked about it?
Yes.
You can't control it. You get unlucky, or you get something that comes your way. You got to roll with it, change the plans, change the tactics.
You got to just control, right? What we always say, control what we can control. Expect the unexpected. That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
You never want to have to deal with it, but then that they're in it right now, they understand it. And I was impressed with Sam's calmness, because I was definitely had the heart rate highest I've seen all day.
Right, and you've watched this before.
Yes.
There are times when someone will lose absolute composure. They lose their biscuits.
Yes.
Be it a penalty, a flat, anything. Someone cuts you off. You do anything, golf course. If you lose it, you absolutely waste energy. 100% of you is going towards the wrong direction. Whereas Sam he almost chuckled about it. He almost had a little bit of a laugh, talked to the camera, jumped down and got serious. but it's a good attitude. The guy's 27 years old, and he's got 16 Ironman finishes.
I mean, impressive.
So he has experience.
He has
at his
experience.
youth.
I was just thinking he's kind of getting into veteran territory at 27 years old. It's really impressive, and he's changed even his partner Lara said that he's just changed, especially since they're expecting a baby boy here this summer. He's just changed his perspective on life, and it's kind of taken, she said, the pressure off the triathlon, and it's allowed him to have more fun. Like maybe the Sam, I don't know, 5 years ago would have freaked out on that situation, but the Sam now is like, I'm cool with it. I'm going with the flow. I have good perspective. I'm about to have a kid, and everything's cool, right? I'm cool. This is just a race. I'm going to get through it, and I'm going to do my best, right? And that's what he wants to teach his son.
There you go. And here we are with Haley Chura, bib number 30, racing for her third Ironman victory. This accomplished athlete races out of Montana, and she's comfortable up front. She's now holding a 4-minute and 20-second lead over Mel McQuaid, who's together with Jody Robertson and Jen Ennett, probably the biggest competition for her today. No disrespect, but those women are the ones that be breathing down her neck. Remember, 3 Kona slots on offer for these professional women, and all 3 of those names I just mentioned, they want that slot. So I mentioned 4 names. Either way, stick with us because we're going to be here for the remainder of this race, and we're going to pick up right where we left off after this quick break.
That's insane.
Haley Chura out of the saddle, cranking the pedals, ticking them over, and then seated on the drops. This is the story with Haley. She knows this course. She loves this course. She's won the Ironman 70.3 here twice, and she's in here trying to take out that full 140.6, get herself a Kona slot, get in there, earn a start on the VinFast Ironman World Championship start line. So a lot of exciting stuff here for Haley Chura. And you have to bet not only driving to the race is fun, but you can bring a bunch of people.
Yes.
I mean, everyone come in there. They say a couple hours drive down there and have some fun, watch you race.
Well, Haley's a person, too, that has just by nature, because of her personality, like a lot of friends. So and a lot of friends within the triathlon community, not to mention those 4 athletes she has that she coaches out there racing. And so that probably lifts her big time and motivates her to keep, forging on, because it's going to get hard. Once again, we're not in their heads right now. We know it's hard. We're only 30 miles into this bike ride. And so it's going to get hard, but you dig deep for some motivation to kind of keep going fast at the front here like she's doing, and she also doesn't know what's happening behind her, so she's just trying to, I'm sure maybe someone's out there getting splits, maybe not, she's not the type of racer that would ask for it or pay attention to that. She kind of just does what Haley can do, and that's go fast and just get it done. And like I said, she just needs to, I wouldn't be worried even if she came off a couple minutes behind, if, say, arbitrarily Mel caught her, because I know she can run very well, even coming off, winning the swim and being pretty far up on the bike. So I'm excited to see how it plays out.
And we're zooming in back on the tire of the wheel of the bike of Sam Long, and it does look like it's losing that air pressure again. And here's what kind of doesn't surprise me. We saw a slice. We saw a notable cut in that tire. We saw that it didn't look great. They did their best. I think next step needs to be, and you tell me what you think, is either the cumbersome new tire and keep your wheel, or go with the replacement, take the best they have, and hope they can get that in there, matching the the disc calipers and the brake calipers. And I think that's the move to make because this is costing him
100%. And at least I guess it's not the back tire.
Yeah.
And it's the front because those tend to be easier. As long as I would have done exactly what he did that first go, but if he needs to stop again and the neutral bike tech has that kind of setup for his bike, oh man, switch the wheel. That's no big deal. Let's do it and go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so he's thinking about it, but I mean, it didn't look as low as before. So that's promising.
You're right. It does look better. And I will say this. Again, we referenced this, but 2 years ago, he rode low pressure, and it didn't slow him down. He's a good bike handler.
Yes.
He knows how to keep the bike upright. He knows what to do if the pressure's low. So I can see the case for leaving it on as well, because also these wider tires, these tubeless tires, are designed a lot more effectively to handle low pressures and corner well. And so there could be a case for just, hey, ride it out.
Right.
We'll see.
Well, and also you see how he has pressure on his aero bars, right? And so, but he needs to take them off. That's going to be better for him to have that pressure. But because the way he drinks his water, he has to get up out of his aero bars to grab it, to drink it. So he, like you said, he's a great bike handler, but he'll have to be mindful of that.
Okay, yeah, and there it is. Some nice scenic shots there. The background, the pine trees and the plains here, beautiful Idaho. But a little while back, we saw Dylan Gillespie from the USA roll past Marquardt, roll past Metzler, say something, and get right up at the front of the race. If nothing else, this is a statement that, hey, I'm not here for a free ride.
Yeah.
I'm here to do some work.
Yep.
While I don't have the experience you may have, Justin, I definitely want to earn the respect and the street cred of getting out here, put my nose in the wind. So a well-played card there, I think, by Dylan Gillespie. And again, no passes forever when it's on the bike. Those long-lasting passes tend to happen on the run.
Well, and he deserved to sit, 12, 15 meters back because he pulled them the whole swim.
That's right.
So I give him massive kudos for getting out, for just regrouping and then still taking, getting ahead of the game now. And this guy's impressive. I mean, we forget he has done 3 70.3s already this year, Peru, St. George, most recently Boulder, and now he's doing an Ironman distance here. So I'm excited to see what he can do too. He's having a great go so far.
Yeah, that's right. Well said. And look, this is something I also thought interesting and great to see was the gap between each of these three riders.
Right.
Because no matter who you are, there's always a piece of you, if you're competing or watching, where you're thinking, those three are all together. There's an advantage. Well, yes, there's an advantage, but there is no draft. These guys had easily 20 meters, I think, between them. The long lens of the camera. I mean, we see it often look shorter. And so those three guys well spaced between Gillespie, Metzler, and Marquardt. So great stuff.
No, and we're seeing it, like you said, and it looks like Justin's going to pass again. And it's hard to pass a lot and repass because you kind of as you know, you only have 25 seconds, right? So you kind of have to hustle because they're so spread out. They're definitely more than 20 meters even. So it looks like Justin's going to say, nope, I'm going back to the front, please. I like it here.
As we talk about for a second, Justin's baby calf sleeves on there, which is something I hadn't seen yet, to talk about that. If you know the story, perhaps a little upper gastroc pain, I'm not sure. But we got to catch up with this young man earlier this week, and it's fun to hear what he thinks and how he is approaching today's race.
Every time I reflect back on what went well, what did I do great, a lot of my memories come from this place. So it's just really great to be back here. Yeah, I mean, definitely this has been a race that's been pretty much the focal point of my last year or so. It's been a goal of mine to win an Ironman pretty much my whole life, and I've been on the podium and I've been really close. We saw last year in Lake Placid, got really close, and won my 70.3 in Oregon last year, and so I feel like things are coming together, and then just had a pretty significant, probably my career worst injury in January, and so that was definitely a big bump in the road, but forced me to really focus on getting better in every facet of my game, and I'm just working on, trying to still stay true to my North Star, and that's this race here, and so it's been 2 years coming, but I'm looking forward to a big battle with the guys out there. You know, I came here sort of on a whim in 2021. It just sort of like randomly popped on my schedule that year, and then that race in 2021 was just formative for me on many levels. It opened up my eyes to what I could do at this distance. After that race in 2021, I don't know, I always wanted to come back here and win this race. It's going to be a big day, and just I feel ready for it. I feel good, and just going to give it what I got.
Well, there you heard it straight from Justin Metzler. Kind of happenstance he got here 2 years ago and learned that he could be competitive. And now, since that time almost, he's been focused on winning it. But a very vocal, from at least the first time I saw him on the scene, vocal about his future belief in himself, and it's cool to see the patience as the 30-year-old has just settled in and said over the last several years, let me grow into that space I want to be. Let me really just take my time and continue to learn the sport, have the coaches that can teach me. He's had some great coaches from Jesse Kropelnicki to Julie Dibbins to probably others I don't know, but anyway, learn the sport, grow through the sport, and now really a contender here for the win as much as Leiferman and Long and even, to be honest, Mark Quart. So a great show here and good composure in that, I think, pre-race interview, which can be unnerving in and of itself.
He was very modest in saying he came to win, right? He didn't, I mean, that's the mindset, of course, but like he's prepared to try to win, and he came to do that. And it's just about putting all those pieces of this Ironman puzzle together in 8, 7, whatever, sub 8, whatever it is, hours. And that's what he's thinking about.
Whatever crazy speed these guys are throwing down, right? It's hard to keep up. But no, you're right. And it's interesting as we watch. Justin gave sort of the reins there for a second to Gillespie. And then now I think at this point, 2.5 hours into the race, it's sort of short-lived. He knows, maybe we talked about it before, share the lead, don't have the ego, but you're starting to get to that point where you need to really be in the front if you're this guy to focus on what's right for you. The fueling, no distractions.
No distractions.
Nothing up the road. You, the power meter, the fuel, that's it.
Well, right, and it's stressful. You don't want to get a drafting penalty, so sometimes it's not by any means is it easier up front, but it is easier in terms of, like you said, not worrying about anyone else because no one's in front of you. You can put your head down, not worry about creeping into the 12-meter mark and thus getting a penalty. So he's probably of that, like, I don't want to deal with that. I'm just going to go out front. They're probably approaching a aid station soon, and that's really stressful when you're riding with 2 or 3 or 4 people. So, and it's easier to kind of grab fuel, and you don't worry about that as well. So he's probably thinking that as well.
Now, supposedly an expert and supposedly someone who studies everything, I should have known this, but something I just uncovered.
Yes.
Metzler referenced last year's Lake Placid, a close 4th place.
Yes.
So the winner of that race, Cody Beals. Then we had Michael Weiss, then Pamphile Perrine. So, but guess who was 4th place time-wise last year?
Who's that?
Not Justin Metzler. Matthew Marquardt as an age grouper.
As an age
Very
grouper.
Interesting
stat.
So just like, and this was something I didn't know. Like I said, I apologize for missing over this, but
that's awesome.
Last year, he had an 8:25:01 as an age grouper, the top age grouper in the 25:29. He did that with a 4:35 bike and a 2:51 run. So again, just educating myself even further, and those of you can come with me. Metzler did have a breakthrough race there and did come darn close, but and those aren't the same race. I mean, you know as well as I, the pro and the age group differ.
Sure.
However, time-wise, there you go. We shouldn't have been surprised when he came into Texas and took that 3rd in sprint.
No, and honestly, he's only going to get better and better, so that's kind of fun to see. And it'll be cool if he decides when he's done with med school, what if he took I don't know, to not have any of that. He could be even better, but he could be worse. Like you said,
Yeah.
he needs to have that
Yeah.
overflowing schedule. That's where he thrives.
You're exactly right. It's funny how a lot of these athletes, when they give up
Yep.
the anchor, they
Yep.
give up structure.
Yes.
They give up. So
Yes.
then suddenly you have all day
Yeah.
to swim, bike, run, gym, recover.
Yes.
You know, and what do? So rather than fitting in the quality and the stuff you need around a structure,
Right.
you just sort of faff around the day.
Right.
Right?
Faff. We all faff, don't we?
It's just if we could say that word 17 times today, we've done a good
I love
broadcast.
it. It's like it's literally our new word, Michael. But I agree. And so you just you have all this open time, and he might be like, well, what do I do now?
Yeah.
He likes to be busy, and so far so good. I
Yeah.
think for him, working.
Yeah, well,
on
it's
that.
working, absolutely. And let's watch him keep going. So, but right now, the man on the screen is the man of the day, Justin Metzler. He's pushing bib number 2, trying to jump up there and take the win. Second place in 2021 behind Sam Long. And he capitalized on the major meltdown in that heat of Lionel Sanders. And today, he's looking solid. Again, who can really say? 2 hours, 40 minutes in, 2 hours, 38.
Yeah.
We should all still look very solid.
We should. But I have a question for you. You know, you raced alongside your wife, both as pro triathletes for many years. Justin does the same with his wife, Jeannie. Were you always nervous? Were you nervous when, say, you weren't racing and maybe you were watching from the sides for Amanda? When she was
terrible.
out there. It's terrible. It's terrible.
It was the most. So yeah, racing with a spouse for
Yes.
me, honestly, it kept me in the sport, kept me motivated. It was the most wonderful thing. Except for on race day, because we often actually chose not to race the same races, specifically because I couldn't switch off my concern for her, worried, looking for her. And so that was something that we recognized after the fact. You look at really a lot of the husband wives, Tim and Rennie, Justin and Jeannie, and then there are more and more through Greg and Laura Bennett. There weren't many back then to kind of model from, but it's tough. And I think that these guys now, especially now, if he's coaching Jeannie, it really is important for them to compartmentalize and segment. So you don't, because who doesn't care about their spouse?
Oh, of course. And then it becomes
race day?
stressful for both of you, right?
Yeah. So, but nonetheless, it's a fun question. And we're going to come back to that as we say goodbye briefly to Sam Long on camera. Stay with us.
Full Gas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
There we are with the man who won in 2021, the American, the Boulderite, living in Tucson, training hard, racing even harder, Sam Long. He's probably wondering, hey, where would I be if I hadn't stopped for that inflate the tires? We sit here and say, hey, you made the right call. You would be probably even flatter at this point. But he's charging forward, trying to make up some lost time. The pressure looks a little low, but it's holding. So Sam Long racing just like he did 2 years ago. Subpar equipment conditions, but a great effort nonetheless.
And did you see the cameraman put on the speed? He's going, over 42 miles per hour. That's impressive. And he's in control. He looks fluid despite, I haven't seen him wiggle or slip, if you will, one time. So he has got it under control. And it's just a matter of, he's probably like, come on, stay with me, Tyre. Stay with me. Just hang on a little longer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, put the positive energy in there. Make sure that it does go the right direction. But I want to say this. We've been watching a few of these. Fighting Chance is the name of the series, and you guys can go check out the full episodes of these on the Facebook page and, of course, on YouTube. But a great way to get more insight into all of our players today across the board. It's such a fun and well put together series. So Fighting Chance, check it out. Our top pros and age group athletes get highlighted in there, and it's a great series. As we come back to one of our top pros, Chris Leiferman.
And it looks like at the 46 mile, 46.7, that he has caught that group. He's 7 seconds back from Justin. So he is, you know, getting in that group right now, and that's impressive.
It is, and I as impressive as it is, I am not surprised. This is a tactic that Chris relies on. He's very good on the bike.
Yep.
He understands that his cards must be played in a smart way across the bike and run.
Yep.
But now through that aid station, regrouping behind, up a nice hill, they may or may not know he's there.
Right.
Probably Mark Quart has sensed him.
Sensed his
but
vibe.
until the right moment when Chris makes his move to get to the front of the race,
Yep.
I think Metzler will still be flying a little bit ignorant here of this catch.
Yep.
But I also think that once he comes through, it's probably still going to be together for a while. This is not something I see
made
as
that 3 minutes 40 seconds up quick.
He did.
Literally quickly.
Yeah.
And so maybe he just time trialed to get to him, and now he's going to sit back a minute. It looks like he's regrouping, getting his nutrition, getting some hydration, perfect timing at an aid station, and now he can sit in for a little bit and then decide what to do.
Yeah, and this is a guy who has had a lot of ups and downs. He's been injured a lot throughout his career. He's been victorious a lot throughout his career. And so he understands and values when he's in a good place. Coming off a Boulder, he was buoyed by confidence. Very pleased with that race. We also got to catch up with him, and we'd love to share his Fighting Chance right now.
Is it true that one of the reasons why you wanted to become a pro is because you wanted to be the first wave to go off?
Do you know what? That's actually 100% the truth. When I did my first pro race with Xana was like, dude, they give you free entries. You can race for free if you're professional. But I just wanted to be in the elite wave because it was so bloody hot. Starting at an 8:30 wave, I wanted to start at 7, you know, and being able to race the cooler day. But I had initially planned to do Ironman Texas. Nice is in September this year, so it's just a little early qualification period to get into Worlds. I don't have a slot yet, so this is that opportunity to get a Nice slot, race well. It's a good payday. There's some good talent here, so it's, you know, a lot of boxes to tick. Racing Boulder 2 weeks ago and just pretty much chilled out since then, hanging with the family.
Speaking of family, some happy news just happened, 2 days ago?
Yeah, 2 days ago, June 21st, baby Levi Ray Leiferman was born. It gives me definitely more of an incentive to race well. Yeah, it's a little fire in the belly. It is kind of weird that I took off a day after she was born, but you know, she's got a whole life ahead of her, and this is what I do. And so I had to come and get the race in and get the work done.
Wonderful overhead shots and a wonderful taste of Chris Leiferman's personality, a very genuine individual and an individual that has a lot of crowd support and fan support. I think you get what you get with him, right? It's the real deal. This guy, he's a hard worker. It's great that his video was titled "Get to Work." He's a worker. He's a workhorse. Came from the Midwest, raised with 3 brothers. You know, imagine 4 boys rolling around, wrestling each other, beating each other up. That's what he came from, and just really thrives on the hard work and puts it in, and then comes out here and tries to deliver. I think he's had, as we said before, some ups and downs. He has had some health problems. He's had some injuries, but it doesn't stop him. It doesn't derail him from what he wants to do and what he wants to be in the sport, and that's what you're seeing here as he has a few words with the camera. But in the end, this guy, he's definitely a favorite. If he can get past kind of the excitement of a new baby at home and the travel and get here off some rocky couple months, then I think he's going to crush it. I think this guy's a shot to win.
I agree. You know, and it was funny. I did say, since you became a dad, is there like anything, I don't know, crazy that changed your approach to racing? And he goes, you know what? I was packing for this race, and I can relate to this too. I didn't even know what I was doing. I wasn't stressed. I felt like I was packing for, like, I don't know, a training camp. There were so many things going on with he and his wife, and expecting the new baby, that the racing was just like far in the background. So I appreciated that answer, and you spoke to his hard work, and like he just said in his AFC, like, he's there to work, and that's what he said. He's like, I just want my kids to know that their dad was a professional triathlete who worked hard, gave it his all, and then made plenty of friends along the way and saw cool places. And he's in a cool place now at day 3 of baby Levi's life.
There you go. Yeah, that's it. Well said. I think those are the takeaways. Once you're removed from the sport, the memory is the hard work you did and the friendships you forged, and other stuff along the way, less relevant in the rearview mirror. But take a look at this. We now have another change on the women's race, right side of your screen. Chura still in front by 4:35. She's put time on McQuaid. McQuaid still in second. Robertson now in third, having passed Ueda. And so we are looking at a little bit of a tightening of the ship up there, where Meredith, I'd love to just kind of come back to this. You were spot on. Chris made up that time, and then he just sat in. He's now fourth wheel, legally so, just biding his time. The question is, does he get on by? Does he need to? And the answer appears every time it appears he's about to make a move to pass. But Sam Long making one more stop here to this time take off the wheel. And I love how prepared tech support was. That's probably what Chris asked. Hey, is that for Sam? And they are not going to give him a wheel. They are changing the wheel. So should have started the clock, but I'm too slow in the game. You got the clock?
I got the clock. I have got the clock. Just
here, let's
listen.
And this is how it's done, folks. Let all the air out. Then he's going to need one tire lever to start it out. This tire is going to be off. Lickety split. Brand new tire, some sealant. Got to take that valve. But folks, this is the drama. This guy's done this more than half a dozen times in his life. And he's putting it, he's putting a tube in. That's obviously the way to go. Keep his same tire. He's already got it queued up with the long valve stem. And so now we can dial in the exact pressure. Irrelevant here whether or not that tire has a cut at this point, as long as the debris has been cleared. But this guy, man, get his name, get his number, and in the end, send him a 6-pack or 12.
I am so impressed. I mean, and Sam, cool as a cat. I mean, just like, he has this neutral help. It's amazing, and it's gonna be fine. But man, I'm stressed. In the best way. Like, this is work at its finest right here.
Thank you so much for getting that timer on, because folks, anyone who's out there saying, when my race is over because of a flat, this is going to be back on the road right at 2 minutes by the time he gets that wheel put in. Maybe, still under 3. So not something that you want to spend your time doing, but it's not the end of the race. So kudos to this crew, and a brilliant, brilliant display of tech support. He's not going to throw it on until he checks to make sure that tire rim is seated into the rim. Sorry, the tire bead is seated in the rim. Sam's already on the bike, and he's going to lift it up and get it ready. This is flawless pit stop, and the wheel's about to go on.
This is
Sam's ready.
Amazing. I couldn't love this more in terms of, I don't love that it's happening to Sam, but just to get it done, this amazing mechanic made it happen, had everything teed up. This neutral support for everyone that can have it if needed is really great. Ironman, good work. And this hire, I like this guy.
I love him. Spin the wheel. He didn't even need to. And a push off.
I love it.
This was brilliant. Textbook 2:05 was the total time. I saw your clock running. Thank you for the split. And Sam is back in, catching some folks that caught and passed him. But I tell you what, this is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get splits once they cross the next line. But that was pure brilliance. It looks like Adam Fay, Igor Amarelli, Trip Hipple are the ones that came through in that 4 minutes and 44 minutes and 52 second group. So fantastic display of neutral tech support. As you said, available for anyone from Sam Long all the way back to the 17-hour finishers at the back. I couldn't be more impressed or proud of that, of both of those guys managing that
Yes, and you know what? He and his partner Lara said it best. Like he really is passionate about this sport, so he doesn't let little hiccups like that, even though it feels like the biggest blip in this scenario. He didn't let that ruffle his feathers. Maybe internally he is, but he was cool as a cucumber. I was impressed.
Cool as a cucumber in a bowl of hot sauce.
That too.
There we go.
Yes.
So I have to credit the Beastie Boys for that one. I stole that line from them. But here we go. Sam Long, he's at the back of this 3-person group. Kind of cool as well that he can get in and sort of feel a little bit of a rhythm of the race. So another little benefit there as we come back to the front pack. These are the 4 at the front of the race. These guys are coming inbound. So you'll notice the age group traffic on the left side of your screen. Those are outbound, southbound traffic. These professional men are completing the first loop of 2 in their right side of the road, rolling northbound into Coeur d'Alene. Chris, having eliminated that gap, now not needing to do anything else. And I have to say, what a tactic. Because now you're there and you still have the entire second loop plus to get yourself wherever you want to be.
Wherever.
It may be here. It may be up the road.
He's in a great position now. He's just going to, I would sit there for a little bit because he definitely had to go a little faster in that last bit to catch this front group. So I'm impressed.
Well, and we'll talk about it this way. He has everyone. So 3 of these guys have incredible run splits on, but he still has the fastest to his credit. So let's keep that in mind as we come back from this quick break. And we're on the road here with Haley Chura, cranking it out through the beautiful countryside here of northern Idaho. And this Haley Chura racing for one of 3 Ironman World Championship slots. She wants to get over there to the start line of the VinFast Ironman World Championship, Kona, October 14th of this year. A Saturday as always. But I tell you what, looking at the VinFast performance analysis, we're expecting to see her roll through at 3:01 for the next time split, and she's racing along, well, through her last segment at 20.99 miles per hour. My speculation is that has a lot of uphill, knowing the overall speeds these women will push throughout the averages, I should say. But 20.99, that's your VinFast performance analysis. She looks good.
She looks good. And, you know, here we are at almost 3 hours in. She's probably starting to get hungry, so I see her chomping on some stuff. Good on you, Haley. Keep that up. Hydration, nutrition all day long. But, yeah, this is about the time where your breakfast has run out, okay? Where you probably had that now 5 hours ago. You get hungry. So it's interesting, too, to see what people choose, like to chomp on stuff, eat a sandwich, have a banana, whatever it is. And so she's getting her K-Cals in.
One of the super cool things, too, about that, since you mentioned breakfast probably in the 4 a.m., here in Coeur d'Alene, just after the summer solstice, you have so much daylight. So a little known fact, if you're racing at the front of the race or the end of the race, there's benefit of signing up here because the sun's up at like 4:15. The sun goes down, 4:30. The sun goes down. It's daylight till like 10, 11 o'clock almost. So you you have 2.5 hours of sort of nighttime finishes, which is notable over a lot of races around the world.
Absolutely. So like at 10 p.m. you could feel like you finished at 5.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. Yes, indeed. So, hey, not that you and I have ever done that for a while.
Yeah,
the long walk in.
Yes, the long walk in.
Anyway, back to the race. Haley Chura, she's here representing Bozeman, Montana. I did a little research earlier. I said a couple hours drive, but to correct myself, it's a 5-hour drive from Bozeman on down to Coeur d'Alene. Bozeman, a great, great town, sits a bit above 5,000 feet of elevation, and it is there, the home of Montana State University. So you may be thinking, if you're not familiar with Montana, there's Missoula, where University of Montana is. That's also a hotbed of triathlon, and the Stampede Tri Club is there. But Montana, rich with triathlon history, and despite the fact that they only have about a day of summer.
Right.
3 days of summer.
Well, she probably feels kind of at home just because the scenic view of Montana and Coeur d'Alene, quite similar, beautiful, green, all the good things. I did want to say and let the broadcast know that our amazing Ironman Mont Tremblant 70.3 today, it was canceled, unfortunately, due to air quality. Poor quality from the forest fires, and I'm sure the race, or I know the race rather, had to make that difficult decision just to keep everybody, keep your lungs safe, keep everything together. So we're sorry to hear about that cancellation, but we know it was the right call, and it will still, it's going to be there again. I'll be there in August, and hopefully everyone's safe with the fires going on, the forest fires around there.
You know, exactly. And I think everybody knows, anyone that's ever been in the line of fire, either close to it or hundreds of miles away, that air quality is really bad, and it is not safe to be out there working at any effort, much less 70.3 effort. So thanks for that information. And I'm thinking some of you guys are queued up for Ironman Mont Tremblant like you in August, but others might be looking for a great race. Well, I tell you what, on August 6th, Ironman Kalmar in beautiful Sweden is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Experience one of the loudest and most festive events on the Ironman circuit, a race that draws its energy from the host city and its people, volunteers, and neighborhoods hosting all-day parties in your honor. Ironman Kalmar Sweden was awarded as most recommended and best post race in the 2022 Ironman Global Athletes Choice Awards. Come join the party. Register ironman.com/IMEurope.
I love it. That looks like a great race as well.
Yeah.
See,
what
so
are we
many
doing?
good races.
So many and good excuses. Back to you know what you said with Chris. Traveling around the world, so you get to cool spots when you race the Ironman circuit.
And what I love is their spots. I always say this about Taupo, New Zealand. Honestly, if it weren't for Ironman, I would never know about a small little lake town in North Island of New Zealand. Like, things like that are so cool.
Back here with Mel McQuaid, a British Columbia athlete, has traveled the world across all distances, and now, as you say, either 50 or approaching 50 this year, racing extremely well. Front of the race, I mean, 4 minutes 35 seconds back from Haley Chura, and so powerful, putting time into the others. Robertson in third place, Ueda in fourth, Ennett in fifth.
Yes.
And then still quite a bit of racing to be done. So it's exciting to see this athlete continue to evolve.
It is. And I love, like I said 100 times, I love her goals, but I also know that she's trying to optimize, like, things to be competitive well past when, and she said this before, well past when others think she couldn't. And I think that motivates her, you know. And she did turn 50 in May.
Yeah.
And so she always says that she's trying to optimize that. She wants to still be competitive in her 50s, much like DDG, you know, and she wants to continue to learn. And that's what I like inside of the sport. And just that helps her become a better athlete, but also a better coach.
Well said, and super inspirational, because it is kind of, you've got to kind of keep an eye on what people say, even though you're internally motivated or driven. And it is something where a lot of times you get a little extra power in those low moments, or those times when someone said, oh, a person said I couldn't, and I will, and I am. So that's a cool perspective as we follow behind Melrad Racing here. And she's, she looks fantastic. I think interesting enough, we sort of get that camera directly behind her, but it does almost look like she's a little cockeyed on the saddle there, with that left knee real close to the top tube and the right knee a little bit further out. Always kind of addresses the mechanical intricacies, not always inefficiencies, but certainly intricacies of an athlete on a bike. But how are you going to be critical of someone as strong as she is and as accomplished as Mel McQuaid?
No, and I wouldn't put it past her to be like, you know what, I like sitting on the left side of my saddle, because she knows like what works for her and what works for her knee. I've raced with her before when she's had like a broken foot and ankle, and she's done it, and she's done it with gusto. So I love to watch Mel race, and I can't wait to see what she continues to do on this bike.
Right on. As we come back here on the road, and we're getting a nice look down the road at big gap there. and we're trying to dial in and figure out where we are exactly on the course. But we do know we're northbound heading back to town, and this is the group of athletes that Sam Long caught. So we referenced that before, being Faye, Amarelli, and Hipple. So he's in that chase now.
Yes.
Actually, I guess been a different chase now than he was before.
Yeah, and it's hard. No matter how you cut it, it's hard to stop when you're in the groove, even if it's for just 2 minutes. I mean, you know, your legs have been pedaling for 2+ hours, so it's like it's hard to stop and get the momentum back. So he's probably focusing on like the hydration and nutrition component, so he can like get past that and get back to like getting to the front of the race.
I think you're exactly right. You anything to distract yourself from the coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Right.
At this point, though, how great that we know he has a tube in his tire.
I'm more relaxed knowing that he won't crash, even though he wouldn't have crashed. I just mean like you know,
you're
going
right.
down hills and such.
Yeah.
So that makes me feel more comfortable. Not that it's about me. I'm just for his sake.
We want you comfortable
yeah,
here,
right?
though, I do say.
No.
Yeah, if we could get some hyper ice recovery tools on set immediately. Keep
someone
ourselves,
provide? Yes, perfect.
But in the meantime, Sam Long just kind of comfortable and happy to take the second wheel at the moment. We do know that he is going to get himself eventually back into kind of what was or is his pace. Whether or not that relates to the guy in front of him, we'll find out. So either way, here it is. Sam Long kind of trying to come in here as the defending champion from 2 years ago. He's the last guy to win a professional race here. So let's just see if he can kind of shoulder that burden, use it as maybe some extra motivation to get himself in front of Leiferman and Marquardt and, of course, Metzler and Gillespie.
And I think right now he told me this is what motivates him the most is getting to Lara at the finish line. And like that's probably exactly what he's thinking about right now, because she made a joke, you know, like, hey, you can definitely say he's trying to get to the finish line and go faster because his you know, pregnant, hungry lady is waiting for him. So like she made a funny joke on that, and it's true. So he's probably keeping his cool. That's motivating him, and he will get to her at that finish line before we know it.
Coming back into town here as we close out lap 1 of 2. A little shakeup. I can see Leiferman in front, Marquardt in second, and then you've got Metzler in yellow with Gillespie in fourth wheel. Leiferman did wait, and he stamped his authority as they rolled through, and here's how we know that. His red just a little bit darker than the red of Marquardt, but exciting stuff, and they're going to roll through town, zigzag through town, and get the opportunity to have the screams and support of all of downtown Coeur d'Alene and our Ironman community. Almost there, Meredith, as you know, a slight downhill before they hang a hard right.
Yes, and they're doing it. I'm still very impressed with Dylan. He's hanging in there at the front group, and you know, I think this distance is not quite a known for him. So I admire that he's, you know, biding his times, trying to stay up there with the front group, and he's doing it.
Wow. There we are. Yeah, you're exactly right as we're coming in here. And got to keep your head up through this position. Obviously, it's important certainly to have your aerodynamics and your head down to some extent, but these courses are closed. This is where you really want to be vigilant as an athlete, take care of yourself and others around you. Leiferman cornered that one as though on rails, fast as he can be up, managing that tri-bike through the turn. And then again, outbound athletes on the other side of the road, those folks just at the start of their 112-mile journey, because they are kind of coming back from that first turnaround. The pros here are ripping it, and this is something that they do not want to mess around. They want to maximize every second, every minute. They want to stay in front of our pre-race favorite, Sam Long. Word coming from our spotters that we hate to share with you is that we hear Sam Long struggling, perhaps has another flat. So he's barking, and he's obviously lost some ground. He's yelling back, hey, where's my guy? I've got another flat tire, which the thing that tells me is that tire had the debris in it still. If it's the same, if it's the front wheel, which it looks like it is, that debris that cut through his tire is still in the tire, and with the tube in there, the tube punctured nonetheless. So he's waving some athletes through, and he needs to get word to the tech support. This is a section, obviously, you have to be super careful with the width as we have inbound, outbound cyclists and tech support in here. This is a moment to get through. This is crossing the, again, lake / river here. Like, this is the junction point. It's still, this is still lake,
Right.
but it's right before you get to the river on the left side of your screenshot there. So once they get through this safely, we can address the tech support needs that he's going to have to require.
I think he's accepted that he's having some adversity out there. I mean, sometimes you just have to retreat, that it's just happening.
Yeah.
And you're going to get through it. And that's why I admire this resilience of staying calm. And, you know, maybe he's nicely barking like, all right, when I get up here, I'm going to need to pull over and get this sorted.
Yes.
So I do admire that. And he's just retreated the fact that, all right. And that makes you, I promise you, in his next race, when there's zero trouble, zero adversity, no race is perfect, like, he's going to think about this moment right now. And wow, it was a lot easier when I didn't have to stop, you know, every so often to get my, you know, wheels and tires fixed. So.
Yeah, look how slow he had to go around that turn and up out of the air bars. It is what it is, and we've seen him roll with it before. You can see that top 4 has gone all through the 90K split, and Sam Long coasting through this section. I think that, again, speaking to the significant other waiting and wondering, and get word to Laura that she's that her guy is the reason he's not with that front pack is due to tech problems, not anything else. So there's still a fighting chance here that he can get back in and podium this race. Although with every pedal stroke, it starts to slip further and further away.
Of course.
I don't bet against this guy, though.
Never.
Not with his tenacity.
Not with his exact word I was going to use, his tenacity and willingness to persevere and kind of triumph through this adversity he's navigating through. So we'll see. Like, he's obviously being gingerly because he doesn't want to crash either.
No.
And sometimes the worst crashes are when you're, you know, just going a little easier because it's your like body weight and such. So
that's completely flat.
I think he probably needs to pull over and get that sorted again.
The nice thing here is as slowly as he's going forward, he's still going forward, waiting for the tech support. Here's a question that I still have is why don't these pros carry spares? Because I think at this point, obviously, if the tire is proven to be the problem, so likely debris in there. But ultimately, I get it. We have incredible tech support, but to have that second and third chance, you just a tube under the saddle, a CO2. You could be more diligent there, comb through. I mean, run the fingers through the tire. If with speed we miss that step on the last tech support, you go through a little bit more carefully. This guy's race is not over.
Nope.
Still cash to be won, still glory to be had. So stay with us as we continue to fight this battle with Sam Long here in Coeur d'Alene, because we will be right back.
We are back, and we are watching Sam. He's walking it in. I don't know, obviously, what he's decided to do yet. It's probably super frustrating and unlucky and unfair, as we know. We'll see what he decides to do. He's back near transition and everything, so I don't know. He might decide this is right as pros. We never know, like, what is the right decision. Do I believe he can finish what he started and get this fixed? Sure. But it's a matter of, does he want to go through the next X amount of time if his wheels and tires aren't right? So we'll see here momentarily what he decides to do. He, like I said, may just be calling it, and maybe he'll go and decide to do another race here in a few weeks, a week later, or whatnot.
Yes, walking off the course there to get into transition, this race is done. He would have stayed on course if he was going to get a change or do that. It's forward progress is lost, forward progress is done. He's handing it in, and I don't question the decision. I mean, you've got to do what's right for you in the moment. But he's going to get in there, grab his stuff, and officially drop it. The hard thing here is that. I mean, we've all been there, right? Everybody invests a lot of time, money, energy, travel, everything into this race. And the decision is probably going on in his head for the last hour and a half. And I think that realistically,
Nothing I can do though. I mean, I kept fighting as much as I could, I feel like, so you did. That's what it is. Oh, dang it.
I know it.
Well, thanks guys. Thanks for being out there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Good seeing you, brother.
Thank you.
Good effort, man.
Okay? I'm okay.
So as we look at that, you can hear him. Hey, I wanted to keep going. I wanted to keep doing it. And I think that at some point you sort of resolve to, I came here to win. I came here to do this, that, and the other. If those goals start to slip, you can't make new ones. You make the decision that's best for you in the moment.
Right.
We could all criticize and judge that. But his decision is his decision. So he's going to live with that, the sting of it, the benefit of it, or the detriment of it for a while. So moving on, we want to talk to you here quickly about the race weather, and it is climbing gradually, but this presented to you by Roca. We're at 67 degrees, just at 20 Celsius. Clear skies. Feels pretty nice out there, but these three men who are racing along under those beautiful sunny skies still don't know that Sam Long is out, but we're looking at Leiferman, Farquhar, Metzler, and Gillespie. All four have the race in their hands. It's going to be unlikely, but possible for Adam Fay, Trip Hipple, Igor Amarelli, Matt Russell. Just when I said that, they're still within the race. Every one of those times, those guys could still run through to the podium or better. But I will say that these four men have the race kind of secured here for a good part of the next loop.
Well, and it's within 8 minutes.
Yeah.
That's not
super
very
close.
much
4
in
minutes,
this distance, right? Well, right up to the top 9,
correct.
right? That's amazing. And too, with Sam, the universe works in mysterious ways. Like, he's probably doing the math, and he'll go talk to Lara. Okay, you're 33 weeks pregnant? Okay, so I could maybe slip in Placid. Right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so that'll be perfect, and then I'll, maybe pull a Leiferman and just get it done, And it's okay that sometimes we have to pivot, right? And so he's gonna pivot, and what I really like there that I just had to be sure to comment on is his gratitude towards other people. I mean, he might be in a bad mood later, but in that crucial moment, he thanked the people. He, didn't pout off like a little schoolboy, and I appreciated that.
100% with you. He didn't throw anything. He didn't yell anything. He can do that later. Right now is the time to say thank you. Because those guys are invested. They're volunteers, by the way, and they're out there. They're invested. They did their best to keep you in the game, and he gives them that back and said, you guys, I wanted to stay in it. Thank you.
Yes.
This was awesome. Hey, let me move on. And no harm, no foul. He'll live to fight another day. We know that about Sam. We saw that with his penalty last year. We saw that with everything that he's overcome in his really now decade in the sport all of a sudden, right? The guy came in 18 years old, and we started seeing him on the big picture.
Which is amazing. I wouldn't put it past him to get back out there with Lara, who's there, and cheer for his colleagues.
That's
I
right.
bet he'll be out there.
Yeah, 100%. And the guy really is genuine. I mean, I think that he polarizes a bit our crowd because he's outspoken. But to me, I love that. I really do enjoy the character, the voice, the attitude, because we don't have that with everyone, and we need that in our sport. A little bit of vibrancy, a little bit of enthusiasm. So he's not coming in here saying something bland. So he's gained a lot of followers, and he gives them access. So great stuff for Sam Long. I mean, sorry for Sam Long, but great to have this superstar in our sport.
Agreed. And now these guys, they don't even know what's happening, and they're just going to do their thing.
They're
right?
doing their thing, and here we are with Leiferman in front of Marquardt, in front of Metzler and Gillespie. But how did they get to this point? Already 100K in. Well, I'll take you back to the beginning of the Full Gas bike course. This was at the outset in Coeur d'Alene. Right away, our swim leader jumped onto that Morton Arch. Dylan Gillespie from USA, he's going for really his first pro Ironman. He took the lead for a little while before Metzler powered through, took a little bit of that ownership of the lead. On the women's side, it was all Haley Chura. It still continues all Haley Chura, but she did manage to get out of the water first with a big lead and take off in front of everyone. The news of the day was Sam Long had a slow leak. He rode along with Leiferman until he finally had to stop and get it changed. But Metzler, Marquardt, and Gillespie kept that front-running threesome alive for a long, long time, all the way until they got caught up. We'll see that in a minute. But through the town, we saw Mel McQuaid roll from a few spots back into that second position. Here we are on the road on the way out. Leiferman and Long pushing along, both looking to have low tires. Chris hasn't had a problem, so perhaps his just is a trick of the eye.
Yes.
He's actually riding along appropriately. Ai Ueda from Japan bounced herself back from second to third to fourth place, still very much in contention. And this was the moment of brilliance, Meredith, when we saw that unfortunate and massive cut tire promptly changed by our brilliant tech support. Back on the road for a little while before the tube failed as well, and Sam Long had to surrender to too many mechanicals to overcome. But back at the front of the race, still very dynamic as our top four, while together, worked against each other to some extent. Metzler, intent to come in here and prove that he can win an Ironman, got to the front once again. And this was the moment we talked about where stop number 2, Sam Long said, okay, get a tube in there because what we did before didn't hold. He tried a little bit longer before he had to surrender one more time to slow leak on the front wheel. Coming into town, the foursome now, Leiferman in front, Marquardt in second, Metzler in third, and Gillespie rounding out that top 4+ minutes ahead of the other chasers. And this was the shot we last saw at the close of 90Ks, Sam Long pulling out.
And there's Haley still going strong at the front of the race. She hasn't, you know what's so great too for her is that lead to Mel McQuaid has not shifted. It's been around the 420 to 430 mark. So she's holding her own out front. And we're only, 50 miles in, give or take. So I think that's setting up her for success for the run.
I totally agree. Wow, what a well said. And I think we're going to be a broken record when it comes to this bike race. Very smart, very pragmatic, very solid racing from Haley Chura. Again, those of you tuning in, we are on a recap here. We just came off a recap. We're actually just, you could be mistaken here if you said this is recap or this is current because it's the exact same thing. Haley Chura at the front of the race, powering along in what looks to be a flawless position and executing. Isn't she just fueling right on target, pacing and cadence all look to be on target early on in this race.
And her cadence is so good, easy, smooth. Her head is in great position. You know, she doesn't go for the overly aero position. She's still aero, but she's comfortable. She goes for the, I don't need to have my head all the way down or my back. She's perfectly positioned, and like, that's going to get her where she needs to be. And so I love seeing it. And I mean, her cadence is right now because it is going fast, and she's going to climb up any future hill she has. She's probably on a little bit of a decline where she doesn't need to like stop pedaling or anything. This is like the good decline. This is what you want from about mile 100 to 112.
You said it. You said it. Yes.
Right. And so I'm happy for her. And I'm also happy for the other ladies that are trickling right there too. Again, I mean, Jen Annet's caught up a little bit, made up a minute. She's at the 12:45 back, and I think she'll catch I here before we know it. And then Jody Robertson, woof, she's gonna get there. I mean, she's already gone to a podium position, and honestly, her run is where she really shines as well. So I'm pumped for this marathon before we know it.
Well said. Haley Chura, just if you kind of dig back, I'm trying to even think when it was, but as an age grouper, we saw her hit the scene with that wicked swim and just really evolving. And we talked about it earlier in the times where she took a little bit of a step back to really work on her run and run those exceptional marathon times. I mean, just kind of a fun journey. And I think it's also cool to see because, as you know, once you're 6, 8, 10, 12 years of racing at this level, you start to say, well, what can I find to continue to light the fire for a new challenge? And she said it, hey, wait a minute. I've never been to Kona as the only focus, right? The women. And so newly recharged to get out there and give that a go. So really fun to see the ups and downs, not necessarily downs, but the evolution and the ebbs and flows of her career.
And she's going to keep chipping away at it because she, after Kona, she might be like, well, actually, now I want to go to the new venue for the women in 2024. So I think that can be a good, cool goal then when that time arises. And look, as Ironman racers, as you know, we're always like looking for that next goal that helps motivate us day in and day out. And so I know that's what we're all searching for so that we can have our time.
There you go. I think the essence of it, and speak to me if I'm wrong here, but the challenge, you always, once you've done an Ironman, you've gone super fast, or you've won one, or you've been to Kona, you've done a top 10, or you've won the race. I mean, speaking to everyone, the challenge, what's the new challenge? A better time, a better destination, better experience. But the challenge is what I think any Ironman athlete has at some core or some essence is, I want something hard. I want to see, can I do it?
Well, no, and it's awesome to see different venues too, but whether it's a so-called easier Ironman or a harder Ironman, at the end of the day, an Ironman's an Ironman. I don't care if it's 100% flat or has, like this race, 7,000 feet of climbing. It's still going to leave a mark, right? So,
hey, even the ones that are short.
Let's be honest.
They're still hard because you're still going really fast for a pretty darn long time. So,
and that's why we sign up, Michael.
That's why
we want the challenge. We want to prevail through the challenge. And, it's fun. It's most fun when you're going through the finish line, right? And it's over. It's most fun when it's over because you've accomplished what you set out to.
There you go. It is. And it's kind of cool. Here we are with Mel McQuaid out of Canada, bib number 33. And you got to talk a little bit about the nice rhythm here that she has in the upper body and the side to side. This, you kind of brings it up. You see some folks, and right away comes to mind is like a Paula Finlay where she's rocks, just still and rock solid on the bike. The difference and advantage or disadvantage, you're talking to Dee Dee, she's going to say, no, I like the movement. I like the rhythm. I like a little side to side of the shoulders, a little, move the body, move the head over the pistons. And then there's just that, well, is it lost energy? Is it inefficient? What do you think when you watch someone like Mel, a little bit more upper body or side to side?
Yes, I'm okay with it, let me tell you, because that gal is fast and technical and she knows what she's doing out there. And I literally could watch her ride. I brag about her all the time just because I've seen her corner so gracefully. And she knows, like I said, I see the tilt as well, but I think she knows about the tilt and she's cognizant of it. And so she knows what works on her saddle length and everything. And I bet she notices, which is something I wouldn't notice if it's a millimeter off.
I bet you're right. We'll be back in 1 millimeter.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
Back on the road here in Coeur d'Alene, and now we have Justin Metzler up out of the saddle on one of our 4 climbs on this original out and back segment here. This is, again, Justin Metzler from the USA, training in Boulder, Colorado. He's in front of Chris Leiferman, who's in front of Matt Marquardt, who is also in front of Dylan Gillespie. last time check, we had those 5 still together. Let me say this. Dylan Gillespie.
I'm impressed.
Right?
Right?
Did not come onto our pre-race favorites.
No.
Did not come into our chit-chat pre-race. Did not come into the write-ups. You know, I'm calling out Chris Leiferman. I said, I think that guy's going to win it. Then I see he had a baby, and I think, well, that's either going to work in his favor or against.
Right.
But I didn't talk about Gillespie, and I just want to say a little bit more about him later. Right now, we are watching Justin Metzler at the front of this race. Really, this is a powerful man. Look at him. VinFast Performance Analysis had him at 27.31 miles per hour at the last split. Average speed of 27. Run the math, folks. And that was 3:37 is when we think he'll come to the next. And I'm totally wrong. We're out there. Yeah, we are out there on that out and back section, but we're not on the uphill anymore. We are cranking it downhill.
Cranking down here. And now he's going to run into other riders, and
hopefully
he'll just have to. No, not literally. Sorry. Run, not physically. Just he'll see them, pass them gracefully like he just did, and your head's going to have to be up more, right? And a lot of times when you don't have that maybe the first loop or whatever, you are able to kind of put your head down a little more, especially on lovely smooth surfaces like this. But now he's just got to check that out. And so will Haley now here as she's turning. And that sets everybody up for success safely.
Yes, and well said. And just kind of joking around here a little bit, keep it light. But I know Haley Chura, who's on the outbound here this is heading through town. She's going to do that original out and back. So she's completed 90 Ks. She's going to do the next round where you were speaking very nicely about Justin Metzler. He's going to have to, what he's going to do is he's going to have to open the focus, right? So now keep that focus on yourself. Be aware, be heads up, as you always have to be. I think a lot of us, and I just bring this up at athlete briefings when I'm at a race or, you know, back in the day when I was coaching athletes, you have to get in race mode, but you have to also remember what you do in training. So be safe on the road. Pay attention to the elements. Pay attention to the road, to the cars, to the things. Even if it's closed off, you just always want to be smart and keep that heads up. It's just an important thing not to switch off the brain, go heads down and forget that you're on, you know, you're out in the world.
No, absolutely. And remember how we talked about that Cam Wurf earlier today? Well, look what that guy did. We have the results in from Nice, Ironman Nice and 70.3 Nice. You know, people getting ready for the World Championship there for the men. And so the pro results are pretty sweet. Remember, he just did an Ironman a week ago, and I'm not devaluing the people who came three in front of him, but that's a pretty solid effort for Cam. And as he said, it's like a catered buffet for him to check out Nice in preparation for Worlds.
Yeah, that's not the kind of buffet. I go to Nice to prep for the course. I'm sitting at a bar with some croissant and a cafe au lait. Sorry, that was my worst French. Back on the road, though, I want to say that, it's totally cool to share that. It's a big weekend. Some of my favorite time of year is here late June, early July. All the big races around the world kind of kick off. We've got them in Germany with the Frankfurt coming up. We had, obviously folks are racing in Roth today. We got this amazing event here. We've got Nice. We don't have Tremp Blanc, but we will have it again later in August. But it's just really an exciting time to be a fan and keep an eye on what's going around. So back here, just for a quick touch base, we talked about the last time Marquardt and Metzler were in the same Ironman. It was a year ago. They didn't know they were in the same Ironman, and they were very comparable, 8:25 and 8:27. They're now seconds apart. Leiferman hasn't raced these guys in a while, so they know him well, but in an Ironman, they haven't really gone toe-to-toe. So I like to just start to eventually get to the point where we're talking about what's going on in the psychology. They look around. Who's got this strength? Who's got that strength? Who needs to be up front? Who should take a pull? Marquardt has not been at the front almost at all.
He's probably freaking out. He's like, what the heck? I mean, he's not. I'm not saying he is. It's just he's probably like, what am I doing? You know, this is a different position. I don't, I'm used to winning my age group, but placing in the pros with that time. And then, okay, I had this first pro Ironman in Texas. I came third, sprint finish, finished my first Ironman in the 7s. What? Yeah. That's impressive. And so now this is still new to him. So he probably, you know, he's racing with a veteran in Justin and Chris. And to be honest, he might be like timid.
Yeah.
Right? He might be like, I don't know whether I should go up front right now. And maybe Justin and Chris are like, bro, take a turn. Like, you can go up there for a little bit.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll get wind of that and go up and take a little pull up front there.
Here's your chance to watch Mel McQuaid hit
Love
a corner.
it. Yes, this makes me thrive. I love it. See, she makes it look so easy and doesn't waddle like I would. But no, that's impressive. And then she's probably geared perfectly to go make the turn and then go straight up a little incline. So, and still an arrow, of course. So go Mel.
Go Mel, go.
Go
yes.
Mel, go. Yes.
You've got it. You got some fans over here in the booth as we watch. Of course, this is quite a race. We have also, as you look, the split here on Jody Robertson. She's just gradually creeping right now, riding faster than either of the two women in front of her. So her average speed is 22.96. That's a shade above each Haley Chura and Mel McQuaid. So coming on strong at the right time, and I think it's notable when you're in a race like this. We started the show talking about negative splits. Let's finish this portion. We come back to it. Who's going to have the extra oomph, the fuel, and the legs on the men's and women's races to push that final 50 kilometers, we'll say, 50 to 60 kilometers.
Well, and look at Jen Annett. She is pretty much doing the same as the front girls. But also, Mel did cut out another 35 seconds in these last few miles from Haley. So now she's down to 4:01. That's good. And again, we're only, 50, halfway through, let's say, that she could keep making up a little bit more time.
Right on. I can see it happening as we're getting into the meat of this race here, about 3.5 hours in for each of our fields today. And much of you is sitting at home watching this race, gaining inspiration. And I want to remind each of you that you do have an opportunity still to sign up for a great race. So how about this? Ironman Arizona, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, is said to be in the Valley of the PR, where your personal record and your personal getaway intersect. This iconic destination delivers unforgettable racing experiences featuring urban charm, scenic desert vistas. You join us, please, on November 19th this year. Register at Ironman.com/IM North America.
Yes, as we said, it's a good one, y'all. Get in there. But yeah, see that turn on Mel? Like, so good.
So
right?
good.
So good. And, she's probably knows she's chipping away at it. And Mel does stay strong throughout the whole ride. I do think Jody Robertson will rival for the fastest bike split here, because I can't wait to see the next tracker to see how far back she is. Definitely under 8 minutes, I would assume, pretty quickly here, which is, it's good. Like all these minutes going down and down and down.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And as we kind of scroll back through the history, the last 8 years of Mel McQuaid's Ironman racing history, she did take second Ironman Canada back in 2015. She's finished 10 Ironmans, a ton of experience, never having won one. So I think that's her big goal. She's gone second a couple times, Wisconsin, Canada, third she's done, but never taken that top spot. So even at the age of 50, I shouldn't say even, especially at the age of 50 with all the racing she's done, you've got to have that same high motivation to take out the first win.
Right. And the fastest she has run has been around the 3:13 mark. If she can do that today, that's going to be an epic race for her today. I mean, she'll hit the 3:13 to 3:19, and she's had a couple 3:20s, 3:30s. But if she is on the fast side of that, 3:10, 3:12, maybe she'll run her fastest marathon today. She's been working on that and working on her run, and specifically working on her longer runs off the bike. And so that will be a great day for Mel McQuaid if she can punt that into a low to mid 3 marathon.
You bet. I can't wait to see it. The run, I feel like it's everybody's favorite part, but maybe that's just me.
Yeah, right.
So coming back here with the men, you can see they're overtaking lapped traffic. So these are the age groupers on their outbound of their first lap. which tells you exactly how fast these professional men are. But they're rolling back through town. So they've completed the out and back, and they're zigzagging their way over to Sherman Avenue where the finish takes place and where this beautiful race ends later. But the order, sort of irrelevant at this point. Metzler's in front of Leiferman, in front of Marquardt, in front of Gillespie. However, this is kind of one of those things where don't pass. I was going to say don't pass, don't tell. Don't ask, don't tell.
Right.
Either way, don't pass, don't worry about it. This is a section to stay safe, stay upright, navigate this. A little time lost is irrelevant because this is mostly your race. Here, you four, come through, get out of this section safely, get onto the outbound where the real work begins, up those hills again. And I think that's when we're going to start to see, if we see it, the wheels fall off of some riders.
100%. Like they're just getting through the riffraff right now, and once they get back out on the country roads, or rather the winding, beautiful skyline of amazing Coeur d'Alene, they're going to probably see who has played their cards right, with hydration and nutrition. But no one's breaking. Like I see no one in these top 4 breaking right now.
That's right, John Denver. I just can't say country roads and not make me think of it.
I know, it's true.
But so how cool though, because this race really, you do get out in the country. No, they're managing this very well. They get out to that challenging, tricky section. You brought this up earlier, and it's worth saying. Folks that have been here over the last couple decades have seen a number of race courses. They have changed it. It's gone north to Hayden. It's gone west to Post Falls and ultimately Washington. And this current course, multiple iterations, and all of them fantastic. The run now 3 laps versus 2, but still notably you have much of the similar challenges and features. It's just a great race. And I sort of say to myself, this is why our team is there right now. We've got our crew, our BCC Ironman crew is there racing as their first Ironman, because it's such a great event. So we know it well. Meredith, you raced it. Do you remember how many times you raced it?
I don't. Several times, because I raced it as an age grouper several times, because it was the go-to race to do. And because of its beauty and its scenery, and it still is to this day, it's always lived up to it. So I'd love to go back too. So I really enjoy it there, and I'm glad that everybody's out there, and it drives a lot of the amateur crowd because of this beauty. And it's challenging. It's not an easy Ironman. So, like we said, what Ironman is, but it's a challenge. And like you have alluded to, you never know what the weather's going to be.
Yeah, either hot or perfect. Even perfect can still feel a little warm. It's pretty dry up here once you get to the run. But nonetheless, it's a brilliant course. So get on out there, give it a whirl next time it's available to you. But right here, look at that: Metzler, Leiferman, Marquardt, and Gillespie on the right side there, where you have them on the ticker, showing you where they've been on that leaderboard. Who are we with here?
Yes, I was trying to get
the leader of our chase pack.
Our chase pack. Trying to find out exactly who it is so we can brag about them. But yeah, Metzler's still out there in front because he's like, all right, well, I'm just going to pull this along, but maybe once he gets out to those roads, open roads, someone else will take a little bit of a pull. So we're going to find out who is racing here with the disc wheel, looking very controlled and aero, and maybe making some pulls.
I think it's Adam Fye.
Yes.
Because that's who had gotten caught up by Sam Long previously. So I believe that's who we're looking at. Yeah, Adam Fye. So he's coming in here. And I'm also going to say hi to Adam Fye because I said his name wrong about 77 times. I want to make sure that I say it correctly now. Hi, Fye, Adam Fye. See, now we can do it.
Perfect.
We want to encourage you to come right back with us. We'll be right back.
Coolgaz is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Here we are watching Adam Fye roll through a couple of these corners, sort of in no man's land, a hard place to be. Had some company earlier, including Trip Hipple was with him, and he obviously had a little bit of a time on the road with Sam Long. But he's made to chase, and he's getting right after it in fine form, and again, getting past the lap traffic. These guys are early on. They've just done that outbound section. There's a lot of racing for these age groupers still to go. I want to remind you, you are watching the IRONMAN Coeur d'Alene. This is part of the VinFast IRONMAN North America Series, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Nirvana, enhanced athlete experiences powered by Nirvana.
You know about Adam Fye here. He has already also raced 3 times this year, and it should be noted that he had I feel like he had a really good Texas 8:06. That's a solid time. He came 9th earlier this year in April, and then he backed that up not that much longer later. He did Ironman St. George, and he just got 10th at Ironman 70.3 Boulder. So he's got some racing on his legs this year, and he's sitting pretty in 5th place today.
There you go. That's who you're looking at on camera, giving good chase to that top 4 that seems to be getting away a little bit. We'll get back with them here momentarily, but it's exciting. It's we talked about before. Who knows? He hasn't historically had the fastest run splits.
Yep.
However, he's also, we said 2 years ago he went 7:58 Ironman Cozumel, a sub 8. You're not going slow.
Sub 8. Right?
So this guy's got some good experience. Our race weather here presented by Roca, still looking perfect, 67 degrees as of 9:12 a.m. About a half an hour ago, and 20 degrees Celsius. So still looking at some great temps here in Coeur d'Alene. Humidity levels dropping ever so gradually, and I think that you'll feel that in a good way once you get onto the run, where you can pour a little water on yourself and feel that cool-off effect.
Right, it started at 75%, and now we're down to 50.
So. And we just ticked right back up, 70 degrees Celsius, so a little bit up, 70 Fahrenheit, 21 Celsius. I always struggle with reading, so luckily they give it to me there in written form. But back here, there are the splits. So, yes, we do have about a 14-second gap at the last time split between Adam Fye and Trip Hipple. And then as we come back up here, up the road, still tightly packed is our lead 4.
Yeah, and I feel like Adam looks super smooth and in control. And, this race is tight. Plus 5 minutes, not that much, right? From the lead. That's really great. And even the guys after Trip are right there in the mix. It's Matt Russell and everything. And so this is a great male race. Like, everyone's pretty tight. And so what does it always come down to? That marathon, right? Who can pull it together?
And you mentioned Matt Russell, who we sometimes will talk extensively about.
Sure.
The 40-year-old has 2 Ironman wins, but ultimately the number of Ironman finishes that he has, almost uncountable, not unlike you, where he would routinely do 6 Ironmans in a year.
Yes.
And so ultimately he's won in Lake Placid, area where he grew up. He also won Ironman Canada.
Yes.
And each of those wins were impressive because they were again one of 6 that he had done in those seasons. A prolific racer now living in St. George. Slowed down his racing calendar a little bit. Has a young son, Makayo, who's just about 6 years old, about to turn 6 years old. So he's been a dad for a while, loving that journey as well. But he's a guy that really a crowd favorite for a lot of people.
He is, and he's very open about the seizures he's had the last couple years. And obviously, he only races, as he says, with doctor's approval and such. So I had really look up to him for navigating through. That's a lot of ups and downs in that regard. I'm sure for his wife and family as well. So he always makes sure, and we've talked about this personally, that he makes sure the doctors are all right, Matt, we know you love this. You're gonna be okay. But there's been times where he's like, you know what, this race is too close to a seizure I just had, and I'm gonna need to forgo it. And so it's a lot, and he does it with grace, and he trains hard too. He's a hard worker.
He does. He does a lot of indoor training and keeps it efficient for him. But back here crossing the road, Adam Fye, he's in a nice arrow tuck, and he's making his way across that bridge for the third time today. Outbound section towards those big hills where you get the bulk of that 7,000 feet of climbing done. But, yeah, nice little shot there as the camera pans a little bit to the left. You can see a beautiful Lake Coeur d'Alene and this gorgeous green countryside. Wonderful, wonderful, just scenic and challenging race. So I love seeing that. I think it's a really good taste of this part of the world. If you've never been, even if you're not doing the Ironman, head up there. A lot of great sights to see in northern Idaho.
Also the fishing, obviously. I had the best salmon I've ever had getting it. You know, our friends there caught it the day of, and we had it for dinner. I mean, the fishing, and my husband's a fisherman, so we loved being able to do that out on the beautiful Lake Coeur d'Alene.
Oh, for certain. It offers great golfing as well if you're a golfer. Outdoor paradise, and really just beautiful weather this time of year. Great 4th of July celebrations, great community, great restaurants. It's really a hot spot, but way to mention the fishing, which I think in outdoor paradise, it's a huge part of this part of the world. So we're following right here behind, and this is a narrow section again, so we'll probably stay here behind Adam Fye, watch him, and knowing that the top 4 of the men's race up the road, and we'll catch up with them a little bit later as we navigate through this second of 2 laps on the VinFast bike course here in Coeur d'Alene.
I feel like, too, this race is perfectly timed because it's like a week before 4th of July. So, like, the town is like, sweet, we're going to have this amazing Ironman, and it's our town's going to be overflowing, and then we're going to parlay that into an awesome 4th of July celebration. So this is the time to be in Coeur d'Alene.
For sure. Here we come with Mel McQuaid ripping around this curve on the out and back section that starts each first lap of this bike course, and really probably to me it's my favorite from a scenic standpoint. You've got these rollers, beautiful smooth pavement. You look to the right or left when you're coming back and see that beautiful lake. But it's beautiful, right? Those high trees. There's a section, if you remember, as you come around here, you can look up and you see I-90 passing over on that huge bridge, real scenic, right before you make that turnaround at Higgins Point. So beautiful stuff. Just this course it's awesome.
And you know, Mel, too, knows how to ride a road, so I think she was riding left there because she was trying to get on where the wheel, like the tires from cars go. See, she's riding that line right now because that's the smoothest surface. She also knows no one's going to be passing her on the left here because she's flying right now, and she's still staying to the right of the 2 lines. But she's trying to find the most smoothest road, and she will, you know, as she'll see a turn coming up, she'll kind of adjust as needed. But I know there's a method to this, which seems weird that she's left, but she must have a method to it. And I think she's trying to find the smoothest surface.
Yes, that and the tangents, obviously getting those, cutting those as tightly as she can. But smooth and short
she does
distance
look tilted, though.
Totally.
Yeah, she totally does.
100%.
And I'm going to talk to her about it after and be like, talk to me, because I know it's right. I know you had a reason for it. Or, who knows, maybe her saddle is, you know, and she's just rolling with adversity, too. There.
Well, we're all pretty, you know, we're all pretty crooked and asymmetrical. And I think
serious?
that in the end, tight muscles and just the way we ride. But it doesn't slow her down. I mean, this is, as you said, this is a superstar. Coming up here on the turnaround for this lap 2.
Right.
You're going to rip around there and get out again.
I did see Haley coming, obviously, the other way. So she just would have just gotten a peek to see how far back she was from Haley. So that was probably comforting to see she wasn't that far from her on the turnaround.
Here we go, and leg up, hanging that hard left U-turn would be. Special needs available for you if you want to pick up your bag, get all your goodies in there. They'll hand that up for bib number 33. They call ahead and she'll roll in.
She got
that
it.
bottle. She got actually just aid, so aid station there.
At least,
as we talk about this, filling up the water bottles. So great stuff here for Mel McQuaid. I want to tell you guys, everyone, we talked about it earlier. We talked about Matt Marquardt's amazing finish at Ironman Texas. But I want to say this, I'm sorry, well, I'm a little bit ahead of myself. I want to make sure that I reference anyway the Flex 90 program, which allows athletes that register in the first 90 days that the registration is open to the flexibility to defer. If an Ironman registration transfer, you can receive a partial refund if you're no longer able to participate in your race. You can enact these benefits up to 45 days before the race. So if your plans change the race, you can too. And that's great. Flex 90 program. Take a look.
I like that. You can be flexible because it's hard, man, to plan things so
Yeah.
far advanced. Stuff comes up, people get engaged, babies get had. You're like, oh shoot, we got pregnant this time. That's not going to line up with my Ironman.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
Hey, that's all right. I'm going to be part of this Flex 90, and I can defer it to the next one. And all is well in the world with both parties.
I just got a reminder from some good friends that got married on this weekend 20 years ago that I skipped the race the wedding so I could come to this race. And I tell you what, I love those two. Happy 20th, but I got to do beautiful Coeur d'Alene.
That's
so
right.
Sorry.
That is right. No, I love that. And Mel, look, she did get it. She's still whittling it down another 14 seconds here in that last little bit. So, hey, you never know. There's still a ways to go. That was at the 63-mile mark. So, and now there's some climbing. And that Mel is, as she would admit, she's still a great climber, but she's much faster on any flats or any descents. So it'll be interesting on these downhills coming up what happens as well. Because she can fly.
She can absolutely. She can motor, right?
Yes.
And so up out of the saddle, you talked about this early.
Yeah.
I think it's got to pay big dividends now when you're climbing uphill to get out of the saddle, ease up on that back, stretch those legs, the backs of your legs, get a little more movement, stay out of the aero position for a while. They're in it so long, so the hill's got to be a welcome break from that flat terrain. But Haley Chura then going right back to aero when it's important to be in that position. But to me, it seems, I don't know, if you had to pick, to have a varied terrain or hills and ups and downs, it's a little bit easier on the body than a straight flat race.
Right. And can we just talk about how now that they're approaching like mile 70 before we know it, they're not thinking, oh, I've got 42 miles more to go, because they're in the thick of it now. I feel like once you're past the 70.3 mark, the 90K, the 56 miles, it's like, woof. I know when I'm in a half, for example, I'm like, oh, thank goodness this is just a half. I can't imagine doing another loop or whatever. So they're past that point right now. And now this is where champions are made. I think this second half of the bike, this is where all the goodness that you've done or haven't done shows up or doesn't.
Yes, there you go. No, you're right.
Yeah.
You are absolutely right. This is sort of when the race begins, right in that four-hour mark. People, sort of the players that are in over their head, it starts to be exposed. Interesting little stat here as we watch those men, as you kind of tick through. Igor Amarelli and Matt Russell, 6:30 and 9:30 down in some decent spots, 7 and 8. Both of those guys have the legs to run themselves into top 5. We mentioned Trip Hipple. He's about 5:40 down. He's another guy that has been sort of on the upswing for a long time and someone that you can keep an eye on, but still a lot of excitement there throughout those ranks. And we did just find out from our spotters that it looks like Jen Ennett's going to pass and overtake Ai Ueda. So we're going to have another little lead change, making it USA and Canada across that top 4.
I love it. No, and again, she's of the same mile per hour, and she's going to keep catching and catching. All these so-called slower swimmers, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but that came out further back, they're now doing what they do best and riding up to the front of the race the best that they can muster.
There you go. So nice little side-on shot here as we watch Haley Chura continue to be in front of all the women today. She's racing on in the second loop. We'll see her in just a minute as she concludes this
You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Back on the road here in Coeur d'Alene with Adam Fye. He's up out of the saddle, showing you just how tough these climbs are. Sure, he's pacing these people on the right pretty rapidly, but those are the age group athletes that are a little bit further back, positioning and pace. So Adam Fye giving you a real, I think, good glimpse of just how tough this race is, especially on lap 2. But the American athlete is doing a great job all alone to be pushing through like this. So in navigating well the overtaking of these athletes as we anxiously wait to see our fellows up front. Super unfortunate summary for those of you that joining in a little bit late. Sam Long, after being well in contention there for the first lap, even with essentially three flats. I mean, a slow leak fixed, and then a slow leak fixed, and then ultimately out. So 3 sort of stumbles. He's gone. He dropped at the halfway point. So Sam Long going to live to fight another day. More than likely, the man is going to find his way to Lake Placid, which is going to be devastating. He's going to crush that course if that's what he chooses to do. Doesn't go somewhere else. I think that'd be a wise choice. Looking here at these guys: Metzler, Leiferman, Marquardt, Gillespie, Fye, Hipple, Amarelli, Russell, Diaz, and Webster. That's your top 10. We had this kind of picked out a little bit, but I'll say I'm impressed, too, for Metzler to be up there at the front, setting the tone.
Agreed. He's still up there up front, crushing it. And again, we'll see if someone like Matthew decides, all right, the last 30, 40 miles here, that he'll go to the front and do something. You never know. There's a method to everyone's madness, you know? And I think that's a good thing. I mean, like I said, I really believe Matthew's sitting in there like, okay, I should go now. And I think he's going to have enough energy to do that at the tail end of this bike. We'll see if that happens.
We will see all of it as it plays out here. And we're watching our American Adam Fye sitting up, looking around. Do I have any company? I mean, am I all alone?
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
Exactly. And I wanted to say there's like a trend going on in this field. Like even a trip, Hipple has already raced 3 times this year too, in Oceanside and St. George and Boulder. Like these guys have primed themselves to race now a full distance. So I'm impressed with all the racing that's already been done here before end of June.
That's right. And I think you kind of have to say, we talked about this before, really great timing for this race. As you start to get a little bit later, you have to really manage the cycle, which includes recovery and light build-up for Ironman. So as you do look at the folks, now perhaps Sam Long, who's focusing on Lake Placid, those who will focus on Lake Placid, you just have to make sure that you manage it really well. It's very doable. There are plenty of people that have raced exceptionally well at the end of August and then done great in Kona. So to race at the end of July and then race great in September, very doable. Right. You just have to play all your cards right for sure.
Well, and to be honest, if Sam does decide to do that, it's like, all right, go race, do your thing. Laura has the baby, so he takes some downtime, and then he'll rev up for Nice. So it's not a bad idea. It might not seem great at this time because it's such a bummer he had these mechanicals, but like I said, life works in mysterious ways. Maybe it was just meant to be. Yeah.
That's right, and it is unfortunate. I talk about this still, where I'm always surprised that we don't see more professionals carrying multiples. I know that it's a different era, but back many years ago, most of the pro athletes would carry 2 spare tires, 2 sew-ups, 2 tubular tires attached to their bike, and there's an aerodynamic penalty paid. But to suffer through and have to DNF when there's a slot on the line, a Kona slot or a Nice slot in this case, it seems risky. But ultimately, you got to roll with the punches. You got to do what you can, and you got to see where you can go from there. We talked about your next big race, and I think a lot of folks might be eyeing some of these August races that could be on offer, where Ironman Mont Tremblant is part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, and it's the last North American event of the season that females can qualify for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. Extra female age group qualifying slots will be offered there. Male age group athletes can qualify for Kona 2024. So that was voted the best bike course, the top 2 swim and run course and finish line in the 2022 Athlete Choice Awards. Register today, Ironman.com/IM North America.
I love that race too. See?
Great roads.
Gosh,
Beautiful
yes,
roads, some of the
newly
best.
Paved, some of the best, right? And that back session with just like quick rollers. I mean, it's gorgeous, no doubt. Just like Coeur d'Alene, very similar, just in Canada.
Just in Canada. And
Yes.
also Great Lake Swim. No, very similar. We got some good races on the circuit, to be honest. And we're back here with Jody Robertson. Gosh, she looks great. Positioned very forward, very aerodynamic, but she also looks powerful and comfortable. It's kind of the trifecta: power, aero, comfort, everything working for her there. And I also see a lot of times the cadence start to slow as you bet about 4 hours into a race. It doesn't seem to be the case with Jody.
No, she has a high turnover there, which isn't a bad thing as long as she's not, her heart rate seems totally stable and she seems in control, and she's already in the 6s and only 3 minutes almost to the nose behind Mel McQuaid. So that is a great, Jody's having a really great race, and she, you know, she did say after a, pretty rough day out in Texas, it was, and I quote her, it was a kick in the butt. She needed to make changes, and she is the first to admit she settled into what was comfortable, and she probably would have just kept plugging. If she had a good day in Texas, she would have just kept plugging along, but she needed a new stimulus, she said. So she started working with a new coach, David Tilbury Davis, and she's grateful for that opportunity to be able to collaborate with him, and she's been learning and growing. So I found that interesting, and I'm sure she and David have set her up for success for this one.
Without a doubt. So here we go, kind of a lot of stones to be unturned here, uncovered here, but Chura, McQuaid, Robertson, Ueda, Annett, and Photo from Canada. A lot of Canada up there, top of our ranks. But as we kind of tick along here, I guess you start to throw out a little bit of a question. Would you be comfortable betting on anyone here for the win on men's or women's side? It's still too early.
Actually, no. I can't on either right now. Like literally, I was just thinking that before you just said it. I was like, there's no sure shot for anybody right now. And I don't think, Michael, we're going to know until we're about, I don't know, halfway through the marathon, maybe.
I think you're right. I think if someone made me bet, I'd bet for Chura. If they said you have to tell me, I would say Chura and Leiferman.
Okay.
But I
like
think they're both going to be. I think Chura, Robertson are going to be dangerously close to one another. And I think Leiferman, Metzler are going to be battling it out. Each one going to be so driven to win over the other for various reasons. But I think they know each other well. They've been in the same training grounds essentially each of their entire careers. And so I think that familiarity is also going to be a driving force. But if I had to throw down a pick in the slightly cooler weather, I think let's give that nod to Chris, although he does well in cold and hot. But that's my pick now. But here's the thing. I've been wrong so many times I can't count.
We all have. It's all right. We'll see how it shakes out and keep doing it here. But I'm more confident in not knowing the women's race than the men's final. So because I'm still biased. Maybe it's the Ohio in me and the fellow Ohioan, but I think this Matthew McQuart has a really great chance at a win today.
Either way, and that's a absolutely it's a gross underestimation that I don't say he's gonna be a three-way sort of splint with these guys. Because the other thing that Marquardt has going for him, he's been at the front the whole day, but he hasn't been overextending. He hasn't sort of ever been up at the front, putting too much time there, at least that we've seen on camera.
Sure.
And so that's a strategy that works very well for him, or works for anyone, right? To save a little bit of energy, even emotional energy, to not be the front runner.
Right.
So that's definitely his advantage. And yeah, he's already proven that he can go faster than Metzler. He's proven that he's capable of battling out with some of our champions like Rudy von Berg. So certainly you've got a good call there.
Yeah, so we will see. And same goes for I'm not knocking out Ayueda either, because if she stays only, if you will, 12 minutes down, we know she can run quickly.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you just never know how you're going to feel until you have to say to yourself on that first 2 miles of the marathon, it will settle. It will settle. I mean, sometimes it does,
Yeah,
and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we will see.
You're running along and the legs are say, you say, well, I thought you said it would settle. Well, that becomes the first of many questions and arguments between your legs and your brain as you run through an Ironman marathon. But how funny that it will settle. It'll settle into something.
It'll settle, or those are always my mantra.
I like it.
It will settle, or everything ends, and this will too.
That's right. That's right.
Hopefully in a favorable way, of course, but it will end.
Hopefully it ends at the finish line where I meant for it to.
Yeah, right. So we will see. But now, see, Hales is saving her legs here on this little decline. She's got a aid station. It also will be interesting to see. I don't know if we've hit that spot yet. If people, are you a special needs guy? Were you a personal needs?
Always was, yeah.
Personal
Just
needs?
felt like a good way to get extra something I was used to.
Yes.
And just as I said it, we come right back to camera, and Matthew Marquardt is in the front of Chris Leiferman.
Yes. Okay.
So
he can hear us.
Stay away long enough, and things change.
Yeah, he heard us. He was like, all right, y'all, I'll take a pull here and do it. And how cool. He's just leading this race. Chris is doing his thing. Justin. Let's see if Dylan. Oh, they're a minute back. Okay. So looks like Justin and Dylan are about 57, 58. So Matthew and Chris have sort of broken away, yes?
Yeah, all I said earlier about the sprint finish between Metzler and Leiferman, I'm actually, it's what I meant to say now that I have more knowledge.
I love it.
I'm actually very fickle in who I rally behind. But this is cool. This is exciting. And this is something, again, you'll often say this, so-and-so let them go. So did Metzler let them go, or was there no choice? They got away. Either way, the same result. But there's an important distinction. Was Justin making the decision that this is too fast, or were the legs saying, this is too fast, I'll back it off?
Yes.
Also, on the flip side of that, these guys, what a great duo here. Both very comparable as far as the run splits they're going to bring to the table. Both very good on the bike. So I like what I've seen here, and it's not lights out for anyone still.
Not at all. And it's amazing how quick that can happen. Like, so what likely happened is Matthew just went to the front, and then Chris was like, well, I'm going to go. And then the other two just couldn't maybe make that connection to stay on the train, you know? And that's tough. And once you lose sight, it's hard to get that back, right?
It is out of sight, out of mind. You feel like you can kind of latch on, but when you start to lose that, there's definitely something to that. Really hard. So, but these guys are well trained. I think we talked about Leiferman's boost in confidence, and he felt really good about himself in Boulder 2 weeks ago, taking that hard-fought third place on the home course, the course he runs literally from his front door onto that course.
Yes.
And so he was pleased with that. And I think obviously if you're feeling good enough and ready enough to walk away from a newborn baby, it's because you know that you can come home with the top spot.
Yes, and he's doing, like he said in his promo, is that he is doing what he does. He's like, I need to do what I do, and he wants his kids to know what he's doing, and he's working hard to do it. So this is definitely motivating him, and it'll be so satisfying when he gets back to his wife and Levi and Cruz, and it'll be just a very satisfying feeling.
Little wave to the camera and a shaka coming to you from Matthew Marquardt.
This guy. Is
great
he even
stuff.
working? Of course. He's so awesome. That's amazing. He's at least vibrant.
Yeah,
right? At mile 80.
For sure. And you know what? That's the same vibrance that he showed in that interview. I loved it. The fighting chance. He comes in there smiling, lighthearted, excited. It's so cool to see, and he still has that, taking on some fluid calories here and getting ready to make it through the remainder of this bike course. Please stay with us, because without a doubt, we will be back in just about a minute.
throughout my career. People have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Well, we are back and we are looking at Matthew Marquardt, and let me just tell you, I did ask him what would be a goal or what would complete his goal for this race through his own lens, and he just said literally for every race he just wants to enjoy it as much as possible. I do love his positive attitude and execute his race plan. And he said, and he looks in a good position to do this, but he said, and most importantly, finish the race. And I'm thinking, hey guy, I think you're out to finish the race and have a huge potential to try to win the race, which is a huge feat. And I just like how he said he tried to try his best to never set goals for a certain time or a certain place, but because there's too many variables, he said, out of his control, but he's always thinking about those things. So I think that was pretty neat to hear.
For sure. And you know what's cool? It should be everyone's goal, and not to belittle what goes on that you can't control, but it should be everyone's goal to be to the finish line first, because it is an unknown. There are too many things. You can't control everything. So roll with that first and make that your primary goal. Once again, our race weather here presented by Roca as of 10 a.m. local time, 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 Celsius. We've just gradually come up a degree or 2 or 3 every hour or so, warming up nicely, but 72 still feels great. You don't feel the wear and tear yet of that weather. I think it feels pleasant, especially on the bike. But to come back to what you said, he's got his head on his shoulders right. You know what I mean?
For
Good
being
perspective.
so young and with it, that's impressive. I mean, he's not blasé either about any of it. You're so right. I mean, he even says someone else could be having the race of their life, or the weather could make a difference and make certain things impossible for him, but he focuses on breaking down the race, like a smart person would say, breaking down the race into manageable chunks and goals, and that he can check off and go through. I mean, he has that doctor mindset, right? I would think. So
analytical, for sure.
It's very cool. And he said the first part out of the water for the swim, that's what he wanted to do. Well, he can check that because he did it. And who knows, he wanted to hit his bike power on the bike. Maybe he's doing that for him. Maybe he's not. In my lens, it looks like he is. But then now we'll see. He wanted to run within his predicted pace range on the run, so we'll see. But the most important thing he said is what we all know, is to fuel, hydrate, cool without cutting any quarters. And so I appreciated that knowledge and that color, and he said it, whatever happens happens. So hey, he has a good, like you said, head on his shoulders with all that.
Comes right back to where we started. He's got the right chi in here.
The right chi.
What happens will happen. So
that's right.
Also to the point, this is meant to happen how it did. Unfortunately, we don't have Sam Long in the race dynamic anymore, and that's a shame for sure. But these two guys are going to deliver some big punches. Chris Leiferman, primed and ready over the course of the last several years. He's taken 4 Ironman titles. It's 5 years. So he's got a couple of 70.3 wins. He's got, as we said, some ups and downs. He has felt the low of the low. So that gives him a massive gratitude to come in here and say, all right, I'm ready to go. I'm healthy for the most part. I'm ready for the most part, but I'm going to give 100% of what I have today. And watch out. When this guy gives 100%, he's an absolute workhorse, and I expect to see him battling to the very finish.
Well, right. And even the best fall down sometimes, right? And just because you lose doesn't mean you're lost, okay?
Yeah.
We all know that. And I think it's more motivating to lose or to not be the best sometimes. And I think that can eventually bring out your best down the road. So Chris is sort of the epitome of that. I mean, man, I've seen him win and win and win. And then I've seen him not, like he would say, I'm one to talk. You have really terrible races where things just don't go right, and you learn and grow, as we know. So I like that about Chris. Not everyone. It's kind of surreal to have great races day in and day out. You know, that's hard to do in our sport. It
so
is.
hard, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So back here, that's a great shot. where you say country roads.
Yeah,
This is weird.
yeah.
It's countryside. It's
Yes,
beautiful. This
yes.
is 100% of what you said. Exactly what you said.
Yep.
Quiet, serene, rural.
Yes.
This road is scenic both directions. Wonderful, wonderful shot there, and I love that. So again, these guys are heads up where they're
Yes.
overtaking traffic. That's
Yes.
overtaking traffic. So you're going at a quick rate of speed faster than those you're overtaking, but these pros know exactly how to be fair. The amateurs that they just passed, they also knew exactly what to say.
Absolutely, and they're doing the best they can. I know it can get claustrophobic out there, and so they're just keeping it safe, getting away from the amateurs that they're passing.
Just Trip
And
Hipple.
so then Trip,
Yeah.
go Trip. Look at
He's
look at his uniform. That's amazing.
Oh, I can't
His
stop.
kit. I can't stop.
No, I
Is he
can't
like a
stop.
zebra? I
It's
mean, really, truly.
It's a hypnotic zebra. He's already lulled me in. He sucked me. I'm actually feeling
You didn't even hear what I just said because you were too focused, as was I.
When did you get here?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even
because
know,
I was
man.
staring at him too. I mean, he gets a vote for that.
That's amazing.
And let's just see, he's getting up there and up there. So, he's making his ground there.
Yeah, absolutely
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah, fantastic. So Trip Hipple, this is great stuff. He's in 4th place. He's passed Adam Fye, and he's rolling in a good spot. I'll say that he has kind of just gradually been ticking along at this great spot. QT2 Systems is his coach. He was he actually coaches for them. He was a Jesse Kropelnicki disciple for a long time, and I think he left the sport as a coach, but did a fantastic job guiding many of our top athletes to victory over the years. And Trip, he's just been a fun athlete for me to follow over the years. The kit color coordination, obviously, in his favor, but he's a positive guy. He's one of those guys that will give you some interaction on race course, just like you said with Leiferman and so fun stuff. I like it when you got to take it very seriously, obviously, but you also
Sure.
can't take it too seriously.
Well, you gotta relax a little and not be so. And I said this. It can get silent out there, and it's nice to just have a little tap or a little. It takes 1 second to say, "Hey, good job, keep it going," or whatever it is. And I know that's all. People will have their thoughts on that, but I don't know. You do you, but I am drawn and attracted to racers that give back in that regard as well.
Same. Well, you've always been that way on course yourself. You're a give energy, get energy, right? So some people, they give it, they lose it, they don't feel like it comes back, but you've been that way. So the first time I saw you on course was the same. I think you and I having a chat out on this very course, briefly going another direction on the run course. You might have been 3rd that year behind Lindsey Corbin, 2nd maybe. It was one of those. You don't remember them all because you did 1,000 million,
Well, no,
but I remember.
But I've lost to lovely Lindsey Corbin so many times, and I love it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'd confuse you with the races, but yes, probably, and yeah, with Linz and Coeur d'Alene, yeah. Well, that was nice of you to talk to me when I hope I didn't slow you down there.
No,
but
it's
yeah.
part of the. I think
Yeah.
it's. But again, I think it's part of. What makes this sport unique or one of the things that makes it unique is that you are sharing this experience with all the other athletes, from men to women, from age group to pro, from fast to slow, different motivations, different shapes, different sizes, different backgrounds. And it's cool because you get the shared experience is exactly the same, but you interact, you're out there. And I think what I would say is that I'd miss, and that's why I do this job as commentary, is getting to experience that, because you don't get that anywhere else. Maybe a running race a little bit, but
it's hard.
Very different.
It's hard in our sport because it's too quick. It's like you're not with someone a longer period of time, or if you are, you're racing side by side and you're like, oh, this is getting hard. Can't talk. That's what I would say if I'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm not talking. I get anxiety when I'm not. Like, I can talk to a wall. But I'm like, oh, wait, we are racing. I don't need to have a full conversation, but good job. Keep it up, So I get that. I get that.
Now, just when we look down, we look back up, and the splits, looks like Leiferman has 8 seconds, which 2-3 seconds is about that
usually,
12-meter gap. But now a little bit of an extension. Shouldn't worry about it. Could be through an 8 station, could be anything. But you are seeing them not lockstep together at this moment.
Right, but we're still focused on his
on
kit.
Trip Hipple's.
I mean,
Kipple.
Yeah.
Kittle.
Trip's got it going on, and he's like, "Watch out, I'm coming through."
We'll call him Kit Triple.
Yeah, yes, I love it. So he and Adam are having again only 6 minutes back, so they're cruising along here too within the top 5-6.
He's wearing black leather leggings. Is that
yeah,
what that
is that a new
am I
thing?
seeing that
Did
correctly?
I miss it? You never told me about Justin's mini calf
I don't know. I
one.
was kind of hoping we could dredge up some info because I don't really know. I
We'll
don't
have
really
to get
understand.
the intel on those. Okay.
Yeah.
So now Matthew's here.
Back in front.
All
So-
right, yeah. So he was like, nope, not getting 8 seconds. I'm
Yeah.
going to stroll right back. And if I had to call it, I feel like they will go back and forth here these
Probably
next
so.
25 miles or whatnot to the 2T2.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. So
2T2.
2T2. And I really, Chris must be pumped because he, I ask anything I ask you, can I share on the broadcast? And he said, you know what? I'm not 100%. Like the hardest part is getting, my goal is to stay healthy. And I don't know his circumstance right now, but he's like, I'm not quite 100% right now. And as we alluded to, it's hard not to show up 100%. He seems right now, you would never know unless I said it. He seems pretty 100%. And again, we'll see if he has any niggles that show up or rear their ugly head on the run. But maybe he's just putting him out of position. As we know, adrenaline takes over.
Yeah.
So whatever he may or may not have going on, that may not show up come the run, and his adrenaline and mental fortitude will have him rise above whatever it is.
You said it. Dee and I were here a couple of weeks ago. It was either the St. George coverage or the Oceanside coverage, and Chris had posted a picture Dee shared with me. He said,
yes.
Hey, by the way, I just saw this. He was supposed to start, and he didn't start because he was actually in the hospital with a kidney issue. So
gosh,
that I don't know where that sits with
Right.
today's race, but
Yes.
you run into those issues. It could be a health-related, I'm
Sure.
not 100%. It could be physical, more like a muscular thing or a musculoskeletal thing. Either way, we said this before, he's
Yeah.
going to rise up. He came here with the intent to get a slot, to win a race, to do his best, and he's aiming for that now. So
Yes.
I'm not too worried at this point, but we also have to watch it later in the game if something gets exposed from that lack of 100%.
Well, and he's not having lack of sleep yet.
Yeah.
Because he
got a
left
3-year-old.
before.
That guy's sleeping like crazy.
Yeah, the 3-year-olds, they start getting over that's that. So maybe he missed that memo and he knows, all right, I won't maybe sleep as much next week, so let's just get this job done. And I feel like he's focused on that. You can see his focus in doing that. And this is where it starts to hurt, like approaching mile 85, 90, right? It's like, I might have another 50, 60 minutes here. And that's the hardest part. But yeah, if they have a better chance of feeling better and motivating each other if they stay together. And I hope Justin maybe and Dylan are doing that a minute back. It's just right when you have this camaraderie with someone else, it helps you stay in the game.
It sure does. Yeah, you're spot on with that. And misery loves company, but also
that too.
also misery loves accountability, right? Because it's easy to sort of not that these guys are slacking off, but if you don't have that accountability, if you don't see the other person slightly pulling away, you may not know you're falling behind. And so I think that individual, it's really again coming back to Haley Chura.
Yes,
she hasn't had one iota of company since the cannon fired.
Yes.
And so for her, now she's at 328 in front of Mel McQuaid, but she has done that without any outside or external feedback.
Right.
To get a split here and there is decent, but you're not getting any, what you said, camaraderie, accountability, nothing. She's just all alone. And kudos to her for continuing to rock and roll in that first position.
No, she's just out there. I mean, again, she doesn't even know. Mel's gaining, but it's still 3.5 minutes, give or take. But I mean, she's out there doing, she's got no one out there, right? And honestly, neither does Mel. They're all sort of, Mel, Haley, and Jody are all riding solos. So is Jen, but they also are catching. So I feel like the ones in second, third, fourth have a carrot, Haley, to try to catch. So, yeah. I'm with you on that.
So there you go, waiting anxiously to see this next split. But you can tell right now, all that talk about Matthew Marquardt not putting his nose in the wind, he has been in the front for a while now, Liferman, and he have broken away from Metzler. and Gillespie. We'll get another split from those guys here pretty soon, but it's exciting racing right away here at 4 hours 25 minutes into the race. I feel like it does start to get real if you're not already there, where, as you said, I'm okay getting off the bike sometime soon.
Oh yes, I mean, like we said, 100. But listen, if you think about it, they're probably about half-ish way. Not too bad, plus or minus, right? I mean, they're breaking 8 hours now. I mean, right? The gents are breaking 8 hours these days. This course probably a smidge slower, but still, at least they're on the second half.
Yeah, they're in the second half. Let's leave it at that. And you folks will stay with us because we will be right back here in just a minute. Welcome back here to IRONMAN Coeur d'Alene, again, part of the VinFast IRONMAN North America Series. Haley Chura has been in front of everyone for 4 hours and 22 minutes and 4 seconds of her 4 hours and 22 minutes and 8 second race. Incredible. Right. It's really hard to do. I say that speculating. Having never done that, it's really hard when you hear an athlete wins wire to wire. So she's in front already for 4 hours, 22 minutes. This is a great show. She's renewed energy and confidence coming here. Said, I want to win this race. Right. I want to go to Kona again. And right now, well positioned to do just that. Well positioned, in control. You know, 3.5 minutes is a good bit. Not in Ironman, I understand, but like I have so much faith with the runners behind her. Like Haley can run. Yes. Right. So and she can run. She can do a sub-3. Low threes, sub-3, whatever it is, consistently. And so, like I said in the beginning of this show, is that if she even had a minute or got caught at the very end, she is going to prevail. But yeah, doing all the work as the carrot. She's the little carrot at the front of the race that Mel, Jody, Jen, they're all trying to like get within reach of her. And the one thing she does, like they'll be able to see her. Right? Yes, yes. Everybody will see one another here in a minute. Up the road, yes. Yeah, and when they get that turnaround, it's really a great spot because you can kind of also look and see, despite what people try to do with their poker faces and faces and hide things, sometimes posturally, you just get a glimpse. You just see something that gives you a bit of hope. Or the other way, you get some devastation, a little bit, and it's hard because this is kind of that unspoken part of our racing, where you do have to kind of manage that psychology, the highs and lows of how am I doing relative to someone else. It's not a get in your head and do your own thing completely. Right. And that's the thing. They're all, it's you against you, as we know. And here's Jody doing some climbing here. And, you know, she knows she has to probably start realizing she's under 6 minutes. And that's a great position for Jody to be in because I definitely believe Jody will get a podium 100%. She's already obviously in podium contention being in third, but I think she can rival the win too because I know how fast she can run coming off of a solid bike. And now she just mastered that hill and now back in Arrow and here we go. Incredible. She just really does a great job. She's just really so strong and it's fun to see her in full form because I think we've also seen her before where she's maybe just been a touch off, but it's really fun to see right now where she's racing and how much of a full bag of tricks she has. But 5:55. Let's put it to you this way: it's about 25 seconds per mile. So she's not really going to have to make up that much of a pace difference because those gaps really are pretty small.
Right.
Here we are back for the Metzler fans and for the Gillespie fans. This is Justin in yellow and Dylan in blue. These two, third and fourth on the road. Metzler third, Gillespie fourth, and they're kind of in that section of road where they're obviously very happy to be near the turnaround.
Yes.
Because the turnaround means more downhill than uphill on the way back. But they both look great.
They do. Again, this Dylan has been as smooth as ever this whole ride. I really appreciate that. Like, he really has been calm. His cadence hasn't changed literally this entire race that I've seen. And so he's in a good position. I mean, he's sitting in fourth, right? So that's an incredible race for this, person that isn't familiar as much with the Ironman distance.
Yes, that's right. And even so, the questions start to become, where will he be on the run? What can he do?
Yes.
We all have that question, the best of us to the worst of us.
Yes.
But certainly for someone that doesn't have a professional Ironman finish, at least on record for us,
yes.
it'll be very interesting to see where he goes there. As we come back to Metzler, not a whole ton of he's got 8 Ironman finishes to his credit. He did have his notable second place here 2 years ago and the solid 4th place last year. He's done well at the distance.
Yes.
But he hasn't got that. He doesn't have a number of great races. So I think that's also good, right? There's a blessing to a little bit of ignorance at the distance.
Well, that is, ignorance is bliss, right? So maybe it's one of those situations too where Dylan is, maybe his 70.3 running isn't as good as what could be in his full marathon. Right? Maybe he's like, some people define the distance. They're like, oh, I'll stick with Olympics and 70.3s, but then they do an Ironman. They're like, why didn't I do this 10 years ago? Yeah. Although that probably doesn't happen often, does it? It does happen, though.
It does happen. It does.
I look at someone like Sarah True, who was like an Olympic distance athlete for so long, and she is a star at Ironman
so
distance.
Good. Yeah.
So,
yeah, McKeely Jones, another one, right? Having
100%.
Said, I'll never
There's
do
so
it.
many.
And then you win Kona.
Yeah. Well, and we'll wait for all these 70.3 racers, the Holly Lawrences, the Paula Finley, when they come to Ironman. Then I really should retire, Michael. Yeah.
Get out while the getting's good.
Get out while I can. Yeah. No, I love it. But Justin probably realizes he's a minute back, but he probably had to make the call like, hey, listen, that's above my grade right now, and he knows he can run, so he's probably buying his time there.
And I think, as with anything, it's just a matter of what you have in the moment, because we all ebb and flow. We all have ups and downs. And so as you come into the turnaround here for Justin Metzler, he stretches out his back. The hardest thing about being in a group or a pack or any of that is if someone else has a high when you're having a low, it's exacerbated. That difference is really blown apart. So suddenly you look at it and you go, oh my gosh, that person's doing great. I feel like a bag of potatoes here.
Yes.
But the reality is you just happen to be in a low and they're in a high. So you weather that, you hang on, you get through it, and try not to really get down on yourself.
Right.
You may have a high later and really come on strong. These two guys, on the other hand, check out that gap. They have now got 3 minutes on third and fourth. So they put another 2 minutes in that segment. Yeah.
Wow. So let's just be honest, they're hammering. They're going strong right now. I mean, to do that in such a short amount of time is impressive. Very, very impressive. So it was a minute, and like you said, 2 minutes came quick.
Remember when you said as well that it was going to be about negative splitting and who had the patience?
Here we
These
are.
guys riding that last 30 miles better, they're doing a great job of that now. This is really what it's all about. And there is something I do distinctly remember from being on course, is that starting a race when you finish the bike strong, starting a run is so much more empowering than starting a run when you fall apart. Just mentally, and physically you're not a whole lot off, but mentally when you finish pushing and leaning into it versus get me off this bike, there's a big difference there. I want to take that break and say, we are going to remind you that part 2 is what you're going to have to tune into. Facebook is part 1 is going to end soon, and we will encourage you to go onto the page and find part 2, because soon we will have to go to that second broadcast, if you will. A little heads up when we come back from the next break, our next commercial break, please go over to Facebook part 2. If you don't do that, you'll be sitting there on section 1 really wishing you could still hear from us and see the live action, but we'll be gone.
But we'll be back.
And then if you go to part 2, you'll find us.
You'll
and we'll
find
be there.
us, and we'll be riveting for you.
And it will be
on
as
the
though we
second
never
half of
left.
this.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and we'll continue to watch Matthew and Chris just kind of roll solid at the front of this race. And I don't know if you noticed, Michael, but he has a little bit slower cadence than others. A little bit.
He does, which I think the fellas tend to run higher cadences, the women lower. But I think in general, I'm always a fan if I see someone that's pushing a comfortable 80 and below, anywhere in that zone. I think it's efficient. I think it keeps the heart rate a little lower. I think it kind of loads up the legs that you can sort of, you can take that versus just a high burn, high cadence spin that you may have to pay for on the run. It's all the same legs and energy and all that. Like you said, the K-Cal's out the door. But in the end, I like what I see with this guy. He doesn't look like the rookie that he is.
No, not at all. And I think he's saying good job to everyone he passes right now. I wouldn't put it past him.
How many shakas has he given to our cameras?
A lot. I mean, he's definitely one that races with that so-called amazing gratitude. So I value that a lot. So I appreciate seeing his, like we said, his gusto and his vibrancy. So and maybe he'll, I wonder. I would love to be right next to Chris right now and be like, are you dying right now? Are you good? Like, what's happening in your mind? He looks good, obviously. He's staying 15 meters, give or take, and just probably trying to be like, all right, let's just go in with this guy here together. Or maybe he has enough energy to make a move at the end. We're getting towards that. I mean, 91-ish miles in. That's good. We're getting closer.
Chris is a workhorse, and he loves the battle. And so I think that really, when you put him in this position, regardless of leg pain, regardless of anything, any sort of lull or high, anything, I think he loves this. And he wouldn't have left when he did to come to this race as he's done if he weren't ready to go do battle. And he's not one of these guys that doesn't pay attention. He knows what this guy did in Texas. He knows what's going on. He knows who he's up against, and he knows his strengths. He also believes, hey, this is a good matchup. We're both great. We've got now, they're going to get the split. They're going to see it in a minute, but they're going to say, holy smokes, I've got 3 minutes. They probably already have. I haven't looked across the other side of the camera, but they know they have a big gap on Metzler, and Metzler is the other person that's kind of on the radar. They know Sam's gone by now. He was obviously on the radar. So those guys, in fact, there it was. They just showed it. I saw the yellow jersey there going the other way. So those guys now know, do everything right. It's a two-person race.
Do everything right, and it's a two-person race.
Right?
Correct.
Because 3, 4, 5 minutes isn't much unless you make a mistake. If you make a mistake. If you do everything right, that's an eternity. So, there we go. I think Chris is loving it. Is my long answer made short?
Yeah, which I loved. And now Justin still looks calm though. The breathing though is a little heavier. I mean, I realize he's climbing, but it is for everybody this time of the race, right? In the 90s, 90 in terms of miles. I mean, he's like, all right, this is where I gotta have some grit. Okay, I mean, I'm back. I was a minute back. Now I'm 3, but he's got to just stay calm. You never know what happens out there on the marathon, and he knows what he's capable of. He knew what he was capable of when he ran a 2 whatever in 100 degrees. What would you say? 240.
He was 242 in Florida. But here's actually it's right here in front of me.
Good.
So at Coeur d'Alene, when he came in here, he actually did 2 years ago 247.
247, and that was in literally 100 degrees. It'll be interesting to see if he can chop off 6 minutes on that on his marathon coming up here in a more reasonable, civilized temperature.
Yeah,
I don't know.
2021 when he ran the 242 at Florida.
Yes.
The crazy thing is he got 9th place.
Oh my gosh, it's
such
nuts.
Such a fast race. I think he had that bad. I think he had that bike mechanical. He was way off on that. Coming back here, I want to remind everyone that after this break, you need to find us on the second broadcast, Facebook part 2. Please look for it again, part 2. You won't find us here. You got to go looking. So stay with us, folks. We're excited to bring the rest of this race to you here on part 2 of Facebook. We'll see you soon.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
We are back here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, and you are watching race leader Haley Chura continue to power through at the front of this race, as she's done since literally the first stroke of the swim. She got away, stayed away, got on the bike, has given up a little bit of time, just as you predicted. She'd give a little back, and then when she gets on the run, we expect her to be in full battle mode.
Well, and the update, at least at mile 80, is right. Mel McQuaid is in like only 2:53 back. Okay, and let me tell you, Jody, 4 minutes. So really, there's only a minute-ish difference too between Jody and Mel McQuaid. So Jody is definitely on the fastest bike split situation right now. So it's getting closer. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Jody catches. And it all comes together for the three of them.
Race weather here brought to you by Roca. 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 24 degrees Celsius. Overcast clouds. I don't know about that. Lightly, sort of partially cloudy. 43% humidity. That's been plummeting all day, Meredith. And this is the thing. It's great weather for racing. We just passed an old school try setup over there, that old school bike rig. I love that it's out there, round tubes and clip-on air bars, and the guy was about 7 feet tall.
I love it.
Looked
Old
like me
school's
too.
the way to go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, if I ever get myself cummed back, I'm going to be in a Speedo up there with some clip-ons and a road bike.
I mean, why wouldn't you? I have my Jewel from 1901 taped to my bike. I know. I'm so old school, but I just like, I'm used to that screen. I like it. Yeah, sometimes
the Jewel.
You
I forgot about the Jewel.
Yeah, the Jewel. You forgot about it because it's been 15 years.
I did. Yeah, that's great.
But no, I love my Garmin too. I just tend to use that indoor.
Yeah.
Jewel out. But yeah, so Haley knows it's go time. It's the end. She might get a sense that she's understandably, like everyone should be around this time, slowing down a bit. So we will see where it goes, and knowing that people are getting closer.
Tell you what, we're really going to do. We're going to hook you up with one of these Wahoo Elements. You're going to fly through that because it's got everything.
like
Swim,
it.
bike, run, the splits, everything you got.
I like
I
that.
lent mine to my daughter, and she started controlling my my music. So I'd be just hustling around music
Love
in the
it.
morning. She started changing tunes for me. It's linked up to my
I love it.
to my phone.
And
but
it's a whole dance party in the Lovato house.
you been there? How'd you know?
I'm sure of it.
How'd you know that?
I'm sure of it.
Always. So here's it, except this morning. Here's the story. Currently third place in the professional women United States' very own Jody Robertson. She's been rock solid on the bike, pushing through the field, 22.9 miles per hour, still the highest average that we've seen over all of that top six. She's rocking and rolling, pushing through, and we know that when she gets on that run, she is a force to be reckoned with as well. So keep an eye on that as we watch her now 4:09 down. Mel McQuaid has brought that gap down to 2:53, and excuse me, Haley Chura still in front after 4 hours and 39 minutes. That's a heavy burden to shoulder, I would guess.
Yes, and now it's going on as if that's that back last hour, if you will, hour-ish of the race. This is when you probably are starting thinking, did I do enough? Did I train? Did I get enough in to be able to warrant having a really good back half of this 112 miles? And this is where all that confusion comes out. Maybe I didn't do enough. I feel terrible. This is awful. I'm fading. And you just, have to be comfortable that you're prepared. You're going to have a dark patch. This might be one of them. But you'll come out on the rise, on the top as we get to that T2, and Haley's knows she's slowing down in at the aid stations because she knows, all right, I'm starting to get a little warm, understandably. I mean, still, you get hot out there, even in 72 degrees, and so she's taking her time through the aid station. I like to see that for sure.
Well, one of the things that I would say here as I hear you say that, once you're through to the other side, in other words, your last Ironman was a long time ago, you realize that the actual question you should be asking is not, should I have done more training?
Yes.
It's, am I rested enough?
Yes.
But you have no.
100. Yes.
It's not until you're like, wait a minute.
No.
That
did
thing I felt like
overcook?
I was a little bit undertrained. I was actually tired.
Yes.
But it doesn't really feel that way to a top-level athlete. Of course, nowadays, if you're like Norwegian and something, they tell you that before you even know because it's already in the data.
They already get it.
It's in the chip. But I tell you what, one thing that does get me fired up is talking about Marquardt and the race he had a couple months ago. And I tell you what, the 2024 Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, will be home to the North American Championship race. Yes, voted the best overall race in 2022, as well as the best finish line, best post-race experience. Well, you can chase your personal best as you ride along closed toll roads. Enjoy one of the spirited runs in North America, the most spirited runs. Registration is now up, and get over to ironman.com/IMNorthAmerica. That's another one that's been going on since 2011. A great race, tons of support. The people in that community love to cheer for you.
I agree. And
Hippie Hollow.
Yeah, you can't go wrong there either. I love it when the communities come out and they welcome the race. Texas, obviously, Arizona, obviously, clearly Coeur d'Alene. All of our Ironman races where that community comes out to give back and give you that good juju to get through what the hardness that you're doing.
Yeah.
And to our point we were just talking about before that is, I always learn from Matt Dixon, actually, and we talked about him earlier, holding the swim record here.
Yeah.
Is he always said you want to show up at a race fit and fresh, not fit and tired. And that's what they're all thinking, like in so many words of their own way. Am I fit and fresh right now, or am I fit and tired? And you do have to be rested.
And that was when Matt came, when he transitioned out of racing. He has the course record from being a pro athlete here in 2003. He took what was a hard learned lesson of being tired. He trained like a swimmer in the sport of triathlon. He flogged himself, and he would be a hero for an hour, and then he'd be nothing for the remainder of the race. And I think he realized, hey, I'm a smart guy. Why can't I figure this out? Oh, yeah. Once he applied it to all of the massive crop of people he coached, it was train hard, but rest and be appropriately fresh. I mean, that was a great time, because I think in that era, now we've come to a new level, but it really wasn't thought about. Like, how fresh do I need to be?
Right.
How ready to race do I need to be? It's how hard can I train?
Well, and then he struggled with chronic fatigue, probably as a result of training like a swimmer in triathlon. And then he was known as a recovery coach, but he wasn't really. But he really was mindful about recovery for his athletes.
Yeah.
So that's why it all worked out.
He was, and guess what? The only reason that he was known as recovery is because he gave it to you after you trained your tail off.
Exactly.
So there's two sides of each coin.
Exactly.
But great guy. I mean, it's good, and he's been a master coach with Ironman, and been still delivering great insight to a great number of athletes, and he's a fun guy with a great history, and so it's interesting to bring him up. Now we're back with Jody Robertson, and what I see is either she's got to take a potty break, or it's starting to feel warm, right? She's pouring that water all over, and it could be both. But the point is, we keep talking about how gorgeous this race weather is, but it does still feel warm. The sun is still strong, starting to get into those mid-70s, and it feels a little bit warm.
And Haley did the same thing at the same aid station, just poured, keeping the core cool as can be, especially before in the run you get even hotter, the temperature gets, but you're also working a little bit harder in different ways. So she's probably just trying to stay cool as well, and get her core super cool and stay wet, or potty break time. You gotta do what you gotta do.
We don't always like to talk about the natural breaks, but they do happen. These athletes don't stop. You may have noticed. But anyway, last time I went an entire day without going to the restroom was, never. Okay, come with us. We'll be back here in just a minute.
throughout my career. People have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Just watching that Roca ad here today gets me fired up thinking about what's to come, and haven't seen Lucy Charles race in a while, but one of the most dynamic and exciting figures in our sport that will obviously be a factor in our VinFast Ironman World Championship, along with all these other incredible athletes. There's truth when I say I'm often more excited about the women's race than the men, and that doesn't discount the multiple Ironman, Olympic, every champion you name that come to the men's field. It's just the women really still, you're seeing such amazing breakthroughs, so many.
Yes.
I can't tell you who I think's going to win. With the men, I kind of knew.
Yeah.
Last year. The women, you just don't know. I mean, you didn't even say Chelsea Sodaro more than 2-3 times that year. She wins the race. But everyone, I really get fired up thinking about the women's race come October.
And it's because also like 10 girls could win.
That's
right?
it. That's why.
1 of 10. And maybe in the guys it's 1 of 3, 4, 5. So I think there's more in that capacity that could aim to go for the win.
That's it.
That's pretty neat.
That's exactly it. Is the unknown and watching what everyone's capable of. So very cool. And we still have a couple months here down the road. October 14th, VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona.
Yes.
And then, of course, we have the Nice version, which if you've never been on that Nice course, one of the most, history, that course, the challenge of the bike course, the support of the community, the je ne sais quoi, if I dare use the only French I know.
I love it.
There's something about that race that also it has something you can't really describe. It's just, I think it comes from the history.
Yes.
The same thing as Kona, where you go, how does this place have that energy?
And it does, and it's technical, and it'll be a good, like, because Kona's not as technical of a ride, but like, okay, for example, if the women do Nice the following year, someone like Mel McQuaid will crush that course.
That's it.
Right, that descent, that any kind of switchbacks. So it's cool that it's in 2 different places with 2 completely different styles of courses, which I think is awesome for the sport as well.
I echo that. We're back with Chris Leiferman, and all I could see on that one is he's still in that prime spot here, right behind Matthew Marquardt. It didn't look urgent, but it looked somewhat intense. He was cooling himself. He was making sure that wasn't maybe I'll take a cup.
No.
That was, I'm grabbing a bottle. I'm cooling off. I need this now. And I think that it is, despite how we feel in commentary booth, it is starting to warm up. These guys are going to feel it out on the run. They're gonna come away saying, sure, it wasn't 100,
right,
but it felt kind of warm out there.
And they're cooling themselves off too. And I did see a little cringe from Chris. I think he's feeling it, as they all should be right now.
Correct.
But I think he's like feeling it. They're on a mile about 103, 104 right now, and so they're so close. See, if it were 100, they'd be done. They'd be a mile into the run.
That's right. You're like, you're really lobbying for this.
I'm just teasing. I just like a kid because I know that last 12 miles is the hardest, and to be honest, that's what makes it an Ironman, right? So
of course.
That's what we got to push through to get to. So, so before we know it, they're going to be done. It'll be fun to see them transition, who does what, and then start this run. I'm pumped for the run. A lot's going to happen. A lot's going to happen. So let's get them through these last 8-9 miles, and then the party really starts.
Then the game begins.
Yeah, the game begins.
We're back here with the tiny cap sleeves of Justin Metzler.
The teensy-weensy ones.
I can't wait to ask him. I have to ask him, send him a message or find out from his crew.
Yes.
To me, obviously, there's something that supporting the gastric or the upper soleus. Somehow he's getting some calf support. It is a devastating fashion look, but I don't think that's the only reason. But all joking aside, Justin, I mean, he's lost time, but this guy, he's 30 years old.
Yep.
He had some of his best racing at Ironman in 2021, both here and in Florida. He had, I think, a little bit of an up and down year last year, and he said he had the worst injury of his career in January. I think it was Achilles, from what maybe I've heard. It's not easy to go where you think you're about to win to a year sidelined. But now he's back, and I think that the hunger, deferred hunger, right? It's a dangerous thing. So he's going to come in here with a little bit of a deficit, but that may enable him to do the best run he's capable of. Chasing is a powerful motivator.
It is, and I don't think he's stressed right now about it. I really don't. I think, look, he's not. He's save those legs, save those legs. He's doing that. He's getting a descent. Again, I told you, anytime I don't pedal is only online racing or thing. So I don't even know. I just try to stay up on my bike, but I will save my legs as much as I can, especially in this moment with only 6 to 8 miles or whatever it is to go. And now the fueling's going to start. They're just going to keep fueling, hydrating, fueling, hydrating.
There you go. Stick with us. Here is a little picture breakup due to the remoteness and nature here. Our signal gets in and out, but you are watching Ironman Coeur d'Alene, which is clearly part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. Lucky to us.
Yes.
We are coming here back to Haley Chura here first and foremost. She's in the front of the race still, and she's been able to stay there since the beginning. While her lead is shrinking, she does not seem to be slowing. I think what's happening is we're just getting good pressure from Mel McQuaid and Jody Robertson and Jen Annett. Those women coming on strong, but Haley Chura composed, showing sort of veteran status here. Speaking of veteran status, let me just throw this at you. I just realized 25 years old, Matthew Marquardt.
Yes.
36 years old, Chris Leiferman, still very young in the sport, but mid-30s. And then 30 years old, Justin Metzler. The top three here, just kind of throwing it out there. Those are the ages we're talking about.
Yep.
And the women's side, a little bit more veteran status, right?
And on the men's side, let me express, half of them aren't even in their prime yet.
No.
What's going to be happening when we're doing this 5 years from now, 6 years? I find like 34 to 38, that's like prime time. So Chris still has a couple more years of that prime time. I'm not saying anything's going on outside of those ages, but you really are like awesome, extra awesome in those 4 to 5 years. I again, that's just what I've seen or felt myself, I think. So Matthew's like a decade from that. So he's got time.
He's a decade from when the prime starts.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, you're totally right. I mean, it's the cool thing about this sport, and when you see our Norwegian contingent in their mid to gradually late 20s, I mean, mid to late 20s, dominating the world scene. They're obviously doing a lot more than some of the kids were a decade and 15 years ago. But the scary thought is if those guys still have 10, 12, 15 years, it could be a dynasty. The other side of the coin is the sort of longevity that we see with you, Dee Dee, Mel, is the longevity less of a goal now for some of these people where they're like, let me go to Chrissy Wellington, let me hit it and win everything I do and then bow out before, before, who knows? Because they're both good approaches.
100%. And I talked to Chrissy about that. She kind of went out on the high, right? She won Kona again and she took off and she's still very much involved in the sport and she's doing so many things elsewhere. She retired at the right time, and everyone has their different ways. And like some of us who are older in the sport, we're never going to have the days that we had when we were in our mid-30s or whatever, but we're still enjoying it and we still have the passion for it and we like it. Right? So why not? If we can continue to like throw our hat in the ring, why not try? Right?
Look, and I think why I'm in your camp. Like I think that what's cool is that when we talk about you in specific, it's like you do still enjoy it because you have taken an approach where you're going to do this for a long time and as long as you enjoy it. Where others, I think you see them and they're like Chrissy, candidly, she didn't like who she was.
Yeah.
Personally,
Yep.
she's like, I don't enjoy this.
Yes.
I love what I'm doing,
Yes.
but I don't enjoy this. So there
Right.
was a finite category. We weren't putting in the exhaustive. You're putting, I mean, look, you're putting in a different way, but you're putting in a sustainable amount, which I'm all for.
Yeah.
And so the question will be in 10 years, are we seeing Gustav Iden? Are we seeing Christian Blumenfeld, or are we seeing them in the record books and they've already moved on to a different endeavor? Who knows?
Well, and then there's just a whole new wave of people we haven't even met yet. Like I told you, I love progression. I love watching people like a Jackie Herring or a Sky Munch, or a Cat, like they would get 6th, 7th, 8th place in races, and now they're ranked. They're like just ranked super high in the world or win a lot of races, and I find that very cool. Like they've worked hard, stayed consistent, and now they're at the top of their game, and they're in that good age range too. And so I think there's going to be a whole new wave of Tamara Jewetts running 111s off the bike, So
well,
it's
we
pretty
were
cool.
chuckling a little while ago about what sort of place you or I would have finished in various races. I think back, the reality is, and my best races. The times that I had a decade and two ago are slower than the winning women's times now, and it's like, well, I don't mind. Like I don't mind saying that. It's like I was faster than the fellas then.
Yes,
I'm not anymore.
Yes,
I'm not faster than the women are now, and that to me is like probably the people that watched me race said the same. Minus Mark Allen, he seemed to be he posted something recently where he has like 10 of his times, his winning times would still win. He would still be.
That's impressive.
That's impressive.
Or even Paula Newby, right?
Same.
Like those times are still really good.
Still good.
I think. Whereas I think of like the one time I placed 7th in Kona, that performance would get me last now. Okay.
Yeah, but those.
I know it's all relative, but geez,
totally.
the game it's risen. People are good. They're just so good.
Which is why I'm inspired to come on camera here with Mel McQuaid and say, look, she's still in this in a very competitive way, in a very good position here today.
Right, and she's still chomping away at it. I mean, under 3 minutes. And we'll see at the next split. I'm kind of excited for this next split because I think Jody's gonna bridge the gap to both of them. I really do, because there's still time for the women on this 112-mile bike course.
Yes. So we're going to refresh, and if you're not doing this, pull down that Ironman app. We expect to see Marquardt and Leiferman at the finish of the bike ride at 11:14 local time. That's about 12 minutes from now. So 12 minutes away, we're going to watch these men come into T2, and as you said, the party begins then. As we love it, that's when the race begins, because all of the speculation and talk from now till then is just that.
Yes.
Talk and speculation. The real racing begins when the shoes are laced and they hit that Hoka Run course.
And you can't win if you don't play. And they've been frolicking around like little puppies this whole time trying to play. And now it's like you can't win if you don't play once we get to that run. So we will see what happens here. And as Mel kind of grits it out here to try to bridge that gap to Haley a little bit more. And I just think she's trying to do that because she knows her run capabilities right now, and so she's using her strength on the bike to try to get as much time as she can into that before she does a marathon.
I love the analogy of the little puppies playing.
I
and
mean,
then the,
right?
And then
we
the
all are
and
a
then the
bunch of
dog fight,
puppies.
right? So
it
goes from kind of, that was cute, nice spike split, to, okay.
Yes, 100%.
The teeth are bared, the claws are out, the racing begins. So great overall analogy.
I love it. And I mean, so I can't wait to catch the split. And we did hear from our spotters, Justin's just a little bit further back, about 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 39 seconds, 38 seconds down. And so, but knowing him, I don't think he's stressed. I don't think he's stressed yet. And he's almost there at the 112, and then he can do what he does and run a fast marathon.
And I think there are certain athletes you look at and you can see a level of confidence, even that sort of will precede the results, which is remarkable to me because a lot of folks gain confidence by way of results. But Justin Metzler, from the first time I've sort of seen him on the radar, he's had a confidence ahead of results, which is it's great.
Right.
So he can come in here, and if they say you're 5:12 down,
yes,
in his mind, good.
Yes.
I'm going to run a 250. Sorry, 238.
Great.
So you got to be under 243 to beat me. So I can see him playing that game, and some of that is how you rise to the occasion, right? Put the mind out there, the body follows.
Yes.
So it's cool, but anyway, back to your point. Those are big numbers right now.
Right.
But once on the run, they get erased pretty quickly sometimes.
No, it's like a new race. It's like a open marathon basically.
Yeah.
You just forget what you've done prior to it.
Yeah.
So, but yes, I'm very excited for this run that's going to happen. And keep in mind, the Kona slots are, what would we say, three? Top
Yes, top
three
three
on
men and
each
women.
side?
Mhm.
Yeah. So 3 Kona slots per up for grab, and it's a good run for it. I mean, again, one of Mel's goals, qualify for Kona. So you just got to wait it out. But now, Haley still chill, just do it. Hasn't I barely see her out of arrow unless she's climbing, which understandably she'd be out. She's just going.
I have to think, and correct me if you disagree here, but if she looked at the start list and she started this race and she knows her strengths, she probably came in here with one of the scenarios being, I'm going to win wire to wire. I'm at least going to fight wire, lead this race until late stages. And I think this is where she wants to be. This is scenario A+, right?
This is like textbook what Haley thought.
Right.
You were spot on. I think she looked at the list and was like, all right, if I just swim like I do and how she did, bike how like an even killed, even if they gain, I just need, I don't know, a minute or two, just maybe even 5 minutes. I feel like she could have been even caught with and she still could be, we still have time, but with a minute to spare, if you will, and still have been fine, because all that run training she did for Olympic trials, that's going to show up today.
It's still in the legs, as are the memories. So as we tuck in here, we've got Gillespie behind Metzler. I have to give a little nod to how much, I don't know, there's satisfaction out of looking at the camera, or the screen rather, and seeing a yellow jersey in a time trial position with some green foothills in the background. It's very Tour de France-esque here, and I like the kit choice and just a little nod to that, because you do have to look good to feel good. You can't be out there not buying into your outfit a la Trip Hipple. But this is cool. Yellow jersey, Justin Metzler, third place on the road, representing USA. The 30-year-old is chasing down the likes of Matthew Marquardt and Chris Leiferman. He's got a little work cut out for him, but when he hits Coeur d'Alene downtown, the real racing begins. 3 laps of that Hoka run course. It's all in store for you folks that are watching with us from home.
And we're glad you're watching with us, because really, I feel like, the first 5 hours is awesome, don't get me wrong, but the true time to like really chat is when, because we can see them even better, we kind of know what's really happening, is on this run.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Where you and I will yap away about like every little thing, like, oh, did you see that? He did that. Oh, he needed to stop. She needed to do this. So we're going to get very involved, is what I'm saying.
We sure are. And I think what's super fun is that the run, you don't hide behind a visor. You don't hide beneath a helmet. You don't hide at distance, because we can really get in your face, so to speak, on the run.
Yes.
You get those. You get a sense of the emotion and the wear and tear. You start to see the body breakdown if it's going to. Look at that smile on that headshot. The dude is so genuine. Love this guy.
I love it. He's happy, and I appreciate that. There's such and I mean this in the best way, innocence about just like the happiness that he exudes, and the love for it. And there's going to be times, and I don't mean this negatively, Matthew, but there'll be times where it'll be hard. I'm not saying it's not hard right now, but he'll navigate through hard adversity, whatever have you. But he's now learning. He's just learning, wow, this is what it's like to be. I've been up front in the age group. He's probably thinking, I've been up front as an age grouper, but now I'm up front as a pro.
Yeah.
This is a whole new ball game out here. Right?
Well, he's
doing it.
In the front.
He's doing it.
Also, that's another thing that he hasn't seen is the front of the race.
Right.
And you're totally spot on. I think that what's cool is that joy what happens a lot for these pros as they come up is you get there by way of joy, enjoyment, challenge. You don't get there trying to be a multimillionaire. You don't get there for other motivations. You get there for the love.
Right.
And what happens is you cross a zone sometimes where the success tells you should have more success, and you start to feel the pressure to do X, Y, and Z, get to this performance or that performance, get this speed or that speed. And that's a part where the joy just gets pulled out from under you. It's not, you've done the sport. I did the sport for a number of years.
Yes.
It is about the love for the sport, period. And so, and betterment and challenge and everything.
Yes.
But he's still very much in touch with that, right?
He is.
He's having fun.
He is. And I have to tell you this because you're going to die when I tell you that. I said, like, I literally asked him, what do you want to be when you grow up? Like, I like kidding, like pro triathlete, doctor, perhaps both. And he literally said, and so like calm, just totally innocent, like I said, way. He said, my ultimate goal is to be either, okay, you ready for it? A neck cancer surgeon or a neurosurgeon, and he's particularly interested, he said, in the area of the human body called the skull base, which he's very involved in the neck, which he's probably getting a lot of neck issues or like thinking about that in aero position right now. But, you know, he wants to be a neurosurgeon that's incredibly interesting to him. And so I just really like that that's his focus. And he just said, you know what, I hope to be a pro triathlete as long as I can be. It was never his life plan. And being a med student pro triathlete has been done before. So he's looking forward to taking it, he told me, 6 months at a time. Yeah, this might make that more like a couple years at a time, this performance. I don't know. You tell me.
Look, that perspective at 25 is unique. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are more 25-year-olds that have that, but that's so cool. And there's got to be, too, something. Someone needs to do a deep interview with him and find out the motivation specifically to that area of medicine, because I'm sure personally it's touched him or his family somewhere. But remarkable, and I'll be following his journey. In the meantime, I can't wait to see him run.
I can't wait to see him run.
You know, Ironman Texas showed us a glimpse, but today, well, I shouldn't say but today, an equal dogfight. Rudy Von Berg, he's no slouch, getting in there and playing the big game down to the wire against him in the Woodlands. Now he gets to do that with at least Chris Leiferman, if not later Justin Metzler. So this is going to be fun racing, and we get to find out what's in the tank still.
Well, and he's racing with someone he probably really looks up to. Like, even when he wasn't age group, he was like, oh, Chris Leiferman's really good. And now, kid, you're riding with him, you know? And he's smart in that he said, you know, there will obviously come a time where his duties as a student and surgeon will overwhelm and triumph over triathlon, right? So like he knows that. But then what might happen, Michael, is he might pause it because he gets the itch. The itch is too good. He's having too much fun out here. I don't know. And he can make that decision when the time's right?
Well, because, I mean, how many people in our sport at the professional ranks do you know that have PhDs, doctorates, medical degree, law degree, because what happened, all of the high level careers that we've seen, because also there's only so many years that you can get in here and say, I'm going to do this for real. So the other career, but you see it all the time because the itch is real.
Dr. Amanda Stevens, remember? I mean, she paused being a doctor, and now she's been a doctor because she retired a few years ago. But it's like cool to see like that, like lawyers, doctors, all the things, and pro triathletes. So it's a pretty cool, smart thing to do. So I'm pumped. I think they're coming back into town, Michael, and it's going to happen. They are so
coming
close.
back into town, and we're going to be there. The prediction was about 1 minute from now, according to the Ironman Tracker app, but they're not far off. So folks at home, pay special attention to how these athletes not only look in transition, but really how they look at the outset of that 3-lap Hoka run course. I liked when you said, Meredith, that it doesn't really look like it used to, which is breakneck speed out the gate. It looks more of what can I run now that will enable me to run the last 14K appropriately. If you break it down into sort of 3 14K segments for a 3-loop course, I just think there's Chris. He's taking off the shoes on top of the pedals there.
He's getting his feet cool early.
Getting ready, getting loose, and stretch out those toes, get everything ready to be ready to run. One more aid station. So strategically, do you grab a gel to have just in case, or do you
if
blow
he doesn't
through?
have one, they probably should. Like I definitely eat now. So the first mile, you don't have to worry about it. Like getting calories, I try to pound 100 calories the last couple miles into T2, but it didn't look like. Maybe he did. I didn't see. I saw Matthew, but I didn't see if Chris took something. But yeah, if you don't have it, definitely take it. But you might still have something on your bike that will satisfy you these last couple miles in.
And as we come in here to downtown Coeur d'Alene, the Coeur d'Alene Resort straight ahead in the foreground, and you've got the golf course in the beautiful Lake Coeur d'Alene off to the right. Athletes doing a great job, age group and professional alike, to navigate and crisscross as that beautiful sign up there to the right says to finish, what every athlete yearns for at the end of 111.6 miles. Get me to the finish. In 5 hours and 15 minutes and change, these two athletes rolling in first and second under that Martin Arch and onto the transition grounds. Folks, play along with us here as we start to evaluate. I like how Dee says it, the judgment zone.
I love it.
Do we see these guys running great? Each of them looks pretty good. Chris, more concerned right now with not hitting his pedals, but the Wahoo Element Bolt tells us Matthew Marquardt has the best bike split, 4:25:15 for 112 miles. Done and dusted. He's racked the bike, and now you watch how it's done. The bag's right there, and you can begin to take off straight to the change tent. There's no smile on those guys' faces right now. It is all work.
No, but yet he's running like a gazelle even to get into the tent. And it'll be interesting why he's choosing to go into a tent. Maybe he puts on shorts or something.
You have to go through the tent and drop the bag. Well, I thought the bag obviously stays, so I'll correct myself. Typically, you have to all run through the tent, but you're correct. What's the change? What's the deal?
Wonder what he
Does
was
he
doing.
need a bench? Chris Leiferman proves to have had the faster maneuver at this point. He's using time to get the headgear on, the eyewear on, get everything set. Where do I go? Oh, it's this way. Quick shuffle for Chris, and he's off and running. Signature hat backwards for the guy out of Boulder, Colorado, originally from Wisconsin, directed in the tent. Meredith, what are you seeing?
So what happened was Matthew went in the tent, so you had to go that way, it looks like. So it'll be interesting to see what he ended up doing. But in other news, quickly, I wanted to say Jody caught. She's about 3 minutes down. She caught Mel McQuaid, and now she's 3 minutes down on Haley. So I know she's gonna give it her best shot on that run. So she's now in second place. So I just wanted to say that tidbit.
Thank you so much. We have to know this is remarkable to watch those women coming so closely together, probably together. Leiferman is making his way out onto the Hokuk run course, 3 laps, in front of him, and he looks smooth as butter. I'll say this, it doesn't look so much like he's holding back.
Right.
But what you referenced earlier, I think bears mention is that everybody in transition, be it first or last, has to cover the same ground. Everyone goes from a bike rack to the same exit. What we saw and where we're scratching our heads is why it looked like Marquardt was going to do so much gear changing. Leiferman is out, and he has a massive advantage in that he's got free ground, no one attached to his shoulder as he runs past here, the Coeur d'Alene Resort.
I am mystified by what just happened. So because I would have thought Matthew would just put his shoes on, do exactly what Chris did. So there must be a reason. Maybe he wants to be comfortable. We all know Lionel used to change into shorts, running shorts. Maybe he's doing that. He just wants to be comfortable. Maybe he needed to go to the bathroom. There's so many things that he could have gone through his head, but he must have a reason for it. So we will see when he comes out onto the run course.
We'll find out. Maybe he's going to come out in a set of running shorts and a tank singlet. I just don't get it, because now we're seeing a whole lot of air, a whole lot of the real estate. But here he comes, changing to be sure.
I think he had to go to the bathroom because he took it. He needed a bathroom break because he took off. He had to take off his kit. But now maybe he's new, and he is just going to now try to catch up with Chris. And Chris is sprinting, okay?
Yes, and it's not. And so again, Chris coming fresh off of a 70.3 where he took third place and ran wicked split, 112. He's here now, and you have to also remember to dial that pace back to an appropriate one. But a minute and 41 seconds is a gift that was probably unintentionally handed to Chris. Now, Chris has to also balance not overcooking and utilizing that gap too much. Here's what we do know. We're going to be here to the very end. Stay with us. We'll be back after this short break.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
Welcome back to IRONMAN Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast IRONMAN North America Series, brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless Together.
And Chris is crushing it.
And this is sort of what we said. This is signature Chris Leiferman. He looks like this.
Yes.
This is what you want to see. Now, the speculation is, why do we not have a shoulder-to-shoulder battle when they were shoulder-to-shoulder on the bike? We're thinking bathroom break. We're thinking there's no reason that Marquardt would have given up a minute 40 in transition if it weren't for something extremely necessary like a bathroom break. Again, we have to speculate because they came in together. Matthew was in the change tent, which Chris did not do. You have to run through it, but that's our guess. Either way, now what we need to do is we need to play the game. Let's assess. What do we see? Does he look good now, and how much down the road do we see him change that form, break down? I think he looks fantastic and ready to rumble.
He looks good, and I'm pumped to see it. So I think he's just about ticking it off at this point, but he might not. He might think that Matthew, by the way, is like
right with him.
You
just don't
he
know.
He hasn't looked back. Like he hit the ground running and hasn't looked back. And so it will be, and listen, as you know, when you gotta go, you gotta go. So Matthew probably needed to do what he needed to do and get comfortable. And now, who knows? He can run like, maybe he did that in Texas. I don't know. And this is what he needed to do. And now he's gonna go crank out a marathon and try to catch up with Chris.
And you know, arguably it's better now than later. If you're thinking, hey, I've got the ability to change in a change tent or take my kit down in a change tent, get this done here before I start running. I don't mess around. All my miles will be good ones. As long as the need is fully eliminated.
Yeah. Well, and what the hardest part was probably he put his kit back up, and that's sticky, he's wet, so that takes time, and he was trying to do that. So
we've got Metzler 647 down, Gillespie 651 down. The race is on, but remember that's from Chris Leiferman at the end of the bike. So what we can factor in is that means he's only, quote, only 5 minutes down from Marquardt. Now, did you see that? He took off the mini calf sleeves, so they were meant only for the bike.
Interesting.
Which is not to say that you're not using gastroc upper calf for the bike, but he was definitely wanting that support for the bike, whereas onto the run, he's not wearing any support socks. He also looks a little stiff as he gets going. Now, his form, even at its best, is a little bit he's a super tall athlete, so it's not a flowy form. It's an effective form, but I would say he's a little choppy now. I like what I see, though.
He
this
did
guy,
my baggy theme.
Totally.
Yes, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, totally.
Because now you can take that baggy, and I learned this from Matt Lieto a long time ago, and slap ice in that baggy and put it in your chest to keep your core cool once you take all the stuff out of the baggy. So that's pretty neat. And here we go. Dylan's going too. So
through half a mile, a little bit more time goes in the favor of Chris Leiferman. So it's a minute 48. And I think that at this point, again, now we're back on the sit and wait. So any sort of dynamics or fireworks we would have seen by a head-to-head or shoulder-to-shoulder battle has drifted away. We're watching Dylan Gillespie get something absolutely straight before he goes. He is really taking his time to get comfy and cozy before he heads out. He's got a waist pack on as well with a bottle.
Right.
But interestingly enough, you don't want to take too much time.
No, you want to get going as fast as possible. So, and now Haley here is so close, and I feel like, you know, she still has at least 2.5, 3 minutes. We'll see what 3:06 to Jody Robertson, and Mel McQuaid is about 45 more seconds behind Jody. So Jody has crushed it into the second place position. That is impressive.
Well, it really is, and it's impressive but not surprising, right?
Exactly.
So you don't really expect her to maybe take over Mel, but you do sort of fall in line thinking, hey, she's going to roll in and get some time on Haley.
Yes.
You said of the three, that's not her strength. Her strength would be the swim run.
Yep.
She's great, obviously, but
yes.
I think that's sort of all in line. What's going to be kind of fun to see is, does Robertson have the guns to actually outrun, catch, and pass Haley Chura? Could be.
And that will be the test at what form she's in for the run, coming off a very solid bike and for sure the fastest bike split, I would think, of the day.
Race weather is heating up here, presented by Roca. We are at 76 degrees Fahrenheit, 25 Celsius, clear skies, humidity right at 42%, and still negligible wind at 3 Ks an hour. But really what this means is that bright sunshine and that 76 degrees, it feels a little hot. Okay, we're not going to, I think that anyone that raced it 2 years ago or has raced in the extreme is going to tell us to pipe down.
Yeah.
It's getting warmer. It's not 68 or 65, right? It's getting a little toasty, so hydration will be essential.
And so 76, it's near an 80, okay? And 80, it's by the time.
Is that the threshold?
That's the threshold. I feel like 78 is the threshold of, actually past 75 it gets warmer. And again, I will say the humidity has gone down from 75% at the start of the swim to 42%. That's helpful, but still, they're going to need to hydrate nutrition like bosses out there.
So Leiferman through 1.6 miles at a 5:47 average. This is how you do it when you're not negative splitting. So run the math. 5:47 is going to put him into the territory actually of about a 2:30 and change run, just about 2:31 we'll call that. So 2:31, he's not likely targeting that, but I think he's falling into a little bit of a method of smoke them while you got them. I feel great. I'm going to put down some good miles. When the sort of shoe drops, I'll have 5 minutes, 4 minutes maybe. Hopefully I'll have a buffer, and I can then fall to my 6:30s or 6:20s to close out with a nice low 240s run. This is old. I wouldn't say old school, but this is more of a it's a tried and true method. It's not a cutting edge.
Right.
One of the things, and tell me what you think about this.
Yes.
These Norwegians, and we got this from Blumenfeld and Eden. They said, well, here's the thing. The first portion of the race is all strategy.
Right.
So if you don't follow the strategy, then you're just dumb, essentially. Like and then the last portion is the race.
Yes.
And so they executed that in Kona, and I think that now it comes down to, on this scale, and I'm not calling anyone dumb.
No.
Do you think that what happens now? Strategy versus race the moment. What would you do?
Well, here's the deal. If you were strategic on the bike, unfortunately, and that's not what many of us like to do, but if you did sit in the group and not do as much work, if you will, like we kind of alluded to out front, then it's no secret that your run legs are going to be fresher. And honestly, I used to like kind of knock people that did that. Like, man, you sat legally, but no matter what, you still get a little break at 12 meters. That's legal. And I'm one to talk. In my recent race, I was flirting with the 12-meter line, trust me. But I'm just saying, and then they can go and run a 1:15 or arbitrarily a 2:50 marathon. And so that gets annoying after a while for the ones that, no, I need to be in the lead. I don't want to be, a squirrel trying to get a nut too much, if you will. And so, but at the same time, now years later, I've changed my tune on it. And I'm like, Actually, that's like smart because
be smart.
they're fresher for the run, and maybe that's what the Norwegians though. They're strategic in different ways that they somehow look fresh as daisies the entire time and can be strategic to then run the fastest marathon. But in terms of that, I think you need to be strategic now with the level and the caliber of racing now, and whoever is one of the most strategic. And Sam said this about patience, is that he likes to be out front. He doesn't want, and he's even become more strategic over time.
Well said. Mark Quart now lost 2 minutes and 20. So through 1.6 miles of racing and a transition, he has lost notable time to Chris Leiferman. This also sort of tells us that either he's wildly strategic on the first mile of his run, or some of the woes that maybe stopped him in the change tent are still present. We do know that GI distress comes in a way that it tends to rear its head repeatedly. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. He's still in a great spot.
Right.
Chris is also still running exceptionally quick.
Well. Yep.
So let's give him still a little bit of time. It's fun right now to guess as we watch Dylan Gillespie, who is cranking it along here.
And he's cranking along. He's kept this place, fourth place, the entire day for the most part. So you got to give him credit where credit is due. And again, he's an unknown.
He's an unknown, and you know what?
It's fun
it's fun to get to know him here today. You know, he's doing a great race.
I feel bonded. We're bonded.
He's coming over for coffee after.
Absolutely, 100%. Either or. Preferably probably beer at this point.
Preferably since morning's over. But let's do this. Let's talk about some of the things these guys are racing for. Well, you called it the VinFast Ironman World Championship. We're getting 2 of them this year, and I want you to have a look here at what it's all about this fall. How long is this?
It's going to be an iconic race in an iconic location, the home and course of many champions fought out.
Must be nice to be a niece of your Mark Allen.
I had the opportunity to compete in my first Ironman World Championships in 2022 in Kona on the Big Island, and it was a dream come true for me. It is one of my favorite places in the world, and I feel such a spiritual connection with the island.
I am personally very excited to be there. A race, the course is going to be challenging, hilly, hence why I'm in the hills preparing already for it. But I tell you what, no one knows how to put on a triathlon party quite like the French.
The race venue is amazing, but what makes it so special is the community there and how they embrace triathletes, and also our community of triathlon that gathers there every year.
So I'm sure we're going to be in for a treat. Looking forward to a beautiful course in the Mediterranean. I've had the pleasure of living there for a few years, and I can tell you it's gonna be spectacular and worth preparing for.
I felt so proud to be representing myself, my family, my daughter, and my teammates out on LE Drive and on the Queen K.
Looking forward to seeing you there. Enjoy the celebrations and even more the preparations. See you then.
Join me there in 2023 to enjoy the magic that is the Big Island during race week.
Well, if that doesn't get you fired up for championship season, I don't know what will. All those stars telling you to come watch, come race, come play along, gets me fired up. And I know where I'll be in September and October. But here we are. This is one of the coolest spots. Speak to this part, Meredith. This is into the residential. So you enter here, you drop in. We just saw Chris run into and out of a bathroom. He did a porta potty right back to speed. So he took care of his business on the road. He's now out onto Lake Coeur d'Alene Boulevard, but he came out of the neighborhood.
Yes, this stretch is long, okay, but you get fueled by going through the neighborhoods and seeing all the little kids with their sprinklers and do you want some and the cheers. But this stretch, the second and third loop gets long, right? It'll feel shorter, this loop. By the third loop, it's like, oh dear. Oh dear, we've got a ways, but he's ticking along. He knows he needs to get back to baby Levi and his family, and he'll get there.
Is that the word you actually use? Oh dear.
Oh dear. I don't know. It
use
shows my
profanities?
age. No. Yeah, I realized I was on a live broadcast. I probably should stick to deer. Hey, yeah. Okay.
Fair enough. Stay with us. We'll be back for more of the exciting Hoka Run Course here in Coeur d'Alene in just a minute. Welcome back to Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast IRONMAN North America Series. You're with Chris Leiferman here, and he is in front, getting encouragement from the side of the road there. I believe that was Justin Metzler, former pro triathlete he trained. Justin Metzler, come on, Justin Dare, a former athlete he trained with and great coach and friend here in Boulder, Colorado. But I'm not sure, Meredith, as we come back to it, you and I were talking a little bit about this early. When you go out, so he looks super focused, but you don't fully know yet where second and third is. You don't fully know, and you know how much of that matters, how much of that should be just, hey, just look at your watch, just feel your breathing, play the game for yourself right now.
That's right. I mean, he looks in control, yet also he's stoic right now. He might have a poker face. Let's be honest, as I said, the first 3 miles especially hurts. That's why we talked about it will settle. So he's in that phase right now. Okay, it will settle. Okay, it's not settling yet. Still not settling, but he looks good. He's ticking over. I hope his body's feeling okay. And I'm certain all that he's thinking about is his family and like, let's hurry up and get this done. I've got another two-ish hours, and then I got to get back to Colorado, get with my family. I can rest a little bit after a stellar performance. If he can just keep this up, that will shimmy into place.
And I need to have better eyes, but Justin is out there, trains and coaches a bunch of people, has been on site, standing there, likely getting splits. This is one of, I think, my favorite, personally favorite parts of this race, because not only do I enjoy the crowd interaction and you get to see here, but there's a bit of solitude here. So that was a little roller. You go up over. It doesn't feel much on lap 1, lap 2, and ultimately lap 3. You'll feel this on the Hoka Run Course. But what I'm going to say here is that it is the meat of the race. Check it out. Also, this exposes all the details. The Morton transition 2 times. Chris Leiferman lit it up with a 153. We saw that. Fastest T2. Metzler second in 2:08. And there it is. Marquardt, 3:35. He lost a minute and 40 seconds, minute 42, to the leader. He was with Chris. However, that's all dead and gone. We're on the road now. We're into the meat of this race. There's 26.2 miles or 42.2 K of running. That's what counts now. Chris is, I'd say Chris is exactly as an ideal scenario would have played out in his mind pre-race. How could it not be?
He's so pumped. He's so pumped. I mean, he's leading this race. He had a great, I mean, he was back. Remember, he was back with Sam several minutes, and he caught the front. He did the smart thing, talk about being strategic, and stayed with it. Maybe he did feel good enough to make a breakaway, but he did it on the run here. He did it in transition, and he got out of there, and he went for it. And here we are, and he's got a 2-minute, 8-second lead right now on Matthew. And so, gosh, he's doing well, and I hope he keeps going for it. And tell me this: would you walk aid stations if you felt depleted? That's like the new thing, I feel.
Well, yeah, it's new and old.
Yes.
I still will with never forget watching Jan Frodeno in Frankfurt when it was hot run a 2:40 marathon, walking all his aid stations. And we were all like, how is it possible? But, you know, again, I can think back to...
How is it possible?
How is it possible? Well, I think it's a great strategy.
Yes.
Now, here's where I think that you have to be careful. A guy like Chris, he's a big engine. He's got a big capacity for work. That also is really good. If you overcook the hydration and the fueling, it really backfires.
Yes.
He's a, you know, he's not a light, wafy dude. He's a muscular, strong, carb-burning machine. I think that if you overdo that, GI distress, problems. So what I would do is I would say lap 1, don't walk the aid stations.
Right.
Just take what you feel like you need. Get in there, pace what feels good. When you see, sorry, it's 3 laps. So lap 1 and a half. When you start get to that second half, then you can start to look at, do I have a 1-minute lead or an 8-minute lead? Then you can start to say, if it's 1, they're killing me. What do I need to do? If it's 8, boom, let's protect the lead.
Yes, and so, I agree. Because sometimes, though, I can walk faster, probably, and drink versus run and drink. Because, like you said, and Chelsea Sodaro did it in Kona sometimes. Like, just walk real quick, even if it's 10 seconds, and then you're faster for that next 20 seconds that you start to run again. So the jury's still out for me. I think it might be faster because you're getting, sometimes for certain people, like you said, like Jan, I still remember him in Kona just like searching for like a big bottle of Coke and then chugging it for like 3 seconds and then running fast again. So there's something to be said about it. You know?
I'm a huge fan of the method itself, and I think that a huge fan, because I think, I mean, personally, I saw this again a number of years ago, being on the course, and I don't always recall a memory of my own racing, but you say, people will yell at you. They think it's just the guy's walking. And I'm thinking, the guy's in front. He can be walking. He's doing something right. So I think that it's a huge tactic. But with Chris, I mentioned that the style of racer that he is and the sort of the physiology that he has, I'd be real careful. He also has a high sweat rate. He also has, to manage. He does very well with it, but he has to manage heat and sweat loss. But I think right now, anyway, I'd give him a little. I'd say just run this first lap, then assess where the damage is. But it's also, hey, there we go. Let's look at some splits on the women's race because it's fun to catch right back up. Chura still 3:02 and then 4:32. It's looking really good for Haley Chura here as they get closer and closer to finishing this bike ride. Moments away.
They're so close. I mean, we'll be watching them do a transition here soon and see what each of them decide to do. It looks like Matthew's back to 2:35. So we'll see how that, once we get a camera on him. And here is Haley coming in. She's so close. And now you can tell there, like when I feel like there's like a dark patch around mile like 103 to 107 or 8, and then you're like, all right, actually I only have 4 more miles, and then you get all excited and like I can see a pep in her step and like her hair blowing in the wind. She's like, I am almost there, and this ride is over. And then I'm in my and again, Haley's an amazing cyclist. I just said of the 3, she's a swim, run, bike in that order, like in terms of her amazingness. And so this part's over, and this again is her one that isn't as amazing as the others. And so now she's going to run, and she's going to run well, and she has a 3-minute lead on Jody and a 4.5 back to Mel, and her worry will be Jody. And what and you and I had a battle on this because we were Haley Jody, like who so far where we are, and again there could be, Jen Annett could come and she could be an amazing run form, and who knows, or I could just like Ueda could be like, you know what, I'm gonna run a 2:48 today, so you never know. But we called it so far a little bit on that.
So far, credit.
I'm gonna puff our feathers on that.
Let's take it now because we always take it when we're totally wrong. So but it's cool. It's cool to see because I think that Haley Chura. She's really just she's executing very, very well today. And I think that that's what's evident is that she knows that her strength lies on the swim and the run. She knows she's a great cyclist. So why not just not worry? And I think that for Robertson, she's also on that side of good execution. Let me throw down, increasing all day, everything a little bit more of an effort. So that'll queue up, I think, for a great battle of those 2 women as we get onto the Hoka run course. So.
And we'll be there soon.
And we will.
Look at
They're
her.
predicting at 57, and it's 44 now. So
Okay.
11:57, we got about 13 minutes until kind of predicted times. We're going to
Sure.
see Haley Chura jump down off the bike into T2. In the meantime, I encourage you guys to get up, do a stretch, do a little dance, and wake yourself up. Stay with us, because after one quick minute, we will be back for more exciting Ironman Coeur d'Alene coverage.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Back here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. I'm excited to share with you that Chris Leiferman is still holding on to his lead. He looks great. The American out of Boulder, Colorado. He's made his mark actually as early back as 2016. He won Ironman Mont Tremblant. He won Ironman Boulder and Ironman Louisville in 2018. And then in 2020, he won Ironman Florida. So if you take a look at that, every 2 years he was up for something good, and now it's been 2.5. So he's in an odd year. He typically wins in even years, but all kidding aside, Chris Leiferman, he came in here as a race favorite, but there were at least 3 of them. And here he is now delivering on the goods. This bike path, Meredith, I love it. It's right there along the water. Super good if you want a distraction, but super easy to focus on what you're feeling. Here's the first turnaround.
Yep. And you do get a little like breeze typically from that water. So hopefully they're cooling off, you know, as we saw them all putting, you know, water, that last aid station on the bike, but hopefully, right, they're cooling off from the water. And now, let me tell you, he will be ecstatic to see that, like, we don't even see Matthew right now.
I think he already is. Like right now, he just weight just fell off his shoulders because he's. It may have been delivered to him via traveling split. He may have heard, but this, you look at all that road, and the belief that he has in his run, you immediately say, "Oh, sweet!
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
this is huge. I've got this is my race, as you'd say, to lose. This is my race to protect and hold. But this feels good."
Right, and so he must be so happy that wow, wait, we were just together.
Yeah.
And that must be a sort of a relief. I know when you turn, it's easy to count 1,001, 1,002, and then you're like, all right, when you see them, that just double that amount, and that's how far ahead you are. You know, the things we do to like keep entertained, right?
Totally.
In there, so, and here's Dylan still cruising along. That guy has literally just been exactly like this, just steady Eddie, right? Steady Eddie, or rather steady Dylan, I guess, but still back to that. He's taking nutrition every time. He's cooling off, so
he's chilling, Dylan.
Yeah, chilling Dylan, and again, still in the unknown of an Ironman distance. So this is awesome. Good on him for trying to stay in the top 5. I mean, he's got people coming. We know that he's got people coming, but he'll learn and figure it out as he goes along.
People like Justin Metzler, who is back there, but still notable to say that this young man who doesn't have the Ironman finishes in the pro ranks like the others, you know, he's doing a great job, really great job. Looking back at the splits, we have to go all the way to 2.4 if we really want to see where he stacks up against the others. But Metzler, 7:42 down from Chris, and then Marquardt, 2:35 down. So there's just about 5 minutes and 7 seconds between Justin Metzler and Matthew Marquardt. So I don't know. That could be a race as well.
I know. And so that's what we're looking forward to. So, and keep in mind, I knew Matt Russell was a little further back, but he's quite the runner. So he has the ability to roll into the top 5 as well. So I'm pretty pumped about that also. Everyone's doing great out there. I mean, we've had a good day so far.
We've had a
Do you
good day.
agree?
Chris taking on a bit of a
Yep.
Martin gel here, spun that race belt around, grabbed everything out. I do find it fascinating that he has a full-size bottle in his kit on the back. I find it fascinating because it's obviously something that he really wants. But it's something that he likes and enjoys from a product standpoint, but there's plenty of fuel out there. I like it. I think that he knows he may need this later, but it is just interesting to note he has that full bottle perhaps for later.
Well, right. And he doesn't look inhibited right now, even if, and remember, as we talked about, he had said, I'm not, and again, I told him, anything you tell me I can say on the broadcast, right? And he knows that. And he said, I'm not 100%. He didn't go into full-on detail, but the fact that he's gone this far not being 100% is very, very good. And if he could just let that adrenaline take over, knowing that he gets a big break. I know that's easier for me to sit here and say that because he could be in a well of pain that I don't know about at all. So, yeah.
Here's the real competition. Across the road, we're about to see it going the other way in the yellow kit, Justin Metzler, I think. And again, now we're far enough back, I can't the picture break up. But the thought was he was about to go the out and back with Justin Metzler, which gives each of those athletes something that is valuable information. To quote the Game of Thrones, information isn't power. Power is power. However, information is useful.
That's right. That's right. And at the last split check, so when he made that turn, looks like Matthew's about just shy of 3 minutes down. So he's losing time, which we didn't expect. We didn't expect. Only because, we're not all bulletproof. Like maybe that stop he needed because he had something else wrong. You just... God, Ironman is so tough. It's so tough.
You know what? It keeps us on the seats guessing. It keeps everybody out there enjoying the show. But right now, Chris looks rock solid. And I think we talked about this from the very outset. And I there's a lot of history here with Chris. I've watched his career the last 9 years since he really became a viable pro, which was 2014 and 15. And prior to that, he was, as he said, getting the free entries. But Leiferman has always had one of the most enormous engines that I've seen. And I always say, well, his engine is a Ferrari. His chassis at times is more of a Hyundai, something a little weaker.
Right.
So he's broken down.
Right.
He's had ups and downs. He's had injuries. He's been sidelined by some serious woes. However, when he's on, which he appears to be right now, he is on with the best of the best. The times, elite, world class, just great. So right now, early days into this run, we're watching the Chris Leiferman that's on top. Let's see how the body holds up.
Let's see how it holds up. And Haley's got literally less than a mile, give or take, into T2. She's got that pep in those legs. She's, I always try to, like, that last mile is because I have such a low cadence, like get my cadence up to kind of move some lactic acid around. So, we should probably see her taking off her shoes relatively soon and getting into transition. And then she can kind of scope out. She hasn't been able to really scope out who's behind her, how far, what's going on. And this will allow her to.
Yes, indeed. As she comes up, she's still got a couple little rollers to tackle before she rolls back down.
That's just mean. That's just mean, the last mile.
It's mean.
Right?
It's like, just let me get off this bike.
Right?
Yep, some crosstown traffic there. Chris was able to look across the road and give a nod to Adam Phi, who is going out. You got to remember the color kit because they go by quickly.
Yes.
But Adam Phi, that's a lot of distance. Chris almost completing this entire out and back section on Coeur d'Alene Lakeshore Boulevard. But in the end, Leiferman getting everybody in this section really getting a very good look at where the competition is, how the competition looks, what needs to be done, and they get to do this multiple times throughout this race.
And you know what I wish, and eventually I'm going to put my vote in, is that like everyone gets like just something in their ear that they can then microphone to us and be like, yeah, I'm doing great, I feel good, or I'm hurting. And someday, that's the future of broadcasting for Ironman. I think we can. Like I said, I want to be their little elf on their shoulder. So
I'd be
we'll get
psyched.
there.
I'd be
Wouldn't you be
psyched to hear
psyched?
if it were candid. So if
Candid.
they couldn't, if we
Yes.
could get what we wanted, and
Yes,
just us
and
hear
they
it,
don't know.
but they
Yeah,
forget.
yeah.
So if
They
they're telling us I
forget.
feel good, well, that could be a lie. But if
Yeah,
they're in there
yeah,
saying, you know, I feel like a bag of donkey poo,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, well, then all of a sudden you've given us something we need to know.
Do you think
Or-
we'd hear profanities? I'm wondering.
Well, I don't think you'd hear the word poo. But as we come back, there's only a matter of time when you're talking about an Ironman before you start discussing the PWOP.
Hey, you got to. It is what it is. And here comes Jody. See, she's doing the good thing is, stay hydrated. You have a marathon to go, and you're going to be great. But yes, they're in their last little bit, and I bet she's kind of gotten under the 3 minute to Haley. So we'll see this run come together between Jody and Haley, both excellent runners.
And a funny little notable as we talk about these women coming off and the men that are into the meat of their race is that in this event, they've changed the course such that you have the 3 out and backs that we just saw, the far end down on Coeur d'Alene Lakeshore Boulevard. That section is an out and back, pure and true.
Yes.
In town, it's a bit of a tiny lollipop. So you come in and you don't actually get as clear a view or a sight line on the people behind you. There's hiding you can do. There's also more traffic at that point, age groupers mixed in. But there always remains at this far end of the course or where they were that pure ability to see where your competitors are.
Well, right, and that'll be Haley's chance. She literally hasn't looked back probably once because she can't. She's the carrot, right?
Yes.
The carrot, they don't have time. They just need to go at the front. And there's another roller this last little bit. So she's like, all right,
on the bridge.
now she's like, all right, this is cool. I'm ready to be done. And she did it. She's almost there. And then she will shine on this run. I'm so pumped to see it.
As she takes this right turn, she's going to descend a bit, kind of a hard turn, and then she'll get to coast more or less, or at least light power to downhill trend right into transition 2, at which point we'll get to see how she stops the clock on that bike ride, but also how she looks when she sets off on foot for the Hoka run course, 3 laps around town, same as everyone, and it is one of those things where you don't always learn from the first steps, but it's a good indicator of who's overextended, who's tight, who's hurting, who's got a limp.
Yes, and you can always tell those first few steps off the bike, right? Are you limping?
Yeah.
Is it like you have your stick up your butt? Like there's a lot going on in that moment. And Haley, on that incline where she was just out of the saddle, normally if she were on mile 1 of that, she would have been an arrow up that whole thing, right? It's just tired legs, understandably at this point. And so now she realizes she gets a little descent into T2 here soon, and she's going to start taking her shoes off, I would think, because Chris took them off relatively early too, but she'll see how she's not pedaling. I wouldn't be either. Like, save those leggies.
Enough is enough.
Yeah, enough is enough. I'm ready to run. Come on, let's go. So I'm excited for her to do her thing.
This is the part when I typically hope that they're listening, although they aren't likely listening, but when you come into T2, do you look a little bit more like Matt Lieto or a little bit more like Greg Welch? You want to look like Greg Welch in T2, baby. 1994 Ironman World Champion. Matt Lieto, he'd be cramping. He'd be limping through there. He'd be moaning about how hot it is. I say that I miss these guys. Good commentary crew I know was calling them out last night, Matt and Greg and McKeely. Gosh, I can't get a name straight. I just called Greg George.
That's great. I know they were here all night commentating. So they're done. They're hopefully sleeping right now.
Hopefully they're up enjoying this riveting action, but if they're not, we can forgive them. But back here with Haley Chura, feet on top of the shoes, zipping up the kit, getting ready, or zipping down the kit, whatever the case may be. But Haley Chura has crushed it. Soon we will get to see her finish split. Soon we will get to see how incredible she looks as she dashes off onto that 3-loop Hoka run course. But in the meantime, fans that are at home, I want to know what you think. I mean, what are you guys thinking? Has she got this locked in the bag, or is Jody Robertson going to just roll through with a crazy good run split today?
Yeah, we want to hear. I mean, it's intense, and now, like we said, we're in that phase on the women's side where the playing is over. And now we've got to try to go for the win. And what do they say? Run for dough or whatever?
Bike for show,
bike
run
for
for
show,
dough.
run for dough. So that's pretty much what's about to happen here, because Jody, as we see, is not too far behind. So this is going to be an exciting marathon coming up. I'm pumped, and I'm seeing Mel McQuaid, Jen Annett looks about 6 minutes back from Mel McQuaid. So let's see how it rolls. It looks like Ueda is more like 23 minutes back or so. So we'll just see what she can do. And Haley is off the bike and gonna run it into T2. We'll see what she decides to do. Go into the tent. Looks like she went a 5:02:05, which is amazing on that course with literally 7,000 feet of climbing. I'm impressed that she almost broke 5 hours. So right now, she's in bare feet, and she's doing it, and she's making it look easy, but she sees the grass. Oh, yes, grass will feel good on the feet. So, and she doesn't look stiff at all.
So there we go. Wahoo Element Bolt tells us that Haley Chura's time off the bike, 5:02:05 for 112 miles or 180 kilometers. She's now done and dusted with portion number 2 of this race, putting on the socks over those bright fluorescent green shoes, socks rather, and she's getting ready to go. So I like the strategy. She's going to fresh socks, so there's no Gatorade or Morton gel drip down into those bad boys as she gets ready with her pretty darn fast transition. I have to admit, standing and bending over like that doesn't always feel that good after you've done 6 hours, 5 hours, 55 of racing. But
yes,
she's halted now. She's kind of cooling off in the kit there, and and then here she goes back to it.
She got her socks on, and guess what? They're neon.
Of course,
we really can't miss her, and I love that. And so it's interesting to see people like, you just have to take a moment. She has her baggie too. I'm loving that. And then see, it's discombobulation at first, right? Okay, there we go. Go through the tent, get out to transition, all is well. So she'll be out there doing her thing. And here comes Jody in there too. Not that I'll be anxious to see what her split is, because I think it's definitely less than 3 minutes.
For sure, it looks that way. Haley Chura off and running. The exciting thing for her is that she's going to be out of transition and on to the Hoka Run course before they start calling out the names. Not really, actually. She's probably going to still hear Jody Robertson come in here as she's running across. And again, gingerly so, as you'd expect. She does have socks on that hot pavement, but she kind of a little bit precarious as she comes across that dismount line. Haley Chura already looks smooth and ready to go, just really transitioning well off the ball of her foot. Nice stride right there. Let's wait and see, because here now there's the power we're used to seeing for her.
Oh, yeah.
She's moving.
155 back, and she can make that up. Like typically, say if it wasn't a Haley Chura, say it was a me, oh geez, I'm hurting. She's gonna pass me. Like, she is fast. And so 2 minutes. Let's see what she can do. Let's see what Haley can do. How they're each feeling. And now it will come down to who played their cards right on that run, and just who hydrated, who fueled, and see what we can do here. But Jody's gonna give it her best shot for the win for this. And so is Haley. Don't get me wrong. So is Haley.
The battle's on, and it's funny because we're kind of excited about the 2 minutes difference here, where we were super bummed to have that huge 2 minutes for the men. It just goes to show that perspective is everything. These guys were feeling super tightly bunched and moving in the right direction, whereas we just hated to see that time lost for Mark Hart. But notice this. She's already gone to kit down. She's already gone to the sports bra. And that tells us that she's feeling already, hey, some heat management needs. She's already said, this is nothing I'm going to mess around with.
Nope.
It could have been the plan from the outset, but I think realistically that the warmth, you can perceive it. It's not hot by any stretch, but it certainly doesn't feel cool anymore.
Well, and it looks like they both went without hats or headbands or anything, so they're just going to plan on pouring water over their heads to keep cool. Everyone has a different way. Some do hats, visors, the headbands, all the things. And so sports bras, no sports bra. You know what I mean? Not no sports bra, but keep the kit up. So
no sports bra would be a flagrant violation of the pro triathlon rules.
Exactly.
Depending, if you leave the kit up, you're okay.
Yeah,
covered.
Exactly. So we will see in time. I'm looking forward to this first run split, because Jody will come out with gusto. And how many Ironmans have you done where you take the first 10K out? And I'm talking about like a blazing.
A banshee.
And then you get passed for the win at mile 21. yeah. Lots of times here. So, you got to be patient, right, and calm that first at least 10K, and it will settle, and don't go too fast or burn your biscuits, as they say, whatever. So let's go.
Yeah.
And we'll see who looks, stiff and who looks more fluid. I can't tell yet.
Gosh, she looks great. She's controlling the speed as she comes around. Mel McQuaid into transition, third place. The superstar, bib number 33 out of Canada, racking the bike, getting the helmet off. Really close in contention here and sneaking in under 6 hours for her overall swim bike. Don't tell anyone that she's 50 years old and she's chasing him down, because if that matters to you, you're going to feel pretty bad, because, the heat's coming as we come back here to Jody Robertson, and a very different style, running style. She really looks like she's just powering it. A lot of use of that upper body. Really a great runner, and although it's a little bit more erratic with the arm swing, it's certainly something that proves to be very powerful. As we come back to a tighter, cleaner, so to speak, form of Haley Chura.
Yes.
Equally great.
Yes. Everyone's like, which way? It's only because you've just been on the bike for 5 hours. You need to take a minute. So understandably, everyone comes off and is like, all right, which way? Here we go. So she's on.
You're totally right. It is. It's a little bit of a hump. But
it is.
As we come now, Mel McQuaid getting the number on as she goes, getting a lot of this stuff done while she moves. She is in the position she wanted to be. She said, hey, I have a goal. Win a race. Get to Kona. She's on her way to Kona if she can hold this spot, right? Don't get past, and the Kona slot is yours.
Yes, absolutely. And even at the run start, so oddly, I just think it's a matter of transition. Jody took a little bit more time in transition, so she's maybe now 3 minutes back. And so we'll see if she starts to find her groove and do some catching. And now, this is like Mel McQuaid's classic run style, just like quick, short steps, and she looks good, right? She's like in it, and she knows she's in third position. She knows that's a Kona slot. I think it will be hard for any woman today to break 9 hours, just because we're already at the 6 hour mark almost. And not saying it can't happen, because Haley could very well run, a 250X or whatever. But I think this course is hard to do a sub 9, although I'm sure Carrie Lester did it just fine.
Yes, right.
Before.
That's right.
So, yeah.
So here we go as we sneak off for a quick break. You're watching Haley Chura continue to be in front of Ironman Coeur d'Alene. She's been doing it all day long. We'll be right back. These little downhills will really kill you once you're deep into the marathon. But right now, still fresh. It feels great for Haley Chura. She's springy and bounding down that hill. But it's funny how uphills kind of slow you down, but downhills in Ironman really hurt. So two different things there as we watch this superstar continue to take the lead. Full fluoro kit today, full fluorescent kit. Really rocking it. I enjoy that quite a bit. But I'm curious what you think about these. Morton transition 2 times. Haley Chura 2:05 sounds a lot like Chris Leiferman. Mel McQuaid 2:17. Jody Robertson in a slightly pedestrian 3:16, but guess what? She'll be ready to run without a doubt.
Absolutely, and Haley's finding her groove, checking her watch. Again, it's right to do. She's getting in the mix, and on the third loop, let me tell you, that downhill might not feel as great, but now she's finding her rhythm.
Yeah, it feels good now. I mean,
Yeah.
everything sort of feels good now relative to, it doesn't feel as good as training. But I think
Yes.
when you're an Ironman athlete at this level, this is what you kind of live for, is those early fresh miles. There goes Leiferman on the other side. He's inbound, she's outbound.
Yep.
But doesn't it, to me, that's a memory of where you said it, that just top level fitness when you feel prepared to handle anything. You've just done a sort of obscene amount of swimming and biking, and now you're going to run, jaw-dropping 26 miles at 0.2. And so I think that's when you really, that moment where she's at now, it's just, it's really nice. You feel like you can take on the world right there.
And it's so fun to watch as not a form person at all, but I always watch Lindsay Corbin's perfect run form, right? And to see Haley and Jody have completely different run forms, but they're both fast. So
they're both effective.
Yes.
I mean, there's no style points.
No.
We've seen this as many times as we watched Lionel Sanders win a race with the big hitch there in the giddy up. Here's Jen Annett coming in, and this a one-time long distance I2 long distance world champion. She won that race in Penticton, the 3/4 Ironman, won her home course. Now she's here in a course she knows very well. Feels like it's a bit of a home course. She's still driving distance away from home in Penticton, and she's now off the bike. The bike is her strength, but she's a great runner. So watch for her to, I think, have the wheels to capitalize if anyone falters.
Absolutely. She's going for it. She's putting her socks on because that's what we need to do sometimes to run a marathon. Anyone who does without socks, good for you. And so now, she wants to get to Kona too. So she's going to give a valiant effort to get there. And she's in 4th position. So here we go, Jen. Here we go.
Here we go, yo. Here we go. I tell you what, we are rocking and rolling here with this race, and we're excited that so many top athletes decided to choose this as their June kickoff here, as their June race. And as we kind of scroll through our race notes, we can see here that these athletes all came here as the first Ironman of the year, but that's not the case for everyone. Some people want to do 2, 3 Ironmans. If you're looking for one to do, I've got a great idea. On August 6th, come experience Ironman Kalmar, Sweden, known as one of the loudest and most festive events on the Ironman circuit. In the 2022 Global Athlete Choice Awards, Ironman Kalmar, Sweden was awarded Most Recommended, also Best Post Race. So come join the party. Register today at ironman.com/IMEurope.
Nice. I haven't been to that one.
No, haven't been to Sweden.
Nope.
Sort of fun to look at those pictures, though. It looks like a great spot for sure. So take advantage of that. August 6th sounds like a good time to be racing in Sweden, too. I bet they have long days still in warm weather. So,
yes, absolutely.
Great stuff.
And Haley's around the bend. We've got a video here of Justin. Let's see how he's doing and how he's feeling. They're at, Chris and Matthew have come across the 7.8 mile marker, about 3.5 minutes apart. Chris leading by 3.5 minutes over Matthew Marquardt, and Justin sitting in 3rd here. We'll catch how far behind he is, at least to Matthew. Looks like he's ticking along all right.
He does. He looks great. He's a tall athlete, so he's got a long stride, but he actually, for the height, still has a great turnover typically. I think that he came in here excited and motivated to do better than 2nd place, which he was 2 years ago. And I think that's still possible. As we know, anything in Ironman is possible, and especially when you get into the latter stages of a marathon. So keep focused, keep positive, keep hydrating, and just wait, patience, see what happens when you get into 20+ miles.
And remember what you feel like after, and that it will end, and you won't remember. I always have to say, you won't remember, like, in a couple days how you feel right now. Like, you won't. It's so trippy. But in the moment, it's like watching paint dry. You're like, I have a ways to go, but I'm gonna get there. It's just gonna take a minute,
There you go.
So he's doing it. At the last check, he was about 8 minutes back from Chris Leiferman. So we'll see on this next check where he is. And I feel like he's like settle into it, and he gets faster as it goes on.
Yes, and we saw that here a couple years ago when he had that great race. He did sort of settle and build and capitalize on the late day falter or meltdown of Lionel Sanders. I think he's a guy that knows. He's watched this sport from when he was little. He's been a triathlete in the making since a kid, and Ironman athlete in the making, and so he knows that that the long game is the best game.
Right.
But he also is a guy that I'll say. When you come off, in someone's words, if it is the most difficult or devastating injury of your career, and you're only 30, so it's not like you've been in the 20-year, 30-year career. So when you look at that, I would say this: he's going to be super grateful as well to be back healthy and racing a great race.
Right,
and that's a dangerous spot to come from.
Yeah.
Same with Chris, for that matter. But he's grateful. Metzler's coming in here with big goals, and if he comes in here and capitalizes and wins, great. If he gets third, boom, he's going to Kona. We'll find out in about a little while. Come back after this minute break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
We are in the position here of watching Chris Leiferman make a slightly ginger kind of delicate move around the corner there, as to be expected. But this is a spa. He's getting cooled off by those, as you mentioned, those garden hoses and those folks that are out here giving all the support. This is that tricky little section where it's a downhill, ripping left turn. It doesn't ever feel very good on the Ironman legs. But check out this VinFast performance analysis here. Pretty darn good, where you're at 6-minute 14 second per mile average, and he's cringing. He's absolutely gutting it out. You could see the teeth are bared on that downhill, and not even sort of halfway. He's just muscling it, right? The legs, the knees, the feet, the elbows, everything feels the earlobes.
Everything.
But you sort of start to feel those downhills more than anything. But we're estimating him to be at the finish line at 2:08, thanks to the VinFast performance analysis. If he holds that 6:14 per mile pace, it'd be great. That'd be a low 2:40, about a 2:43 marathon if he holds that average over the course of the day. But Chris is in the spot of envy, right? It's like, come get it. If you want this, if you want my, still going a little bit kind of cautiously down that hill, isn't he, Meredith? As you see him kind of almost not wanting to put the brakes on so much. But this is, as much as this is a favorite section that you mentioned, there goes Metzler the other way, it's also a little bit painful because I think the enemy of Ironman legs is change of direction, change of terrain, sort of, right? The uneven, the turns, the ups, the downs. Doesn't that hurt? You can't really get into the rhythm.
No, you can't. And again, this is like, as the loops go on, it gets harder and harder to go downhill. It can crush the quads, the knees, the calves, pretty much the eyeballs, anything,
toes,
all of it. And so I can understand why a lot of these athletes would be more gingerly, like a little baby deer, is like going down hills, just because, and he's trying to understandably at the same time take in all the nutrition and hydration that he can. So that's important right now about 10 miles into this. I mean, honestly, it's gone by quick for me. I don't know. He's already 10 miles in.
Totally. I feel like he just started. So what the heck?
Right?
Slow down.
Right? Oh, man.
You know what was cool? And again, to kind of make me eat my words, like regardless, walking or running through, he took so many cups. He got so much in and even filled the cap with ice that I think he's managing this well. And he's also, I think, going to be fine as long as he sort of manages the latter stages. But what's kind of cool with Chris as he came through there, is that he did have not just the wherewithal, but he had the energy to cross the road and throw his trash in the bin in the aid station, then come back to his side to grab aid. Whereas, right? And then that's, A, that helps the volunteers, that helps our community, but B, that shows that he's not maxed out, whacked out, tapped out, right? He's in a good spot.
He's mentally there. We all know that you can lose it upstairs, not like just like literally go into like this fog, so you don't know where you're throwing those cups. They're just like disintegrating off of you somewhere. But I did want to say though that, you know, I did reach out to Sam, and of course being the great gentleman that he is, he did reach back out, and I asked if there was anything we could share on the broadcast, and he of course is grateful for all the cheers from everyone, but he said he was staying as positive as could be out there, and even after getting, you know, the tube change, he noticed you know, he was quite a bit faster, like we knew too, Michael, with the full tire, but then it went flat again, he said, about 10 minutes later, and he just had no way to change it. And as he said, it's just so unfortunate what happened. And he said he was really looking forward to racing, and he's now going to watch, and I guarantee he'll be out there cheering like we talked about. He's excited to see how it plays out. He did say, though, that he's not sure what's next for him. He thought this might be his only opportunity for a full. So, you know what? We'll see how he feels, and after he talks to his tribe around him, and certainly Lara, and see where that puts him or where he finds motivation for another one. Maybe it's sticking to halves the rest of the year, but we'll see how he feels tomorrow.
Right,
it's always so hard.
It's so hard, and here's where he's also wise beyond his years.
Yes.
You can't. You're not in the headspace to make a rational decision right now.
No.
So if you start season planning today, when you're still in, you know, sweating and tired from the first, you know, attempt at this race, no, that's not bad. That's not a good decision. So wait it out, figure it out, look at the calendar, see what you've already committed to. Because sometimes we have commitments. There's someone's already going to pay you to go here, go there, the travel, the baby, this. So step back, breathe, and be gracious as you are, and know that, man, at your age, 27 years old, there are at least a dozen Ironman World Championships in front of you if you want.
Exactly.
So, hit the brakes, decide when you're ready, and we'll be there cheering for you when you do.
We sure will. So you take care, Sam, and I know you'll be out there cheering and being positive for your colleagues that are still out there doing what you do best, too. So that is great. And now let's see. Chris, he hasn't literally faltered. Like, he still has that same, like, D, I'm just running along, and now there we go, Matthew. Let's see how he's looking. We haven't gotten to really look at his form. It looks like he's eating, getting together, stopping at the aid stations. He's hot, I think, hot and thirsty.
Or he's doing that tactic you said, which is slow down, grab, and fully go. He looks awesome. I mean, it's funny. He throws that arm around. He did that in transition too. And it's at some point there's a little bit of wasted energy. But what is really good about this guy is he is just running. And that's what we saw in Texas, right?
Running.
He's just running. And pushing it. And he's a great athlete. And I think that when we start talking about him being ready to kind of be at the front and win this race, we have to remember that he's still so new, and that battle in Texas so recent. So it's still a spot where this guy could go first, second, third, or 100th. You know what I mean? So keep going. We love what you're doing now, and just keep being smart. It's a long day, and it's all about managing those legs and that intake.
Well, absolutely. And at 9 miles, he was still about 3.5-ish minutes back, and with Justin, another 3.5 back. So, you know, if he just, and remember, he already has his Kona slot, or rather Nice slot. He already has his World Championship slot. So now his is just about experience, learning from this race. What did he do right? What did he do wrong? And so, not insinuating he did anything wrong, of course, but we all learned something. If every race was perfect, we'd be doing an Ironman a week, right? So anyway, we'll see. I'll be curious to see his recap of this race when it is finished. But he looks good to me still. Like with his left arm. It's just his left arm. It kind of like has a little jig to it.
It does. It has that throw. And again, coming from Cincinnati, Ohio, coming from in the backstroke freestyle, and and butterfly at Princeton. He has that upper body endurance background, right? And again, obviously he's rock solid across the board. But I mean, just look at the stuff that he's done. He also qualified as a kid for cross country championships back when he was a high school runner. Cross country, he did track. He also played soccer. He did lacrosse. Like, the reality is, he looks like his background.
Yes.
I mean, he is a well-developed, athlete all across the board. That shows. So he's in here now at the top of these ranks, pushing it. But great stuff. I had to just do a quick search on the Princeton site to find out his background, because it's not always. I mean, people don't realize Chris Leiferman, he was a wrestler.
Right.
Right. He was not an endurance athlete in high school. He learned how to swim on YouTube.
That's right.
Right.
Oh my
so
gosh.
I mean, this is not a guy who came up through the ranks swimming as a baby.
Yes.
But nonetheless, back here, we are in Coeur d'Alene, and we're loving it. I am Michael Lovato here together with Meredith Kessler. We're loving this race. It's a part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, and it's Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Stay with us. We'll be back for more exciting action in just about a minute.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
We are back here on Coeur d'Alene Lakeshore Boulevard, and we are running side by side with Haley Chura. Well, not literally, because that would be impossible. But Haley Chura from the USA, 37 years old. She's been in front since the outset, since the cannon, since discipline number 1 of 3. And now, one lap into this Hoka run course, she seems to be holding on very well. The form is on point. The composure, the level of relaxed running that she is managing to maintain, it's just awesome. So 3 minutes and 14 seconds in front of second place. Haley Chura, man, she is just really impressing me today.
I mean, I really can't even describe it. She's like so calm. There's like nothing, going on. Like, she's just running flawlessly and what looks effortlessly. So I'm impressed as well. She's got a poker face going on. I'm sure she's hurting, but she's just trying to tick off the mile by mile. She's on that long stretch right now. And I noticed she runs with a water bottle, which I always wonder, and I asked one of my training partners, he was running with one the other day, does it hurt your shoulder? Do you switch off and on? But he had it where you're putting your hand in it. She's just holding it, grasping it with her hand. So, but it's better to stay hydrated. She must be sipping off that every time, so it must not affect her gait or her run form, if you will.
Yeah, it's good. I like it when I see athletes doing that. I think especially in the early stages, because if it is, let's say it is some sort of hindrance, or sort of handicap or slow you down, I think it manages some of that. I went out too fast. I remember, if you think back to 1998. Ironman world champion Peter Reed from Canada. He won in 2008 and again in 2004 and also 2000. Peter Reed. Sorry, 2000, what was it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But Peter Reed, I get his third win. He was a guy that said, I don't race till I finish this bottle. I don't really get after it. I hold this bottle, I sip this bottle. If it takes me 3 miles, perfect. If it takes 4, perfect. But that's when the race begins.
Right.
And this is a guy that won multiple Ironmans, but he won Kona 3 times. And he did so by way of just really executing. It wasn't 04 either. I got to get those dates straight. That was Stadler. But in the end, the point being that he was able to come in and win that race in impressive fashion over these competitors by just really managing
Yes.
it. Long story.
I liked it, though.
I like the bottle.
I like that you like the bottle, and maybe she's doing this thing where she refills it at the station, at the
for
aid
sure.
station.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Yeah.
because it gives her comfort to know, oh, I'm definitely going to get this hydration, and it looks like she has something in her sports bra. There is that a baggie with fuel? Is it a baggie with ice in it? So it's curious. Like we're like our own bartenders out there sometime, and like making concoctions with whatever our nutrition we want in our bottles or whatever it is. She could have a bunch of gummy bears in there. I don't know, but whatever fuels her, she's got on her. You spoke of a fanny pack earlier. Actually, Lionel does a fanny pack. I have a little one that's to my race number belt and full, so you can keep some stuff. But yeah, whatever works that you can get the proper hydration and nutrition. And it looks like, she's keeping her distance. So on Jody at the 3.6 mile in, she's still 3 minutes. They're running the exact same right now.
She looks so good.
Yeah.
I have to, because I'm a weird weirdo about this stuff. I let my brain slow down. Peter Reed 98, 2000, 2003. So there I just get that straight as I juggle in some other names, but had to make my brain work, because if you don't, really you lose your mind.
Oh,
so,
absolutely, absolutely.
But nonetheless, as we come back to the now, what you said was really I don't know, interesting to me. Is like you have to have. So you said a small belt, whatever it is. There are certain things that we become intimately familiar with in our training, right? And so if you can hold on to that here and use that, it helps in these scenarios we were racing. Not just the actual whatever, the salt pill or the gel, but also just familiarity, right? She may do all her training runs with that bottle. So who cares what it is? She's so used to it, it's normal. And that's good.
And it gets stressful. Like I know when I have a baggie and I'm trying to go out at transition, you're frantically trying to take stuff. And if you don't have anywhere to put it, so you're throwing stuff here and then you forget about it. Oh, it's in my back pocket. So you have to have a plan and visualize that,
That's right.
And there's Jody with her same run form, just trucking along. She's like, well, I took a little time in transition. Maybe she needed to regroup, and now they're running the same pace, but both looking strong and powerful.
Yeah, and on that last split, it looks like Jody took about 10 seconds per mile out of Haley's split. So again, it's just a little improvement. If you look at the men on their last split, it looks like Marquardt is about a second per mile slower than Chris, so real similar. Those guys are starting to get to the halfway point, at which point 3 minutes is going to be more and more notable, but also the meltdowns become, or the falter or the slowdowns become more and more probable. So the fun stuff for us, even though it's pretty mild conditions, is to watch how they handle that second half. The ladies still in the early part, the men, the fellas in that approaching that halfway mark.
Right. Well, and where she is right now, where she and Haley are right now, it's like the sun is just pelting on them. There's a little shade with an occasional tree, but like really they're getting the heat of it now on this stretch that they'll do a couple times. So their mission 100% is to stay cool and hydrated and fueled and all the things so that they can have that marathon that they're searching for.
Yes. And this really is, it's so scenic there. And if you allow yourself, if this is part of your tactic, to be distracted or sort of at least dissociate a bit from the effort and the pain, to look at this scenery, it's quite nice. I mean, beautiful lake. And it's a large lake. You look across, you see pine trees and beautiful big homes. And it's just really a scenic spot. Look down there and see a dock where someone may pull up. But it's a spectacularly scenic part of the country. And so, I don't know, for what that's worth, this is really a nice part of the course. And going that way, coming back, you get it as well, and then you kind of tuck into the neighborhoods.
And of course, she's not looking at anything but what's ahead. But like if she were on a nice casual jog, she'd be like, oh, look at that backdrop. Oh, the lake's so beautiful. But like, I get it. She's just like, laser focused, right? Looking probably 3 feet ahead of her, like left, right, let's go.
That's why you're a champ. So she's basically going, man, that is some good looking asphalt.
That's
Whoa,
all she's
that's better asphalt than the last run I
She
did.
might notice if there's like a rock on the asphalt, don't step on it. Like literally, that's all she's thinking about right now. But she looks fast to me right now. She's like really cruising and cranking along, and it's starting to settle. And so I think she's going to keep chipping.
I think you're right. She looks fantastic, super powerful, super even as well. So the arm, everything, the arms and the turnover, her legs both look quite smooth. She doesn't look. There's no issue. There's no sort of imbalance as we talk about. We can check in on that later, see if she still holds that integrity. But man, right now she does look fast.
And she's only going to get faster, I think, if she maintains. But, like, as we speak, I think she is hearing us and she's, like, in a sprint. Like, she looks really good. So I hope she can keep maintaining that pace. And she knows what to do. She understands this distance and respects it. And I think Texas was an eye-opener for her where she didn't do as well as she thought. And now she's made, like we talked about, those changes to be able to come out here and really do what she's capable of doing.
And she's done well in Texas before. In that heat.
Yes.
So look at these splits, though, on the right side there, bottom part, 641, 644, and 658. The women are smoking it.
They're
629 for Haley's last segment. But wow.
They're smoking it.
That's really 629, that's a running time. But those bottom splits are really good. And early on, I think let's keep that balance as we hover in here and prepare ourselves for another break. I'll encourage everyone to keep watching Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Welcome back to Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Gatorade Endurance, formulated for farther. Speaking of Gatorade, Haley Chura is grabbing a cuppa, filling up the bottle as well. There you go. To answer your question, Meredith. She did stop, took the cap off, and filled it. What a great move. Looks like it was actually water, as we now see her douse her head. But that explains it, right? Grab, and go, but also fill up the bottle for extra.
Yeah, I know. And maybe halfway through, she'll be like, I don't need this. I'm just doing water and Coke and Gatorade all the way to the finish. Whatever is left, I don't need this bottle anymore. So we'll see how long she keeps it. But for now, it's cooling her off. She's drinking some, and it works for her.
That's right. It works. And, gosh, she looks super smooth, to be honest, just watching her plug along. Here, early stages, lap 1 of 3 of this Hoka run course. But she's running very quickly. She's got a great turnover. Shoulders are relaxed. Arm carriage, I love it. Sort of relaxed where she's got a little bit greater than 90-degree, looks like bend on that right arm, maybe about 90, but just really smooth. And I think the form being that relaxed, I just feel like she's in control. And it's going to be a hard battle for Jody to chisel away that time to catch back up to her. Super hard.
Well, yeah, and again, I understand we're only 5 miles in, but still, and Jody's, cut off, another 5, 6, 7 seconds, but she might run out of real estate too. So you just don't know. And she could slow, Haley could slow, or they could both kind of go faster. So we'll see.
Yeah, all of the above. There could be times where each one's doing one or the other. So, here we are. And this is another spot where outbound cyclists there towards Higgins Point finishing the lap 1 for a lot of these athletes getting ready to start, or starting lap 2 after completing the full lap. And so those cyclists still get quite a bit of riding in front of them, whereas the runners here, they get to have a peek over and say, yeah, you know what, I'm done with that business here well into this run. But this is the more remote section, and they're going to roll right in up these little rollers and back into town and back to where the adoring fans are pretty deep. There's a lot of folks in town that just watch this race and kind of chill along those streets downtown Coeur d'Alene.
Well, and I'm sure she's looking for, all right, get me back there so I can like be lifted by some people and then go back out on this, you know, other loop, and just, you know, it's hard. So you kind of, that helps. It gives you some like energy to, all right. And then once you get over lap 2, you're like, I only have to be at this point one more time, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, little mental tricks here coming to you. And it's absolutely smart, because if you kind of view this when you set foot as a big run, you're kind of toast. And this could be the fastest to the slowest of the day. You've got to break it down and saying those things. Hey, I don't have to come back here again. That's good. And those little mantras and using it. Use the solitude when you have to. Use the crowds when you have to, when you have them, and then just kind of get through. But Haley's no stranger to that. I think she's executing just such a great race.
She really is, and we see Matthew going the other direction, and you know, she's just ticking away, and her form just looks good. Like her turnover's good. She's not slowing. She's got people are videoing her, getting her on here, so we know. Like, I'm impressed. I'd want to record her run form also. Yeah. Like her upper cage barely moves. I mean, she is good, and she's having a great run. And 6:41 minute per miles, that's, if she can maintain plus or minus 10 seconds of that, that's amazing.
Yeah. 3 hours. I mean, she's on pace for 3 hours right there with that 6:51, and I think that Jody just under that, and Mel, to be honest, wasn't far off.
No.
So that's the fun thing, is we're just seeing all three of these women on that podium position, really doing what they're capable of.
Well, right. And we'll see what Jen comes up with here. You know, she's running a smidge slower, about 15 seconds per mile slower than Mel, but we'll see. We'll see. Like, again, second half of the run, so much goes on. Yeah. Yes. And so much drama can happen. Right?
Yeah. Totally. So much.
And I'm sure she's thinking, all right, I've got, you know, it's 20 miles to go. That's it. That's it. And with the guys being almost halfway, and if Jen and Melanie do run a little bit, like even a little bit slower, that Ayueda could totally catch up. She is, of course, a long way back, but that does not matter. She can put it in and do a sub-3 by far. And if these gals arbitrarily are running, I don't know, 3:15, 20, then I has a chance. Yeah.
Yes, she does, and we're going to watch and continue to see those splits as they evolve. But right now, a great shot here of Haley Chura, the Bozeman, Montana resident, cranking it. And you know, you could say all day long that it's not even 80 degrees and it feels great out here and it's beautiful, but until you're out there leading an Ironman, you don't really know how hot it is. And I think with the kit down and the water bottle and pouring stuff overhead, you could tell it's feeling a little toasty in that hot sunshine.
Well, and even her ponytail isn't moving. Like, she is just stoic. She is. Such great run form that her ponytail doesn't even move. It's amazing.
Right. Yeah, that's almost
so I'm into it.
Physics.
I'm into it. Right? And that's how you know. She's just got that form, and she's cranking away at it, still drinking her water bottle, and just saw Justin Metzler go the other way. And so I'm sure we'll be getting to see the gentleman here soon, too. But there's Chris still cranking up front.
Yeah, and this is hard. I mean, well, it's kind of an understatement to say it's hard, but the difficult part of right now, he's still going for those trash bins, so very still aware. This is the part when no matter how hard you train, you're racing to the upper limit of your fitness. And so this, I think, at that roughly halfway part, this is when it really becomes a little bit more mental.
Right.
Than it is physical. Obviously, you can't do this even in the physical training, but you have to figure out, do I still care about those 6:15s or those 6:05s? Or is 6:30 actually pretty good? And then eventually, really, who cares if it's 6:40? I'm still on a good pace. And you may not be running the numbers, but whatever your conversation is, it starts to be where the mind takes over. How bad do you want it? How much can I keep pushing into this, leaning into this? And how much is like, you know what? This is unnatural.
This
Let me
is
back
unnatural.
it up.
Yeah. And maybe he'll take inventory the last loop and be like, okay, I've got a 5-minute lead. I'm gonna take a mile or two to go 6:45 pace and just regroup. So we'll see. And Matthew also just eating, fueling, realizing he's still in the mix. He's still in second. I feel like, Justin is still about 4-5 minutes behind him. So he's in second by a good margin, which is a great place to be.
And he's redoing the kit, which tells me we may have missed a stop. If he had it fully undone and open, that means he probably had it down.
Yep.
Because he wasn't doing that unless he's tucking stuff in. So we probably
we
just
might have missed it.
Another porta potty stop.
And what's so interesting is he's so in tune with science of his body between sleep and nutrition. And if he's having any GI issues out there today, he's going to probably go back and dissect that. Like, all right, what did I have this week? What am I having in my nutrition that's causing me to, get an upset stomach or have to go to the bathroom X amount of time, because that can be a pain point. I'm not one. I spent the first 25 Ironmans going porta potty to porta potty, and now I don't even fart out there.
Yes,
right?
Well done, well done.
So
that's
you gotta progress in it. You can't just this is his second pro race Ironman, so he'll learn.
He will learn. I love it. And here we are at the turnaround for lap 2 for Matthew Marquardt. Stay with us. We'll watch more in a minute.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
Now we're back with Matthew Marquardt, and he is he's got a lot going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
We talked about what might have happened: kit up, kit down, zip this, zip that, grab this, grab that, tuck this, tuck that. And off camera, we did miss that he actually dropped a couple of gels. And so possible implications of that, well, if he needs that type of fuel, perhaps he's going to be in trouble. If he's okay to adapt to what's on course, he's in great shape. If our speculations are correct and he has had some GI distress, the first tip would be back off with the intake, because he's continuing to load a massive amount in at every aid station.
Right.
And sometimes the fear sort of nudges out the rational thought, which is, wait, if stuff's coming out, maybe I should wait a mile or two before, even 3, before I start putting stuff in. He's obviously got enough carbohydrates in the system to keep him going, enough glycogen. So just back it off. If it's not a GI distress thing, then hey, keep doing what you're doing. But it definitely looks like when I see him, he's stopped, he's spin moves, he's grabbing, he's missing everything, right? So
yeah. Yes, he just did a time check too on how far back Justin was, so he knows what's happening behind him. Because I'm sure he'd really like to. Well, obviously, he'd love to catch Chris, but he'd also love to stay in second place too, as long as he doesn't have a future disaster. These gels are going down. He's okay. He still looks good to me, even though he did do the spin move. I think I saw that too.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Not uncommon for a multi-sport athlete like this to have those moves. But right here, folks, what you're seeing is an age group athlete that's full 8.7 or so miles behind, that is running with and up on the shoulder of Matthew Marquardt. And not uncommon. It can be a little bit of a motivator, but also sometimes a little bit of a detractor, or a little bit of a nuisance if you want to kind of be by yourself. But clearly a decent runner, great runner, even perhaps laps, and he's encouraging Matthew. You have to be present as well as a pro to look over and say, okay, yeah, that's not my competition, and I don't really care. Does it help or hurt? So just stuff that happens when you're out on course with everyone.
Well, right, and I saw Matthew smiled. I mean, he doesn't feel great. He's on his second loop. That gentleman obviously is on his first. So it's just like, it's hard because you want to be nice and gracious, and then you're trying to like, oh, I'm hurting. I feel ill. I need to get nutrition. And so it's easy to get distracted out there, as we know, by anything, anything in the mix. And so, yeah, he was being nice, though, both of them.
That's right. Back here with the leader of the pro men's race, Chris Leiferman from the United States. He's been out front since Transition 2, since they started this Hoka run course, and he does look a little bit more labored, a little bit less effort-free as he was before, but he still looks strong. I don't see any cause for concern. I just think that now, appropriately so, you're feeling the pain of 6 hours and 49 minutes of racing, and he's coming up a little. This is a tricky little uphill that'll sneaky kind of grab you, and then you roll down light downhill the other side, but hitting some salt probably, or some sort of electrolyte or fuel support there with a handheld that he has. And often those little snacks or those little electrolyte treats, they just give you the right amount to not load up the gut, but get you kind of going in the right direction.
Well, yeah, and now here he'll probably try to put his cups in the trash can like a true gent, but he really is almost at the point where he has 10 miles to go, and he'll be in single digits to the finish, and that will motivate him as well.
Now you have to think. So you can 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? It's a little bit more of a countdown than a count up. So great point. As he comes out, you can see this is a split where the aid station going outbound goes to the other side, and he stays over here. Great separation. But Chris is doing great. He's positioned to win this race. He needs to continue to manage intake and output. He needs to continue to take the right amount of fuel in, and he needs to continue to manage that output. Don't try and all of a sudden run too fast, but also don't slow down. Right. You know, if you don't have to, just keep on going. Push this effort, push this pace, because man, Marquardt, Metzler, Hippel, those guys want you. They want to come and get you.
They want to come, and it looks like now we do have some cloudy conditions.
Yes.
Right? As sunglasses are up, that'll take the pressure off, being a little, like when the sun's out, right? It feels a lot hotter than it really is. So if it's behind a cloud right now and they get a little breather from that sun glaring down on them, that's good.
Yeah.
For all of them.
That's right. You know what? That's right. You said it before. Easy conditions or hot conditions. It's still an Ironman, so it's still going to be tough. But if we had our choice, we'd rather have a little cloud cover.
Yes. Just a smidge.
Just a smidge.
That would be ideal. And so, me seeing his sunglasses up, he was still wincing, but that's because he's, 10 miles to go almost in an Ironman. It's not easy. He is in now it's going to get tough, but you got this, Chris. He's ticking away at it. He knows he gets to go home soon. I wouldn't be surprised if his flight leaves tonight to get back to baby Levi and family. So we'll see, but he looks good to me, right?
We'll see, and it's kind of fun to get right into the head and everything and address what you're seeing. But I think that the reality of it is he's just managing really well. He's just in a great spot and holding on to a good place and a great position. So kudos so far to this excellent effort by Chris Leiferman. So, folks, you guys know about this. I've talked before, but let's say this. The Flex 90 program, this is going to allow athletes that register in the first 90 days that registration is open the flexibility to defer if an Ironman registration transfer or receive a partial refund if you no longer are able to participate in your race. You can enact these benefits all the way up to 45 days before the race. If your plans change, your race can too.
Good deal. I mean, like we said, something always can come up, and you just never know.
That's right.
So I think that's a great little value add that Ironman is putting into place.
Well, for sure, because we never know what's coming down the pipeline. Best plans right? They're meant to be changed. So as you come on down here, as you come on down this last hill, Chris, you're going to have a hard left turn into the two sort of switchbacks there and right into the neighborhood, tons of crowd support, and then off through the finish line where all the music will be and all of the really rebel-rousing fans are waiting. And then you turn around and do it one more time. So obviously, but keep that in mind. That's what's on the course here. A final 14 kilometers or so is fast approaching as we come back to the age group athletes that's running shoulder to shoulder with Matthew Marquardt.
I mean, I love it. It looks like maybe they're helping each other, and it looked like they were having a little chat. So, hey, whatever makes it go faster, you know?
Yeah. Well, and you know, it was only a year ago he was an age grouper himself, running in the position with the pros, either a lap behind or right with. And so he's got much respect, and this guy's a great runner. Clearly, we can try and grab his number and look him up and call him out by name once the picture clears up. But I think it's motivating. There's always strength in numbers, right? When you're doing a training session, you go a little faster if you're not alone. So same thing holds here with that age group athlete that's shoulder to shoulder with Matt.
And here we go. Haley's still the same as she was a little bit ago, cranking away here at, you know, almost a little over 7 miles in. So again, she's almost down to, she's under 20 miles to go and still looking the same as she did at the beginning. So Jody's still 2++ behind her. And there's still time for everybody, but we'll catch those splits of where Mel McQuaid is as well.
That we will as they come up. So the last time split for Chris and Matt, they went through 14.4 miles with a 4 minute and 7 second gap between them. So Chris Leiferman in front of Matthew Marquardt, 4:07. And we're back here to Haley Chur. We're going to say goodbye for a second, but stay with us because in one quick minute, we will be back with more exciting action here from Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Stay with us. We will be here.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Haley Chura, just then you kind of start to see a little bit of a, but still plenty of oomph in her. But there's that feeling you can kind of read into the almost the facial expression of the posture in her head.
Right.
But you know what? We're trying to find fault, trying to find problems.
Yes.
She looks great. She's still plugging along very well.
There is 1,400 feet of climbing, or total climbs over the 3 loops. So that's not chump change, right?
Not a flat course,
Not a flat course. So she might have those, like a false little hill that's going up. And like even right now, this is a little incline going up. And it takes work. Even the slightest incline takes some work.
It does. Ups and downs. They get you not a lot of straight, flat sections that just roll along. And certainly here, Haley Chura is battling it out right now with those sections. And a wonderful little residential section here where some of the most beautiful homes sit, and obviously great access to the lake here off to the side. You can see him roll through here.
And incline up here as well. So, yeah, she just has to be mindful. But then we always have been saying what goes up must come down. So she does have a little descent. And these are beautiful homes behind her, a great backdrop just to see, what some Coeur d'Alene homes are like. And it's nice that the neighborhood allows this fun to go through theirs.
It sure is. They're used to it now after 20 years of race history here. They're used to embracing this race, shutting down their streets and watching the crew roll through all day long. Mind you, the standard here 17-hour finish cutoff allows for age group athletes to get across that line all the way up until, we'll say
Yeah.
With the start here, the rolling start, really it's a little bit, they start at 6 a.m., so closer to 11.
Yep.
11 p.m., but once you factor in the rolling start, it'll really actually push all the way towards halfway, almost to midnight. But all day is the bottom line. So
all day. Yep.
Coming back here with Haley Chura, we are rolling along, and folks that are walking, checking it out, going, man, she looks like a superstar. What a crazy good run that she's doing.
Right.
Right.
A crazy good run, and like fresh as a daisy. I mean, I understand she's got some more time, but still, she's looking great for these beginning stages. And if you weren't feeling amazing, it would start to show even right now.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah.
And we can look back to see how we got to this point. Of course, deep into the run for the fellas. But here's a look back at the Hoka Run course and how we got started leaving Transition 2. A lot of drama there in Transition 2 as we saw right away these guys bump off the bike together. Chris Leiferman, Matthew Marquardt, these guys jumped down off the rig at the same time, but it was all Chris Leiferman on transition. Marquardt was right into the change tent, and we didn't see him return for a couple minutes. Chris, with ultimate focus, took off and really just started delivering from the first step of the run, still getting his gear on. Matt looked great when he finally exited T2, zipped up, got the stuff going, but those two guys had a nice little lead over Justin Metzler in third, and as well Dylan Gillespie in fourth. The women, though, it was all Haley Chura, all alone.
Yes, she got off and she went in there transition, didn't even take much of a minute, got her socks on, got everything together, her water bottle, and she was out, and she still looks the same now. Then Jody got off a couple minutes later, Mel McQuaid a couple minutes further back, and Mel McQuaid is still in third, really trying to get, that Kona slot. So that's what we have right now. Haley, Jody, Melanie, then Jen Annett came in. Still about 10 minutes plus back, but there's no doubt she knows how to run a solid marathon.
There you go. And we saw Matthew Marquardt come in a little bit stronger once he finally got onto the road. And we saw a whole lot of strength in Jody Roberts here on the main part of your screen. That's a while back. And upper right is the live shot of Jody Robertson. But here in our recap, you can see that these athletes, no lead changes yet, no position changes, but a lot of power, a lot of movement here. And they're definitely keeping us guessing. Jody Robertson looking so smooth as we go back to live that you can't tell, is she going to catch Haley? Is she going to stay this place? She just looks exceptional.
Well, and she gained a little bit more time in. Like, she's taken off a little bit more each time. She's 2:40 back. I think she was over 3 minutes initially back. So bit by bit, she definitely is cutting into it. But like I said, there just might not be enough time if they're both stay this pace for the next 20 miles.
Right. And now for the first time in a little while, we saw Marquardt come back and take some time out of Leiferman, about 13 seconds per mile in that last segment. So the lead chiseling a little bit back down, where Matt's now 3 minutes and 54 seconds behind Chris. And just as I say that, they're going through, he's gone through the 16.3 mile mark, and we'll get to take a quick look here in a couple minutes to see which direction that gap's going, if any.
Well, and then they're really on the home stretch, man. I mean, they're in single digits now, meaning 5 to go or whatever. So they're in the thick, and it looks really good. It looks really just cloud cover. Jody still has her glasses on, but, it's the cloud cover to have that rest in there and not have that sun blazing down at you feels really good right now, especially at this downhill that she's in.
Yeah, she's on that downhill, and guess what, Meredith? Jody just took a little time back. She's now 2:39 down. Her pace was at 6:41, so suddenly that's to Haley's 7. So 20 seconds per mile difference on that last segment.
Yes.
But it's notable, though, because if we start to see those chunks this early on, we're going to be kind of we're being for a race.
Yeah, we'll be in for a huge race. And like Jody's just thinking, water, ice, whatever I can get down here. This is hard, and I'm going to do a hard thing, and I'm going to get this marathon busted out.
Well, what I really want to know is, you're sitting here watching, are you gaining inspiration, you yourself? Because here in August, Ironman Mont Tremblant, which is part of the VinFast IRONMAN North American Series, it's the last North American event of the season that females can qualify for the 2023 VinFast IRONMAN World Championship in Kona. male age group athletes can qualify for Kona 2024. This race was voted best course, top 2 swim, run course, and finish line in the 2022 Athlete Choice Awards. So you've already done this, but the rest of you, register today at ironman.com/IM North America. That'll be fun.
It'll be fun. It's
You
a
looking forward to
great
it?
venue. Yes, I love Mont Tremblant. I just need to perfect some Francais before I go.
So, well, stick with me, and
Yeah.
no, you won't get anywhere with that. So, but yeah, it's really a unique spot. It's a great little part of the world, and also a community that immediately embraced the race. I actually went there live with Matt later the first year of 14, I think it was, and we popped on site, did commentary live there on top, and just were blown away. It might have been 13, to be honest, but either way, we were in that situation.
Yes.
Just loving it, going,
Oh,
what a
it's
little
so
triathlon
pretty.
paradise, beautiful
It really
course,
is.
everything.
And it's one of those spots I might never in the world know about unless Ironman put a race there.
Correct.
I just wouldn't have even known or heard about it. So I love that about that area.
Yes, correct. And yes, I think, anyway, as we come back here, Haley Chura coming through town. This is an exciting part. This is where you gain the energy, right? You're back into town. You're zipping around this little lollipop that you close out for her at the end of the first lap. Remember, 3 laps, 3 more or less equal laps, around about 8.7 miles brings you to the total, about 14 kilometers.
Right.
There, the stripes tell you, lap 2, keep on going. Lap 3, once you're done, 2 finish.
She's like, okay, I will get this done. She can't wait to get where it says to finish.
Especially because that section, I mean, first place or 100th place, you start to just, I don't know, you dissociate from the pain, you elevate off the ground, like you don't feel those footfalls anymore. It's just amazing. There's sort of a magical blur, I think, in that final 100 meters,
blur.
right? Of those Ironmans.
You feel nothing. You literally feel nothing. A magical blur. That was the best way to put it. Yeah.
Then you get to then you cross the line and you're like, oh, that was amazing. Never again.
Never again. And you
yeah.
talk like you've done 10 tequila shots, right? You're just like, I am not well. And you're on adrenaline, and then you're like, I just need to go sit in fetal position. Again, you're talking to, I mean, we do it to ourselves. Don't think we're complaining. We sign up for this.
Yeah.
People pay to be in this because you want the thrill of the challenge.
Yes.
And you definitely get it in Ironman.
Well, looking at the board there, too, we do have a little bit of an update there at the 14.4 miles. So take a look there on the fellas. But it does look like, anyway, well, pace-wise, and I think maybe I'm looking at that just as they're stacking paces, but they do show that thing could be wrong. So my 14 miles has Metzler, so I'm just going to ignore that for a second because it had me thinking for a second that Metzler was running a little bit quicker, slightly quicker. So there's a little more accurate. Leiferman, 6:19, Marquardt, 6:29, Metzler, 6:27, and Adam Phi, 6:29. They're all running great. Go Adam Phi.
Go Adam Phi. Yes, go. And Haley is getting her way up this climb here. This is hard. This is an incline, and it hurts. I can see her putting her shoulders down, and so she has a little more leverage to get up the hill without killing her legs. And so, but it can easily get your heart rate up. That's the issue with hills. On the run in an Ironman. It's just even the slightest incline, you're like, so she's maintaining composure here, which is really cool to see, and it'll flatten out soon, Haley, and you'll be back to your, a little faster turnover. So it's
she's
looking
like,
great.
whatever. She's
like,
got
whatever.
the angry face on.
This is no big deal. I've got this. Yeah.
She's going for it.
Yes.
No, but this is, I mean, she was here an hour ago.
Yeah.
All right. She's going to be back here in another hour.
Yeah.
And I think that's the important thing is that you don't look at it maybe as an hour.
No.
If you do, you got to take scale in. An hour of your whole life is very little. You've got to do pieces, right? You've got to say, okay, let's just get another mile, another 4 miles, whatever your segment is. It's super important that you don't look at the big picture. And I think Haley's quite good at that now.
Right.
Even exceptional at that, just compartmentalizing and getting herself from component to component of this race.
Well, absolutely. And she did that in an hour-ish, just like you said. And so she's probably thinking, okay, like 1 down, 2 to go, right?
There you go.
It just is. You have to make deals with yourself. Like, just get get to here, or you're constantly talking to yourself like, oh, okay, I think I need to just get back to transition, then I need to call it a day. And then you're like, oh, wait, I have one more lap. I can do it. Yeah, it's like constant self-talk. Same in training sometimes. Like, oh, I can do one more rep, one more interval. I'll just get to here and call it. Then you get there and you do it. It's all about pushing forward, and everyone's doing it today. They're pushing forward.
There you go. So much another metaphor of life. I mean, we have to always recognize the highs and lows of a day or of a month or a year, and it happens here all within one 8 to 17 hour segment. As I come back to some highs and lows, Leiferman is now a little bit slower on the last split. So Marquardt, 6:01 per mile to Chris's 6:19. So just to keep an eye on, he's now back to 6:36 behind. 3:36 behind. So while Chris still has that lead, the power is sort of starting to shift a little bit, where he's now, hey, look, running into transition, special needs, or what are we calling it these days? Personal needs.
Yep.
And he comes through there and he says, I need this bag. I'm going to swap out that bottle.
Great.
It's my special drink here. I have to make sure I have that. He gets it tucked in. These kits are super well designed where he doesn't need a fuel belt. He can just throw that in. But emptying the contents of his personal needs and plastic bag, ditching it, and right back to it.
And he probably decided to take it on this loop. And he didn't take it on the right, because he could have probably taken it when he was, say, 9 miles in, right? So he's decided to take it when he was 17.5. Like right now, the run split is at 17.5, and that's where he just took it that time. So,
gosh, I have to also give a credit and a nod to anyone who's making apparel like Santini these days, the folks that are in there cranking it out, because there was a time when all the pockets were only designed just because. And you couldn't, you know, kind of twist and shimmy and shake your arm enough to get back there and grab what you wanted. It was just kind of how you did it. Now, just such clever designs, I think, starting back with Patrick Longo when he had the pocket inside his kit. They said, oh, you know what, why don't we just actually start making these for the athlete's specific needs? And case in point is Chris Leiferman's sort of side,
look at his,
you know, his reverse kangaroo pouch behind there where he's got all the goods.
Kangaroo, he has a potpourri of items in there. You never know what you're going to need, you know? You might want some Skittles. You might need a gel. So you need options, you know?
You just said Skittle, and that's exactly what I need right now, is a Skittle or a potpourri. As we come back to Chris Leiferman, you guys are going to see a lot more of this action, so please don't go away. A short break is in store for us, but we will be back to watch more of Ironman Coeur d'Alene in just 1 minute's time, watching Chris Leiferman. Can he hold on till the finish line? We'll see. Stay with us. And you are back here with Haley Chura, the leader, the longtime leader of Ironman Coeur d'Alene, which is part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. Haley Chura, 2 words for you, race leader. That's all we've been saying since she started out. And guess what? The VinFast performance analysis graphic tells me this. We're estimating her to finish at 9:02 and 16 with a 3:07 run. We think she'll be there. Compliments of the VinFast performance analysis. That's a 7:30 average. So if she kind of carries on like this, just hang around here, and about another hour 40, you will see her at the finish line. Great stuff. Haley Chura, superstar, first out of the water, first off the bike, and first through 1 lap of this Hoka run course. Meredith, she just is, she's like, I'm not going to say a robot, but she is an absolute metronome today.
She is, but it's going to be like bit by bit. Like now she's 7 minute per mile rather, and she was at 6:41, 6:44. So that's normal and natural. We talked about negative splitting. Yeah. That's like so hard to do in this scenario. So I'm giving her kudos, and I said it'd be really hard to break 9 hours, but if she kind of maybe gets a little energy surge and can squeak out that 2:59, it's looking still to be a solid marathon, and 9:02 is very fast on this course.
Super fast.
Yes.
Last year, or 2 years ago, 8:54 was the finish time there for Carrie Lester. Ecstatic at the finish line, going, I didn't think I was going to win another one of these.
I know.
And doing it in style, but here's what I do know as we watch another athlete here on that age group wave, just kind of showing her how it's done, sneaking up on Haley Chura. Haley's going to do a quick double take. Nope. She's like, that's definitely not Jody. I'm okay.
I'm okay.
I'm okay. And let her go, because again, this is one of those things where that pace doesn't serve me.
No, does not. No, and that gal's on her first loop. She's a little more vibrant, right?
She is. Yeah, well said.
But she looks good, no doubt, and she's cruising along. She's going to have a fast marathon if she stays at that pace.
And I don't blame our cameraman for going with her. Or we follow all the race and all the performances here. But let me take this opportunity to go back and just talk about a split that's real notable here for our professional men. Chris Leiferman through 17.5 miles now holds a slightly slimmer margin over Marquardt, 3:11. So basically, we are seeing Marquardt come on a little bit stronger, and a lot of that is, hey, you know what? You've got to hold back, but I also think how much of this? I'm sure you've seen this personally and otherwise.
Sure.
Your first 13 or 10 miles, 10 or 13 miles, you're not going that great because something's wrong. And then when you get it right, you've suddenly been given this brilliant negative split where you're crushing the last 10 to 12 miles.
Yes.
That could have been something we're seeing here with Marquardt as well.
Which is amazing. He had drama in the beginning, like things were, like you said, he was like pivoting, spinning, didn't know what was going on, and now he's pulled it together. And that's what a quality athlete human does. Like they have to compartmentalize, right? Like, oh, well, that didn't work out, so I'm going to shelf that in this side of my brain. And okay, it's going to come together. Like we said, dark pockets, goth, terrible sometimes, but then we can climb our way out of them. And he has done that, and now he's making up a little time.
He is, and just checking in on the women's race, which is fun to see these splits. Obviously, Chura Robertson, real comparable for the most part on that last split. Both, I say that, Robertson is actually taking 40 seconds per mile average out of Haley, 30 to 40 on the last two segments. But what I'm kind of curious about is there room as we close out for Annett to catch McQuaid? There's a little wiggle room there. And, of course, looking at this last split, you just saw it as well as I did.
So good.
I mean, we're getting tight here. So
tight.
They're now down to 1:17, and that comes again by way of that 43-second per mile difference. So Chura looks great to us, but Robertson is running better, period.
Jody's going to catch Haley. That's just the way. She made up. Once again, we keep having this situation where it's such a short amount of time and then a big wave of deficit. Like she made up a minute and a half here in the last couple miles. That's huge. I'm not saying that Jody's going to win. I'm just saying Jody's going to get to Haley, and Haley needs to. She's going to need to go to the well when that happens. And, I mean, we could be looking at a sprint finish. Who knows? But there's still a lot of time in the women's side. There's 16 miles, a minute, 18 down. Yes, we'll see. And now I don't think Jody's going to run out of real estate. I don't.
Yeah, that was a big change. And again, taking into effect someone having a high and a low patch, a bad patch and a good patch, we're still seeing that gap be erased pretty quickly. So Haley's getting ready to head out on the town onto that long. So she's out on the edge. She's going to take another left and right turn. She will be on Coeur d'Alene Lakeshore Boulevard. When she's on that road, those are the hills, and that's a little bit more kind of calm section, not a lot of crowd support. You get right into your head there. Turn around. Is Jody Robertson right there?
Right.
That's going to be where, the race, the fight or flight, right? Do I stand up? Do I battle? Do I wait? How do I play my cards? Because I do believe that catch is coming.
and it gets stressful. You're like, oh no, I thought I had the lead. I thought I had it by more, because I don't think she knows yet. She hasn't looked back like we talked about. She's super stoic, unless someone's telling her out there, hey, listen, she's catching. I mean, sometimes in the moment, yeah, that's great. She's catching. I'm hurting. I can't go any faster than this. Haley may be in that position, but she may not. When it may be a surprise she's catching and she can try to hang on. I mean, regardless, it's going to be a great period of time when that happens.
Chris Leiferman here, still in first, losing time to second place, Matthew Marquardt, but still holding the lead, still with 6.5, 7 miles to go, still in the driver's seat. I mean, you can tell that he's slowed the pace. You can tell that he's sort of managing now. That's not abnormal.
Right.
But you can also tell, hey, this guy's, you know, his pace is slow. He's got his left shoulder starting to hike up a little bit, starting to get a little bit of a lilt to the run form. They're still ticking over well, but it's definitely in that spot now where it's mind over matter. How much do I want first place? How much do I want to stay in front of everyone? So right now, you just have to stomach it. You have to say, all right, I want this. I didn't come up here for second. I didn't come up here for anything but first. I've got to win this. I want to go back again. I got a new baby girl. I got my son, my wife back home. I want to get home and enjoy that. I don't want to feel like I gave up.
Right, and that's what he said. The hardest part of being a professional is leaving his family, and especially in this case, this was just timing of having his second. But I mean, he did. He made that, you know, sacrifice, and without sacrifice there can be no victory, as we know, and he's going for that victory, and it will be worth that sacrifice.
And a lot of the races, his wife Xana will travel with him. She is present at a bunch of these races. She loves it. She used to compete a bit back in the day.
Sure.
However, she had a baby on Wednesday, so it's not in the cards this time. I think that's you know, it's good and bad, right? I mean, to be sort of free on your own, taking care of yourself, can be liberating, but also this is a family man, and he loves that support. He's used to having his crew, his gal there. Either way, you just have to find the motivation. So at this point, when you're 7 hours and 19 minutes into the race, you know you've got about 45 minutes. It's how much can I suffer? How much can I push to get to? How much do I have in? What's it worth it to me? Those people think it's worth a lot. They're screaming at him.
I love it. I mean, yes, and there's his friend, right, out there.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, correct.
Was that Justin? Anyway, it's his friend. They're giving him splits like he knows what's happening.
It was a valid split from someone who's on a bike and standing still, meaning that he's picking up people and delivering the news. We're also still at that last one. He's still 3:05 ahead. So he was 3:11 ahead, and now he's 3:05 ahead, and that was in a full mile of racing. So to only lose a handful of seconds, it does look good for Chris to be able to hold on to this.
Yes.
It does look good. But you just have to watch out. So I still think manage everything. Make sure the hydration, the fueling is still good as you roll into the closing out and back section.
Yep.
But yeah, it looks strong right now.
He looks strong, and he's almost down to like he's going to be at mile 20 before we know it, and then it's like, dude, you have 10K. Like go for it. What's another 6-ish miles?
Matt Russell here in the blue kit going the other way. A little thumbs up for Chris. These guys raced early in Chris's Ironman career down at Cozumel, where Matt took second, and Chris bounced into that fourth position when he was really up and coming. Chris was a few years back, and Matt already had a number of successes and Ironmans to his credit. But great stuff. The camaraderie there is what we talked about, right? That friendship, that support. So the good shot here behind, as we still see Chris is pretty light on his feet.
They're still running together.
Let's find his race number because if anyone can tell me who that age group athlete is, I want to know, because he's definitely got some good wheels today on that run.
Right. That's amazing. And I keep thinking that with his left arm, they're like he's using that as like hand motions to have a conversation. So good on them. Hey, better together sometimes. So you got to, good motivation.
Yes, he's telling a story. So there it was, second place in an Ironman, running along. And
exactly. We are also getting word, and live coverage will come soon, that Jody is about to catch Haley. So that will be exciting to see. Wow, lots of changes already. You never know. You just never know in Ironman.
You never know.
You think it's not going to happen, and then it does.
I have to say, more than likely, that's Andrew Hall who is running along here at 11.1 miles, because based on the math, that's our top age group. And Andrew Hall, here we go with the pass. Words of encouragement. What are you seeing there, Meredith?
I love it. I love it. See, it wasn't silent. She took a hot second to whatever she's saying. I know it's nice because I know Jody. She's telling Haley to keep going, be strong, let's do this, get to the finish line, whatever it is. She took that 5 seconds to try to lift her competition. So I think that's quite great. And here she goes. This is her moving up to the front of this race. Go, Jody. And that inspired her. Do you see?
Oh, my
She's
word.
suddenly like even faster than she already was.
For the first time in 7 hours and 18 minutes, we have a new leader of the women's race. Ironman Coeur d'Alene now sees Jody Robertson from the USA in front. She has been a bridesmaid or a second-place finisher twice. She's been all over the top 10, but never has she been first place at an Ironman. Today could be her day. The leader from the USA Pro Women, Jody Robertson. So, yes, absolutely, Meredith. She slowed down, or she stayed with, encouraged, uplifted, and then drop the hammer. So I will have to say it's a smart move because, like we talked about, they're approaching halfway.
Yes.
So there's still so much running. So you want to support, but you also have to put the nail in the coffin because this is your competition. And if you falter, Haley's coming back at you. So a great move by Jody Robertson. And wow, she still looks just rock solid.
Excellent. And it would be hard unless she has a catastrophic disaster to see, like, literally, and that can happen. You just never know, but I don't see it happening. But I would think that if she just stayed in this motion forward,
yes,
she would get that victory. I mean, it's so hard. And Haley's led this race for 7 hours and 18 minutes, right? So it's just, it's so hard. But she's running a great clip, too. So she's having an awesome race.
Yes.
It's just,
yes,
it comes down to that last little bit. And we're in the thick of it now.
Yes. Well, and I just ran the numbers, and that is without a doubt from the Salt Lake Tri Club, Andrew Hall, because the splits are exactly the same, 6:19, and also exactly 8 miles actually apart. So that's who we have on camera there with Matthew Morcourt. Chris Leiferman just in front of Haley Chura and just chasing down Jody Robertson. The fun thing also about the men's and women's races on a 3-lap course is they almost always do come together like this, where you see just enough time. We'll be right back after this break.
And we're back here, too, with Mel McQuaid. She's sitting in third. I'm starting to see, you know, we've talked about her 3 goals, one of which was to make Kona. She gets to Kona if she gets in the top 3. Could happen, could not. There's still a long way to go, but I will say at 10.1 miles in, she's 7 minutes back of the lead she was at the time. She has Jen Annett about 5 minutes back, so she just has to keep Jen away from her, basically.
That's a small ask. Well,
that's small. That's 5 minutes isn't much, right?
It's not much, but it's enough. So a little bit of an update on the men's. We saw Marquardt take another 3-4 seconds out of Chris, so it's not a noticeable jump, right? He's 2:58 down at 19.6 miles. You said at 20, it's like, you know, go for it.
Right.
I still feel like, you know, this is probably Chris's race. He's got it. I don't know that any massive pace drop is going to happen in favor of Marquardt, and I don't think Chris is going to slow at this point. However, we can't call it in yet. 6 miles to go.
Right.
But update me real quick what you were digging up on the age grouper that I was calling Andrew Hall. We think that's not him. That's someone else?
Yes, and I appreciate people. Sometimes we can't see exactly. First of all, the woman, there was a pro running with Haley that passed her on Haley's second lap. It was her first lap, but Olivia is her name, Olivia Dietzel, and she is a very good runner. She is a local pro from Wisconsin, so good on her for shooting out a transition, and I bet she'll have a solid marathon. But then on the male side, apparently Matt Marquardt is running with a Todd Wakefield. He's in the men's 30 to 34 age group, and he rode a 440, so he had a great ride that I can see.
There you go. Good updates here. Obviously, we're running the tracker to try and speculate, and a couple fellas in. It's a hot age group race as well then between him and Andrew Hall. So both running 6:13 to 6:19 pace. So that tells you you've got to be on no matter what category you're hitting up. Mel McQuaid, though, super impressive. She looks great. 7:30s is the pace.
Fine.
Good turnover, super light on her feet. But if she keeps 7:30s and runs a 3:20, I mean, she's like 3:15 pace. But if she slows at all, is it 3:15, 3:20? She's going to still hold off Jen Ennett. I mean, the paces aren't lying here, and she looks great.
No, and she and Jen are running maybe 2 seconds apart per mile. So that's awesome. Okay. And she's going to get there. I mean, she's nearing. She
is. That's right. So Haley Chura has lost the lead. Now she is in second place behind Jody Robertson. So just at 7 hours 18 into the race, we got a new leader. But still, as you look down these leaderboards, we've got Robertson, Chura, McQuaid, Annett, Ueda from Japan, and Fato from Canada. Some great racing here as we follow Mel McQuaid back onto Lake Coeur d'Alene, Lakeshore Boulevard. And this is the section where that bike ride blends here with the run. So it's not uncommon to get screams from those riders who are super inspired by these top pros, holler out and yell, go, go, go. So kind of a cool spot here in the race as well.
Well, yeah, and see, the sun's still down. She doesn't have glasses on, just her visor, and she looks good. All right. I mean, 50 years old, cranking away. Potential to hit one of her 3 goals, one of which, like we said, is to qualify for Kona. And if she goes top 3 here, she accomplishes that goal.
That's right. So inspirational stuff as we watch here. And we're back to Chris Leiferman, who's just kind of overtaking Jody Robertson, men's leader, taking down the women's leader, the unique aspect of a 3-lap run course. They do tend to line up somewhere on that final lap. And quick word from each to the other, a little smile from Chris and a little smile from Jody. So
I love it.
This will be our winner's circle if they're able to kind of stay where they are, which I feel like they can.
See what I mean? He's winning a race. He has like a 3-day-old, and he's just telling others to go. I love it. I love his work. And Jody, too. They're leading a big Ironman, and they're both able to lift each other up. So I'm a big fan of that.
Well, here's the power as well of having the lead in the 1 mile from getting overtaken. Just from 11.1 to 12.1, Haley lost a minute 30. And that is really, I think, if nothing is, that's proof of the mental. So 100%. You're holding on, you're fighting, you're right there. Physically, nothing changed when you lost the lead and when that one went by, but you've lost a minute 30. Maybe you were keeping it together, needed to go to the bathroom, needed to slow down, whatever it is, but ultimately, a massive drop in 1 mile.
A massive drop. But that's when she probably realized it's almost a relief when if you know they're coming, it's almost a relief once they pass, because it's not great, but you feel like, oh, at least that's over, right? Meaning now I just gotta hang on, right? Like, just pass me already. If she wasn't feeling well, and so it's easy to go from, all right, we're only 10 seconds back to now I'm a minute 30 back, right? It's so hard.
Chris has also renewed vigor in his step. He's shaking out the arms, but I think now if you're pulling for more court to catch him, I think your hopes are about to be sunk. Chris Leiferman has really kind of turned the corner from an energetic standpoint. You can see it. There's a little bit more of that early spring in his step. Now, Marquardt, he certainly looks awesome, and he looks the same as he did before, but I think what you're going to see now is too little too late. You were with this guy in transition, but now that roughly 3 minutes is going to, I think, remain because here's the story.
Yeah.
For me, when you turn home,
yes,
it's a horse racing for the barn, right? Like this is cruise control because you feel like I see you, I know where you're at, and I know my next stop is the finish line.
Well, and that's what's going to happen when Chris makes the turn.
Exactly,
it's
100%.
Like, see ya.
Adios.
I've gone this far. I'm not letting this go now. And he's still clipping away. So is Matthew, though. I mean, it looks great, but it's just not enough. And it's not enough.
Now we're talking about it's got to be 45 seconds, a mile difference as we get into this final 3 miles. And we're not just seeing that. We're seeing an exceptional race. He's dropped the age group athlete he was running with. So he's picked it up. Most likely the age group is probably slow, got double duty. And he's going for it.
Right.
Like, he looks great. Fantastic. But it's too far.
And he will learn if it stays as such, like, oh, whatever I did in transition, how can I prevent that? Because if I didn't, I would have been right there with Chris, right? Just like we were on the bike at the finish, right?
Yeah.
And so he'll learn, if anything. And by the way, he's still on track to get second place here, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Third place, he's moving up, right?
3, 2, 1.
Third place, second place, boom. His next one will be a great thing as well. So he's learning, and it's exciting. Looks like he dropped Todd.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, you can see
or
him
maybe
there.
Todd's ahead.
No,
I
you
didn't
can see him right
okay.
behind. Yeah,
okay.
he's fallen off, which is probably good because in the end, no matter how good you are, you're not a pro, and you're not going to be able to run that pace into your third lap. This guy's already on his third lap, but I do really appreciate that, and he's obviously a stellar age group athlete. He's a stellar athlete. Few of them out there today just racing so great. But this is sort of the moment of truth. It's coming up. Once you see Chris make that final U-turn and start heading back, he's going to be able to take a glance at the watch. And you're exactly right. If it says 5 and you get there and it says 6:30, well, you know you've got about 3 minutes. It doesn't matter so much if it's a handful of seconds. Now the race, get going. But I think it's going to be very comforting for Chris to see the distance, that air between him and second place.
Absolutely. And they're already, they're literally so close to the finish at this point. We're at like 5 miles to go. They're going to get there. Can't wait.
That's right. So stay with us because we'll be right back after one quick break for the finish. Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Stay here.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Back here on Coeur d'Alene Lakeshore Boulevard, and there is our second place racer heading out. That is the American, the rookie, the 25-year-old soon-to-be doctor, Marquardt. This guy is awesome. I don't know if he goes more by Matt or Matthew, but either way, he goes by fast, and this guy's definitely the new guy on the block that folks are going to have to watch out for. He's proven that. Meredith, what a record, hey, as a pro, third place.
Yes.
Now you're holding a pretty solid second place. Next up should be a win because the progress can't be stopped for this guy.
Well, and I agree. And he is always like searching, he told me, to improve. And I think, to go back to our point of whatever happened in transition, he's going to hone in on that. And he even said, he has full confidence and full trust in his coach, Andrew Yoder, who I know and have raced he was with Matt Dixon, and I when I was with Matt, and great guy, super great cyclist, and Andrew's a lovely human, and Matthew has put so much faith, understandably, and confidence in his coach, and because he said, he said, quote, I don't have the mental bandwidth to figure out my own training plan or analyze his workouts, so he relies on Andrew to do that for him. So he trusts that he puts together the best plan, given his time constraints, and so he's happy about the progression and his workouts. So that's a good thing.
Oh, I sure love Andrew Yoder. A lot of time in the world for him from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, the youngster that came in on the scene and started lighting people up and still races. You'll see him pop in and knock out an incredible age group performance. But he's a great guy, and to hear that he's coaching this guy, I'm tickled. It's cool to see those things come full circle. Here is the pass. Chris Leiferman, a little bit of a look, and there's the poker. I don't think he's saying, hey, good job at this point. Like, lift up later. Now they're looking at the watch. Each one gets through, and then they take the split. A lot of sort of bluffing going on, if you will.
Right.
But it's cool to see. So there's Jody. She's the women's leader. She's coming back soon. We've already seen Haley get overtaken by Mark Hort. So it's definitely, this top two for each men's and women's race. Very, very tightly packed here at the end of this this segment of running. But I think that deflated just enough. Mark Hort say, dang, I'm not quite as close as I wish.
Well, no. And honestly, Chris just saw that, and Chris has gone this far. Like, he's like, and we have got word his knee has been bugging him, and he is doing it, adrenaline, and he would be smart. If he thought he was going to do anything worse to his knee, he would not have gone. I think sometimes, I know this is weird, but I've started runs, I don't know if you ever had this, and like the injury healed. I've started an Ironman, and the injury, like, it healed itself during, sure, I was sore and like whatever the next day, but then it just like healed like magically. I know that sounds ridiculous. Everybody can have their commentary on that, but I'm just saying sometimes adrenaline goes a long way, and he's probably been hurting. I can't wait to hear his post-race interview this whole time, but he managed it. He managed the drama.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And if nothing else, if there's a niggle or a problem or an issue, and ultimately you do mind over matter, well, the body can just say, hey, you know what, I'm done with that. I've moved on. So I don't think there's so much. I mean, they've determined that, the body doesn't have pain receptacles.
Right.
We have nerves, and so our emotions perceive the pain. And so if there's an injury or a problematic spot, a lot of that pain, a lot of those injuries are mental. They are emotional. And I think there's a lot of great work in the field of sports medicine and medicine in general, where they address the emotional, the mental side of healing and dealing with problems. And so, no, I don't think it's crazy at all to hear you say that. And I think that, we've all lived it, where he could have been in an unthinkable spot 10 miles ago, where something was like, how? And then, you don't get through that on physical grit. You get through that on mental management. So, yeah, I stand with that. But nonetheless, Chris Leiferman, as he comes home, look at the splits, 4 seconds per mile faster than second place, 10 seconds per mile faster than third place, and 13 seconds per mile faster than fourth place. So Chris Leiferman, right now, you can't say it's a done deal, but he is coming home strong and should be a 5-time Ironman champion by the time he gets to the finish line today.
That is exciting. I mean, all he's thinking about is, I can't wait to get home to my family to tell them how much I pushed through this race to get this, almost victory. I mean, it's huge. It's just huge. He's been so busy leading up to the point, obviously, his wife Zeta having a baby. That's a lot. And not to mention, they have sweet little Cruz, who's a couple years old. I mean, that's managing some stuff too. So I love it. I'm so happy about it. He has made it work, and he's just doing what he does best with a lot of grace and kindness.
Haley's losing massive time now, 3 minutes and 15 seconds down from first. So really unbuttoning up there from our one-time leader. She can still keep it together, but I think you want to stay on the podium. Don't get caught by, if you get caught by Mel McQuaid, don't get caught by Annette as well. Keep that podium, because she came here with big dreams to go first. Kona, all the works. Let's still keep Kona alive. As we come back, and just looking at what you said, man, he left home. He knew he was ready. He was in a good headspace. He pulled himself away from his newborn baby to come out here, and guess what? $15,000 US.
Yes.
It's going to buy a lot
worth
of diapers.
It. More diapers,
like
more
at least a
wipes.
week's worth of diapers.
Yes, but I hope he takes his wife out, which I'm sure he will, for a nice kid-free dinner.
Yeah, that's right.
Just for a hot second.
Yeah.
And that'll be worth everything. And you know, it takes a village.
Yeah.
And like you said, his wife is always there for him. She is, even though she's not physically here.
Yeah.
She did just have a baby
That's-
Wednesday,
that's-
like you said. But she's still there. She's done so much to set him up for success. And so you know, everyone's partner is crucial in that for everyone.
I think after, let me put this offer out there. Here in about 6 or 8 weeks, because these first few weeks I'm of no use. But here in about 6 or 8 weeks, you need a babysitter, Chris. Just let me know. I love a little infant and a 3-year-old, so bring him by, or I'll swing by and do some babysitting for you, just in honor of a 5-time Ironman champ. Because just up the road there when I'm back home. So either way, whoa, hold the phone.
Yep.
This kid, it's worthy of Trip Hipples.
I know. It's like
right?
it's like twinsy.
He's taken down age group athlete here.
Yes.
Fashion is on point today. There's Jen Ennett. So
yes.
Nice. She's in there. She's real close. Also, Justin Metzler, who looked to have slowed down, but still plugging along. He's going to look across the road and see his friend Chris Leiferman taking out the title that he came here to get. But there's...
Right.
You know, dissatisfied, right? Dissatisfied is the word. You're not ever satisfied to come 3rd or 4th or 5th, but you've got to still be happy if you're Justin Metzler. Devastating injury back in January. Now here, you know, right in the mix, kind of going to come in here with a solid finish on the podium. 3rd place will get you to Kona too. So.
Absolutely.
Keep going, Justin.
Keep going, Justin. He'll get there. And like the same goes, it's staying the same on the women's side. Mel is still 7 minutes and Jen a further 5 minutes. So everything's kind of stoic in that regard. Do I think Mel will catch Haley? That's tough. I don't think it can happen, but maybe you never say never. So we'll see how it goes and how Haley is starting to feel. She could have been in a dark pocket when Jody came, and then she'll revive out of that.
I just actually got a message. The Xana said she's claiming the free babysitting. So
yes, I was just gonna say she's gonna take you up on that.
I didn't think you were watching, but
Xana's
yes,
definitely
everything said on record
yes.
must be obliged, and so I do love a good baby. So yes, I'm all yours. But
and dinners, and dinner, she's owed that too. That's perfect. Not by you, by her husband.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
so we've got you covered, then. Just don't worry, don't sweat it. So. Back here, though, on Coeur d'Alene, Lakeshore Boulevard, Mel McQuaid, 3rd place. The solid spot for her is going to give her a Kona slot, which she wants. She's going to be one of the first athletes, I'll say, to take a Kona slot as a pro. I mean, she's in that position right now, and we'll have to dig that up if that's happened before, but certainly impressive, and not to belittle, not to say anything about just the age. Like, a great show, because she's really cranking it. So, good stuff, and you guys stay with us. We will be right back.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
We are back in action here, and we are watching this man, the 25-year-old American competitor, Matthew Marquardt. He is in 2nd place. Not going to catch Chris today. It looks like we've now sort of moved into the position where we can say that with a little more confidence. It's looked that way, but until we get into these closing couple miles, you can't really say for sure that lead is safe. But right now, it does feel very safe for Chris. He's powering through and leading with great energy. Marquardt, he's someone to keep an eye on if you hadn't been already. Out of 2 pro Ironmans, now he's going 2nd, 3rd. Word is that Justin Metzler has slowed a bit, lost some time, so we want to keep an eye on him, that he can stay in that 3rd spot and not lose to to Adam Fye, but exciting stuff to see the leads change like this and a little back and forth.
I know, it was like a fun yet dramatic in pockets type of day so far. But with 5K to go for the men, they're in it. They're getting there, you know, bit by bit. And here's Mel McQuaid. Bit by bit, just stay at this pace, Mel, and you will get your Kona slot. So here she comes up to an aid station to get all that stuff and just keep fueling. Literally, that's going to get her to the finish line in one piece at a respectable marathon that will get her Kona Q.
That's it.
Yeah,
All right.
right.
So that's the goal. Again, you always want to say, hey, you know what? If I can get that Kona spot, if I can get that, I can kind of live to fight and have a great day. I mean, I still would be happy with this as an athlete. When you come in, podium is definitely something that you're going to walk away with a lot of pride in earning, but also she's running great. Like,
yes,
look at
she's
these numbers.
7:28. Yeah, great.
I feel like this is, we don't have a lot of, I mean, that's fast.
It's fast, and she's got a buffer to Jen, and they're running the same pace. So all is well in her world right now. She's just now, you know, mile by mile, she's probably at around the halfway point. You know, she will get there. Right?
That's right. No, I think so. I think you're right. And it is, you know, sort of the one foot in front of the other. As we look to the left, here's Justin Metzler. You can see that he kind of hit a slow point.
Yes.
But it's another case of he's got the experience over Adam Fye. He's got the medal, we'll say. If he can just stay in there and run ugly, they say, right?
Run
Keep
ugly.
it going. You don't have to be up on your toes and striding out to perform an Ironman. You have to be able to run when it gets ugly like that.
Yes.
And so Metzler's there. Just keep doing that, and you're going to grab a nice podium here and earn your way to Nice.
Well, yeah, and I mean, he's got 4 minutes on Adam, right? So if he can just maintain that this last, you know, few miles, he will do exactly what he came for, even though it's not the win, I understand, but like he'll at least tick off the other things.
I'll just take the liberty here of saying, since I'm wrong so often, and since I predict about 0 out of 10 times correct, I think I said Jody Robertson and Chris Leiferman for the win.
Yeah, you got me. You did.
I mean,
you
not
did.
over. Yeah, it's a personal victory. I'm not competing against. I'm just saying.
I loved it though. No, I liked it.
I flame out.
No, you actually, now that you literally called this 100 like to the mark.
Well, thank you. That's the
good,
only
good
time
work.
that I'll feel good about myself today. But
no, that's great. I think it's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Back to that's my horn.
Yep.
Back to this 6:58. Jody Robertson, and you can see it. She's really on top of it today.
Did she negative split? I bet you she is.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think she is. She was able to run strong, and then now she's just, since she caught Haley, she's appeared to increase her effort.
Yes.
Mile after mile. And it's a great show. And I'm excited because she's a woman that I sort of thought had an Ironman title.
Sure.
In the back of my mind, of course she's won. And to see that this is going to be her first win, I think she deserves it through and through. She's been in there fighting on those podium steps for a long time. So it's really cool.
Now she did win Texas. She won that was her the championship. So she's won one Ironman. And she said that to me. I've only won, one. I'm like, still, Jody, that's amazing. And now here you are winning your second one.
Was that like 2015 or 16?
It was a while back. It's been a minute, right?
So, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Again, back to being wrong. So that's where I feel comfortable. It's a better
you made it up because
you
knew she'd win this one. So there you go.
It's a better spot. But
yeah.
So but it is comforting because I do feel like someone that races as she does, it's more natural for me. Nonetheless, she's doing such a great job today. To be in here. And pushing like that.
Yeah. Oh, I was just laughing because she, really is a strong competitor, and it just makes me happy to see her win again. And I'm just confirming when she won Texas. I just wanted to get the year. I think you're right. It was because in 2016 she was second at Ironman Texas, so it was first in 2017.
Yeah,
and she
16
ran,
I think was when I first saw her. I was like, holy smokes, she's just blazing in that heat.
Yep, she ran a
place.
2:59 there and then a 3:03, but she has the ability, as you see here, to run sub-3 big time. So I love seeing that.
Great stuff as we come back in here in a nice tight shot of our second place racer today, Matthew Marquardt, and he is really still, I think, racing with that levity that he shared in the interviews that he shared with you in your pre-race questions. He's sort of, I mean, you're never going to be super satisfied to get close and come second, but you're going to definitely be happy. And I think that's an important distinction. Kind of keep yourself dissatisfied keeps you chasing and racing,
right.
But be happy and be able to celebrate those movements up the ranks. So to me, if that makes sense, sort of he's got the bliss, but he's dissatisfied. So keep going, keep doing what you're doing.
And he's going up the ladder, 3, 2, 1, and literally they have 2 miles to go.
Yeah.
2. It's gone fast for me. What about you?
Well, it has. I mean, I feel like cramping from my standpoint been minimal.
Yeah.
Errors moderate, and so no, I'm happy with how fast they're 7:52. So what a good day. What are we predicting? 8:05 is going to be the finish time.
Yeah,
So
give or take that's a great time in this course. And reminder, 7,000 feet of climbing on the ride, 1,400 on the run. It's a good clip there. So that's a phenomenal effort by all these athletes today.
Yeah, for sure. As we come in here, take a hard left turn and kind of start to make your way back. Marquardt is, he's got to be, he's got to be sort of almost to that point where you cruise in, right? Where it's not there yet, there's too many turns. But it is where you start to float in and you say, all right, this is where I can accept. There's that 24-mile mark. You accept a little bit of high fives, maybe some love, a little cheer from the other side. Those age groupers love to see these top pros rolling through, and it's a nice spot. I don't know if he came here with family, friends, or whatever, but he certainly is going to be able to share that as he gets to Sherman Avenue.
And Chris is nearing Sherman. Okay, and less than 2 miles. He's doing it, and I can't wait to hear his finishing interview. I did want to say, too, Adam Fye is really catching Justin Metzler, so that will be a hard-fought battle for both of those. Justin needs to try to hold him off. Adam Fye, I mean, at the 21.7 mark, he was only 2-ish minutes back, so Adam Fye was to Justin. That went quick, right?
Yes, and I think that when you talk about the medal or that hard-earned kind of grit, Justin Metzler doesn't have that many Ironman finishes, but he has enough, and he's gotten a couple of second-place finishes, top finishes, fourth in Lake Placid last year. Said he had this breakthrough. Get to it. Now is the time when you empty the tank. If whatever was bothering you is bothering you, forget about it. You have to get into it. A podium, and I don't know, you tell me if I'm wrong here, but a podium is worth so much more than fourth place, right? It's just the athlete's going to walk away saying, you know what?
Yes.
I can live with podium. I can't live with fourth.
The prowess, the sponsors, it's tough. I've been fourth so many times, so I'm not knocking it. Trust me, I get it. It's so tough. But so they're going to battle. They'll battle that third place out.
They're going to battle, as we've seen all day long from both sides of this race. Men and women battle, and some more battle. But stay with us as we get close to the finish line here for American Chris Leiferman at Ironman Coeur d'Alene. We will be right back. Welcome back to Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. Chris Leiferman from the United States is en route to his 5th Ironman title. The first was won back in 2016. Now here we are, 2023, and the recent father of 2, right? He's got his son Cruz back home with his wife Santa, and now baby Levi just came to him, and now what a great week, hey? This one's going to go down in
this
memory
might
books,
be
right?
like a week of his life. I mean, I think it's Absolutely amazing, and his family must be so happy at home, as like I'm happy for them all.
That's
up
right.
Here.
That's right. Easy
Right?
on the tears here,
I
Meredith.
know. I'll
We
try.
save those
I'll
for the
try.
finish line. But here he is, Chris Leiferman, right inside that finish stretch. We still think approximately 8 or 9 minutes until he gets that finish line. Right around 8:05 is the prediction, but there's still a couple of ins and outs to get through. But we're really at that spot, Meredith, like you talked about, where you start to just float. You start to really say, hey, I've got this. You allow yourself to enjoy it.
Right.
You allow yourself to absorb kind of this
Right.
energy, because this energy right here is what gets you through those early mornings, those hard days, those bad weather days, all the hard training, the sacrifice and the input. This vibe right here. You bottle it up, and it really gets you to those training days.
This is the best part right now. I just saw mile 25, so he has about 1.2 miles to go. That's like no big deal. Like, he's gone 25 miles. What's another mile?
No big deal.
No big deal.
No big
And
deal.
he knows. He sees it. He can sniff it. He can smell it. He knows it's coming. He's thinking of his family. And so I'm just pumped that this has come together for him. It was hard work. I mean, he had to do some major catching, and thanks to Sam Long, I'm sure he's going to be grateful for the time they rode together, swam together, so then he could bridge that group, which I really believe he teed up to that group, and then was able to recover a bit and then go with Matthew into T2 eventually.
Yes, indeed. And as we come to this final stretch, you said 1.2 miles is no big deal. But if you asked him to run even 4 meters past the finish line, that's too much to ask.
No way, Jose. Are you serious? It's like once you get to that line, you stumble and you wonder, how did I even get here? How did this even happen, right?
Yes, completely
so
done.
I love
Thank
it.
you very much.
He knows. So he's getting there. He's just got to grit it out for about 6 more minutes, give or take, and it's going to happen.
Yes, indeed. As we come back to third place in the women's race, Mel McQuaid, she's now running about the same pace as Haley Chura overall, average-wise through halfway. So can she catch Haley? That really depends, I think, more on Haley. So Haley had her moment where she came unbuttoned. Does she snap it back up and keep herself in that position, or does she lose this ground and get caught by Mel McQuaid? Either way, let's say this podium needs to stay intact.
Yes.
No one wants to lose that ground.
Not at all. And honestly, Mel is maintaining that 5-minute gap from Jen, who's behind her. She's staying right about 4 minutes from Haley. So I think it might stay as such, but obviously. But I feel like she's in a good place because she knows she's in a podium position and a Kona qualifying slot right now, and she doesn't want to lose that.
I think you're right. And I think there's a little bit of Canadian rivalry there, a little bit of history that these two women share, and they can come in here and have that grudge match as well, sort of the fight within the fight. But we'll see as we come back here now to Jody Robertson. I tell you what, leader, pro women, this is a place she's been once before, and then all those thirds in the last 3-4 years, 5 years. But Jody Robertson, a band teacher out of for elementary school age students, so very different to what she does there, day job versus the part-time or the other gig here as a pro Ironman athlete.
Right.
I wonder if there's some rhythm too. I wonder
I
if
was
she
just
counts,
thinking
right?
that.
I wonder if she has that.
Or has like a bunch of
beat.
banging in her head, like a bunch of the music going on of 3rd and 4th graders, playing all their instruments. I think it's phenomenal.
Cymbals and flutes is what I'm hearing.
Yes, she's probably just also getting 9 hours of silence, right? She's like, I think I'll go get some silence. I do that in terms of I love motherhood, but sometimes alone time's good too, and that's why I'm still racing, Michael. Why not? Get some alone time.
Alone time gives you the power to be a great mom.
That's
let's
right.
be honest.
That's right.
You want to be a parent, hey, don't give it all up. Take a little of that time, and you give more in return when you're back. So,
absolutely. But she looks good. I'm going to look at her back half of the marathon because I just have a feeling she's doing some negative splitting. So.
I think you're right. Chris, chasing down the gator here. He said, don't pick up these cones too quick. I need those. I'm the men's leader here. No big deal, but I'm about to come across the line as the champion. So fun stuff, a little kind of check there. Make sure everything's in order as Chris Leiferman rolls up one of the sneaky little couple last hills here in town. We talked about these and how they hurt you on the outbound. We're going down them, but there it is right up ahead. It's funny when when you've been on these streets, you're never going to, I'll never forget that hill. There's no part of me in my life will ever forget that section of road. Now Chris, the same. He's going to etch himself champion, put his name on the list. Very cool stuff. He always said, I don't want to only be an Ironman athlete. I still want to be competitive in 70.3s.
Yep.
He's proven he can do that.
Yes.
Right? 2 weeks
Both.
ago, third place at a quick race in Boulder. Today,
Right.
champion in Coeur d'Alene.
And that's really cool, right?
Super
Not
cool.
many athletes can do both like that, because as we know, 70.3 racing is high above threshold power, whereas Ironman's a different kind of drill. So the fact that he's done both in such a short amount of time is pretty neat. So I commend him and tip my hat to him big time.
I as well. And as you look at these closing miles, we're getting word from the street that Adam Fye has gotten to within 30 seconds of Justin Metzler. So Team Metzler, you've got to put your energy virtually behind your man, because he's getting caught. And I think that Adam Fye on a breakthrough day is going to roll through and have this first professional Ironman podium, right? He's going to get across the line for the first time a pro Ironman and be on the podium. Big stuff. So Metzler, fight, dig, do what you need to do, but do it, do it now.
Do it. You've got to. But good on Adam Fye for just trudging through this, and he's getting it done too and doing his best. And here we go. Chris is so close to the finish. This is the best part. You start seeing like the town and civilization, and you're like, I'm close. You can hear the announcer, the music, all the things.
Just a little heads up. If you're a fan of the sport, this is the part, you're almost to the part where you can tell an athlete you're almost there. No other point in the race can you say it. No other point. But now even now it's premature.
Right.
But any athlete from first to last, you don't tell them they're almost there until they can actually physically see with their eyeballs the finish line in front of them.
Just around the corner.
Just heads up, because we all try and be positive out there. But when you say you're almost there, it's only true when you could throw a softball across the finish line. So Chris Leiferman, that's true stuff. But back to the serious matter, overhead shots of this beautiful race in Coeur d'Alene. We are about to see our men's champion come across the line. And I tell you what, tears will be flowing. I guarantee it.
Yes.
Smiles will be huge. High fives, massive, as this man comes across the line. Now 5-time Ironman winner, going to Nice again here for the Ironman World Championship later this fall. Going there and also being able to come home, take a breather and say, hey, you know what? That was a battle well fought.
Right, he's doing it. He even knows it's close. You just kind of have like a look like that. I'm about to almost finish an Ironman look, and he sees that. Remember those trusty signs. He's finally going to the finish one.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. I don't want to do another lap, but thanks. Yeah. So. Awesome, and he's checking, and it'll be neat to see his run split, because he's had one heck of a race, but also one heck of a run.
For sure, fantastic, and especially with him telling you, "Hey, I'm not 100%." Coming in, saying, "It's I'm ready, I'm confident, I'm going for it." But 100%, nah, I'm not going to say that. A look over the shoulder just to make sure.
I mean, he's only 2 minutes back now. I mean, good on you, Matthew, for hanging in there. But he doesn't. You know, when you don't see any, you're like, okay, there's no one there. I can do this for another 2 minutes here, and he's doing it. So exciting.
So very exciting as we come in here, folks who've been watching with us all day long. Now the moment we've all been waiting for, the conclusion of Ironman Coeur d'Alene. We're going to see it here momentarily, and what a great shot. You'll see still kind of a quiet section of road before you bump in and get onto that finish line proper, this left turn, and then the best thing you can hear is that finish line music, thump, thump, thumping, and the voice, the microphone. There it is, a smile.
Yes.
The first proper smile we've seen. He's looking at that cameraman, looking at his fans.
He's looking at you. Yeah, yes.
There you go. He's looking at his family back home. Chris Leiferman coming down Sherman Avenue and soaking up every minute of this magical race here. These moments stay with you forever, and he's going to sort himself out. The smile is there. He's ready to go.
He's like, I got everything in check. Just hold the tape up. Now you can say you're almost there.
Literally now is when you're okay to say that. And today, folks, we can say it. Chris, you're almost there, man. The crowd, look at how tight they come in here. A huge smile as we say a big, warm welcome to the man from Boulder, Colorado, because today, Chris Leiferman is the champion of Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Congratulations, Chris and family, because this was a team effort. Look at that. The joy, absolutely essential to embrace it. Congratulations, Ironman Coeur d'Alene champion, Chris Leiferman.
That's awesome.
I love this. When we get in here, we say, wow, that's the true joy right there. Wahoo Element Rival tells us he ran a 2:49.03 marathon today. So Chris Leiferman, well done as he's in there just soaking it up.
Soaking it up. He did it. I mean, he must be so ecstatic, and now he will pay his regards and his amazing respect for Matthew, who Matthew I'm certain looks up to Chris. So this will be exciting. And Chris probably will say to Matthew, "Man, you gave such a good run and kept me on my toes, literally."
Well, he will, and just case in point, he did one. Chris took one final peek. He was in that zone where he knew to his core he had it, but you have to just check. Okay, I'm not going to be that guy that is smiling at the finish line and gets out sprinted. So it was really a battle. These two pushed one another, and this guy, relative rookie here, is coming in with an incredible record already. 3rd place back in April at Ironman Texas, and now he's going to be able to claim 2nd place today in Coeur d'Alene in northern Idaho. Great stuff.
And now we can tell him you're almost there. So let's go, Matthew. You've got this. He must be happy. I can't wait to hear his both of their post-race thoughts. You know?
It's the best, isn't it? Yes.
Because they haven't really like understood what just happened, so it's kind of real raw. And I like that. I want to hear the rawness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Little fist pump here.
Yes.
And you're totally right. Hear all the emotion, all the rawness, and nothing filtered here at the end as we say congratulations to this American competitor who smile as wide as these streets of Sherman Avenue and Coeur d'Alene. Matthew Marquardt, congratulations, 2nd place, Ironman Coeur d'Alene.
Very cool. 8:08, amazing. Oh, I love it. I love the post finish line.
There you go.
Hugs. Man hugs. Yeah.
Whoa, man hugs too are pretty good. But yeah, that was definitely well-earned, respected embrace here. Chris Leiferman 1st place, 2nd place Matthew Marquardt. And it's not going to be long here before we see our 3rd place finisher coming across the line. By all accounts, it's going to be Adam Fye. Remember, of course, we will bring you guys some official interviews here once they get down to that hyper ice recovery zone. They are not there yet. This is on the ground coverage here. We get to actually see the real pain. This is what you really want to do, isn't it? Get off your feet.
No, absolutely. And sit. And you know what's crazy? They virtually ran almost the same run split. 2:49.03 for Chris and 2:49.29 for Matthew.
So what you said is true. He's going to go back and say, what the beans was I doing in transition? Did I blow it? Was it necessary? I think you can't ever say I shouldn't have done that. Obviously, something happened. But but either way, to have virtually the same run split means only thing we kind of lost out on was a shoulder kerfuffle in there. But it's a good show. Back to Jody Roberts, deservingly so, the women's leader here as she runs out again here. Got to complete one more lap, 8 hours and 5 minutes into this race. And she has a nice little lead here over Haley Chura and Mel McQuaid.
Yeah, it looks like I might be wrong here, by the way, because I said, I'm not sure if Mel can catch Haley, but she's now only about 2 minutes back. So there is potential. Haley's hurting. It hurts so badly. She's doing it, though. She's going to pull it together and keep hydrating nutrition. But really, it's like Jody's in the lead, and Haley's 8 minutes back, and Mel's 10 minutes back.
I mean, one thing that I love to do is jock math, and I'll tell you right now, just very basic jock math. With that minute 10 second per mile difference, she's going to catch her by mile 21 or 22. So one of two things is going to happen. Haley Chura is going to get a fire lit under her, and she's going to find whatever's been missing, come back to the 7:30s or the 7:40s, or she stays at 8:30s per mile, and Mel McQuaid will catch her. So the math is playing. The math doesn't lie. But what does happen is those things do change. You do get the fire. You do get the good vibes. You can go from dead to living. I mean,
dead to living.
It does happen.
It does. Like it's amazing in this sport where you can be so high and then just have a dark pocket but come out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's remarkable, and I think that a lot of that too is the right kind of conglomeration of events, right? Emotionally, you come around, you get pissed off, or you get inspired, or a person says the right things on the side that trigger something for you, but combined with you coming out of a bad patch, because whether it's in a race or training or daily life, we all have ebbs and flows. Our days dip. If you have a bad patch, you come out of it, suddenly you're like, hey, why was I upset before? What was the problem before? Why, you're mad in traffic. No big deal. Now you're happy. This is the same thing on the race course.
Absolutely.
Now this athlete finds that fire. So we have to see all that come together, convergence of the good. And she stays in second.
I know, and it parallels life. This whole
without a doubt.
This whole stuff in Ironman, it just parallels life so well, because you just have to push through and saunter through and trudge through sometimes, and so that's what's happening here. And Jody knows she's in a good place. She's 17 and a half miles in. She's got 8 minutes, which is incredible so far, and growing. So impressive. And I mean, she's got less than an hour, I would say, of work to do. That's it, Jody. Less than an hour. Come on. No bigs.
In the immortal words of Paul Huddle, it's an hour of your life, Jody. You can do anything for an hour.
That's right.
But I'll say this. Look, just there, the splits are a little bit more even through that last section. So Haley did find a little life. And so that does say, all right, it's going to be a battle down to the end. But you said it really well early on, problem solving. And so sometimes you get into either a good or a bad patch. And what you need to do is you need to say, if I'm in a good patch, why? What do I need to keep doing to stay here? If you're in a bad patch, why? Has it been a while since I take a Morton gel? Has it been have I had too many Gatorade sips?
Yes.
Have I had not enough water? Do I need to balance? You just have to go through the questions and figure it out, come to a good answer, and make the change. It really is all about that in the closing 45 minutes to an hour.
No, it is. You have to constantly have self-talks. Like, is this good for me? If the answer is yes, keep doing it. If it's no, you got to pivot, right? And so it's like that's what the constant puzzle piece, whole situation is. It's like, is this good for me? Oh, it's not good for me. Well, then, honey, you got to pivot, okay? So, yes. And here's Justin out there. Let's see how he's rolling. I know that Adam Fye was just a few seconds behind. So let's see how we're rolling there.
Well, at the last split at 23.9 miles, it was 6 seconds. And so we're here together with third and fourth place. Justin Metzler, he's definitely got more life in the legs. When we saw him briefly on Coeur d'Alene Lakeshore Boulevard, he was dead back on his heels. He was essentially, for lack of a better term, going backwards. Now he's back in with a slight forward lean. He's on the forefoot. He's moving over. He's using his arms to guide that turnover in the legs. So I'd say he's back. Now, again, does that coincide with Adam Fye blowing up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
There's not been a pass yet. You can't see anyone in front of him. And so Metzler could be drawing on that experience and just that grit that he has to say, no.
Right.
I'm going to Nice this year, not you.
Well, yeah, and it was 5 seconds, and right now it just came through at 24.8. And Adam hasn't come through yet, but Justin has. So we'll see. We will just see what happens here. And he's hurting, but he's going to do it.
And again, this is where if you do what Justin does, you like Ironman racing.
Yeah.
If you don't do this, it's not for you. Because when it is right there and you are faced with, because Fye was essentially there in the same block. And then what happened was Metzler said, I was already going max out, but now this is my maxer out.
And he's doing it. And he was 6 seconds, and now he's 45 ahead. So he did it. Great stuff. He's doing it this last what is he? He has a mile point. He's at that mile point 2 almost.
Yeah.
16 minutes back, 17 minutes back from where Chris and Matthew around were. But I mean, that took some gumption.
It did,
time.
right?
Woof.
That's
yes,
the word.
Yes, that took some gumption. And he's in turbo mode. He's just in, fight or flight. Like, get me to that line.
Yeah.
He doesn't hear probably footsteps behind him, so he probably gets like, all right, he was there. I could hear him, and now I don't. And now I'm getting a little more time. He's doing it. I'm impressed.
I am too, and it's fun because this is why we watch this race.
Totally.
This is why you do the race, is to find out what you're made of. When your back's against the wall, which he literally was, had the foe breathing down his neck, and now he said, you know what, I can take the power position here. You don't have me yet. This is what it's all about. And I think too, when we said this, he wasn't going to be at all satisfied if he took fourth place. He was not. He was going to be, wait a minute, now I'm going backwards. I need to get myself back after this injury to where I feel like I belong. He fought, and this shows himself, most importantly, that he has that tenacity still. He has the gumption, and he's ready for the big leagues. Whereas before it's like, oh, I'm slipping back to where I don't want to be. And nice show here.
I'm impressed, and he is going to do it and get that knee spot and get a podium spot. As we talked about, the difference between 3rd and 4th is tough, and we know that, but he rose, and I am super pumped because he did it. Because there was a time we thought he's just going backwards, and now he went to the well.
Yeah, to be fair, it would have been equally cool to see Adam Phi come in and elevate and do something he's never done before. But what I think both will root for here is excellence in an effort, right?
Absolutely.
And that doesn't always mean a time or a place, but what it means is an effort. And I think that Justin was able to deliver just an excellent effort in the one moment. It counted more than any right then. So good swim, good bike, good run, but an excellent moment right there when he was getting caught, and he fought back and said, see you later, not today.
Not today. Thank you, though. And see, he looked back and he sees, okay, I see that he's not there.
And it's the perfect look back. Again, a guy that has enough experience and he knows enough of the game to say, I'm not going to show my head turning fully around to see where we're at, but on a right turn or left turn, I can do a glance, and I know now I've got some air between you and me, and now it's his. I mean, there won't be a comeback for Adam Phi from that move.
Yeah. And he's there, and Justin knows he's almost done, and he's got this. And again, I can't wait to hear what he has to say in a very raw way, because he's had a heck of a day. It's hard. Yeah. This is the last little hill. He's hurting. We all are at this point, but he knows the finish is around the bend.
He's not almost there, though.
I know. I wouldn't tell him that. Actually. Yeah, because I don't see the red carpet yet. Right?
Yeah.
Right,
so,
but now I start seeing civilization,
He
right?
said, you want to spray? I don't care.
Right?
Yeah, so no, but at this point, so Justin Metzler, here's what's cool, too. We said that figuratively he was back on his heels when we saw him on that outbound stretch of Coeur d'Alene Lakeshore Boulevard out, and he was also literally on his heels, sitting back. He was, his body said no. We were talking about running ugly. What he did was he able to get in and suffer through that moment, and now he's back on the forefoot. He's back on quick ground contact. He's back on a proper running form and posture, whatever that looks like. He's there, and that's it's really kind of a metaphor. You know, when you get back on your heels, you're going to go backwards. And you get forward up there and you lean into it, you're going to get some results. And it's a great show. I think you can't look past the excellence that Chris delivered today, but that is one of those sort of favorite moments already. You could say, well, oh man, I love seeing a good dig, and he did that.
And absolutely, and you could even tell in his step that he knew that the finish is close, even though he can't see it. He knows it's there. And now Jody too. She's already getting to in the almost 19 miles, and she's doing it. Still looking as strong as she did. Probably stronger.
And so here, as we come back now to Haley Chura, second place, the gap between her and Mel McQuaid dwindling, but do we see some of that same fight where she says, hey, hold on.
Right.
I led this race for 7 hours, 18 minutes.
Yes. Yes.
I'm coming second.
Yes.
Mel, if you come up on my shoulder, I'm getting ready to get real busy here. I'm fighting you
Real
off.
busy,
We'll
yeah.
see, right?
We'll see. I mean, it's at the 17 and a half, it was down to about a minute 50. So we will see. And you know, Mel could be slowing down, hurting as well.
Yes.
So we just don't know. And unfortunately, right, 7-8 miles is a long time.
That's a lot of running
It's
still.
a lot of running.
Yeah, basically, I mean, it's the better part of a whole lap.
Yes.
We
Yeah.
saw how much can change for the
Yeah.
better or worse for everyone in that section. So we can't really throw in and bet effectively yet. But
Right.
it's cool to see because I also know that Mel, she has come out here before with where we're looking at, say, 345, 350 run. Oh, you're out. But this is a competitive, brilliant run on her point where it's, you know, sub 320, whatever that ends up being. She's in a zone that is competitive today as we come back to the men's race.
And as we can now tell him almost officially, he's almost there. And you can even just tell like the long stride, and he knows he's got it. And that's just refreshing, right?
It sure is.
Yeah. And I can't wait to see it, the emotion on his face when he finishes this. I'm sure it was a incredibly tough day for everyone, of course, but he did it. He went to the well and got what he came for and is doing it.
He sure is.
Yep.
And watching kind of these top three, they were in our predicted top three. Or four, I should say, because we obviously had Sam Long in that top four as well. But it's cool to see you kind of shuffle the order a bit. We don't know what's what. But Justin Metzer, as he makes the final turn here onto Sherman Avenue, same deal. You get a big smile across the face. It's still a little bit of a grimace there.
It's a grimace, but it's also a smile.
It's the grimace.
Same. Yeah, right.
It's a grin with a grimace. So, but tighten up, give a thumbs up, and still being able to celebrate again, getting back, because nothing tells you that this is a precarious sport like a big injury, which he suffered early this year. So back in action, racing to the finish line, and still an exceptional time. We can say this. Kudos, Justin Metzer, you are officially going to Nice with the third place finish here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene.
Yes, here he goes. He knew he got it. He did one last look back, and he's getting to that line. This is the best part right now. You can slap some hands if you want to, take in all the energy, and get to the finish line. And he's there. Literally. Oh, see, he's emotional. It makes me emotional. I love it. He's very emotional. I love it. He did it. 8:23.
And there you go, completely as he should be, appropriately broken and heading down to get off the feet. I said, this is the thing. What do you feel like at the finish line? Getting off my feet. That's the story. But Justin Metzer, job well done. He's back. And I think when you soak that up, you think, hey, super happy, super emotional, but also, you know, thank goodness I'm not moving anymore. I'm here, and there's been a lot of movement since basically since I got healthy to right now. I've been moving towards this goal, and he's back. So well done, Justin.
Well done. He's hurting for certain, but he'll come out of it. And now he knows he doesn't need to do another Ironman until Nice. So there's that too.
There is that, and what a fun, I still look at this, and it's just such a unique and totally different experience. I mean, so much history in Nice, looking back to the 80s and 90s when athletes were racing there repeatedly. Mark Allen's 10 wins across that international, that unique distance. But what we have there, too, is just such a different dynamic. Saw it in the World Championships when Gustav Eden won the Ironman 70.3 title. But it's going to be cool because it will absolutely take a different skill set. As it did in St. George a couple years ago, it will take a different skill set, a different level of fitness and ability to perform on the shores of the Côte d'Azur than what it does in Kailua Kona. So great stuff on tap here for this fall.
She's almost 20 miles in. She is. Almost 20 miles in, right? 10K to go, give or take, and she is doing it. And we'll get the split coming up of where Mel is to Haley. But all the women giving it all they have here today at Coeur d'Alene. I'm so pumped.
So Adam Fye in fourth place, 1 minute and 2 seconds back. So he did close it to closer,
Amazing.
but wow, what a fight. And I'm impressed. So
Yep.
to have that first sort of Ironman finish be 8:24, 4th place, Adam Fye, you're fun. You're one to watch in the future. So congratulations on that finish. That's a great day.
Absolutely, and he won a 2:54. I mean, they were 4 minutes difference. That just shows you that Justin dug and dug and dug and had to get faster there that last 2 miles.
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
We're with Jody Robertson here, first place, just ticking over these miles, ready to claim that second Ironman title, while Haley Chura fights tooth and nail to keep second place over Mel McQuaid. Jen Annett just lurking in that 4th position. A stellar field here in our top 4 at Ironman Coeur d'Alene. We'll be back to watch more of this exciting race after this short break. Please do stay with us. We're not going anywhere, so you don't either. Overhead shots here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene of our finish line in the finish area. We are so excited, and soon we're going to zip on down to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone, hear interviews from our top 3 men. Of course, the women still racing it, another 5 miles or so for Jody Robertson. But right now we can tell you this, Chris Leiferman took out the title in 8:06, 2 minutes back, Mark Marquardt, then Justin Metzler a little ways further back, and Adam Fye. All these 4 men across the finish line. Great stuff here. As we come back to Haley Chura, I just can't tell. It looks a little, little rough.
A little rough, but she might not know or understand that Mel is as of the 18.6. She was about, I don't know, minute 20 back, and so she's definitely gained some time on Haley. So we will just see what the next split is here at about mile 19.6 is our next run split. Jody's already there. She's probably well into her 20th mile. A little less than 10K to go for Jody. So I feel confident that you were right on the picks and that Jody. I'm just kidding.
Thank you for that.
No, I love that Jody. Yeah, Jody's going to do it. And now it'll just be a matter of, can Haley hold on? Can Mel surge ahead and grab second? But regardless of if Mel does that or not, it does look like she is going to be a Kona 2023 qualifier.
So good. Back to Jody Robertson. Wow. I mean, has she slowed 1 iota? Because I don't know that she has.
She's gotten faster. Now she actually really looks gazelle-like in the second half. So I'm going to monitor that on this negative splitting that she's doing. I know it.
As you watch this gazelle charge through, remember, you are watching Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward, and Hyper Ice, made to move.
I like it. You're made to move.
I'm moving right now.
We've expended a lot of energy here of movement of our mouse, and I'm okay with it.
Occasionally sprinting for a snack.
Yeah.
I mean, not as impressive a performance as Jody Robertson, but close.
I've worked on my fast twitch muscles today, sprinting 10 feet to the bathroom and 11 feet to the kitchen. So we're good. We're all right. And she's doing it. She knows she's almost done, and we'll just keep getting. We're with you, Jody, all the way to the finish line.
There you go. I mean, she just does look great. I mean, if you say with the form, what I was kind of like to do is compare how the runner looks at the outset, how the runner looks in the middle, and then again at the end. And I have not seen one change. If anything, improvement of form, but she just looks consistently great.
Couldn't agree more. I'm still excited to get to chat with these guys, so I'm looking forward to a listen.
For sure, and thankfully they are sitting down and able to use those chairs. But we're going to rush on down. In fact, I think very quickly to the Hyperice Recovery Zone to hear
I'm here with
from our
Chris
men's champion.
Leiferman. You are 2023 Ironman Coeur d'Alene champion. Not only champion, but Chris, new course record. A lot of dynamics happened across the race today. Instead of me asking, tell us a little bit about that, the dynamics. You were a little bit back out of the swim and how it played out rest of the way, swim, bike, run.
Yeah, with the swim, it was, you always hope to come out with that, just the group better than last time you raced, and unfortunately that didn't happen today, and you just see the feet disappear. But came out with Sam, solid cyclist, and I knew that him and I would be able to work together. Unfortunately, he had a flatty, and it sucks to see an honest racer have a mechanical like that, because it just, you're done. You're absolutely done, and it was kind of a bummer. But it didn't have him to work with, and so Solo caught up to the lead group and took a little bit of a breather. And coming on the second lap, Matthew and I took off, and we didn't look back. And it was coming into T2 with him and I, and it just I had a knee issue coming into this race. I didn't even think that I could finish the run, and I just knew that I had to keep the cadence high, and that was going to get me through the run, and I just focused. That was the only thing I focused on, was that cadence high, and that got me through the marathon. And once it got closer and closer to the end, I was Matthew, he was closing in and scaring the hell out of me, but it was, fortunate for me.
Yeah, job done. So this is your 2023 Ironman Coeur d'Alene champion and new course record holder, Chris Leiferman. Thank you, Chris. All right, so we bring in number 2. Struggle to sit down. I don't know if it's going to be harder to sit down or stand up, but I have Matthew Marquardt here with the front group all day. Talk us through it.
That was pretty much the plan. So plan is always to be first pack on the swim, and I think it was Dylan and Justin had a really phenomenal swim. Caught me by surprise a little bit, but really happy with a 48 on the swim, and then just front pack on the bike, and was surprised I was able to hold with Chris when he came by, because he really threw down some major power. But I'm really happy with that, because that's kind of the riding that I am expecting to see in Nice. And so I'm happy that overall I was able to respond to that and not fall apart on the run. Would have liked to have a slightly better run, but, you can't have a perfect race. So got stuff to work on between now and September. So overall, really happy, and Chris had a phenomenal race.
Yeah, he did, but you did as well, and I think Chris referenced it. You put some pressure on him. He ends up with a course record. But for you, first-year pro, third in Texas, people didn't expect it. Second here, I think people say, okay, let's watch for him, but can he do it again? So just a quick thought on your plans for Nice and your future.
Yeah, so, we're looking forward to Nice. I have, no idea what to expect. We'll go there kind of same thing as always, which is control the things that I can control and do my race, and the results will follow, whatever those may be. So we'll just see. I'm looking forward to it, and what is it? It's 2.5 months. For me, that's a really long time. I've only been doing this for 25 months, so it's a lot of time to progress and to get better, so I'm really excited.
Perfect. That is Matthew Marquardt, second here today, your 2023 Ironman Coeur d'Alene. We'll watch him race in Nice going around. Matthew, we'll see you again. Thanks. Good luck. Thanks. All right, so we're going to bring in the big man in gold, Justin Metzler, third here today, Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Second here, 2021. I know. You always want to move up a spot, but for you, Justin, it's been a challenging off-season into early season with injury. We don't maybe need to know about the injury itself, because injuries are just injuries, but a little bit of insight into maybe what this race means to you coming off of an injury-riddled off-season where I know you spent more time in an elliptical trainer than you would have liked.
Yeah, that's true. I'm really kind of at a loss for words. It was one of the hardest races I've ever done, and really good swim and good front half of the bike, and then Chris was just really on another level today, and I tried to go with him because my objective was to win. You know, I'm still searching for an Ironman win, and you know, being second here in 2021 motivated me to win, and I definitely took a big risk there on the bike and paid for it pretty hard in the back half of the ride, and felt pretty solid, pretty bad to start the marathon, and then felt really solid for about 15 miles. And then if anyone watched Ironman Lake Placid last year, you saw I was having very similar issues, cramping, and my legs were really shutting down, and Adam was coming in and trying to catch me, but I just found another mental gear, and that was really just my mental game. I don't know, I went to probably one of the darker places I've ever been in an Ironman marathon, and I'm just proud of myself for getting on this podium today.
When we look at that kind of effort, when you probably went through a period where you start to have to think internal, how do I manage myself, but then also external, and Adam is coming. Talk a little bit about grit, but also talk a little bit about your trust in your process and yours and Jeannie's process as well.
Yeah, you know, I write a couple things on my bike just to inspire me during the ride, and one of the things I write on there is trust. And I was just saying to myself, you know what, whatever's going to happen today is happening for a reason, and if you're not winning, you're learning. And this was definitely a big learning experience for me, and to get on an Ironman podium is not easy to do. And so you know, this is really my first race of the season, and when you get on the podium of your first race of the season, that's a great thing. And I took a lot of learning lessons today, and I know I can be a lot better than what I displayed today. I have some kinks to work through, but I think I can. I'm getting closer to winning one of these things, and I'm going to keep working my tail off to get there.
Yeah, we know you will. This is third place today here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene. It is Justin Metzler. I'm Dave Lauderette. Thanks for watching.
Yes, thank you so much, Dave. A reminder, you're watching Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Hyperice, made to move.
All right, the men are in. And Jody, here you are, probably about mile 21. She's got a little less than 5-ish miles to go, let's say. And this is the first time I've seen her slow down. She's okay to do that, right? She's got a plenty of buffer. But this is the first time that I've seen her kind of just ease off the gas a little.
She's hitting a slow coast into the turnaround, and then she's going to drop it to 6:55.
Yeah, probably.
But no, you're right.
Yeah.
You've earned the right, if you want to slow down, to do so. She's the kind of athlete, too, you consider that she's going to give everything she's got.
Sure.
Another type of athlete like that is Haley Chura. So we're back with her. It's starting to get a little dangerous. What are you seeing now? Is she in safe zone yet?
At almost 20 miles, she's about a minute 23 down. Meaning ahead of Mel McQuaid.
Okay.
So if she can keep holding that off these next, 5-6 miles, then she's got second in the bag. It's still I will say 6 miles is a long time.
That's that brutal if. So run the math. I mean, if we're looking at a minute 23, you said it's 83 seconds with 6 miles to go. You got about 12 to 13 seconds per mile that she's got as a spread. So she's got to keep it together. I think, again, it comes down to where will I bet. If I had to bet now, I'll bet with Haley Chura.
Sure.
But it's because this course is an out and back.
Right.
So she will get, real slow to get some fuel in.
Yep.
If she can get to that turnaround with still a minute to go,
right,
she's going to see, and she's going to be able to dig and find that extra gear.
Right.
If we see a little bit too much slow walking, because this isn't the walk, let me get it in. This is the walk, oh my goodness, it feels good to walk. It doesn't feel good to run anymore. That's what I'm seeing. What do you see?
I'm seeing that, and I've been there too, so I get it. And it's
100%.
like, oh God, I still have 6 miles to go. Everything hurts. She's not doing well, but she's upset because it hurts so badly. Yet she's sauntering on.
You know what? You know what I also like about that. So it went from it just as an about face, because when I saw it, I thought, that's toast. And then immediately, now she's right behind. She's right there.
Yeah.
That's the same. She's about to go into that aid station. But what I saw there too with the emotion and that visible display was, darn it, I have to do this now. Like I have to get to that really, really deep, painful spot. But as you can see, this is her entering that same
Yes.
aid station. Mel McQuaid is not a minute back.
No.
The math is gone. It's new
Yep.
math. She's going to be about 30 seconds back. How long have I talked?
Yeah, right.
And I
40
tell you what,
seconds,
we
yeah,
are when
yeah.
we see that,
Yep.
we see these two are lockstep together. Watch the
Yep.
difference in this aid station.
Mm.
Mel grabbing and running. She still looks relatively the same. I immediately flip my vote. I think that we're going to have a little bit of a battle, but Mel's just looking
Mel's
a little
doing it.
stronger right now. There's
Yeah, she can see. She can see the neon of Haley for sure.
That's right. And we get to rush on down here now to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone and our professional men's podium celebration.
All right, we're here for our podium celebration here for our top 3 men here in Coeur d'Alene. In 3rd place today, he races out of Longmont, Colorado. He went 8:23.29. This is Justin Metzler. In 2nd place today, he races out of Cincinnati in Ohio. He went 8:08.49. This is Matthew Marquardt. Your champion today, he swam 53.27. He rode 4:20.33. He ran 2:49.03 for a new course record of 8:06.42. A new dad and a new Ironman champion here in Coeur d'Alene. This is Chris Leiferman.
And as we watch Chris Leiferman step onto that top step of the Athletic Brewing Company podium here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene, I want to say this. Athletic Brewing is America's leading non-alcoholic brewery and the official non-alcoholic beer provider of the Ironman Global Series. The cool thing is you can enjoy them anytime, anywhere, and still be healthy, active, and at your best.
What a podium. Well done, gents. All smiles now. There's no grimaces now.
So good. I can't wait to see him pop the champagne and see who's. This is actually the race that really matters.
Totally.
Is who can do a better job. And they're all world class.
They're all good.
World class.
Yeah. They're chugging.
The right amount of pop, spray, and drink. So you don't want to underdo any one of those 3 things. But congratulations to these 3 guys. I tell you what, great strength. I mean, great strength on display, great camaraderie on display, great everything, the sportsmanship. So
Yes.
a wonderful celebration for these men. 8:06, 8:08, and 8:23. Wow, what a show.
Yes. Okay, 1 minute, 2 seconds is Mel McQuaid back from Haley. So a minute's a minute. Can Haley hold her off the next 4 miles? 5 miles.
So
rather.
now, so
5 miles.
weirdly, we're at 15. You say we're at 15 seconds per mile. So that was at 20. But I still feel like that was right before this aid station. So we're at the sea as we come down. I think the interesting thing is going to be as they come through the turnaround, which is still a ways off.
Yes.
But you're right. A minute 2 at 20.6 miles. So really 6 miles. It's 10. That's just at 10 seconds per mile that they have. So 10 seconds per mile, and currently Mel McQuaid is running about 21 seconds per mile faster. So she should have in 3 miles, she should have that gap erased. But shoulda, coulda, woulda. There's Jody Robertson running back, giving some encouragement to Haley. And you love that as well.
Yeah.
You said it multiple times. It really is cool when you get some genuine support from competitor to competitor. And obviously it's easier when you're in first place, but that doesn't make it any less valuable.
No,
right?
you
don't have to do that.
No, you do not have to, and it's not required. It's not mandatory. It's a simple gesture that I personally like, but I don't expect it either. So I get that.
Yeah, that's right. That's good. Well said, because if you expect it, then you start to appreciate it less. Then you're just mad you didn't get it. So,
you get regretful.
I mean? Yeah,
you're like, what?
This is ugly.
Yes.
So the downward spiral begins. But stay with us, folks, because a lot of exciting action in these closing 5 miles of Ironman Coeur d'Alene are in front of us. We will be right back after this quick break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Jody Robertson on Coeur d'Alene, Lakeshore Boulevard. She's doing her thing. She is ecstatic. She's got to be 8 hours and 41 minutes into this race, just with a brilliant run form here. Very slight slowdown, almost not appreciable in from our standpoint, but she is really, I think, leaning into this, closing it out, because why not have a great time? I mean, she's got the win. She knows that, but why not continue to push, drain the tank a bit, come across the line feeling like you don't have to do anything tomorrow except read the newspaper and have some coffee.
Yes, that's the best, too. It's like you wake up and you're like, all right, brunch, some casual coffee.
6 or 8 cups of coffee.
Or honestly, French fries at 3 a.m. I mean, what? You wake up hungry. You're like ravenous. Like, what happened to me? Anyways.
You can tell that's a real experience that's happened right there.
You think?
3 a.m. French
what
fries.
What do you mean? What? Not me. I was having apples and carrots. What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, I just think it's phenomenal. She made the last turn there, right? So she saw Haley 11 plus almost 12 minutes back from her. So all she has to do is cruise control into that finish line. She could go 8-minute miles if she wanted and still win, right?
Yes.
And now the question will just be, with Mel McQuaid about a minute back from Haley, will she catch? She's running 10 seconds faster. If she continues that, probably more, a little 10-ish, 11 seconds faster, will she catch her the last, it'll be real close if they both say the same pace.
Yes, 100%. You're spot on there. As we shift right on over here to Mel McQuaid, who is chasing down. So a shot here of her. She'll start to see that neon kit, that fluorescent colored, bright pink and green kit of Haley Chura. She'll dial in or have been dialed in on that for a while and just continue to kind of catch, carrot, see what I can do. The hard thing is, too, and you know this, you can really only do what you can do. So she may already be running flat out, and she may already be saying, you know what, I'm going to catch you, and that dialogue has gone on for several miles now. So you can only will it so far.
Right. She could be done, too, by the way. And, there might not be, understandably, that fight to, oh, my gosh, a minute probably seems like an eternity right now. I mean, even if she can see her, it's like, it can be far and a little bit hard to make up that time in these next few miles. But maybe, I don't know, Mel has major grit. And I think at this turnaround, she's going to see that it'll appear really 30 seconds probably. Just like it'll feel that way. So I don't know if she can find that other gear. It's pretty amazing. And I would commend them both. Haley for hanging on, even if she doesn't. Haley for hanging on, Mel for trying to catch. It's a lot. It's a lot of work, this sport, man. Yeah. Yeah.
They put that one down as the understatement of the year, but oh, so well said.
Yes.
In both sides. So coming in here once again to an aid station, you're going to see Mel McQuaid, get to see what she does. About a mile ago, we thought she was about to catch Haley Chura. We saw Haley in kind of great distress, emotional and physical distress. And now a few steps down the road, a couple strides down the road, it could be a different picture. The beauty of this sport, as hard as it is, you're not just given a linear track from start to finish. You have those ups and downs, as we saw with Justin Metzler. You have those ups and downs, as we've seen here today with Haley Chura. So you've got to kind of ride the wave, don't you? And just trust and know that when you go to dig, there's going to be something there in your palm.
Absolutely. And this is the turnaround time very soon. So I feel like Mel's either going to see it or not. And I already start to see, I know it's a little decline here, but a little bit more zest in her stride. So come on, either way, it's going to be a great battle to that finish.
I think you're right. Yeah, we're so close to turnaround, and Mel just ticking off, passing some of these people on an earlier lap, and that feels good as well. It's kind of you're taking people down regardless. You're just kind of moving past people, getting a little energy every time you do. They probably cheer for her, recognizing, especially once they see that third place bike behind her. You say, "Oh, she's in third place. Let me scream a little louder for her if I can." And here's the camera, so we know Haley Chura right here. So the first glance across the bike path at one another. Actually, I don't think Haley even looked at all.
I think Haley is pulling a Justin. I think she sees this, and how much better does she look right now?
So much.
Right?
So much better. And that's the turnaround right there at the end of your shot on the left side of the camera of the screen.
Yes.
But I think you're right. You can tell right now that look of displeasure and that gesture she made at the aid station was, dang it, I really have to do this. Like now I'm getting caught and I will not get caught. Here we go.
Yes, exactly. And it hasn't come through that. I think she's gaining back. I think she's literally gaining back a little time.
She looks like it. I mean, she does look better, right? She looks like she's better than she did, and she actually looks better than Mel, just as far as a better tick, turnover, better kind of stride rate, and I think she has, like you said, pulled a Justin here.
No, she did, and it's funny. She was a textbook of like having a dark patch, i.e. walking. Look, she's not walking this aid station.
Nope.
Right?
She said, "I want something though. Can I please get the something?"
So that's what I'm saying to you is that she hit a dark patch at that moment, like a mile or two ago, and that was her dark pocket. And then amazingly later, she's come out of that, and because now exactly she is a minute 40. So see, she went from a minute 2 to now a minute 40.
Look at this.
That is a true volunteer. Wowzers.
100%.
I love it so much.
Yep.
Well played. So now she's come out of it and she's like, I'm getting second here. I'm getting second. But Mel's still in a great position for her Kona slot. She's still holding that 5 minutes to Jen, and I will say Ueda is really close to catching Jen here in a bit in these next coming miles, so we'll see how that plays out. But good for you, Haley. I do love seeing like people in. I've never been that person. Once I'm done, I'm definitely done. But I love that she like went to the well, she got to the well, and then she climbed out of the well, and now here she is.
100%. I mean, with you, I love a good fight. And what she did was she fought with herself so that she could fight with Mel. She fought for the position. She had to go through that. And it's so interesting because when she visibly showed us, she was exasperated. She was no. Dang
she
it.
questioned
and then
her life,
right?
She was like, why do I do this?
Question.
Yes.
This is something that I did, and then she said, all right, here we go. And what a turnaround. So she's back ahead from a pace standpoint. She's got time. She's extending the gap instead of losing it. And I think that you can start to say now the momentum has definitely shifted. She's back in race mode, which we saw when she got past, she lost massive time.
Right.
Again, if there's never been a testament to a better testament to the emotional or mental side of racing, that's it right there.
That's it right there. And now she just looks so much better. Maybe she just needed to pop some Gatorade. She was underfueled and like pull it together. And now she's coming back. If you notice, her bottle is gone. Right. So I don't know I don't know when she dropped that, but maybe she learned, okay, maybe I need to hold on to that bottle a little longer because I hit a very rough patch. So again, learn, grow on repeat for, X amount of years. Forever. Like every Ironman, right?
Yeah.
So good on her. Keep it up, Hales. And we'll just keep seeing, like, Jody's already almost in 23 miles, so she's at the 5K to go. Impressive.
Very impressive. And it is fun to watch as we kind of look back the the longtime running partner, Todd Wakefield, running partner of our winner. He's now closing in on the finish line. An exceptional show where he's at 24 miles and coming in representing Australia. But that athlete looks to be having a stellar day. And as we kind of scroll on over to the women's race as well, we have to give nod to our first place right now, Sydney Andrew. She's in first place for the age group women 25-29, Sydney Andrew. So those can shake it up, as you know, throughout. A lot of racing still to be done, but a little shout out there for those two.
And truthfully, Jody is going to have so much like gratitude for this win, because she hasn't felt like she's been her best self in terms of racing in a while. That's why she, moved coaches, and she made the right decision. She took that risk to be uncomfortable with the change, and it paid out.
That's right. It did.
Paid off, rather. Yeah. So I'm excited that she made that change, and it was the right decision, because here she is winning Ironman Coeur d'Alene by over 12 minutes. And, really she could cruise this last 5K and still win with plenty of time to spare. So I commend her hugely. She has gotten her Kona slot here. Amazing, right?
Yes.
And so I'm into it, is what I'm telling you. I am into this performance, and I'm really genuinely happy for her. This was, she so kindly, got back to me on answering any questions I had, and I really appreciate that time, just because I like to know the personal side of the ticks and what makes her thrive and where she could improve as an athlete and human, and that's what I like to ask the racers today.
There you go. Great questions, and you certainly received some colorful insight from these top competitors. Jody Robertson, wow, what a show. And she's got that stretch. She's got to come up around the left turn here and then zigzag in and out of that spot we got to see so closely with our men finishers. But as she comes through for the third time, I guarantee there's going to be a little bit of the guard letting down and saying, okay, you guys are cheering for me. You love this. I love this. Soak it up. Because it's been a pretty long stretch, 5 years since the last Ironman win, and it's cool to see that you have that staying power, that you keep the dream alive. But you want to also bottle this up just in case it's another 5 years to the next Ironman win. So it is a unique sensation that you don't get a lot of.
It's never taken for granted, and we're always searching for it. Just like Justin said, he's searching for that win. And it will happen, and like we always say, success can happen if we never give up, and they aren't giving up.
They're not, right? not a bit. So fun stuff. And she's also showing that even if you're in first place by a large margin, you still have to take in at every aid station the proper fuel. So great stuff. Jody Roberts. We'll be right back. Stay with us for a quick break.
Jody's close, 2 miles, give or take, to go, plus or minus. She's in that last bit. She's probably starting, I don't know, to count. Like I always count like 1,001. Or if I'm running, 8-minute pace, I'll count to 60 times 8 twice just to give me something to do, right? That's the disparity we're in at some points. Anyways, she's doing it. It's coming. The finish line will be there. I recognize this area from when Chris and the gentleman were finishing, so I'm pumped. Less than 2 miles, plenty of time to spare. She crossed that line. No one's come through on the 24-mile marker. Haley's 11 minutes, 54 seconds back at the line last time check. So She knows she has the win. She's just like, all right, maintain. And like you said, Michael, like grabbing hydration, nutrition still until the very end. You never know when something could pop, literally.
Yeah, you never know when the bottom's going to fall out.
Right.
But I tell you what, she's also, look at these splits over there
Yeah.
from 221.7, 704 mile pace. The last was 730. She's still just running such an exceptional marathon. And it's kind of fun to watch because there's a number of reasons why she could have slowed up, eased up, whatever, just jogged in, saved the legs. Maybe there's something else coming up, but she hasn't done that. She just continues to look really the same that she from an effort standpoint as she did at the beginning.
Exactly. Literally the same. And she's going to take that in all the way to the finish. And Mel, too. I know Mel is probably still about, still about a minute 40 down. That split will come through soon. But she's doing what she came for, and that is the Kona slot. Like we said, this whole broadcast is those 3 goals, and she's going to accomplish one of those today. And I love seeing it. You know, she's put in the time. She has 50 years on this earth, and more than 20 that she's been a professional athlete, not just in triathlon, like cycling and Xterra. Remember, she's an Xterra world champion. We forget that.
3 times,
you know?
I think.
Yes, ridiculous, multiple, right? So it's just really cool to see her in this distance, still doing it, still competitive at it, and to see her on the big island that she's been really striving to do will be exciting.
Yeah, you said it, and it's what were the 3 goals again? Win an Ironman, qualify. What was the third?
Sub 9.
Oh,
but
nice.
I don't know. No one's going to sub 9 here today.
Not
I mean,
today.
it's not exactly right. Carrie Lester did 2 years ago, 8:54, and that was a wonderful day for Carrie and so exciting. This course is definitely hard to go sub 9. So I mean, Jody will be in the low 9s, but. I think that's pretty awesome. And so, yeah, sub 9, win an Ironman, qualify for Kona. Well, she's now almost so close, only a few miles for ticking off a Kona Q as one of her goals.
There you go.
Yep.
Jody Robertson here, breathing it in, showing kind of no visor, no headband, no problem. The sun is out, but it's not oppressive heat as we've seen here Coeur d'Alene in the past. It's more of a moderate level of heat. I'm not going to say that it's cool and perfect, but I do think that we've seen extreme temperatures in the past. Today's not that day, and it's really fun to see because when the weather's better, you get these great performances and we're seeing one today. Look, that's the first time I've seen, the stride is gone.
Yeah.
She slowed it right down, right? It just happened.
It just happened, though, yeah.
Good for you. 25 miles and change, and then you decided that was maybe I don't really want to run that hard anymore.
Yeah, she's like, I'm starting to actually get over this and ready for my ice cream and pizza.
A cramp. There's actually a cramp. Well done, Julie. You're human.
Yeah, you're human. She's got to minimize the drama and just steady Eddie. And honestly, she truthfully has time to stop and stretch whatever cramp she's feeling out. But it's stressful. You're like, oh no, I've gone this far, right? So hopefully it sorts itself out.
Yeah, meanwhile, there's an age group athlete just off camera that's chit-chatting with the lead bike and having a fun time at it. He's kind of got that fleshy-colored tri-suit, and he's sitting in there saying, hey, I wonder, I'm almost as fast as the top woman.
Yeah. Oh,
and then the bike said,
yeah,
no, you're not. She's well ahead of you. And then he said, I'm still going to try and run with her.
Yeah.
And here he comes. Great kit.
Yeah.
So whoever this athlete is said, I'm going to get on camera. I'm going to have this awesome race kit.
Yes.
And my funny, zebra print arm cooler sleeve warmers.
Yes.
But yeah, awesome stuff. I do love this sport. I think that fashion forward is always kind of something you
might as well look good.
Right?
Yeah,
Well
right.
good.
You're in the well of doom a lot of the time, so why not have the fashion sense, right?
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. So come on, Jody. I mean, she's definitely hurting. We see that. She recognizes it, but she's probably trying to not just be real gingerly so it doesn't cramp further.
Yeah, I mean,
She's
and
gonna
it's a little
stretch.
abdominal
Yeah.
cramp too.
Yeah.
You kind of could be
it's the worst.
a little downhill.
Goodness. Downhill.
Little dip before
I don't know
you
if
go.
that's worse at this point sometimes, yeah.
I feel like every
can't
step
tell.
we could actually feel for her or with her.
Yes, so close. I mean, truly, she has about 1.2 miles. She's at that mark again, which will be the longest 1.2 miles of her life. But she will get there. She's doing what she needs to do, even with a mile-ish to go. So I'm excited to watch her get there and likely collapse and just be glad to stop motion.
Yeah, well, it's great. A little cheers, a little heads up, pouring water down the top and over the head, indicating that everything I said about being mild is wrong. It's hot out there. She feels it.
Yes.
But it's a job well done. And I think,
it is.
You know, you expect at some point to see sort of the best stride rate change a little bit. She's got a good turnover still.
Sure.
So the rate's there, but the length is gone. But gosh, you know, we're sitting here in the easy chair kind of making commentary.
I know.
This is a fantastic show.
It is 80 degrees there right now.
So
that's warm.
That's above your threshold.
That's above my threshold. I'm 70. I love 76. Above that gets me, which isn't even that warm, but still 80 is hot. Especially the sun came back out for this, and so she's doing it, and she's gonna get there. Come on, one more mile, and I wanted to see how the other ladies are doing out there.
Well, it's good that you're at least 78, 76, because when Matt Lato's here, his zone of comfort is about 56 to about 64, maybe 66. That's his comfort zone. If you're above or below that, it's off the charts for him. But it's for me, it's fun. I miss the guy. I don't sit next to him nearly enough. So if I can have any chance to get a digger on him, I'll take it.
Hey, why not? Yeah.
But nonetheless, back to the race here.
Yes.
Jody Robertson going to be your Ironman Coeur d'Alene champion. We've just crossed the 9-hour barrier, and she's coming in a little look to the camera, and she's a little bit more gingerly getting through this course, but still quite quick, and it's going to be an excellent run time that she's going to close out this race with.
She's just really trying to be in it and compartmentalize right now, and this is when it really hurts, but it's also satisfying because it hurts so much right now, but she knows she has a win, so that kind of negates the fact that she's in so much pain. So she just has to buy her time and just get to that line, and she will. It's just you can see she's just left, right. Like there's definitely no zest in her step right now, understandably so. She's just had 9 hours. She's been moving hard for 9 hours and 2 minutes. So
yeah, she's no longer trying to absolutely tear the legs off of the competitor. She's trying to get it done.
She's just trying to get it done.
And good for her. So taking a look back, I think, wow, the last split, 22.8 miles, has that gap growing quite nicely for Haley Chura. She's secured a little bit of space, a little bit of real estate between her and Mel McQuaid. And then on the Jen Annett, Mel McQuaid standpoint, there's a nice 3-minute margin there. And I think where it really does start to get a little touchy is, as you said before, Ai Ueda from Japan closing in on Jen Annett a little bit. She's brought that gap down to about a minute and 12, minute 11. And so that one is going to be one to watch in those closing 2-3 miles. At this point, we'll say Jen Annett's still safe, but the closing miles, a lot of stuff happens.
Absolutely. And it is forecasted for Jody to finish here in about 3 to 4 minutes. It says a potential 3:11 finish local time. So she's at that point, but we can't tell her yet, as we know.
No.
But she's nearing. She's just got to get there.
That small thing, one right turn, then a left turn, then another left turn, and then you're home free.
Yes.
Nice little finish stretch here, and you can see this is where you start to catch a glimpse of all those wonderful Coeur d'Alene fans that come out here from all over the Pacific Northwest and cheer this race, these racers on. Obviously, at Montana included in that, not just Pacific Northwest, everyone. So from Washington, Oregon, Montana, Idaho, anywhere you can drive up there and get in and watch it, you do. So Canada, BC, also easy drive down. So great stuff, and it's always fun to watch. Here's Haley Chura again coming through an aid station.
Right.
Way more life back in her.
Way more.
Way
I
more.
mean, she
really
pulled
rallied.
that Justin. She and Justin, gumption. They went to the gumption well.
Yeah,
and
they did. Yeah.
Pulled out of it, and truly, they were really getting. The people behind them were getting close, and they knew it, and they had to rise. And I think when we saw Haley doing that self-talk, that was her being pull it, self-talk to herself, pull it together. You need to do this. You've gone this far. You led the race for X amount of time. Let's go. Let's get second. And she did it, and now she looks like a light little feather running out there.
She does, back where she was a little while ago. So she breathed life into her own race, her own legs, and it's paying off. So awesome stuff. I immediately wish I stayed with my initial before I decided to get fickle and turn my mind around. I really still wish I said, hey, I've got her bet. No, it's good stuff. She's a fighter, and she came here to win. She lost at 7 hours and 18 minutes that lead, but she still was able to put in a good fight. And I do think that the core is the challenge and the battle and the fight, and these women like to compete. They like to race one another, and she's getting that in full dose today.
Yes, and that's what we live for, the thrill of the battle that she came out of on top. Haley, even though I understand she didn't get the win, but she wasn't doing so hot, feeling so hot in that moment, in that stretch there, and she came out of it to still get second, and she'll still run a very respectable marathon today.
That she will, as we watch from overhead, Jody Robertson make the last couple turns here along these final bike paths and sidewalks of Coeur d'Alene, making her way to beautiful Sherman Avenue, where she'll get to run down that main street to the finish line and hear those fantastic words, "You are an Ironman champion." Dave Latourette coming to you live from that finish stretch is going to give her the welcome she deserves. Amazing, amazing effort, and it really is, for me, cool to see this athlete get back on top of an Ironman podium after 5 years absence.
I know, right? And she's going to be so happy about this performance. I hope it gave her some comfort and confidence that it's still in there. She still has the capability to be at the top of her game, and she can go. Again, she just made changes, and she can go even faster. Now she has until October to do another full distance in a world championship venue, no less, and she can be better and better and better.
That she can, and here we come. Glasses are up. Smile's going to start to creep into the visage there. She comes down Sherman Avenue, and you can look straight ahead now. Jody, you're almost there, and today you're going to be the first one across the line here, just at 9 hours and 7 minutes here, plus a few seconds. The champion you will soon become, and now you can rest easy, coast on down this gradual downhill to the finish stretch. Today, what a show, hey?
What a show, and I see that red carpet now, and so she's going to hit it, and this is the best part, right? You're done. You can stop moving so soon. She could stop moving now if she wanted and walk it in, but nah, just do it. She's gone this far. What's another 10 yards, right? So good job, Jody.
But such a gift here to come across the line and slap all those high fives. The folks that have been waiting to see the women's champion for a long time now, Jody Robertson, congratulations, Ironman Coeur d'Alene champion.
Right on. Oh, Jody.
9:07:31 on the clock above. Looks about right here. And breathe easy because now, according to Wahoo Element Rival, you have notched a 3:07:43 for an incredible run split here today. Jody Robertson, USA. Also now a two-time Ironman champion. Yeah, congratulations there. She looks back. Nope, no one's coming.
Okay. I was a little concerned there as she didn't seem very happy. I think she just has like that delirium of post-Ironman. And then she was like, wait, I just won an Ironman. I'm going to smile now. Right?
She's like, yeah, what should I do?
Wait, what just happened?
Am I the best? Yes.
I mean, yeah, you just won Ironman Coeur d'Alene, which is a 20-year now, right? Ironman venue, awesome. And Haley will be here in, probably 10, 11 minutes, and can't wait to hear what they have to say, too, after everybody finishes and we can talk to them.
Can't wait, but you're going to have to wait a little bit more. A couple miles here left for Haley Chura. She's rolling through and setting her sights and setting her targets on some of these age group athletes' turns, anything up the road, any sort of incentive to keep it going. Obviously, she was able to dig deep down, I should say, into that well and find the extra oomph to pull it together. She was almost caught by Mel McQuaid, and then she turned the tables and said, no, not today. I didn't come here to get third.
Right.
So Haley Chura, an impressive show all the way through and through, as we knew she'd give us. But we're nearing the finish line here for the American, and soon after her, the Canadian. Please do stay with us, as we don't plan on going anywhere until we have this podium across the line, this podium celebration, and all that glory to be shown. So we'll be back after this quick break.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Ironman Coeur d'Alene, second place on the road today. Haley Chura, she led for 7 hours and 18 minutes, and now closing out this last 2 hours in second place, not giving up an inch here to Mel McQuaid, the competitor from Canada. But great stuff as you roll through this aid station. The volunteers on point. We saw it earlier where Haley had an aid station volunteer sprint up to her and hand her a cup of water after she was well past. The volunteers really do make this sport, and without them, we couldn't get this done. Who could? Not a single person. So it's great to see, and Haley O is also given that nod. You can tell she's just one of those athletes that is grateful and appreciative and shows that on course here to these volunteers. Great stuff for Haley.
Very, very awesome. And I do want to say, just like to make mention about our sport, and again, I know we talk about age sometimes, but I do want to say the top 5 women right now, you have Jody, who just won, 38. You have Haley in second, 37 years old. You have Mel McQuaid in third, 50 years old. You have Ayueda and Jen Annett. They're both 30, 38 years old, and Ayueda is actually 39. So you have all high 30s and a 50-year-old in the top 5 here at this world-class Ironman Coeur d'Alene. That's pretty cool.
It's
right?
awesome. It is awesome, yeah. And I think that it should be a point of inspiration for maybe even people who haven't taken up the sport and they say, well, I don't think I can at this age. Well, men and women alike look at this and say, this is not a sport that is created for youth only. It's created for everyone. We'll see people in the 80-plus coming across the line, but literally the best of the business today, all older than 35 years old, 37, 50. Great stuff. I love the observation. And it is something that I think we take for granted because we see this. We see this. It's kind of like, hey, I don't feel like – I remember when I was 20, I would have thought 50 was halfway to dead. You know what I mean? Like, you're barely moving. And now 50, third place in Ironman. But when I was young, you just don't know that. But now that evolution, I think, and the what can happen, it's just changed.
It's 100%. Yeah, when I was, that's a good call. You think like they're ancient.
Well, the first triathlon I did, I was 19 years old, and a 40-year-old won it, and I was like, well, shoot, if a 40-year-old could do this thing, I mean, he really has one foot in the grave, the other one out here racing and beating me. So
at 40, I love
40.
it. And did he beat you?
Oh, he won the whole race. He smoked it.
You?
He won everyone. He beat every kid. He annihilated me.
I love it so much, and you learned.
And then we shared a beer because that's what you do back
that's
in the 90s.
That's what you do.
At a
Why
triathlon.
wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You were almost 21, so it all worked out.
Almost 20.
Yeah, so all good. But yeah, there she goes, and she will be glad when this is over as well. And then we can talk to her and see her thoughts and where that clicked for her to sort of rise in that moment of demise. And so she's got it now. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. Wrapping around these final couple stretches, getting a lot of love from the crowd there. Folks that are waiting for their loved ones to come, still giving a great bit of attention and applause and cheers for Haley Chura. Again, she's a 2-time Ironman winner now, coming in second place here in a race that she loves. Feels like it's a bit of a local race to her, she said, living in the neighbor state of Montana. And rightfully so. I mean, it's a race. She won the Ironman 70.3 at a venue, and got a lot of history here. So great stuff. And second place is absolutely a commendable effort.
A commendable effort indeed. And so I'm pumped to see her just get there and get to that line. And she had, I mean, think 7 hours, 18 minutes did we say that she, led this race? That's a long time to be out in the lead. So she's got to be happy with that. And now she'll learn and figure out what things went wrong and right in this race and try to correct those and fine tune those before she goes into her next Ironman in Kona. Unless she decides to do one before that, but maybe not. You never know.
You don't.
Yeah.
You just never know. The
Yeah.
opportunity's there. And so a lot of times the
Yeah.
pros, they say, hey, you know what? I'm in. I can jump in.
Yeah.
As we saw with, say, Cam Worth. He
Sure.
decided at the very last minute to jump into a race. They allow you to do it if you're in the registered testing pool. If you're in the professional membership, you can get into these races. And I think that's a great thing. Keeps the level of competition high.
Right.
Keeps us commentary people guessing.
That's right. And now she's in that trusty to finish. Yes, please. To the finish line. Thank you so much. Right. So
I'll have one. And
I will
another.
have one. No thanks for the third, another lap, a fourth lap rather. I will take the finish line exit. So 9:15, still an awesome time so far. I mean, even if she's 9:18 or whatever it is, that's still a very respectable time for this course. And yeah, good on Haley. She's doing it, and she did it, and she had some downfalls of pain in some. She had some pain points.
She did.
But she triumphed over those. So I'm pumped to see that and see her finish and get there. Just get to Sherman Avenue, Hales. You got this.
Yep.
And
Just
Mel
one more
won't
road
be,
to cross
one more
before
road.
she does. Yeah.
And Mel will be shortly behind her, a couple minutes behind her. She's actually built almost 4 minutes back into Mel McQuaid. So isn't that just shows you can feel really good and then not, and then still, do it. So, all right, here's your turn, Haley.
Yep, about to take that left turn, and folks here lining the streets. She'll be cruising up this street tomorrow, having a sip of coffee like we talked about, or perhaps some midnight French fries. But Haley Chura, the long stretch in, can soak it up, embrace all that encouragement as she gets down this finish stretch. We do know also on the race course, Ueda just took over 4th place from Jen Annett, so she snuck on by there at that 24.8 mile mark. She got in with a mile to go, sneaking on down that finish shoot. But right here, overhead shots of Haley Chura. Been around the block a couple times here. The 37-year-old two-time Ironman champion gets to call herself 2nd place today at Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Great job, Haley. Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Soak it up.
See, and right now, this was worth that. Like she triumphed over something she probably thought she couldn't accomplish in that moment we saw. And so she did it. And she's so glad and happy that she did. It's so funny, as the race goes on, I feel like every athlete, like they get smaller and smaller, right? Like, cause they've dehydrated their muscles and stuff. So they all need some pizza and French fries after this valiant effort.
Oh, mercy, and a lot of emotion. It's so hard. I mean, this is the bottling up of so much emotional energy to get the job done, to get yourself through it. There's all the satisfaction of being done, but the dissatisfaction coming second when you led so long. It's just everything, and it's actual pain. It's just all of the emotions, all of the feelings, all the sensations, all at once.
Oh, and your body kills.
And it hurts, and it hurts immensely.
It's so, she's like, understandably, like, everything hurts right now. So she's just like so happy, like we talked about, to just stop moving. Like, I'd like to stop moving. Thanks. And she can. Get some water, get something to replenish yourself. Yeah, see, sometimes you cry because your body, you just hurt so much.
Well,
right?
the 24-time Ironman champion Paula Nimi Fraser, you know what she said?
What?
You're crying so much because you spent all day with yourself, and you're sick of you.
You're sick of you.
I said, well, that's a good answer.
Oh,
Insights from a legend.
And a legend indeed she is. And I mean, Haley ran obviously slower than she can, 3:20, but she was tough. She was tough and hung in there for that. I bet Mel will be around that run split. So she's coming close too. Let's get her to the finish line.
That's right. And what a show. I mean, she came in here, like I said, we've seen her run well. We've seen her run okay. We've seen her run great. We've seen her run slow. Right now, she's coming across with a really respectable run time. Position herself to almost get second. Hold on here now. She's going to get third. A great show. Grab a Kona slot. And gets to go in there. And a really quick time still. She's at 9:19 with meters to go. How good is that?
Phenomenal. She biked a 5:01, swam a 55, and now she's going to come home with a really, really great run split for her and a Kona Q. So she is going to be, I can't wait to her interview, elated with this. Just like we said, to accomplish one of those goals she's had for not just like this race, for years. She's had this for years, this goal, to accomplish one of these goals.
Yes.
And she's doing it right now. And so I couldn't be more thrilled in that regard that she was able to do that today.
Yeah, we get to watch it here, front row seat. She did take that wise, is there an H in wise? She took that wise glance over her shoulder, make sure she's not going to get pipped at the line.
No,
and now she can focus forward as she comes across one more street and then take that left turn, and she can roll on down the finish straight to that magic carpet there at the end of IRONMAN Coeur d'Alene.
Yes, do it, Mel, do it. And she's also probably ready to be done. What do you think?
I think so. I think it's a safe bet.
Safe statement there. So, yeah, we'll get her to the finish line, and then we'll get to listen to what they have to say. I can't wait for that. I'm sure Jody's getting her nutrition in. Obviously, it's so important to, you never feel quite like eating right away when you're done with this, like you're just so jacked up. And so, but I mean, even getting something in there in that fueling window definitely helps. Just help you recover faster. And as an older athlete, it does help to really be mindful of that, even if it's slamming, some kind of protein real quick to recoup those muscles.
I have to be honest, this is some of the best racing, the best she's looked, actually just, and this is a compliment by through and through. She really came here ready to rock and roll, take a top 3, contend for the best spots and get qualified for Kona. We talked about her having a bit crooked position on the bike, but outside of that, like flawless. She just looks great, solid, strong, composed. You see a big smile on her face now, but I'm super happy for Mel, and she's going to be your 3rd place finisher here at IRONMAN Coeur d'Alene. And no, 50 is not her bib number. 50 is her age. Bib number 33. Put your hands together here for Melanie McQuaid out of Canada, 3rd place. Wow, good for you. You did it.
You did it. You are going to Kona. Oh, she will be so giddy on this. I can't wait to hear what she has to say. Awesome. Done and done. She kind of looks like she could have gone another mile.
She doesn't look wrecked. I mean, tired. Appropriate position does not look wrecked. She does not look like, she looks like she had it well paced.
That's one of her best, literally 3:20:39. That's one of her best well paced marathons in an Ironman. So good on you, Mel McQuaid. Awesome.
Yes. I mean, that's solid. If we look back and just kind of have fun with it, I think the best run I'd seen her before, 3:13, Ironman Wisconsin. But other than that, 3:20 is right up in there. And that's just a good time.
It's a really, really good time. And she's got to be so pumped with that. And now she can just relish in that and maybe race again, maybe not. Maybe she'll take some time off those old legs, right? I say that about myself too. So
I'm
not knocking it. She doesn't care.
That was
a
friendly nod to
yes.
the yeah.
Oh please. She gets it, and maybe she'll race another one just to have it, or maybe she will decide to just wait till Kona.
And here's what we're going to do, too, as we look down on that finish area.
Yes.
We're going to let these athletes collect themselves a little bit, get themselves ready. We will get to rush on down there and have the interviews, the podium celebration. Before we do, if you were to just throw out favorite moment in the Rins race or favorite kind of key component, what would it be?
I'm going to go with, can I do 2? I'm sorry. I got to go with our neutral bike tech gent and Sam's calmness. So that little moment there. Yes. And then I need to go with the Justin Haley, like boom, just like being able to come out of such a small demise and stay in the place that they were in.
Yes,
what
agreed.
About you?
I mean, those 2 were absolutely top 3 moments. I think for me, too, if I had to do something different, I'm going to say I really like that we had Chris Leiferman come in here. In my mind, knowing nothing, he's a favorite.
Yes.
But knowing what he knew and his uncertainty of his body, to see him deliver not just a win, but a course record. And I tell you what, we are going to head on down to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone with Dave LaTourette and Jody Robertson's. Rush on down there with us, please.
We're here in the Hyper Ice Lounge with your 2023 IRONMAN Coeur d'Alene champion, Jody Robertson. Now, Jody, I want to hear about your race, but first, this was not the race that you thought you would be doing this weekend.
No, I was on for the start list for today at 70.3 Mont Tremblant. I put in for my passport renewal months ago, expedited the spiel. I could go through the whole spiel, but lo and behold, I never received my passport. So just like last Thursday, I had emailed Ironman just seeing if it was possible to transfer my entry to another race on the same day, which was here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Totally understanding if they were not cool with that. It was 100% fine, but I'm super grateful that they said yes, and it worked out pretty well. So.
It worked out really, really well for you. I'm coming off the bike. You were chasing, but we all know that you're a tremendous runner. So talk me through your race.
Yeah, I mean, I think my swim was not that great. It was okay. Well, I'm not going to complain. And then the bike was pretty good. Felt like I was riding halfway decent. The run was just a little rough. My stomach was off and on, and I just managed and did what I could.
And what you did was fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Your Ironman Coeur d'Alene champion, Jody Robertson, who still may race in Lake Placid, to be determined. Congratulations. We had a lot of fantastic female athletes out here. Two of them both have raced the Olympic marathon trials. Haley Chura, you call this your hometown race. Leading off the bike, I know you wanted it. Talk to a little bit about how it went today.
Oh my gosh, I did. I went for the win, and then I thought I wasn't going to finish because I blew up. I don't even know how I finished that race. Actually, I do know. There were people out there cheering for me, and people in the race cheering for me, and actually Jody cheered for me when it was just she's the most gracious winner I've ever seen. When she came by me, she was like, do you need salt? What's going on? And it was so nice of her. And honestly, that's how I finished the race. It was just I can't let these people down.
Watching your run, we saw, I'm not going to say blow up, but we saw some undulations in your pace and everything. What turned it around for you to hold off Mel?
The cheers. It was the cheers. And then I think, when I made that final turn, I've raced the 70.3 here enough times. And once I get to that 5K to go, where you turn around in the 70.3, I'm okay, you can do this. You've done this before. I've had hard days out here before, and I'm you can get through this. And I just try to remind myself it's worth it to finish. And I wanted to be a finisher really, really bad, but I just still can't believe it happened. That was so hard.
We are proud of you. Second place here at Coeur d'Alene, your home race. So congratulations, Haley Chura, your runner-up here in Coeur d'Alene. All these women out here fighting hard on the run, and we're going to bring up a woman who is continuing to impress and make waves here in the triathlon industry. She's been an Xterra world champion, third place last year in Ironman Wisconsin, third place here in Coeur d'Alene. Melanie McQuaid, I don't want the lead to be how old you are, but my goodness, how? Because it doesn't happen. We don't sit here with 50-year-old women and say, hey, you're the third place pro. We say, hey, you had a nice race. Thanks for your story. How do you do it?
I just don't think about my age. I just think about, the process of and all the things that I can do to keep getting better, and I just keep getting better.
You do. Now, we know you wanted the win. That was the carrot, but how does third place feel?
My 3 goals this year were to maybe win an Ironman, to qualify for Kona, and then maybe go sub 9, which is not going to happen on this course. And so I ticked a box today. So I'm just stoked, and just so happy for Jody that she had such a strong race. She's had a couple tough years, and she deserves that 100%. And Haley took it out and did exactly what she said she was going to do, make it really hard. And I was running scared all day from those strong girls behind me, and it's just I'm just so grateful to be 50 years old and still doing this shit. It's nuts. So there's no regrets, that's for sure.
So for all the women out there watching themselves getting older, thinking that I'm not going to get better, I can't keep doing this, what's your advice to them?
You focus on the things that you can do something about, right? You can't do anything about the fact that you've been on the earth longer. You can't do anything about wrinkles, but you can do a lot of things that will make your body stronger and live a goal-oriented life, just looking at how you can get better. And as soon as I just kept my mind on what are the things that I can do to get better? I just kept getting better and better. And I think that in a world of real comparison with social media and stuff like that, you can get really distracted from that. And I'm just getting pretty good at just doing my own thing with no pressure and just, a lot of gratitude to still be here.
Well, it's an honor to watch you do your own thing. Ladies and gentlemen, third place finisher, Ironman Coeur d'Alene, Melanie McQuaid.
Well, right now you are watching Ironman Coeur d'Alene, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise. I tell you what, Meredith, that was a great and gracious interview by all three, actually. I'll say great interviews.
Yes.
So fun to go in reverse to see the gratitude and the place in her life she is, Mel McQuaid, super happy, getting her head down, doing her work, 50 schmifty. I don't think we've seen the end of her by any stretch.
Nope.
Carrying on to second place. The way that Haley just kind of gave credit not only to her competitors in Jody Robertson, but the crowd. I mean, that's really the essence of our sport.
It is.
It took a team effort to get her across the line. Yep. And Jody Robertson, wow, I didn't know she wasn't supposed to be here.
That's a good one.
But a fun stat, and man, to come away champion in a race that you never really had on the calendar. I mean,
and
impressive.
to upgrade the distance. She went from a half to a full pretty quickly.
Guess she was training well, and I think they said Lake Placid was originally the plan.
Yes.
So good to know you can shift gears like that at any stage. But a reminder here as well that Hyperice is proud to be the official recovery partner of Ironman, and those athletes can immediately start the recovery journey, all athletes, in fact, by visiting the Hyperice Recovery Zone. It's just beyond the finish line, and it's a critical stop on the Ironman athlete journey. So it's great stuff indeed. We're going to head on down to the Athletic Brewing podium presentation here in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I believe that's an expression I haven't used in a while.
It's a good one, though. Never gets old.
It's time to celebrate our top 3 females here at Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Third place, swimming a 55.57, biking a 5:01.02, running a 3:20.39 for a 9:22.03 out of Canada, 50 years old, Melanie McQuaid. Celebrating your second place finisher, swimming a 50.14. Leading off the bike, biking a 5:02.05. And running a 3:20.47 for a 9:17.29 out of Bozeman, Montana, Haley Chura. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Ironman Coeur d'Alene champion, swimming a 59 flat, biking a 4:54.36. Running a 3:07.43 for a 9:07.31 out of New York, Jody Robertson, your champion.
All right, Mel started shaking the champagne right when she got it, so she's got an advantage here.
It's time to shake the champagne to make some memories.
There you go.
And spectators, let's hear it for your top 3 fabulous females. Melanie
Mel
McQuaid,
McQuaid on the lead there for the
Jody
bottom pop.
Robertson.
Jody Robertson coming in strong, and Haley Chura unsure of herself. Taking the first swig, though, I'm sure. Yep, there she is, hitting the celebratory champagne. Fun stuff. Reminder as they shake that champagne, what's really in store is that Athletic Brewing, which is America's leading non-alcoholic brewery and official non-alcoholic beer provider of the Ironman Global Series. You can enjoy them anytime, Meredith, anywhere, and still be healthy, active, and at your best. And also that lineup that Athletic Brewing has, they've got accolades throughout the industry, even against full-strength beers, including 2020. They won the World Beer Award gold medal for Run Wild, one of their beers. So great stuff. Try it. If you're a fan of the beers, you got to be on that one.
Awesome.
God, back to some final thoughts. I feel like we started to go there, and I didn't really, I don't know, conclude. But to me now, seeing this, I think the favorite moment, taking nothing away from our champion, is saying Haley Chura came in here and really carried on emotion. And the emotion that she received from Jody Robertson, encouraging her, from
Yes.
the fans of Coeur d'Alene encouraging her, from basically an external lift from all that. That to me, because it really is what the sport's all about. So that gave me my favorite moment in the women's race.
I love your thought process.
Yeah.
It's so right.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, and the men's race. I mean, it's tough to say. I think realistically, as I look at Chris Leiferman, I just feel like he came in here, as I said, on what was not his fullest of tanks, and his perfect preparation, and he busted through with a course record performance. I know you guys are wondering how it looked in summary. We're going to race on over here to our professional men's highlights and have a look at how Ironman Coeur d'Alene played out from 6 a.m. this morning, and here we go. Into the 66-degree water, these professional men dove into that Roca swim course 2 laps, and the water is such a great, inviting environment, clear and beautiful, and a perfect temperature for these guys to take on 2 laps. We kind of knew that no one in here was going to be a breakaway swimmer. Weren't terribly surprised to see Dylan Gillespie get to the front, leading out one of our pre-race favorites, Matthew Marquardt, and of course in 3rd place, Justin Metzler. The flip-flop those two, but those men all came out of the water in a solid 1, 2, 3, Gillespie, Metzler, Marquardt, and they crushed it and kept up with that momentum out of the water. A nice 3 minutes, 45-second gap on the other chasers, which were Chris Leiferman and Sam Long. But the race was really only getting underway as Gillespie and Marquardt and Metzler took off and got started on that bike course. Early on, you saw Justin Metzler attempt to really get away and go for it. He alluded to the fact he knew that Leiferman and Long were coming. What nobody knew and nobody wanted to see was that Sam Long was suffering from a slow leak. He asked Mechanical to get ahead and help him change that tire for him as he had the slow leak in the cut tire. Gillespie, Metzler playing a little bit of leapfrog at the front of the men's race for the early stages of that first lap of the full gas bike course. But when the tech support came in, Meredith, this was a thing of beauty.
Yep.
Absolutely rocking and rolling, taking that tire, changing it out, and getting it done, getting Sam back on the road. Unfortunately, another flat tire was waiting for Sam Long, and he was forced to abandon the race at T2. Here he is after only 1 lap of racing, 90 kilometers. Disappointing for Sam Long and for Sam Long fans the world over, but exciting enough. Chris Leiferman and the newcomer out of Ohio, Matthew Marquardt, got to it and really dropped the hammer. These 2 men away and clear at transition 2, and in a shocking turn of events, Matthew Marquardt spent way more time than we anticipated in transition, taking care of business, allowing Chris Leiferman to have just a couple steps ahead, and he never looked back. Although he felt like he wasn't at 100%, he tackled this run course with incredible grit and determination. Marquardt, fresh off his 3rd place finish in his debut Pro Ironman in Texas, chased him with the likes of Justin Metzler and, of course, Dylan Gillespie coming in and giving a game chase to get these guys. But it was all Leiferman all day long. Even though we were sometimes questioning his ability, the American took home his 5th Ironman title, making it a huge week as the man recently greeted his 2nd child on Wednesday back in Boulder. And Marquardt, what a finish. Almost the exact same run split. Gave him a very close 2nd place finish, with Metzler overcoming massive cramping and struggle to take that 3rd and final podium spot, exhausted at the line.
I love it. Want me to do the women's?
I'll let you go for this one.
You got it? All right, I'll do it. The women took off a couple minutes after the men, 3 minutes to be exact. They got in the 66-degree water, and as expected, a little different from the men, Haley Chura took off. She had a big buffer leading in to T1. Her beautiful 11-2 stroke, right, with perfect sighting, got her exactly where she wanted to be. As we know, she had every capacity to lead this wire-to-wire, for which she did for a good bit. we knew she was the uber swimmer of this race, but she definitely had McQuaid not too far back within the 6-minute chunk, Ayueda, and then Jody Robinson was a further 9 minutes back, the eventual winner, as we know. But once the gals got onto the bike, things started to sort of shake up a bit, right? So once they get there, they need to hurry. They got on there. Haley took her time to get on, as we discussed, Michael. She had a little slow run here to get on to start the bike, but then she owned it on the bike. She stayed in the lead the entire bike ride, getting there just bit by bit, bit by bit. She literally didn't look back. She was the carrot for 7 hours and 18 minutes, and we'll talk about that in a second. She had Mel McQuaid hunting her down, right? But Jody Robinson, obviously with the fastest bike split of 4:54. Haley did a 5:02 and Mel McQuaid a 5:01. But they got into transition, and note that a 5:01 and a 5:02 and a 4:54 on this course that Jody did, 4:54 at 7,000 feet of climbing, is remarkable. But Haley still didn't she had a 9-minute buffer coming on the swim, so she didn't let anyone pass her on the bike at all, even though she knew they were coming and that she needed to have a good ride in effort to be able to get off into T2 with a little bit of a buffer. 6 minutes, I think, give or take, a little plus or minus, maybe 4 by then. She got off. She knew she had some space, but she also knew that Jody Robertson was coming with gusto. So onto the run. It was getting to be about 80 degrees. You had Mel McQuaid, you had Jody Robertson, you had Haley Chura, all 1, 2, 3. And then you had Jody just starting to catch, right? Starting to, every mile kind of got more and more and more. Jen Annette came in. 4th place at the time coming into T2. That was a great ride for her as usual. And then Haley looked amazing the first, I'd say, 13 miles. Not that she didn't look good the whole run. I don't mean that. Jody got her around 7:18, 7:20 maybe into the 7:22, it looks like, into the race. And took the lead and never looked back. Mel McQuaid, she fought for 3rd. She stayed in 3rd. She was catching Haley. She was catching her within a minute even. And that's when Haley had a little demise there about, 18 miles in. I remember because we said she had 8 miles to go. But turns out Jody took the win with a 12-minute lead off that. And she had a wonderful day. Haley came in 2nd. Hometown race, as she would call it. She's got to be happy with that. As she said, she didn't think she could finish. And Mel McQuaid accomplished one of her goals, which was to qualify for Kona, and she did that by coming into 3rd. An awesome day for all the ladies.
Amazing. Great recap, Meredith, and such a fun day to relive there. These athletes did just an exceptional job getting after it, putting their best foot forward over and over again. Here's a good look at the men's pro results, all USA all day long until spot 8. Chris Leiferman, he came in here, broke the course record, went 8:06.42. Matthew Marquardt, 2nd pro Ironman, 2nd place today, 8:08. Justin Metzler closed it out, grabbing a knee spot in 8:23. Adam Fye, Dylan Gillespie, Matt Russell, and Robbie Webster. The next set of Americans, Jamison Plews and Isaac Diaz with Trip Hipple closing out the top 10. A great day of racing for the men professional. Not to be outdone, though, the women hit it hard as well. And you can see as we look down on this gorgeous shot of Lake Coeur d'Alene. Meredith,
you bet.
What do you think?
I love it. Jody Robertson for the win, 9:07.31, with Haley coming in just 10 minutes back. 9:17, we got Mel McQuaid, the first Canadian. Ayueda from Japan. We have Jen Annett, the 2nd Canadian. A lot of Canadians, and I love it. Brianna Truska and Daniela Fateau to close out the top 7.
Incredible racing so far. Remember that athletes are going to come across the line all day long.
Yes.
Some more professionals as well as age groupers. And I'd encourage each of you to stay with the athlete tracker, Ironman.com, or on your app to keep following those athletes, figure out where your people are, watch them come across the line. Gorgeous, gorgeous shots here of Ironman Coeur d'Alene, a part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. Meredith, tell me this. Favorite, last thing, parting words here, leaving Coeur d'Alene.
You know what? It's been a great day out there. I loved getting to chat about this wonderful race with you. Been around for 20 years. An event everybody should check out. Usually the end of June every year, and we will be back.
That's right, we sure will. And I will say we've been tickled to be here with you all day long. Thanks for joining us. More racing action coming up soon with the Ironman race commentary calendar. On behalf of Meredith Kessler, I'm Michael Lovato. Thanks for joining us, and you all enjoy the day.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.